Hi everyone's, I hope you like this novel and we need support for new PC. And like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 1. Sky Island. Kingdom of God. Damn it. Wasn't it just a nap in class? How did it happen that he traveled through time? And we came to this place where there is no one and the air is thin. In a forest where the vines of trees are intertwined and the air is extremely thin, a black-haired young man was seen crawling on the ground, his body twitching slightly, his face and lips pale, as if he was short of oxygen. Is it possible? Am I going to be the first person in the trekking circle to die from altitude sickness? Faced with headaches, dizziness, fatigue, and breathing difficulties, Rosen even thought he was going to die from altitude sickness. Suddenly, with his consciousness a little hazy, he heard a faint reminder in his ear. System starts binding. Congratulations to the host, successfully bound to the unboxing system. The host is detected to be in critical condition. According to your current needs, this system has tailored a set of novice gift packages for you. Do you want to open it? Knowing that he was dead, with a strong sense of survival, Rosen endured the discomfort and gritted his teeth and silently said, "Open." The novice gift pack has been successfully opened. Congratulations on obtaining the special physique, Lunalia bloodline. The novice gift pack has been successfully opened. Congratulations on obtaining the human fruit, mythical beast, and gold Saint Seiya form. Puff. As soon as the prompt sounded, a pair of black wings could not wait to burst out from Rosen's back, and then a ball of fire ignited out of thin air. At this moment, as a blue star traverser, his weak physique also underwent earth-shaking changes at this moment. The flame burning and extinguishing has a dual form of defense and speed. And the terrifying survival ability that can survive in all kinds of harsh environmental conditions in nature. Hypoxia, dizziness, headache, fatigue, and other discomforts disappeared in an instant. The Lunalia tribe. No wonder the celestial dragons are so wary. It's simply a monster born. Rosen stood up. A few seconds ago, his face and lips were pale, and he was only 1.8 meters tall, which was a half-disabled height in the Grand Line. A few seconds later, his face was ruddy, his breathing was steady, and his height grew to over 3 meters, with the iconic height of an admiral, and a body of muscles as strong as a tiger, but still beautiful. Feeling the earth-shaking changes in his body in an instant, he couldn't help but marvel in his heart. The Lunalia clan. It really has a way to die. The celestial dragons who call themselves gods are short, poor, and ugly. The Lunalia clan, who are crowned as gods, have a dual form of defense and speed, are born with the flame fruit, are amphibious on land, sea, and air, and have a strong body and a heroic appearance. They have both strength, shape, and beauty. If the celestial dragons don't destroy you, who else can they destroy? Correct. There is also a devil fruit. After getting rid of his weak physique, Rosen immediately remembered that in the novice gift pack, in addition to the god's physique, there was also a god-level mythical beast. Human fruit, mythical beast, gold saint form. A devil fruit tailored for him by the system. At this time, he was like a person who had just eaten a devil fruit, and the information about the gold saint form emerged in his mind. Knowing the name of this devil fruit, he already had a general idea of its ability. As for how to develop it, it all depends on the ability user's strength and imagination. Saint Seiya. It's the most powerful devil fruit. What Nika, what Magma, they are all weak. After understanding the ability of the mythical beast species in the form of the gold saint through the information in his mind, Rosen's heart was shocked. Let's not talk about how to develop it in the future. Just the basic ability after eating it can be described in one sentence. That is the transformation ability of the mythical beast species, plus a natural superior Pikachu fruit. Yes. After eating the human fruit mythical beast species gold Saint Seiya, in addition to the transformation ability of the mythical beast species itself, he can also use all the abilities of the Pikachu fruit except elementalization. The speed of light. The power of light. Create light clones. Can emit lasers through the body, and the emitted lasers can produce large-scale explosions. And so on. In addition to the elementalization into light, other abilities, what Kizaru can do, Rosen can do better, and what Kizaru can't do, he can also do. Putting aside the altitude sickness, I almost GG. Gold Saint form and Lunalia. This is a perfect start. This is a perfect combination of gods on earth. Rosen was ecstatic. Even if he was thrown to the remote place of Sky Island by the system at the beginning, and he almost had altitude sickness, so what? Even if he didn't have clothes and 3 colors of domineering, so what? He had the physique of the Lunaria tribe. He had the devil fruit in the form of the mythical beast and the gold saint. Coupled with the ability of the box opening system itself, defeating or killing the opponent can explode the box. Crossing the pirate, it's a stable one. However, just when Rosen was immersed in the joy of a great start, far away in the center of the kingdom of God, a man holding an apple, with a pair of long ears, who was regarded as a god by the people of Sky Island, was listening to his every move and observing all his changes through his observation domineering. Interesting. This Qinghai man who appeared out of nowhere looked like a dying chicken in the last second, but his aura changed drastically in the next second. He grew wings and ignited flames. Did he eat a devil fruit? Or is he just different from others? Eneel thought with interest about Rosen's changes. Never mind. No matter what the reason is, if you enter the Holy Land without God's permission, it is disrespectful to God. Those who disrespect God shall be judged by God. In order to maintain the majesty of God. Even though he was very curious about Rosen's changes, Eneel still chose to follow his own set of rules. God's judgment. As his thoughts turned, a blue-white electric current visible to the naked eye flashed from his arm. Then, he raised his right hand high, and the elements of his entire arm turned into lightning, and then turned into a huge column of lightning that rushed straight into the sky and roared towards the direction where Rosen was. This is the power of God. In Sky Island, there are actually people who dare to disrespect Lord Eneel. Act recklessly. No matter who you are, from the moment you disrespect God, your fate is doomed, death. The 4 great priests under Eneel's command, as well as hundreds of guards, all looked up at the pillar of lightning that shot straight into the sky. They either showed mockery or disdain on their faces, and at the same time, they had already regarded Rosen as a dead man in their hearts. After all, this is God's judgment. The natural devil fruit that is closest to invincibility. Thunder fruit. Boom. On the other side, Rosen, who had just opened the novice gift package, was getting familiar with the abilities of the Lunalia clan, and was thinking about how to develop the Golden Saint form. A mythical beast species, seemed to have noticed something. Before he could hear the thunder roaring in his ears, he had already raised his head first, as if he had predicted the future. Thunder fruit. Eneel. Chapter 2. If it was before the time travel, Rosen would definitely not be able to react. It was not until the moment when the lightning struck him that he realized that he was struck by lightning. But now, the physique of the Lunaria tribe, and the all-round double blessing of the body after eating the Golden Saint, Rosen can react even at the speed of lightning. In fact, the speed of lightning, in his eyes, actually gave him the illusion that it was as slow as a snail. Swearing theocracy. Pity. You are not a god. When he saw the thunder falling from the sky, Rosen even had time to think and judged that it was done by Eneel. After all, the system also said when it distributed the novice gift package that the place he traveled through was Sky Island. In addition, he liked to drop thunder on other people's heads at any time. There was only one person in the Grand Line. Eneel. Rosen's eyes were slightly cold. Facing the lightning column falling from the sky, he did not dodge, but raised his arm slowly, clenched his 5 fingers, and blasted towards the lightning column above the sky with an uppercut posture. Stupid. With the perception of the observation haki enhanced by the thunder fruit, seeing that Rosen actually tried to use his flesh and blood fist to counter the power of God, Eneel uttered the 2 words indifferently. But the next second, his eyes popped out of his sockets. Lightspeed fist. Just when the lightning pillar was about to drown Rosen, his seemingly slow fist also stopped. But the moment the fist stopped, brilliant golden light burst out from the fist, and for a time it overshadowed the lightning pillar shining in all directions above the sky. Then, swoosh! A golden fist shadow shot up into the sky, at the speed of light, carrying an unstoppable heavy fist force, and directly hit the lightning pillar. Bang! Light speed fist and God's judgment. Light speed and thunder. Once the two met, a shock wave that raged in all directions and a deafening loud noise suddenly exploded. But the next second, the flashing fist shadow and the lightning pillar were only deadlocked for a moment, and the thunder was disintegrated inch by inch in the light-like fist, shattered layer by layer, until it was broken up to only a trace of electric arc, and then dissipated between heaven and earth. It's just thunder, nothing more than that. After breaking the thunder with his fist, Rosen slowly withdrew his hand and looked up at the sky, as if he was confronting Eneel, who was far away in the center of the kingdom of God. No, it's impossible. Eneel's eyes widened, and his eyeballs were about to fall out of his sockets. Ever since he ate the thunder fruit and called himself a god, no one had ever been able to take on the judgment of God head-on without falling. Only 1 in 10,000 could dodge it. Even fewer could survive the fight. But now, the judgment of God that he was so proud of was blown up by a Qinghai man who almost died from altitude sickness. Is it possible? Is he the god from Qinghai? Eneel naturally heard Rosen's contemptuous words about the thunder fruit. At this moment, although he was furious, he was more eager to fight. It was mainly because he had been invincible for too long as a god, ruling over Sky Island. Suddenly, a person who could compete with thunder appeared. His first reaction was not fear, terror, or murderous intent, but a desire to win. In fact, Eneel, whose vision was only as big as Sky Island, once regarded Rosen as the god from Qinghai. If he is really the god from Qinghai, then things will become more and more interesting. Eneel has already determined that Rosen is a god like himself, but they are gods from different places. He is the god of Sky Island. The other is the god of Qinghai. As for Rosen's weak posture when he first came to Sky Island and almost died of altitude sickness, he directly thought that he was injured before, or it was his first time to come to Sky Island and he was temporarily unaccustomed. Otherwise, he would not have recovered in a few seconds and become so powerful. The 4 priests. Come to see me quickly. Thinking of this, Eneel's voice came from the throne, and like lightning, it penetrated into the temple and reached the ears of the 4 priests under his command. God! A moment later, 4 priests dressed in different styles came in from outside the temple, and then knelt down in front of Eneel. Although they guessed that Eneel summoned them and others because of the judgment of God, they all chose to pretend to be puzzled. After all, they had followed Eneel for a while, and they all knew the temperament of their own god. They claimed to be God, omniscient and omnipotent. Showing ignorance often showed the authority of God. I've already seen it. There was a man from Qinghai who not only sneaked into Sky Island without permission, but also stepped into the Holy Land without permission. I order you to go and bring his body back to me now. Although Eneel wanted to have a battle with Rosen, he was too proud of his status to go to him personally. So he sent a priest to go. This would not only test the bottom line of Rosen, the god of Qinghai, but also confirm whether he was qualified to fight him. Bold. Entering the divine realm without God's permission. Deserve to die. Lord Eneel, please rest assured. We will bring the body of the blasphemer back to you. The 4 great priests were filled with indignation when they heard this. People who didn't know would think they were very loyal to Eneel. Go. Don't let this god down. Eneel half crouched on the chair, claiming to be a god, but his words and actions were like a monkey eating a banana. It was funny and hilarious. But the 4 priests didn't dare to think so. In their eyes, as long as you have Eneel's ability, let alone a clown, even a piece of toilet paper or a pair of underwear is a god of Sky Island. Yes. The 4 great priests responded one after another, and then brought their guards, relying on the direction of God's judgment released by Eneel just now, and combined with the perception of observation haki, they quickly locked Rosen's position, and then rushed over. On the other side, after smashing Eneel's God's judgment with a punch, Rosen also determined the approximate location of Eneel through the direction from which God's judgment flew. However, he did not choose to set out to find Eneel immediately, but waited where he was. It should be said that he developed the devil fruit on the spot. Based on his understanding of Eneel in the original work, Rosen was sure that with the other parties' new high climate, seeing that God's judgment was invalid and being slapped in the face by himself, he would definitely not let it go. Eneel is a natural thunder fruit ability user. There is no effective means to restrain elementalization, so it would be useless to go. Instead of wasting time looking for it, it is better to take advantage of this period of time to develop the mythical beast species, the Golden Saint, who has just been obtained and has not been warmed up. Although the time is short, but for him, it was more than enough. After all, the upper limit of the devil fruit depends not only on the strength of the ability user, but more on the ability user's imagination. If the imagination is big enough and the direction is correct, extremely powerful abilities can be developed in a very short time. Blackbeard, who ate the dark fruit, and Sabo, who ate the flame fruit, are the best examples. On the contrary, if the imagination is not big enough and the direction is wrong, it will take more than 10 years to develop, which is also a waste of time. Luffy, who ate the rubber fruit, is also the best example. From childhood to adulthood, it was just rubber. It was not until he went to the Grand Line that he opened the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th gear Nika in a few years. As for the mythical beast species, the Golden Saint, this is a gold coin explosion. No, it is tailor-made for him by the box opening system. With the right imagination, Rosen developed it with such high efficiency that it was so fast that it flew. Even he has tailored a move for Eneel's elementalization. Even without the armed color domineering, it still works. Chapter 3. Found it. A man who dared to blaspheme. Speak. Which priest do you want to die at? Just when Rosen was concentrating on developing the mythical beast species and the gold saint form, he was interrupted by several arrogant voices. Priests. Rosen glanced around. What came into his sight were 4 men with arrogant expressions and holding different weapons. I am the trial priest of the swamp, Gidaz. Gidaz, with his hair tied into a braid, shouted loudly. The ball trial priest, Shadley. Shadley, who has white wings on his back and a body as round as a ball, grinned. Rope trial priest, Shura. Wearing a flight cap and goggles, holding a spear, and riding a vulture like Shura stared coldly at Rosen. Iron trial priest, Om. Wearing black sunglasses and with his arms crossed, Om said in a deep voice. In the name of God, Eneel. I have come to take back the body of the blasphemer. The 4 great priests, standing in different directions, surrounded Rosen. Little did they know that in Rosen's eyes, they were just 4 boxes that could talk and explode with gold coins. Okay. I understand. After the 4 priests finished introducing themselves, Rosen nodded, and then without any movement, he flashed in front of the bald Om at the speed of light, and kicked out with his right foot at the speed of light, mainly aiming at the arrogant one. Speed is power. Have you ever experienced a light speed kick? Before Om could even hear it clearly, his eyes blurred, his face sank, and then a sharp pain invaded his whole body. Bang! The other 3 priests only felt a flash of golden light, and Om flew backwards like a cannonball, smashing more than 10 towering ancient trees in a row, and then barely dissipated the power of his feet, and then fell to the ground, buried deep in the sunken pit. Sunglasses shattered. Blood gushed from 7 orifices. Unconscious. Seeing this, the remaining 3 priests were completely stunned. 3 question marks hung on their faces. What happened? How did they lose? How did they win? They didn't understand what happened, they didn't know how Om was defeated, nor did they know how Rosen won. It's your turn. Rosen stood at the spot where Om was kicked out before, and turned his head to glance at Gidaz, who had a braided hair. Be careful. He is very fast. Before Gidaz finished speaking, a brilliant golden light had already entered his pupils. Then, before he could use his observation haki or react in time, he felt his face being crushed by an unmatched force. Bang! Just like Om, he flew backwards through the air, knocking down more than a dozen large trees, and finally stopped. Next one. Rosen turned to look at Shadley. What speed is this? It's faster than God. Shadley's face suddenly changed, and his eyes flashed red. He roared in his heart, sensing it. He already knew Rosen's next move. then, bang! Golden light crisscrossed, and the knife leg swept across. Shadley didn't have time to make any moves. Rosen had already swept across the air, raised his right foot, and slashed his neck horizontally like a lightsaber. Crack! Compared with the previous two priests, he was not only kicked away, but his neck was also completely broken. Before he could land, he was already dead. After he kicked Shadley, he attacked my waist. The last remaining priest Shura also successfully used his observation haki at the same time when Shadley was killed. He knew in advance how Rosen attacked Shadley, and even predicted in advance how the other party would attack him after dealing with Shadley. However, he had just raised his arm, and Rosen had stepped into the void, like a mountain view that penetrated the galaxy, and kicked him across the waist. Bang! Circles of majestic airwaves exploded in all directions. Shura vomited blood and flew across, instantly catching up with the three priests who had rushed to the Nahi bridge one step ahead of him. 4 kills. In less than a second. The 4 priests, without exception, were all defeated by Rosen's light-speed kick. This is the overwhelming power of the human fruit, the mythical beast, and the gold Saint Seiya form. After doing all this, Rosen found that the bodies of the 4 great priests were all covered with gold coins, no, boxes. 1 priest, 1 explosion. Let's not talk about what this box can reveal, but if the drop rate is high, it's good. Rosen's eyes lit up. When he bound the system, he already knew that after defeating or killing the enemy, the box would drop. He also knew how to open the box. He immediately said to himself, "System, unboxing." The next second, the system prompt sounded immediately. Congratulations to the host, the unboxing was successful, and the observation haki was obtained, read the quantity and position. Congratulations to the host, the unboxing was successful and I got the. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully opened the box and obtained the flying slash. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully opened the box and obtained the observation haki, perception and prediction of attack. As the prompts sounded one after another, the boxes were opened one by one, and Rosen also got the haki, swordsmanship, and the repelling shell. Can haki be obtained by unpacking? Rosen was delighted. What he was most worried about was haki. Only the person who drinks the water knows whether it is hot or cold. He himself was wearing the body, not the soul. In other words, observation haki and armament haki, 2 kinds of haki that everyone has in the Grand Line, are not necessarily possessed by him. Now that he has obtained observation haki by unpacking, not only has Rosen's worries been swept away, but even from the current situation, as long as he continues to unpack, he can even get the top-level observation haki that can only be born with. As a time traveler, Rosen knows very well that observation haki is divided into innate and acquired. The so-called top-level observation haki is innate, just like conqueror haki. If you have it when you are born, you will have it. If you don't have it, you will never have it again. For example, Queen Otohim and Gold Roger. They are born with top-level observation haki. In addition to being able to foresee the future after practicing observation haki to the extreme, they are also good at sensing emotions and thoughts, sensing range and distance, and sensing the strength of strength. Top-level observation haki can also convey their own consciousness to others, influence their minds and thoughts, and generate strong resonance, and then change the other party's values and thoughts. Great! After opening 4 boxes in a row, Rosen felt refreshed knowing that he would have observation haki, armament haki, and conqueror haki. At the same time, he remembered that there was still one Eneel that he hadn't dealt with. Thinking of this, he turned his head and looked at the direction where Eneel was. As soon as these words came out, Eneel, who was still immersed in the shock and astonishment brought by the instant death of the 4 great priests, suddenly became furious. Arrogant. Chapter 4. Trespassing in the Sanctuary. Blasphemy. Killing the priest. And now challenging himself as the god of Sky Island. Any one of these things doomed Rosen to be an unforgivable sin in Eneel's heart. Eneel, who was originally still proud of his status, could no longer hold back at this moment and no longer proud of his status. If he did nothing, then this god of Sky Island would surely become a joke of Sky Island. Swish! In a flash of thought, Eneel had turned into lightning and disappeared from the throne. Traveling at the speed of lightning, although not as fast as the speed of light, it is more flexible. Unlike light, which can only move in a straight line. In just a short moment, he rushed all the way from the temple to the place where the judgment of God fell before. Swish! A flash of lightning. Eneel landed in front of Rosen, looking at the man with black wings in front of him with a defiant look. Is it you who want to see this god accomplish you? God from Qinghai. Being able to kill 4 priests is indeed amazing, but that's all. Eneel raised his neck, showing his superior arrogance. He used his observation haki to witness the highlight of Rosen's instant killing of the 4 priests just now. He was more certain that Rosen was a god like himself. It's just that he was the god of Sky Island who controlled lightning, while the other party was the god of Qinghai who controlled flashes. God. Maybe. At least to you, I am a god. Faced with Eneel's arrogance, Rosen did not give in. Even if he just traveled through time, so what? Even if he just ate a devil fruit, so what? Even if he does not have armed color domineering, so what? The mythical beast species, the gold saint, and the physique of the Lunalia clan are the basis for his disdain for Eneel. Not to mention that Eneel will not be domineering, as long as the flames are ignited, whether the opponent can break through the defense, whether he can make himself show blood, that is an unknown number. As expected. Then you are qualified to know the name of this god. I am Eneel, the god of Sky Island. As expected, a hint flashed in Eneel's eyes, and then he opened his arms and introduced himself. At the same time, it is also an existence that is superior to all gods, including you, the god from Qinghai. He did not forget to add. Understood. God, right. What you just said will be your last words in this world. Rosen raised his right hand and slowly closed his fingers. Now the words. I'll give you a ride. Eneel's god's judgment was thrown in front of him, but Rosen was not so magnanimous. Although he had just traveled through time, he knew very well that the Grand Line was a world where people eat each other. What justice? What freedom? All of them are used to glorify the victor. Just like the Navy, it must be justice. Just like One Piece, it must be freedom. Because it is the Navy, it is justice, because it is One Piece, it is freedom. As for other people, it has nothing to do with these two. Not to mention, he had just traveled through time and had experienced a near-death experience, and Eneel had directly used a wave of God's judgment, which taught him a hard lesson. No reason is needed. When you are weak, even if you just breathe a breath of air, it is your fault. Look. The God's judgment that came down for no reason just now is the best proof. If the mythical beast Gold Saint had not been opened, he would have died under Eneel's God's judgment just now. Just with that God's judgment, Rosen had enough reason to let Eneel burst into a pile of gold coins. So what if he is a god? Doesn't God have to burst gold coins? Even if I'm comes, he has to leave a box. Otherwise, this matter will not end. Arrogant. Eneel's face turned cold when he heard this. Even if you are the god of Qinghai, it does not mean that you can speak nonsense in front of this god. If you want to boast, wait until you have witnessed this kind of power and survived, then say it. The god of Qinghai. After saying that, he swung the golden stick in his hand and hit one of the war drums behind him. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. As the golden stick struck, a powerful electric current suddenly vented out. Boom! With the rumble of thunder, a giant-sized thunderbird, formed entirely of electric current and with a voltage of up to 30 million volts, flapped its wings and flew high, with the momentum of an eagle striking the sky, and stretched out its claws to grab Rosen's neck. Disappear! God of Qinghai! Watching the thunderbird fly away. Under the reflection of the lightning, Eneel's face slowly revealed a cold smile. The god of Sky Island. Rosen looked at the lightning bird that flashed by, and there was no panic on his face. Since he ate the devil fruit of the mythical beast species, the Golden Saint, he found that his 5 senses and nerve reflexes were greatly enhanced. In his eyes, the lightning that was as fast as a shooting star was no longer so swift and unparalleled. Even without the observation haki, he could keep up with the speed of the Thunderbird with only vision and reaction. The god of Sky Island? How terrifying! Rosen sneered. Facing the Thunderbird flying towards him, he did not dodge, just like he did when facing the judgment of God. He just raised his hand and clenched his fist slowly, then pushed his fist straight forward. Light speed punch. The moment the fist stopped, a dazzling golden light suddenly shone. Countless golden rays flew out of the air, weaving into a huge light net in an instant, encircling the Thunderbird in front of it, and then slicing it into pieces. Puff, a series of silk-tearing sounds were heard. The Thunderbird, as big as a giant, had been pierced by countless rays of light, blasted into a sieve, and then turned into thunder dust, completely dissipating. God! If only to this extent. It seems that I am more like a god than you. Rosen retracted his fist and glanced at Eneel. Snort! This is just a little test for you. Just to see if you are qualified to fight this god. Seeing this, Eneel's face became a little gloomy, but there was no fear at all. Just like he said, the 30 million volt Thunderbird is just a small test. It is not a full-strength effort at all. Let me let you feel it now. The true terror of a god. Before Eneel finished speaking, he turned into lightning and disappeared from the spot. Almost at the same time, he flashed in front of Rosen, and with an extremely arrogant attitude, he pressed the golden stick in his hand against Rosen's chest. 100 million volts. Discharge. Thunder roared in all directions. Whether it was the 4 great priests and hundreds of guards in the Kingdom of God, or the Shandians in the hidden cloud village and the residents of Angel Island, they could all hear the deafening thunder. Thunder. This is the power of Eneel. He is fighting with someone. Who is it? How could Eneel release lightning of this magnitude? At this moment, everyone on the huge Sky Island who heard the thunder turned their heads to look. It was a huge lightning bolt that shot straight into the sky and exploded the sea of clouds. It was also the direction where Rosen and Eneel were fighting. Chapter 5. Do you understand? Although we are both gods, there is still an insurmountable gap between you and me. In front of lightning, even light is nothing but this. Eneel looked at Rosen, who was swallowed by lightning, his face full of joy and pride. However, when the lightning released from the golden stick dissipated, the smile on his mouth froze instantly. This was because there was nothing in front of the golden stick. Rosen was not seen at all. Disappeared. Impossible. Eneel's face suddenly changed. He didn't think that a being like himself, who was a god, would be reduced to ashes under a discharge of 100 million volts. At most, he would become a charred and tattered corpse. Hey, where are you looking at? Just as Eneel's eyes flashed, and he was about to use his observation haki to sense Rosen's position, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. When? Eneel's movements froze, and even his observation haki was interrupted. He glanced down from the corner of his eye and immediately saw that a hand had been placed on his shoulder. Just when you activated your ability and tried to touch me with that slow lightning. Rosen's voice came from behind. What a joke! Eneel's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Even though he could maintain his elemental form and would not be hurt even if attacked, the speed displayed by Rosen still shocked him. I am a god. Eneel growled, as if he was competing with Rosen. The element turned into a flash of lightning and moved behind Rosen, then he stretched out a hand. 150 million volts. Discharge. With the roar of thunder, lightning that could penetrate the air, tear the earth apart, and shake the sea of clouds burst out, completely submerging Rosen. But before Eneel's face could smile again, his eyes widened even more. Because after the lightning dissipated, there was still no one in front of him. His palm touched the air. His discharge shocked a lonely. It's a pity. At this time, the voice that made Eneel feel angry and a little chilly sounded again in his ears. He looked down and found that his shoulder was held by another hand. He fell twice in the same place. This same result made him shudder. Nothing is impossible in this world. Rosen said, and he exerted force with his 5 fingers, one by one, piercing into Eneel's body like a dragon's claw. Puff! Under this impact, Eneel's whole body turned into lightning, moved to a big tree dozens of meters away, and then reassembled into a human form by lightning. Hi! Although he was not injured, his breathing became heavy and rapid, and a trace of fear that could not be concealed flashed in his eyes. Damn it! Eneel was furious when he realized that he, as a god, was actually afraid, even though the other party was also a god. He roared and swung the golden stick, pounding the war drum behind him. Boom! In an instant, thunder beasts, thunderbirds, and thunder dragons dragged their huge and swift bodies, carrying terrifying lightning that could destroy everything, and flashed towards Rosen from all directions. Seeing this, Rosen just shook his body and rushed out at the speed of light. The speed was so fast that even if Eneel kept his nerves tense and used his observation haki, the result was that he could sense it, but his body couldn't keep up. Even if he was one step ahead and predicted Rosen's next move and position, his nerve reaction couldn't keep up at all. He wants to avoid my attack and then attack me from behind. At this moment, Eneel could only watch Rosen escape from the double team of Thunder Beast, Thunderbird, and Thunder Dragon under the perception of his observation haki, and then move behind him. Then, he was helpless and let the other party raise his arm and fist and hit him. Bang! Golden light flashed. The terrifying fist force stirred the air, exploding a powerful impact wave that spread in all directions. In the surging air wave, a blue-white figure like a rag flew across the sky. It was Eneel who was blasted into lightning by Rosen's light-speed fist, and it was a broken arc. Give up, God of Qinghai. Even if you are faster than me, it doesn't make any sense. Just as my attacks have no effect on you, your attacks will have no effect on me either. Relying on the elemental transformation, although Eneel was not injured, he looked extremely embarrassed, and even revealed a hint of being timid. Pointless. That's not necessarily true. Rosen saw that Eneel was speaking so confidently, and he couldn't help but raise his lips slightly, clenching his 5 fingers into a fist, and dazzling golden light shone in all directions. Eneel's observation haki was fully activated, and he, who was full of confidence in the elementalization just now, didn't know what he sensed, and his face changed drastically. We are both gods, do you really think I am afraid of you? Without the slightest hesitation, he raised his hands high, and a huge amount of lightning burst out from his body. 200 million volts Thor. In a flash, Eneel had transformed from a human to a Thor that was even bigger than the giants, and his entire body was made of lightning. Then he raised his hand and shot a white lightning that broke through the sound barrier and caused ripples in the air at Rosen in front of him. However, even if he was a 200 million volt Thor, his every move was still reflected in Rosen's eyes very clearly. In addition, he had obtained the observation haki after killing the 4 priests. Eneel's next move was also clearly sensed by him. The lightning column that spanned the sky and set off layers of air waves shot out from Eneel's hand, and before he even had time to get close to Rosen, he had already shaken on the spot, turned into a golden flash, and flashed behind Eneel in the same way again. Thor! Is this what you really are? That's all. Rosen looked at Eneel's thunder god posture, and his right hand, which had been raised long ago, slowly closed its 5 fingers. Let me show you my power. The moment he clenched his fist, his whole body burst into a golden light that covered the sky, dyeing the sea of clouds above the sky island and the kingdom of God into a layer of dazzling golden light. Helmet, armor, leggings, gauntlets, combat boots, etc. In the golden light column that shot straight into the sky, Rosen was covered with a golden holy cloth that shone with golden light. It looked like the golden holy cloth of Virgo. It was also the transformation of his human fruit, Mythical Beast, and Gold Saint. Of course, it was just one of the transformations. No. Eneel, who maintained his attacking posture, glanced back from the corner of his eye. The moment he saw Rosen's transformation, his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. A fear that he had never experienced since eating the thunder fruit enveloped his body and mind. Chapter 6. Tianyu Bailun. After transforming into the Virgo Gold Saint, Rosen raised his hand and clenched it. Boom! With himself as the center, bursts of dazzling golden light flashed in all directions, like a small sun across the sky, shining on the sky island unscrupulously. At the same time, wherever the light passed, a majestic and unparalleled light-speed impact that was enough to shatter the mountains spread out in all directions in an instant, blasting a huge pit with a diameter of 100 meters on the ground, and also hitting Eneel into a ball of shapeless lightning, and then flew out horizontally, smashing the ground the moment it landed, and exploding a pillar of dust to the sky. Ah! In the fist pit, Eneel's body, which had been beaten to lightning, recovered in an instant. But the next second, his body trembled violently, and then he spurted out a blood mist, and there were bursts of bone-cracking sounds in his chest. Then, he fell to the ground like a soft-skinned snake with its bones pulled out. No, it's impossible. I am God, omniscient and omnipotent. There is no being in this world that can hurt me. Eneel prostrated himself on the ground, his blood-stained face filled with fear. He had eaten the thunder fruit, how could he be hurt? But his broken chest, the severe pain and weakness in his body, and the warm blood on his face all told him that he, as a god, was hurt. Is it really just an injury? Just when Eneel was horrified and angry about his own injury, Rosen's words startled him. Haven't discovered it yet. The reaction is really slow. Just like your thunder, so slow. Rosen shook his head and laughed, then said something that made Eneel's pupils shrink and his body tremble. Feel it carefully, your pride, your self-proclaimed godhood, has it left you? As soon as these words came out, Eneel's heart tightened, and then he tried to transform into lightning. His body was still flesh and blood, without any reaction. Impossible. He raised his right hand with difficulty, pointed directly at Rosen, and shouted, 200 million volt thunder god. A few seconds later, Eneel was still lying on the ground like a dead dog. The lightning he used to summon seemed to have lost contact with him. Not to mention the 200 million volt lightning, even the power of the 555 battery could not be used. It really worked. This move was developed based on Shaka, and combined with one of the transformations of the human fruit, Mythical Beast, and Gold Saint form. The only difference is that Shaka's Tenbuhoran deprives him of his Cosmo, while my Tenbuhoran deprives him of his fruit ability. Seeing that Eneel's thunder fruit was taken away, a smile flashed in Rosen's eyes. Unlike other mythical beasts, which only have 3 transformation forms, human form, beast form, and human beast form. His transformation of the human fruit, mythical beast species, and gold saint form is not divided into human, beast, or human beast, but is similar to the gear shifting of the Nika form. However, Nika only has 5 gears, while his transformation, similar to the Virgo Gold Saint just now, has a total of 12. Corresponding to the 12 royal zodiac signs. In other words, he can transform into gold saints of 12 different constellations. That's exactly it. Even if he doesn't know how to be domineering, even if he has just eaten the devil fruit, Rosen is still not afraid of Eneel, the thunder fruit, and even Taylor made a move of the heavenly dance wheel for him. Can't you transform into an element? Then take away the thunder fruit that you rely on. In the end, the effect of the heavenly dance wheel was also surprisingly good. Not only did he deprive the elementalization, but he also deprived the thunder fruit. Will not. I am God. I am the god of thunder. At this time, the fear on Eneel's face had turned into dullness and numbness, and the roar in his mouth turned into murmurs and whispers. Compared with being severely injured by Gulo's Tianwu Bailun, the loss of the thunder fruit was the most fatal blow to him. After all his glory came from that thunder fruit. Once he could not control the lightning, he was immediately beaten back to his original form. Even the powerful observation haki that was enough to cover the Sky Island and monitor the sky was beaten back to its original form after losing the enhancement of the thunder fruit. Eavesdropping on the entire Sky Island? Forget it. But if you want to sense the kingdom of God, you can still do it. Give up. Your thunder can't touch me. Forever. Rosen walked up to the prostrate Eneel, looking down at the man who claimed to be a god. Seeing that he was so majestic and self-proclaimed god in the last second, but became a dead dog in the next second because of losing the devil fruit, he couldn't help but sound the alarm in his heart. It is true that the human fruit, the mythical beast, and the gold saint are ridiculously strong, but in addition to the development of the fruit ability, other abilities cannot be left behind. 3 colors of domineering, swordsmanship, and physical skills. Although Rosen did not think that anyone could deprive him of his fruit ability, it is always good to have an extra trump card. In view of this, he secretly decided in his heart that he would explode the gold coins and open the boxes fiercely. Anyone he encountered would explode a floor of gold coins for him. Even if I'm and the 5 elders passed by, they would leave a box before leaving. Eneel lay in the bloody pit. After losing the thunder fruit, he lost all his pride and his will to fight. He said nothing, but just lay at Rosen's feet with a dull look on his face. Should I kill him or keep him? At this time, Rosen couldn't help but think about how to deal with Eneel. Killing and defeating can both result in boxes to explode. He had already experimented with the 4 priests before, but what he couldn't be sure of was that the items in the boxes of killing and defeating were the same. For example, devil fruits. There are no 2 identical devil fruits in the Grand Line. If you kill Eneel, you might get the thunder fruit by opening the box. If you don't kill Eneel, can the box that explodes be used to open the thunder fruit? This is the devil fruit that is closest to invincibility in the natural system. Although he can't use it, it doesn't mean that he can't use it to cultivate a loyal subordinate. Thinking of this, Rosen's eyes gradually showed murderous intent. No, don't kill me. I am willing to submit to you and let you drive me. I am the god of Sky Island. If you are willing to let me go, everything on Sky Island will be yours. Eneel seemed to sense Rosen's murderous intention, and immediately broke free from the huge blow of being deprived of the thunder fruit. His will was not very firm to begin with, and he was not a king like Roger and Whitebeard who could laugh and talk and look down on death. Facing life and death, he chose to bow his head without hesitation. Chapter 7. Confused. If I kill you, everything on Sky Island will be mine too. Rosen smiled coldly. No. You heard me. I am a god. If you are willing to spare my life, you will get a god who can command you at will. Eneel racked his brains. His long-term high position made his lobbying ability extremely poor. God. If you are God, then what am I? Rosen sneered. You can gain the loyalty of a thunder fruit user. From now on, I will be your most loyal priest. Servant. In the face of death, Eneel did not hesitate to tear apart the cloak of God he had woven. Thunder fruit. Rosen heard this, his eyes were full of murderous intent, but his heart was slightly moved. Just like Eneel said, this is a thunder fruit user. If he kills him and the thunder fruit doesn't explode in the end, but instead it's observation haki, or something else, then it would be a big loss. As for Eneel's fickleness, he is not afraid of it at all. Even if there is no armament haki, he can still control it, and the Tianyu Bailun is just a trick developed temporarily. In the future, he will have the ability to arrange Eneel clearly. Not to mention, there is also an unboxing system. As time goes by, the gap between Eneel and himself will only get bigger and bigger. Let's take a look first. First, find 2 capable people to test the waters. Look at the explosion rate of devil fruits. If the devil fruit can also be exploded after defeating him, then it is okay to keep Eneel. This is equivalent to having 2 thunder fruits. Rosen made a decision in a flash. It is indeed a bit of a waste to kill Eneel. Now he also lacks a subordinate who can do things. Eneel has been operating in Sky Island for many years, and he is also a thunder fruit ability user. Having such a subordinate is indeed a lot more convenient. For example, the Golden Arc needs Eneel's ability. Of course, all this is based on the premise that after defeating the ability user, the devil fruit can be obtained by opening the box, or after killing the ability user, the devil fruit cannot be obtained by opening the box. Once the desired result is obtained. Eneel. Must kill. Good. Eneel. I accept your surrender. After making the decision, Rosen decided to temporarily place Eneel's head on his neck. When the results of the unboxing came out, it would not be too late for him to deal with the other party. Thank you Qinghai God for your forgiveness. From now on, I will be your most loyal priest. Eneel quickly entered the role of priest. It's not shameful to be alive. Compared to death, or losing the thunder fruit for life, succumbing to Rosen is not difficult to accept. After all, what he paid was only one person. You are quite conscious. Rosen couldn't help but smile when he saw this. It should be that. I wonder what your name is, God of Qinghai. Eneel smiled awkwardly. As I said before, it's not shameful to stay alive. Rosen. Rosen said his name. Lord Rosen, I wonder if you can remove the seal on my fruit ability. I don't mean anything else. It's just that I have the thunder fruit, so I can serve you better. Eneel saw that after he finished speaking, Rosen just looked at him with a smile and didn't give any answer, so he gritted his teeth. Mr. Rosen. Please follow me. You will know immediately that what I said is absolutely from my heart. After saying that, Eneel subconsciously wanted to transform into an element to hurry on his way, but he froze in place. After a moment of daze, he finally realized that his fruit ability had been taken away by Rosen. Thinking of this, his fear of Rosen deepened. With a wave of his hand, he could take away his thunder fruit. What a terrifying existence! Not daring to mention the matter of restoring the thunder fruit for the time being, Eneel could only walk with his feet, and re-experienced the long-lost feeling of walking. This guy! Rosen also became interested and wanted to see what tricks Eneel was going to play. The two of them walked one after the other and soon came to an underground space inside the Sky Island. Not long after walking, he felt a flash of golden light in front of his eyes, and then a golden spaceship with most of its parts made of gold came into view. Arc Proverbs. Looking at this scene, Rosen's eyes lit up. One of the reasons why he kept Eneel was because of this spaceship. Without the thunder fruit, this ship would be just a decoration. On the contrary, this is a golden spaceship that can fly to the moon. Mr. Rosen. This is the god's car I prepared for you. Arc Proverbs. Eneel endured the heartbreak and spent almost all of Sky Island's gold and several years to build the Arc Proverbs and presented it to Rosen. Is that really the case? Rosen looked at the golden face of Eneel on the deck of the Ark, with a playful smile on his face. This is an unfinished product. As long as God is willing to give me the thunder fruit again, I will build you a perfect God's vehicle. Eneel is very good at seizing opportunities. In order to get the thunder fruit again, he flatters. Okay. Rosen smiled, then deliberately reached out and patted Eneel's shoulder. Alright. Your thunder fruit will be restored soon. Rosen retracted his hand. In fact, with his current strength and the intensity of his development of the mythical beast species and the golden saint, the heavenly dance wheel can only temporarily deprive Eneel of his fruit ability. When the time is up, the deprived fruit ability will be restored. However, he is confident that as his strength increases, the heavenly dance wheel will be able to deprive the ability user of his fruit ability for a long time, or even permanently. Thank God for his forgiveness. Eneel was overjoyed, and he kept trying to use the thunder fruit. Sure enough, the familiar lightning burst out from his palm again. After regaining his power, he immediately stood up. How about I leave Sky Island first? He is a god from Qinghai, it is impossible for him to stay on the Sky Island forever. I will come back after he leaves. Anyway, this ark cannot be started without my power. Even if it is destroyed, I can use gold to build a new one. As soon as the thunder fruit was restored, Eneel was tempted to rebel. However, no matter how arrogant he was, he knew that he could not beat Rosen. He was afraid of being deprived of his fruit power. He just wanted to escape and find a place to continue to be a god. I can let you run 1,000 meters first. Rosen seemed to know what Eneel was thinking, and did nothing but glanced at him. Just this one look made Eneel shudder, his body trembled, as if he fell into an ice cave. Chapter 8. No. My lightning speed is not faster than his light speed. In the previous battle, he did not seem to be giving his all from beginning to end. If I make the slightest movement, he will immediately deprive me of the thunder fruit. Eneel couldn't help but shudder at Rosen's glance. His swollen heart was immediately beaten back to its original shape. Then, he put on the priest's vest again. Lord Rosen, you are such a joker. No matter when or where, I, Eneel, will worship you as God. Please wait a moment, your servant will show you his loyalty to you soon. Eneel didn't look at Rosen's eyes, which made him feel guilty as if he was completely seen through. After saying that, he turned into lightning and came to the deck of the Ark Proverbs, then stretched out his hand to the golden cabin. The gold, which was originally solid, turned into red-hot soft candy the moment his palm touched it. Lightning metallurgy! Eneel shouted, and a powerful electric current surged out, releasing amazing heat, melting the gold while also driving the golden cabin to change shape. In an instant, the golden cabin that originally had Eneel's face carved on it had changed its image. It was replaced with a golden face of Rosen. Mr. Rosen. Now, Ark Proverbs is basically completed. Please check it. Eneel looked like a lackey priest. Rosen took a step forward, and he turned into a flash of light, and arrived in front of Eneel at the speed of light. Almost silent. So fast that Eneel, who did not use the observation haki to sense, could not react at all. Seeing Rosen's light-speed movement again, he broke out in a cold sweat, and at the same time, he couldn't help but feel lucky that he didn't swell up to the point of wanting to run away. Otherwise, the result would really be as the man in front of him said, even if he let himself run 50 meters, no, 500 meters, the result would still be the same. The thunder fruit was deprived of him again. This ship is pretty good. Rosen took a look around the Ark and had to admit that Eneel was a talented person. Putting aside the thunder fruit, it was not something that ordinary shipbuilders could do to build such a spaceship powered by electricity. At least, normal shipbuilders like Iceberg and Tom could not build it. Even Frankie could only build a ship like the Ark Proverbs after he got the invention documents of Vegapunk. And what about Eneel? He was a self-taught man. Mr. Rosen. This ship is powered by electricity. It can not only sail in Qinghai, but also fly on sky islands and even in the sky. Only in this way can it be called the god's vehicle, and only in this way can it be called your vehicle. After putting down the posture of God and picking up the vest of the priest, after a long time and many times, Eneel no longer felt uncomfortable. In fact, he had begun to get used to the posture of the priest, and even the servant. Modify the power system of the Ark Maxim. Adding an additional power system. Using electricity as the power source. Rosen retracted his gaze towards Ark Maxim, and one sentence made Eneel's face change slightly. This. Eneel couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and a few words popped up in his mind. Cross the river and destroy the bridge. The rabbit is gone and the dog is cooked. The bow is hidden when the bird is gone. The reason why he introduced the Ark Maxim so hard was to send a signal. This is a spaceship driven by electricity. Without him, Eneel, it would be a pile of golden scrap metal. Unexpectedly, Rosen actually came to the bottom of the pot and asked him to build a power energy system driven by electricity for the Ark Maxim. Can't you do it? Rosen looked straight into Eneel's eyes. I can do it. Eneel's face was stiff, and he nodded reluctantly. He knew very well that if he said he could do it, he might die in the future, but if he couldn't do it, he would definitely die now. I have one less reason to kill you. After hearing this, Rosen smiled. This made him break out in a cold sweat. Raise the Ark. After knocking on Eneel, Rosen suddenly had the idea of testing the flight. Although he has the blood of the Lunalia clan and the ability to control flashes, he can also soar into the sky, but flying by himself and flying the Ark are two completely different things. Yes. Eneel was just about to open the passage to the ground and let the Ark take off, when he heard a loud noise from above. Boom! The underground space suddenly shook violently, and a lot of dust fell from the sky. Rosen looked at the dust that fell on the Virgo gold cloth because of the vibration, but when he saw it, his heart trembled. Damn it! It's the Shandians! Eneel saw this and his face changed slightly. Not wanting to be a punching bag, he immediately used his observation haki. When he sensed the breath of the Shandians, he immediately cursed in his heart. What's going on? Rosen was too lazy to use his observation haki. Lord Rosen, please calm down. This is the work of those ignorant Shandia people from the hidden cloud village. They have always wanted to kill God and take back Shandora, the kingdom of God. Hearing this, Eneel quickly told the story of the old feud between the Shandians and the residents of Sky Island. What great warrior, what no Lando, I am not interested in any of these. I only know. From now on, this land called Sky Island can only have one voice and one name. That's Rosen. After hearing this, Rosen nodded without comment, and then said in a casual but unquestionable tone. After experiencing the baptism of Eneel's god's judgment at the beginning of the journey, he has lost all his childishness as a traveler. At this time, he only believed in 4 words. Fists are power. After defeating Eneel, every inch of land and every household on Sky Island has been regarded as his possession. I understand. Eneel's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Even if Rosen hadn't come, he had originally planned to destroy the entire Sky Island in the near future, and then drive the Ark Proverbs to the infinite land, that is, the moon. Now that the Shandians had caused trouble, it might even be possible for Rosen to vent his anger on him. In his heart, he had already sentenced the Shandians who came to cause trouble to death. Remember. I want to live. Rosen called out to Eneel. Now the Sky Island is his. Since the Shandians want the Sky Island, the 2 sides are enemies, so they have to negotiate with fists. As an enemy, of course, they want to maximize their value. For example, leave a treasure chest before leaving. Lord Rosen, please wait for a moment, I will be back soon. Eneel nodded to show that he understood, and then the element turned into lightning and disappeared from the spot. Chapter 9. On the land of the Kingdom of God, a group of Shandians, both men and women, armed with swords, guns, cannons, and other weapons, were walking on skateboards and skateboards made of Sky Island wind shells, like monkeys, recklessly running through the forest. Not far away, there were several bodies lying, some bleeding, some burning. They were all the temple guards they killed. Wappa, look! At this time, the only woman among the Shandia people, Lachi, who was holding a rifle, pointed with her hand. Others looked over and saw 3 corpses and a dying man. They are the 4 priests under Eneel. It should be the Qinghai man who was fighting with Eneel who killed the 4 priests here. Wappa saw this and immediately stepped forward and stabbed the dying priest with one more blow. Do you want to continue? The moment Lakai saw the bodies of the 4 priests, he felt uneasy. A Qinghai man who could kill the 4 priests in front of Eneel was not so easy to deal with. Why not? This is a great opportunity to take back Shandora. Regardless of who wins or loses between Eneel and the Qinghai man, they are definitely in a bad state now. Wappa's face was ruthless. In order to defeat Eneel, he brought sea stone and scorpion shells with him this time, in order to kill him with one blow. What if the winner is from Qinghai? Lakai suddenly asked. The Qinghai people who can come here are most likely pirates, greedy for gold. Wappa hesitated for a moment, then made a gesture of wiping his neck. He couldn't be sure that if the Qinghai people won, they would occupy the homeland of Shandia like Eneel did. As a Shandia warrior, he, who was known as the War Ghost, would not be merciful, but ruthless. Seeing this, everyone had no objection. Only Lachi felt more and more uneasy. Shandia people, you are still as arrogant and ignorant as ever. Not only did he slander God behind his back, but he also tried hopelessly to kill God. As expected, you should have died long ago. Just as the Shandians were ready to go and approached Eneel's temple, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky. Boom! One of the Shandians was unable to dodge and was immediately struck by lightning, leaving him burnt on the outside and tender on the inside, with bursts of black smoke. Jabeo! After Wappa avoided the lightning, he saw that his comrade was breathing in more than out, and his face suddenly became furious. He immediately raised the burning run and aimed at Eneel who was stepping on the lightning. Eneel! The others did the same, pointing their weapons at Eneel, each with a ferocious expression as if they were ready to eat someone. Don't be so anxious, he's not dead yet. You ignorant Shandia people should be thankful that God is merciful. If my master hadn't specifically told me to leave him alive, he would have been a corpse. Eneel didn't know if Rosen also had observation haki, and whether he could monitor Sky Island like himself. As a being far more powerful than himself, he would only imagine himself to be as powerful as possible. Especially after the scene of the light metallurgy. He would only think that Rosen could do what he could do. In order to elevate his status in the other party's heart and reduce the possibility of being killed, Eneel never forgot to mention Rosen when he spoke, and when he opened his mouth, he was God, and when he closed his mouth, he was the Master. Master! Wappa was in doubt. He was about to pull the trigger and shoot at Eneel, but he paused. Is this still Eneel? The arrogant god of the Sky Island actually said that he has a master. Who is your master? Luffy subconsciously thought of the Qinghai man who had a big fight with Eneel not long ago. My master's name is Rosen. At the same time, he is also the god of Qinghai and Sky Island. Eneel said loyally. Alright. That's it. You can lie down. I will try my best to leave you a breath. Before he finished speaking, Wappa, Lachi and other Shandia warriors pulled the trigger one after another. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the attacks of burning cannons, iron shells, and flashes bombarded Eneel from all directions like a rain of pear blossoms. What a bunch of ants who don't understand God's mercy! Faced with so many attacks, Eneel remained motionless, using his elemental transformation to take on all of them, then flashed in front of a Shandian named Kamakilai, and touched his back with one finger. Inajima! A blue-white light flashed, and a straight line of lightning like a laser pierced through his body. With just one strike, Kamakilai's whole body was smoking, his eyes rolled back, and he fell to the ground. Kamakilai! Braham saw this and tried to attack Eneel with his flash gun in hand, but he never expected that Eneel had already moved to his back at lightning speed and put a hand on his left shoulder. 10 million Ford discharge. Boom! The ferocious thunder pythons rushed to spread out, instantly covering Braham's body, and directly electrocuted him into a human-shaped charcoal. Bastard! Lachi pulled the trigger, and a bullet hit the back of Eneel's head, but flew out from between his eyebrows. It's really annoying. Eneel twisted his neck and stretched out a finger. Swish! A beam of white lightning shot out, breaking through the sound barrier and piercing through Lachi's abdomen. Just one strike. Like the two Shandians before her, she fell to the ground, twitching all over, and didn't even have the strength to hold a weapon. Swish! Eneel's observation haki was fully activated, predicting all the next moves. He flashed into the air with elemental transformation, avoiding the Wappa who tried to lock him with sea stone, and then threw his hand. God's judgment! A straight column of lightning descended from the sky, just like its name, like the judgment of the gods, submerging Wappa's body in the rolling column of lightning. Wappa! Seeing Eneel beat his companions, just like Rosen beat Eneel, the morale of all Shandia people fell to the bottom. Especially after seeing the lightning beam dissipate, Wappa staggered a few steps and then fell to the ground, their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. What I said? That's all. Eneel held the golden stick and smashed it on the war drum behind him. 30 million volts Thunderbird. Accompanied by the roar of thunder, a Thunderbird with a wingspan of more than 10 meters flew across the sky, and its pair of lightning wings slashed at the two Shandians, knocking them to the ground and twitching non-stop. Eneel! At this moment, Wappa, who had just knelt on the ground, seemed to be resurrected with full blood. He suddenly jumped up, like a tiger coming down from the mountain, and pounced on Eneel with his feet tightly around his waist. How could it be? Eneel's face suddenly changed. It was the same feeling again. It was too familiar. It was the same feeling when his thunder fruit was taken away by Rosen before. No. It was even more tragic now. Being deprived of the thunder fruit by Rosen, at most he could not use the fruit, but now, not only could he not use the thunder fruit, but an indescribable weakness also enveloped his body and mind, and it was extremely difficult to even move a finger. Chapter 10. You can't imagine that. Even the devil fruit is not invincible. In this world, there is also your nemesis, and that is sea stone. Wappa held Eneel tightly, and pressed his hands together on his chest. Die! The roar came down. A terrifying shock wave burst out, instantly penetrating Eneel's body and blasting a deep hole in the ground where his back was pressed against. I won. After using the raft, Wappa vomited blood but smiled. But the next second, the smile on his face froze. A golden figure came into view. Not from Sky Island. Wappa's heart tightened, and he tried hard to resist the backlash of the repulsion shell on his body. He stared at the strange man in the Virgo gold cloth in front of him like a hungry wolf. Although the other party had wings like the people from Sky Island, the size was too different, and the color of the wings was not black. He was sure that the other party was not from Sky Island. Could it be? He is the master that Eneel mentioned before. Rosen. An idea came to Wappa's mind. Nice to meet you. My name is Rosen. Rosen seemed to see what was in Wappa's mind and said. Or, you can call me the god of Sky Island. When these words came out, Wappa's murderous intent surged. He would not allow anyone to stop Shandia from taking back his hometown. Not even Eneel. Not even Rosen in front of him. I don't care if you are Rosen or God, or where you come from. I'll only say it once. This land belongs to Shandia. Wappa stood up. You are not qualified to say such things to me. Rosen smiled and shook his head. Who doesn't know how to talk big? Remember. The one who killed you was Shandia's war ghost Wappa. There is no point in talking. Seeing that the negotiation failed, Wappa immediately raised the incendiary cannon and pulled the trigger at Rosen. His pupils shrank. And he looked down at the incendiary cannon and found that the finger that pulled the trigger had been pressed by a palm without knowing when. Looking up along the palm, what came into view was Rosen's face. Another Esper. Wappa was horrified. No wonder even Eneel gave in. Rosen's speed, even if he had only seen it once, gave him chills. War ghost Wappa. Excuse me. I won't remember all the ants. As soon as he finished speaking, Rosen had already pointed his finger at the center of Wappa's brow. Swoosh, a flash of golden light flashed out, seemingly small, but indestructible, like a laser beam, drilling into Wappa's brow, and then shooting out from the back of his head. Puff! Wappa's pupils shrank, then quickly expanded, and the spirit in his pupils disappeared rapidly. At the same time, his whole body stiffened, then softened in an instant, and finally fell to the ground. Wappa! Lachi's face turned pale and she murmured. Even until Wappa fell, she still had an expression of disbelief, as if she couldn't believe that Wappa, known as the war ghost of Shandia, couldn't even last around in front of Rosen. System, open the box. Rosen ignored her and looked at the box that exploded after Wappa died. Congratulations to the host, the unboxing was successful, an armament haki, entanglement, was obtained. As the prompt sounded in his ears, knowing that he had obtained 2 of the 3 colors of haki, Rosen's eyes lit up immediately. Although he can deal with natural ability users like Eneel without armament haki, if he has armament haki, his light speed punch, light speed kick, and other moves can not only be fully utilized, but also the power can be increased. In addition, in the face of some weird fruit abilities, armament haki can also be used to suppress them. In this regard, how could he refuse the armament haki that exploded after unboxing? Even if it is just entanglement. Aren't you going to get up yet? If you like playing dead so much, I can make you die forever. Eneel. After Rosen used his armament haki, he glanced at Eneel who was still lying dead. Puff, puff. Eneel's left chest suddenly burst into lightning. After a twitch, he opened his eyes and stood up from the ground as if nothing had happened. As expected of Lord Rosen, he is omniscient and almighty. He said with awe. But this scene, seen by Lachi, made the only conscious Shandia warrior change his face. Eneel was fine after paying the price of the backlash of the repelling shell. And Rosen, who was stronger than Eneel, died in vain. What made her even more desperate and powerless was, where would Shandia's future go? Are you planning to use Seastone to attack me when I'm not paying attention? Rosen stared straight into Eneel's eyes. How could that be? Eneel's face froze, and he quickly denied it. Although he did have such an idea in his mind, he only considered it and did not put it into action. To be honest, I have always been considering whether to kill you or not. So, Eneel, you'd better not give me this opportunity to make me no longer hesitate whether to kill you. Rosen hit backhand. How could be? I am your most loyal priest. Forever. Eneel's face suddenly changed, and he knelt on one knee in fear, repeatedly expressing his submission, saying that he absolutely had no intention of disobeying. So much the better. If not, that's okay. After all, sea stone is not very useful to me. Rosen looked at Eneel with a half-smile, then reached out to pick up the sea stone. A feeling of weakness suddenly invaded his whole body, and even the ability of the mythical beast species, the Golden Saint, was difficult to use. However, the ability of the Lunalia tribe and its strong physique were still unaffected. The next second, under Eneel's stunned eyes, Rosen put his hand on his shoulder, wrapped his palm with armed color domineering, and patted it lightly. Bang! Eneel's face changed suddenly. The elementalization was ineffective. No. Wasn't Rosen holding the sea stone? How could he still use the fruit ability? Wrong. My thunder fruit has not been taken away. He didn't use the power of the fruit. Eneel quickly realized that his thunder fruit had not been taken away and he could still transform into an element. However, even if he transformed into an element, his body, which had turned into lightning, was still firmly held in Rosen's palm. At this moment, he suddenly felt sad, and at the same time, he basically extinguished all bad thoughts. He had just experienced the taste of sea stone. But what about Rosen? Holding the sea stone, he could still ignore his elemental transformation. Under one person. It's better than becoming a corpse. Eneel glanced at the body of Wapan that was beginning to cool down, and he gave up completely. Compared to becoming a corpse like the Shandian in front of him, it didn't seem so difficult to accept. After all, Rosen's strength was overwhelming. It was not shameful to surrender to a stronger god. Chapter 11. After beating up Eneel, Rosen looked at Lachi, the only one of the Shandians who was still conscious. Just a casual glance made Lachi feel like she was carrying a mountain, with a sense of oppression that made her unable to breathe. She was sure that even Eneel could not give her such a terrifying feeling. "You, what do you want?" When Lachi said this, he felt sad and heavy in his heart. Wappa was dead. The others were seriously injured and unconscious. They paid such a tragic price, but in return, the old god Eneel was unscathed, and a new god was more powerful than Eneel. What made her even more desperate was that because of Wappa's words before his death, the Shandians were equivalent to having a grudge against Rosen. Whoosh! Rosen didn't say anything, but raised his hand and pointed. A golden beam of light flew out of the air and killed a Shandian who was seriously injured by Eneel and fell to the ground. No! Lacey was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she reached out to stop it reflexively. Swish, swish, swish! Rosen ignored him and pointed his hand at the Shandians who invaded the kingdom of God one by one, and then released golden beams one after another, piercing them one by one. Boom! A huge and blazing flame exploded and spread, directly engulfing the bodies pierced by the laser. After the explosion and the smoke dissipated, the invading Shandians had been reduced to ashes, leaving only boxes in their original place. This scene made Lacey sit on the ground with a wooden face. Even if she had a rifle in her hand and only needed to pull the trigger to fire the bullet, she didn't have the courage. She was afraid that the action of pulling the trigger would lead to the extermination of the Shandians. The fact was just as Lacey said. Rosen didn't have the high-handed hobby of Eneel, who liked to play cat and mouse. He regarded Sky Island as his territory and wanted to sweep away all the sounds in Sky Island except his own, like the autumn wind and falling leaves. This is the case with the Shandians. So are the natives of Sky Island. System. Unboxing. Rosen only had the box in his eyes. Congratulations to the host, the unboxing was successful, and the armament haki, hardened, was obtained. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully opened the box and obtained the swordsmanship, iron cutting realm. Congratulations to the host, the unboxing was successful, and you got the observation haki, perception of strength and emotions. Congratulations to the host, the box was opened successfully and 10 million berries were obtained. In addition to the innate top-level observation haki and the ability to foresee the future, I have mastered all other observation haki abilities. The 4 techniques of armament haki also mastered entanglement and hardening, which is enough for the time being. As for swordsmanship, there are iron cutting realm and flying slash. After opening the boxes one after another, Rosen sorted out the abilities he currently possessed. From crossing the Sky Island, to facing Eneel, the four priests, and the Shandians, to now. From a weak traverser, he has become a strong man who ranks among the best even in the New World. It only took a few hours at most. Such a great start also made him quite satisfied. From eating the rubber fruit to the Nika form, it took King Luffy more than 10 years. And him. Let alone 10 years, it doesn't even take 10 hours. Rosen is confident that within a year or two, he will be able to fight Garp with his fists, cut Hawkeye with his sword, surpass Big Mom in defense, beat Red Hair with his domineering, have a thicker health bar than Kaido, and his devil fruit is even better than Whitebeard and the three generals of Dog, Monkey, and Chicken. Pity. None of these Shandia people are capable people. Otherwise, we can experiment to see if we can get the devil fruit of the other party by opening the box without killing the ability user. When Rosen thought of this, his eyes fell on Lachi. Give a message to the Shandia people around you for me. Before sunset today, I did not see the entire Shandian tribe surrender. There will no longer be a single Shandian on Nakhon Island. Not even one. Believe me, erasing Shandia is not much harder than wiping off a speck of dust. Rosen was not in a hurry to let Lakai leave a box, but asked her to go back and pass the message. After all, to explode the box, you either kill or defeat it. The judgment of defeat in the box opening system is to make the enemy seriously injured to the point of losing consciousness. Seeing that Rosen had no intention of killing her, Lachi first broke free from the terror of facing death, but after hearing what he said, she was filled with despair, even more despair than death. Having witnessed Rosen's power with her own eyes, she knew very well that the man in front of her was not just talking nonsense. Eneel's surrender. Wappa's death. Even the sea stone was ineffective. These living examples in front of her all told Lachi that Rosen really had the ability to wipe out the entire Shandia with a flick of his finger. All right. You can go now. Rosen asked Lachi to leave. The latter did not dare to be angry, nor did she dare to speak, let alone hate. Knowing that she was responsible for the survival of the entire Shandia, she no longer looked at Wappa's body, but struggled to get up and ran towards the hidden cloud village without looking back. God! You are merciful. But the Shandians dared to offend the divine power, and they should be exterminated. Eneel suddenly proposed. In the past, he didn't care about the Shandians fighting against him, it was just an after-dinner entertainment. But now is different. Especially before in the Ark Proverbs, because of the artillery fire of Wappa and others, some dust fell on Rosen's gold armor. He thought he was almost taken out on, and he had already hated the whole Shandia. If he could use the whole Shandia to please Rosen, he thought it was a very cost-effective deal. Are you crazy? Do you think I'm a natural-born killer? As you said, I am merciful and will give the Shandia tribe a chance. Rosen glanced at Eneel. What if the Shandians don't cherish it? Eneel showed a humble and submissive look. Only one chance. Do not cherish. Then we will exterminate the whole clan. Rosen changed the subject. I understand. Eneel understood immediately. Lord Rosen is indeed kind, but not much. You are responsible for the residents of Sky Island. After dealing with Shandia's affairs, Rosen turned his head and looked at Eneel beside him. Do not worry. Compared to the Shandians who don't understand God's grace, I think the residents of Sky Island can more easily understand your kindness and greatness. Having experienced Rosen's terror more than once, Eneel's awe of the man in front of him has penetrated deep into his bones. Seeing the other party give an order, he almost swore an oath on the spot. Step back. Rosen waved Eneel away, and then came to the temple. Under the awe-inspiring gazes of the guards, he sat on the throne that only Eneel was qualified to sit on in the past. At this moment, he breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 12. Since crossing over, he has never stopped. First, because of the altitude of Sky Island and the thin air, he almost died of altitude sickness. Then he immediately started cheating, and a novice gift package gave him the physique of the Lunalia tribe, as well as the human fruit, Mythical Beast, and gold Saint Seiya form. Then he faced Eneel's God's judgment, the four priests, and the Shandians. After a series of things, until this moment, Rosen was free and had time to rest, organize his thoughts, and think about how to develop the devil fruit. The weight of domineering, swordsmanship, and physical skills combined is not as important as the human fruit, mythical beast, and gold Saint Seiya form in his heart. After all, as long as it is developed well, this is a nearly perfect devil fruit. It takes into account health bars, stacked armor, physical skills, swordsmanship, energy, close combat, long-range attack, flight, speed, etc. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a nine-sided devil fruit. Compared with Kaido's blue dragon form, Sengoku's great Buddha form, and Luffy's Nika form, it is much more powerful. Rosen naturally attached great importance to it. He put the development of the mythical beast species and the gold saint form first without hesitation. God! It's sunset. Just as the golden sun was about to set above the sky island, a flash of lightning struck from the sky. When the lightning faded, Eneel was already kneeling in front of Rosen. Seeing that the throne that once belonged to him had fallen into the hands of the other party, he had only awe on his face, without any dissatisfaction. Where are the Shandians? Rosen, who was pretending to sleep, suddenly opened his eyes. Only a small number of Shandia people, led by that woman, knelt outside the holy area. As for the others, they gathered in the hidden cloud village. They were all ready to go, as if they were going to declare war on God. Eneel reported truthfully. Although he had intended to destroy Shandia, he did not dare to be careless about what Rosen had ordered. After all, the other party also had the ability to observe and hear the haki. Really? After hearing this, Rosen's eyes gradually glowed. His observation haki was fully activated, expanding in all directions with an overwhelming momentum. After seeing Eneel combine the thunder fruit with his observation haki, which strengthened his observation haki, which was not very powerful to the point where it could monitor the entire Sky Island, he just tried to combine his gold saint form with his observation haki. The effect was surprisingly good. As his observation haki spread out and combined with flashes of light, its range instantly increased. Wherever his observation haki covered, everything appeared before his eyes one by one. Every blade of grass and every tree, every bird and beast in the sanctuary, including Lachi who was kneeling outside the sanctuary with some Shandians, were all seen by him one by one. Different from Eneel's observation haki. The combination of the gold saint form and the observation haki is like opening God's vision. It can monitor the entire kingdom of God. Rosen's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. If Eneel's thunder fruit combined with observation haki is like opening God's hearing and being able to monitor Sky Island, then his mythical beast type gold Saint Seiya form combined with observation haki is like opening God's vision. The former is monitoring, and the latter is monitoring. However, because his observation haki had just been obtained, the strength was not enough to monitor the entire Sky Island, but it was enough to monitor the kingdom of God. As for monitoring Sky Island, or even a larger area, in his opinion, that was not a big deal. It was nothing more than opening a few more boxes. I saw. It's exactly as you said. Rosen's words made Eneel feel nervous. Really? This man not only has observation haki, but his perception range is no smaller than mine. Eneel secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he did not play it lightly in this matter. God, what do you mean? Eneel tried to ask. Start Ark Proverbs. Bring those Shandians who are kneeling in the sanctuary to the Ark. Rosen hesitated for a moment, then told Eneel. Yes. When Eneel heard this, he immediately transformed into an element and disappeared into lightning. A moment later, a tremor came from the kingdom of God, and then the ground split apart. A spaceship with most of its hull forged with gold rose from the ground and slowly rose into the sky. What is that? Loki, kneeling outside the sanctuary, was thinking hard about how to persuade Rosen to give the Shandians in the hidden cloud village another chance. Suddenly, she saw a shadow falling from the sky. She looked up and saw a huge ark floating above her head. It was the first time for Loki and the other Shandians to see a flying ship. God is forgiving. In view of your performance, you are granted a chance to board the ark. Come on up. Eneel controlled the arc and landed it above the heads of Lachi and others. Go up! Just when dozens of Shandians looked at each other, at a loss, Lachi, the backbone, took the lead again. Unlike other people who had not seen Rosen's strength, she had witnessed the horror of that man with her own eyes. She was sure of this. If the Shandians wanted to continue to survive, there was no other way but to surrender. Unfortunately, in the Hidden Cloud Village, she was not a person with much influence, but she was not a person who could make a difference. She could only bring her confidants and friends to the kingdom of God and kneel in the direction of Rosen to express her surrender. Lord Rosen. After Lakai boarded the ship, she immediately saw Rosen sitting on the deck. She immediately stepped forward and wanted to plead for the Shandians, but before she could open her mouth, she was interrupted. Let's go. Go to the Hidden Cloud Village. Rosen didn't give Rikido a chance to speak. Just like what he said to Eneel before. Only one chance. Yes. The incident happened suddenly. Eneel had not had time to create a power system that used light energy to drive the arc. He was naturally responsible for operating the arc. As the arc took off and soared high above the Sky Island, soon, the Hidden Cloud Village located on the sea of clouds below fell into the sight of everyone on the deck. Lord Rosen, why are you here in the Hidden Cloud Village? Seeing this, Lachi felt a chill in his heart, and he felt a chill down his spine. Rosen. Eneel. This pair of gods and servants both came to the Hidden Cloud Village, which was obviously not a good thing. Have you ever seen a meteor shower? Rosen asked instead of answering. I haven't seen it. Lakai felt even colder in his heart, but he could only answer with a stiff upper lip. It doesn't matter. As a reward for your submission, I have decided to treat you to a meteor shower. A magnificent meteor shower. Rosen said, and then he gently raised his right hand that was resting on the armrest of the throne and snapped his fingers. Gemini. Instantly, his whole body glowed with golden light, like a god descending, emitting a golden light curtain that covered the sky and the sun. When the golden light faded, Rosen was still sitting on the throne, but he was already wearing a golden holy garment. It was different from the previous Virgo holy garment. In addition to being golden, the helmet looked more like a crown, and the shoulder guards on both sides were more rounded. It was the second transformation of Rosen's mythical beast species, the Gold Saint Seiya form. Gemini Gold Saint Seiya. Chapter 13. The same golden armor. But the appearance is completely different from before. As for the aura, it was still the same as before, with a feeling of facing the stars in the universe. After seeing Rosen transform into the Gemini Gold Saint, Eneel subconsciously used his observation haki to sense it. At this moment, he seemed to be in the galaxy of the universe, facing the stars woven into Gemini. This man. Lakai's face changed drastically. Although she didn't know how to use haki, she could feel an indescribable oppression just by looking with her eyes and feeling with her heart. Showing such an attitude, she naturally didn't think that Rosen came to the Hidden Cloud Village for sightseeing. Combined with what the other party said before, an idea emerged in her mind. Exterminate the clan. Keep your ears open. Listen carefully. The sound of the stars in the Milky Way shattering. Rosen opened his observation haki, covering the entire cloud village below, and then raised his hands. Waves of golden light shone on the Sky Island, weaving into a light curtain that covered the sky and the sun, spreading in all directions, completely covering the entire cloud village. Then, in the light curtain, 1, 2, 3, a total of 9 huge meteorites of different colors emerged. Like stars, they were embedded in the sky above the Sky Island, guarding Rosen on the arc. What is that? Meteorite? No. It's just stars. Even Eneel doesn't have this kind of power. Damn it! That man named Rosen can really wipe Shandia off the Sky Island. If I had known, I would have listened to Lachi. Only when facing death can people know the value of survival. When 9 stars of different colors were suspended in the sky one by one, releasing unparalleled terrifying pressure on the Hidden Cloud Village, the chieftains of the Hidden Cloud Village and other Shandians regretted it. Really? Before, they sneered at what Lachi brought back. They even regarded Lachi and the part of Shandians who left as a shame. After all, even as strong as Eneel, he has not destroyed Shandia for so many years. How could a Qinghai person do it? However, they didn't know that the Eneel they thought of did not destroy Shandia either. It's not that Eneel was incapable of doing it, but that he regarded Shandia as an after-dinner entertainment. Just to kill time. Eneel can still destroy Shandia. Not to mention Rosen. Galactic star explosion. Rosen ignored the respectful gazes from all directions and waved his hands forward. Boom! 9 stars burned at the same time, like small suns, descending from the side of the ark. No. We are willing to surrender. God! Please give us another chance. Shandia is willing to obey you. Seeing the flaming stars falling from the sky, everyone, including the chief of Shandia, knelt down and begged. They did not resist, nor did they flee, because they knew it was meaningless. 9 stars were enough to cover an area the size of several hidden cloud villages. Unless they could move at the speed of light or teleport instantly, there was no possibility of escape. As for a head-on confrontation, that was even more ridiculous. If Shandia had the power to fight against the galaxy starburst, Eneel would have been overturned long ago. Boom! Begging or cursing, all these sounds, all these words, all disappeared the moment the stars fell. When the 9 blazing stars touched the hidden cloud village, a dazzling light burst out, making it difficult for almost everyone to open their eyes. Even the local residents far away in Angel Island could only barely open their eyes, and that was how they saw a scene they would never forget. 9 burning stars burst into a destructive light, and then exploded, turning into countless star fragments, forming a torrent of destructive impact, instantly engulfing the entire cloud village and drowning all the Shandians. Eneel! Reiki! Look, what a beautiful meteor shower this is! Rosen put one hand on the armrest, supporting his face, and admired the meteor shower in front of him with interest. This is simply the power of God. Eneel's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but utter the same words over and over again. In the past, he always claimed to be a god, and the power of the thunder fruit was indeed like the power of God. Until this moment, he witnessed Rosen's galaxy starburst, and with a wave of his hand, he brought down the stars in the universe and destroyed the hidden cloud village. Only then did he know how big the world was, how terrifying Rosen was, and what the power of God was. Click! Lacey and a small number of other Shandians on the deck all slumped on the deck at the same time. Their expressions were extremely complicated. The hidden cloud village was full of their people, many of whom were friends and even relatives. But now, all of them were destroyed by the galaxy starburst brought down by Rosen, and were wiped out from the Sky Island. Facing the instigator, they should hate and be angry, but after witnessing the galaxy starburst, when they faced Rosen, they did not even have the courage to hate or be angry. They only dared to be in awe. It was just because the level of power was several dimensions apart. Even they were a little lucky that they believed in Lacey, so they avoided the same fate as the people in the hidden cloud village. Why? Why won't you listen to me? Why don't you want to believe me? The so-called Shandia was like a speck of dust in front of that man, and flew away with a breath. If you listen to me, you will not only survive, but also have the opportunity to board this ark, and even set foot on the land of your hometown and ring the golden bell. Why? Lachi knelt on the ground, tears dripping down her cheeks onto the deck. At this moment, she was just like the Shandians on the ark. She didn't dare to hate or get angry at Rosen, but only respected him. Of course, even if she hated him, she hated herself. Why was her prestige in the hidden cloud village too low to convince the chieftain and more tribesmen? Otherwise, Shandia wouldn't have suffered such a fate. In a meteor shower, it was reduced to ashes. Mr. Rosen, I think I don't need to tell you. The people of Angel Island will unconditionally submit to you, forever. After watching the starburst, there was no longer any hidden cloud village on the White Sea, only a huge hole, and then he turned to look at Rosen. Even though he tried his best to suppress his emotions, he could not hide the shock and fear in his eyes and on his face. After witnessing the galaxy starburst, he came to a conclusion. Rosen. More like a god than himself. Chapter 14. Surrender. Rosen did not comment on what Eneel said. He never believed in loyalty, let alone forever. The so-called loyalty was always just that the stakes of betrayal were not strong enough. Even with a strong aura and charm like Whitebeard, he still could not escape the sword of filial piety. It was a great start, and at the same time, he faced Eneel, the user of the Thunder Fruit ability, and God's judgment. He only believed in strength. Just like Eneel who was kneeling in front of him. Just like Lachi and others who were kneeling in front of him. Wasn't it because he was strong enough? Could it be because of loyalty? Could it be because of charm? Could it be because of love? Of course not. System, open the boxes. Rosen looked down. In his eyes, the hidden cloud village was gone, but there were boxes all over the floor. He was full of expectations for the boxes. After all, if you open the boxes, you can not only get the abilities that the person who opened the box has, but also get abilities that the person who opened the box does not have, or items. For example, the previous state of cutting iron, and the flying slash. These are not what the four priests can possess. In other words, it is possible to get devil fruits, domineering, and famous swords. As long as it is an ability or item in the world of One Piece, it is possible to get it by opening the box. Congratulations to the host, the unboxing was successful, and the armed color domineering was obtained, external. Congratulations to the host, the unboxing was successful, and a pair of sea stone handcuffs were obtained. Congratulations to the host, the box was opened successfully and 500,000 berries were obtained. Congratulations to the host, the box was opened successfully and a wiretap telephone bug was obtained. Congratulations to the host, the unboxing was successful and I got a platoon. Congratulations to the host, the unboxing was successful, and the observation haki, range and strength, was obtained. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully opened the box and obtained the great sword, Rakery. Listening to the continuous unboxing prompts ringing in his ears, Rosen's face remained unchanged, but his heart was full of joy. Fortunately, he was not a murderer, and the residents of Angel Island also expressed their submission, otherwise another galaxy starburst would hit Angel Island in a minute. But even so, after rewarding the Shandia people of the Hidden Cloud Village with a galaxy starburst, the harvest from unboxing can only be described as fruitful. Put aside some daily items. For example, berry, den mushi, gold, sea stone handcuffs, etc. Among all the boxes, Rosen cares most about three things. First, the third use technique of armament haki was opened. External release. In the words of Wano Country, that is Ryu Sakura. Second, that is the range of observation haki has been expanded. Before unboxing, even if he combined the gold Saint Seiya form with observation haki, he could only monitor the entire kingdom of God, and could not monitor the entire Sky Island like Eneel did. After opening the box, he opened several times of observation haki, strength and range, in succession. At this moment, even if he only used observation haki, he could sense the entire kingdom of God. In other words, the strength and range of observation haki are comparable to those of Eneel. If the gold saint form is combined with observation haki, it is enough to monitor the entire Sky Island. Even if he is in the kingdom of God, he can see every resident, street, house, and various creatures in the White Sea of Angel Island. It can be said that God's vision, looking at the Sky Island. Finally, there is a famous sword ranked among the 21st great swords. Rakery. Although it is a great sword, how important it is in Rosen's eyes. After transforming into a gold saint, with the indestructible body when the flames of the Lunalia clan are ignited, his fists and feet are the strongest weapons in the sea. Not to mention, the human fruit mythical beast gold saint form itself is not short of weapons. If you want to catch his eye, at least it must be the supreme great sword, and then it must be the great sword that has been refined into a black sword. That knife. Eneel looked at the pile of items on the Ark Proverbs and felt dazzled. He was sure that these strange items that appeared out of nowhere were definitely the work of Rosen. After scanning the area, his eyes finally stopped at the big knife, Rakery. Although he was not a swordsman and could not even use a sword, this knife gave off a strange attraction that attracted his eyes firmly. Want it? Rosen naturally noticed Eneel's actions. I dare not. Eneel forced his eyes away from the big sword rakery. In his opinion, the weapon that attracted him must be Rosen's sword. It's not impossible. There are at least 20 weapons of this level in Qinghai, and there are 12 weapons that are superior to it. If you want, I can give you this rakery. Rosen's words startled Eneel at first, but then he thanked God for the generosity of the sword. Seeing that Rosen was not joking, Eneel could not help but pretend to be brave and reached out for the rakery. During this time, he carefully observed the changes in Rosen's expression. After realizing that the other party had no signs of anger or murderous intent, he finally mustered up the courage and held the rakery. Now that you have a big knife, learn how to use it. Swordsmanship, combined with the thunder fruit. Think about it yourself. Rosen waved his hand. Isn't it just a big knife? Only after you are sure that you have killed the ability user, you can get the devil fruit of the ability user by opening the box. Then, Eneel's thunder fruit and this rakery will all be his. On the contrary, if Eneel behaves well, the reward of a big knife is nothing. After all, weapons that are one level lower than the supreme big knife are not worth his attention. Yes. Eneel held the rakery with joy and ran to the side to think about swordsmanship and how to combine the thunder fruit with swordsmanship. As for the swordsmanship teacher, this world has never lacked self-taught heroes and kings. Eneel is an example. He taught himself shipbuilding and tinkered with the arc proverbs. He taught himself domineering and awakened the observation haki. He developed the thunder fruit on his own. In terms of the fruit ability, he is not inferior to Crocodile, who is also a natural ability user, and even better. As for you, from now on, you will stay in the kingdom of God and serve as a divine soldier. Lachi, you are a smart woman, you should know what to do. Rosen looked at Lachi and the dozens of Shandia people who surrendered. Yes. Lakai forced himself to suppress the sadness in his heart. The same was true for the others. After all, they chose to surrender in order to live. Now, knowing that they could become divine soldiers and even return to their homeland, they felt mixed emotions. The Shandians and the Sky Islanders had started a 400-year-long war, but they still could not return to the kingdom of God. Now, they only knelt, not only survived, but also returned to their long-desired homeland. This made them feel sorry for the chieftain and those dead Shandians. Isn't it just kneeling? Kneeling, you can live. Kneeling, you can return to your homeland. Kneeling, you can become a divine soldier. Why not kneel? Chapter 15. Perform well. As for the golden bell, I can allow you to ring it. Seeing Lachi's stunned look, Rosen said meaningfully. Can I do it? Lakai was stunned, with a look of disbelief on her pretty face. Unlike Wappa, she was not a descendant of the great warrior, but she also knew the story between the great warrior and Nolando. If she could ring the bell, it would also comfort the spirits of the Shandia people in heaven. Of course. Rosen smiled calmly. Although he was not interested in any great warriors or Nolando, it didn't matter if it was just a small matter like asking Lachi to ring the bell. Of course. The premise is that the other party's performance satisfied him. Thank you very much. Loki said with a complex expression of gratitude. Rosen saw this and smiled without saying anything. This is the world of pirates. This is power. The entire Shandia clan was wiped out, but Lacey knelt down to thank him. Having witnessed everything, he attaches more importance to power. What about only having partners and no subordinates? Go to hell, that's the rhetoric of the week. The Navy headquarters. The world government. The Four Emperors pirate group. Which force is not built on power? In his kingdom of God, there are only subordinates and women, no partners and friends. As the sunset completely fell, the news that the Hidden Cloud Village and Shandia were completely wiped out, and that Eneel surrendered and Sky Island welcomed the gods of God quickly spread throughout Sky Island. From this moment on, all the residents of Angel Island completely remembered a name. Rosen. A god who can make the old god Eneel surrender and serve him at his beck and call. An existence that can summon the stars and destroy the Hidden Cloud Village with a snap of his fingers. A man who opened the Rosen era on Sky Island. With the annihilation of the hidden cloud village, the 400-year-long war between Shandia and the Sky Islanders came to an end. In the following days, Eneel only did 3 things every day. Make a light-powered drive for the Arc Proverbs. Play with the big sword Rakery. And faithfully implement the role of a lackey. In order to completely dispel Rosen's idea of killing him, Eneel racked his brains and tried every way to please Rosen. After a few days of observing his words and expressions and various obscure temptations, he directly launched a talent show in Sky Island in the name of "How can the god of Sky Island not have a concubine?" In the end, 2 people were selected from the Sky Islanders and the remaining Shandia people. Sky Islanders. Conies. Shandia people. Lachi. After multiple screenings and selections, the 2 women were sent to the temple, Rosen's room by Eneel. It was called the Grace of God. In this regard, seeing that the former god of Sky Island was actually doing the work of a pimp, Rosen naturally reprimanded him severely. After ordering Eneel to use his time and energy to build the Ark's light drive and practice swordsmanship, he waved his hand and let him go. Faced with God's harsh criticism, Eneel accepted it all and said that he would use his time and energy on the blade. However, he was careless when he left, and accidentally pulled Lacey and Conies down in Rosen's room. Seeing that it was getting late, Rosen had no choice but to let them stay for one night and leave after the night. It was all Eneel's fault. When he was a god, he was always high and mighty. The huge temple only had 1 room, a bed, and a throne. Now that Rosen is a god, he naturally lives in it. And Conies and Lacey also said that the goddess sleeps on the bed, and the gods are free to do as they please. Helplessly, Rosen could only accept the test. On this day, Eneel came again. But this time he was not choosing a concubine, but offering treasures. "Mr. Rosen, this is the talent you want. I think his name is Pierre." After entering the temple, Eneel showed that he did not look around, and did not even look at Conies and Lachi who were kneeling at Rosen's feet, wearing only bikinis and testing the gods. Instead, he dragged a Pegasus with its hair standing up and twitching all over, which was obviously treated by him with the thunder fruit, and sent it to Rosen. Although he did not know why the other party wanted to capture a person with special abilities alive, as long as the person with special abilities who was captured was not himself, he would still do it loyally. Look. After searching all over the Sky Island, he finally found a horse, a horse that had eaten an animal-type devil fruit. After determining the location of the horse, he rushed there, stunned it first, and then kidnapped it. "Isn't that Gan Fowl's mount?" Raki paused from testing Rosen. She could tell at a glance that the bird-like and horse-like creature in front of her was the mount of Gan Fowl, the god of the previous generation of Sky Island. "Is it also a user of special abilities?" Conies looked curious. Since becoming the goddess and conducting a series of tests on Rosen, she is no longer the newbie on Sky Island. She knows a lot about Qinghai, especially about the devil fruit. Ability is just a general term. As long as someone eats a devil fruit, no matter if they are human, fishman, giant, beast or bird, they can be called a person with special abilities. This bird must have eaten the animal-type horse fruit. Rosen looked at the horse named Pierre, the Sky Point bird, dragged in by Eneel, and a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. It doesn't matter if it's a human, a horse, or a bird, as long as it's a person with special abilities, it's fine. "Lord Rosen, please deal with it." Eneel's observation Haki vaguely heard the subtle killing intention, and decisively moved away from Pierre. As expected. As soon as he pulled away from her, Rosen's hand, which was originally on Conies's head, was raised, with his palm facing Pierre. Bang! The armament Haki in his body flowed to his palm like a tide, and then shot through the air, turning into an invisible Haki impact, directly killing Pierre, who was electrocuted to death by Eneel, but still in a state where he could be rescued. As Pierre died on the spot, a box suddenly exploded. "System, open the box." Rosen asked the system to open the box without saying anything. He wanted to see if the devil fruit of the ability user could be opened after killing the ability user. If it could, the next step would be to see if the devil fruit of the ability user could be opened after defeating the ability user without killing him. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully opened the box and obtained an animal-type mama fruit. As soon as the system finished speaking, a devil fruit appeared out of thin air in Rosen's hand. This sudden devil fruit stunned Eneel, Konis, and Lachi. Although the three of them were not extremely smart, they were not stupid. Combining what Rosen had done, they immediately understood the cause and effect. After killing the ability user, he was able to extract the devil fruit from the ability user's body. This is not to say that as long as this man wants, he can kill me at will and then extract the thunder fruit. Create another user with the ability to thunder. After learning that Rosen had asked him to capture a user with the ability, Eneel knelt without saying anything. Chapter 16. That's right. After knowing that Rosen killed people with special abilities and could extract devil fruits, Eneel's first reaction was not to run, but to kneel. No matter how fast lightning is, it can't be faster than the speed of light. Not to mention, he has realized a fact these days. That is, Rosen's observation haki perception range is only better than his. In other words, unless he can run to the bottom of the sea, he has no chance of slipping away under Rosen's nose. Instead of running, it is better to kneel down to show submission and loyalty. This explosion rate is good. Rosen held the mama fruit in his hand, and glanced at Eneel from time to time. When he saw the other party kneeling on the ground neatly, he couldn't help but flash a trace of hesitation in his eyes. The purpose of letting Eneel explode gold coins is to get the thunder fruit. But in the world of pirates, he does not have partners and friends, nor does he need partners and friends. In other words, even if Eneel explodes gold coins and gets the thunder fruit, he will only choose one person from his subordinates and women to become the thunder fruit ability user. Subordinates. Who can compare with Eneel? Can build ships, can select talents, can be at the front and back of the horse. Women? As for Lacey, he had just destroyed the hidden cloud village not long ago, and Lacey can only play a role that tests himself. Of course, it is for his own use, so why does he need the thunder fruit? As for Konis, she has a soft personality, mixed with some integrity and courage. It would be a waste to eat the thunder fruit. It is 100% impossible to develop to the level of Eneel. In other words, let Eneel explode the gold coins now, at most he will get a thunder fruit, but he will lose a subordinate who can build ships and perform talent shows. Moreover, if Eneel is killed, will he really be able to explode the thunder fruit? It's better to kill a few more people with special abilities and see the explosion rate of devil fruits. Besides, let's test whether we can just defeat the ability user and whether we can open the devil fruit that the ability user possesses. Rosen thought about it again and felt that it was better to be cautious. If it was an ordinary ability user, he would just kill him. Even if the devil fruit didn't come out, it didn't matter. But Eneel was different. That was the thunder fruit. Apart from himself and the Nika form, which devil fruit could absolutely crush the thunder fruit? Not even one. Not even the dark fruit could do that. Eneel. Rosen looked at Eneel. Yes. Eneel remained calm on the surface, but his heart was already in his throat. What about the Arc Proverbs light energy engine? Rosen's words made Eneel more nervous. The bow is put away when the bird is dead. The dog is cooked when the rabbit is dead. The donkey is killed when the mill is unloaded. Words like this emerged crazily in his mind. Mr. Rosen. It will be ready in another week. Eneel gritted his teeth and thought it would be better to behave honestly and obediently instead of trying to use the light engine to coerce Rosen. Good. The progress is quite fast. Go down, and when the new engine of the Arc Proverbs is built, you will come with me to the Grand Line. It's a rare journey, and it's a great start. Rosen will naturally not be satisfied with the tiny island of Sky Island, or the infinite land that Eneel longs for. In his eyes, he sees the Grand Line, the world. Yes. Eneel was relieved when he heard that, and secretly thanked the talent show. With Rosen's words, he knew he was safe. As for the other party going back on his word, he never thought about it. After a few days of observing Rosen's words and expressions, he already had a certain understanding of Rosen. If he said he would take me to Qinghai, then he would definitely take me there. Boom. After being relieved, Eneel was about to retreat and not disturb Rosen from accepting the test of conies and lachi, but suddenly heard a loud noise coming from afar. It didn't sound like a ferocious beast, and there was no ferocious beast on Sky Island that could make such a noise. It was more like thunder and lightning, more like an earthquake. Mr. Rosen. It is an upwelling current. Every once in a while, a current from Qinghai would rush up to the White Sea, or even the White Sea. After all, he had been a god for several years. When Eneel heard the loud noise, he knew it was an upwelling current. Rising current. Rosen glanced at Eneel and his heart moved. His observation haki spread out and covered the Sky Island in an instant. A familiar pirate ship. A familiar pirate flag. A straw hat. And on the pirate ship, those faces that he had never met before but felt extremely familiar to him came into his sight. Luffy. King of Hell Zoro. Demon God Sanji. God Usopp. Nami who can fight with dominance in a minute. Robin who knows ancient characters. Chopper, the ship's doctor and food storage. Straw Hat Pirates. Is it finally here? Rosen murmured in his heart. After replacing Eneel and becoming the god of Sky Island, the reason why he stayed in Sky Island was certainly not because he was addicted to the test. One reason was that the light engine of the Arc Maxim had not been manufactured yet. The other reason was that the Straw Hat Pirates knew that the other party would definitely come to Sky Island, so they stayed in Sky Island temporarily. After all, that was not the Straw Hat Pirates, but a series of top-quality boxes. Of course. Rosen would not wait forever. As long as Eneel built the light engine of the Arc Maxim, he would go to the Grand Line regardless of whether the Straw Hat Pirates came to Sky Island. After all, the last thing the Grand Line lacks is people who can explode gold coins. Especially in the New World, there are boxes everywhere, waiting for themselves to explode and wait for themselves to open the boxes. Unexpectedly, a week before the light engine was completed, the Straw Hat Pirates came. Of course, he would accept everyone who came. From Qinghai. It looks like another group of pirates have reached the top of Sky Island for gold. God, do you need me to bring back the bodies of these pirates? After making sure that Rosen had no intention of killing him, Eneel became more active as a lackey. He even thought about capturing as many ability users as possible to divert Rosen's attention from himself. Only the person who drinks the water knows whether it is hot or cold. He knew very well how attractive the thunder fruit was. At this time, he was in the group of pirates who were heading to Sky Island, and it would be best if all of them were ability users. There were not many that could match the thunder fruit. But since one devil fruit was not as good as the thunder fruit, then let's go with quantity. After capturing 100 or so ability users, Rosen would not still be staring at his own thunder fruit. Eneel thought secretly in his heart. No. I will greet them personally. Rosen glanced at Eneel and shook his head. With Eneel's strength, he can completely sweep away all the Straw Hat Pirates except King Luffy. After all, the current Straw Hat Pirates, not to mention Nika, Hades, Demon God, and the Devil's Son, except for Robin, the others probably don't even know what haki is. He doesn't want to see Eneel's heavy hand and bring back a pile of corpses of Straw Hat Pirates. If so, he will lose a bunch of top-quality boxes. Chapter 17. Is this Sky Island? Look, there really is an island over there. And the city. The Golden Country. According to legend, Shandora was washed up to the island by the rising current and did not fall down for hundreds of years. The grand route is simply incredible. On the deck of the Mary. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp, Chopper, and Nico Robin, who had just joined the Straw Hat Pirates not long ago and was more or less alienated from them. At this moment, they looked around, as if they were on the moon for the first time, and were full of curiosity about everything on Sky Island. Where shall we go first? Luffy said excitedly. Need I say more? Of course, I'm going to look for gold. Nami said without thinking. Nami, I think we should go to the town first. Understand the local conditions and customs of Sky Island. If we go looking for gold then, it will be much easier. Usopp suggested. Okay then. Nami nodded reluctantly. But just as the Straw Hat Pirates were about to head to Angel Island, everything in front of them went dark. Zoro, who was the most vigilant, grasped the handle of the Wado Ikimonji sword almost reflexively, then slowly raised his head, and what came into view was a golden spaceship shining brightly in the sun. Impossible! The boat can actually fly in the sky. Is this the means of transportation to Sky Island? Looking at the golden spaceship floating above the Mary, everyone was shocked, especially Nami, whose eyes turned into money. You see, most of the structure of that ship is made of gold. How many tons of gold are there? Could it be that Sky Island is really covered with gold? Nami breathed rapidly, wishing she could rush to Angel Island and pan for gold. Do you like this ship very much? At this time, a voice came from the sky and rang in the ears of the Straw Hat Pirates. They all looked over and saw a black-haired young man standing on the deck of the golden spaceship, looking down at them. Of course. Nami's greedy eyes became more intense. Well, I'll give you a chance to have it. Leave your current pirate group and follow me, you will be the navigator of this ship. Rosen looked at Nami, his eyes flashing with admiration. To travel to the Grand Line, strong strength is indispensable, but navigators are equally indispensable. Don't you see, the once prosperous Golden Lion suffered from the lack of navigators. Not only did it miss the throne of the Pirate King, but even the flying pirates that dominated the sea were completely buried by the natural disaster climate of the New World. What? The Straw Hat Pirates' faces changed slightly. Hello. Miss Nami is our navigator, how could she get on your ship? I advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible. Before Nami could speak, Sanji could not wait to roar. Did I allow you to speak? Rosen glanced at Sanji. Before the other party could say anything, he found that lightning flashed in front of him, and then a figure appeared out of thin air in front of him, with a finger stretched out. Disrespect for God. When the ruling. The judgment of the priest. Eneel has gone further and further on the road of being a lackey. The former judgment of God has been renamed the judgment of the priest. Boom! As lightning flashed from his fingertips, a straight line of lightning, like a laser, instantly submerged Sanji's body. Sanji! Everyone on the deck of the Mary changed color instantly. But before they could do anything, the lightning pillar had dissipated, replaced by Sanji's charred and embarrassed figure. You bastard! Sanji muttered, then leaned forward and fell onto the deck with a thud. It turns out that he is the user of the Thunder Fruit ability. That's the closest thing to invincibility in a natural devil fruit. Such a person with special abilities is actually just a subordinate of that man. When the knowledgeable Nico Robin saw Eneel's move, her heart sank instantly. She had a premonition. The journey of the Straw Hat Pirates would probably end at Sky Island. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but think of herself. If the Straw Hat Pirates were destroyed, what about herself? Where should she go? Betray the weak and rely on the strong as she did in the past, or... Curly eyebrows, you are useless. Zoro curled his lips and mocked Sanji, then instantly drew out 3 swords and rushed towards Eneel like a demon Shura. 3 swords style Jayaki Brave Claw. In a flash of lightning, he held the Sandai Kaititsu and Suezu in his hands, biting the Wado Ikimonji in his mouth, and burst out with a cold edge, slashing at Eneel with lightning speed. Puff! The sword flashed, and Eneel was cut into 3 pieces in an instant, but he was restored to his original state in the next second. You like to use swords, don't you? Eneel turned and drew out the big sword Reikari from his waist, then pointed it straight at Zoro, without stabbing the blade, but just shouted. 30 million volts, Thunder Blade! A flash of blade light made entirely of lightning extended from the tip of Reikari's blade, instantly piercing Zoro's abdomen, not only causing penetrating damage, but also rolling lightning along the Thunder Blade's body, directly splitting him to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside, so soft that he fell to the deck. How could this happen? Nami, Usopp, and Chopper were terrified. 2 powerful warriors were defeated in an instant. It is indeed the Thunder Fruit. Nico Robin saw this scene and completely confirmed her judgment. You bastard! How dare you do that to my partner? Hand! I'm going to beat you up. Luffy was furious when he saw this. The creed he followed was exactly the opposite of Rosen's. In his pirate group, there were no subordinates, only crew members. That's right. Seeing Sanji being hit hard by Eneel, he immediately clenched his fist and punched Eneel. Rubber rocket. Tisk. Eneel didn't even look at it, letting Luffy's fist come straight at him like a rocket. However, bang! His face suddenly changed, and he looked at the fist that hit his chest in disbelief, completely ignoring his elemental fist, and then staggered back a few steps. No, it's impossible. Just a superhuman ability user. How could his fist possibly reach me? After stabilizing himself, Eneel said in disbelief. Correct. It is rubber. Luffy is a rubber man, so he is insulated and not afraid of electricity. Seeing that Luffy was showing signs of turning the tide, Nami couldn't help but let out a long sigh, but when her eyes passed by Rosen on the golden spaceship, her heart, which had just been relieved, was in suspense again. According to her understanding of the pirate group, the captain is usually the strongest. To be able to make Eneel, a thunder ability user, follow him around and worship him like a god, Rosen's strength must be far above Eneel. Chapter 18. Don't you understand yet? Eneel. The world is very big, and there are restraints and superior-subordinate relationships between devil fruits. Even without Haki, there are many devil fruits among the 3 series that can ignore elemental powers. Rosen saw that Eneel had been beaten so many times by him, but he was still so arrogant, and he couldn't help but shook his head. Like the rubber man standing in front of you. Ignore all lightning-type abilities. Even 200 million volts won't work. Hearing this, Eneel seemed a little unconvinced and directly used his ultimate skill. 200 million volts Thor. The lightning roared and shot up into the sky. In a flash, Eneel had transformed into a giant Thor, and then drew his sword and pointed. Boom! A thick lightning bolt, like a blue dragon out of the sea, swept away mightily and swallowed Luffy's whole body in an instant. But the lightning passed. Luffy was unharmed except for bursts of black smoke coming out of his body. Damn it! It's okay if I'm not as good as Lord Rosen. Why can't I do anything to a superhuman kid who came out of nowhere? Eneel was a little doubtful about his life. He accepted that he couldn't beat Rosen. After all, this was an absolute crushing victory. But facing Luffy, who was his natural nemesis, he just felt that he was really a jerk. What brand of rubber is this? Under 200 million volts, it should be completely destroyed. Rubber rocket launcher. Seeing that Eneel's ability was useless to him, Luffy stretched his hands backwards, and then, like a rocket shell, dragged a dull sound of breaking through the air and blasted straight at Eneel. Swish! Eneel transformed into an element in advance, teleported to the pole of the Mary at lightning speed, and looked at Luffy on the deck with a gloomy face. He had just learned swordsmanship not long ago. It can be said that all his strength is in the thunder fruit. Now that the thunder and lightning don't work, he has wasted 90% of his combat power. Is there nothing we can do? Thunder is not just about lightning. Rubber is just not afraid of lightning. Seeing that Eneel was restricted everywhere, Rosen laughed. In the final analysis, natural devil fruits are strong, but most of their abilities are quite simple. For example, the flame fruit, all its abilities are related to fire. Once it encounters a fruit ability that counters its own, it will be immediately controlled. The thunder fruit is no exception. However, the thunder fruit, which can be called the devil fruit closest to invincibility, naturally has its reason. Aren't you afraid of thunder and lightning? Correct. His soft body should be afraid of heat and being cut. After Rosen's reminder, Eneel was enlightened and immediately realized. Thunder metal blade. He poured lightning directly into the Reikari, using the method of thunder metallurgy to make the blade extremely hot. Have you ever been slashed by lightning speed? It seems that it was because of the shadow of Rosen. Eneel also learned a sentence in a showy way, and then transformed into an element, flashed to Luffy's back at lightning speed, and slashed it with a knife. Puff, the blade entered the flesh, and blood flew. Luffy's body was close to the deck, and he rolled out, leaving a pool of blood on the deck. Obviously. In a flash, he rolled away subconsciously, otherwise it would not be just a cut on the back, but most of his body would be cut off. Ah! It hurts, it hurts. Luffy touched his bleeding back and cried out in pain. Really? There is no need to use thunder and lightning to deal with you. Just a knife is enough. Eneel saw Rosen turn speed into power, so he followed suit. Lightning speed is not as fast as light speed, but it is not slow either. For Luffy now, it is simply too much to handle. After all, Eneel also has the haki of observation. It's over. Seeing Luffy also injured, rubber is no longer an advantage. Usopp, Nami, and Chopper's hearts sank to the bottom. Why? We just came to the Sky Island and didn't do anything. We have no grudge against you, why did you attack us? Usopp couldn't help but yelled. You guys are also a pirate group, right? Along the way, there are many people who have no grudges against you. But there should be many people who were defeated by you, just like you said, without any grudges or hatred. Right. Rosen couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. If according to what Usopp said, Axe King Monka, Crow, Crick, and later Doflamingo, Kaido, etc., how many of them have direct hatred against the Straw Hat Pirates? In fact, many of them were challenged by the Straw Hat Pirates. This. Usopp was speechless. What do you think the pirate world is? Playing house. When two pirate groups meet, there are only 3 possible outcomes. Rosen held up 3 fingers. Equally matched, both sides stopped fighting. I am strong and you are weak, I will swallow you up. You are strong and I am weak, you swallow me up. What do you think will happen to the Straw Hat Pirates? He looked at the Straw Hat Pirates in front of him with interest. I choose to beat you away. Then, go find gold with your friends and become the Pirate King. Luffy said with determination. Don't be too arrogant, it will only make you look weak. Rosen smiled and shook his head. You are the captain too, right? Well. Me. Monkey D. Luffy, as the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, I challenge you. Luffy held his head high and challenged Rosen. Ha 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 ha. Stop laughing, kid. You can't even beat me under the restraint of the fruit ability, and you still dare to speak nonsense. Eneel sneered, and then raised his sword to kill Luffy. Back off, Eneel. Rosen's words stopped Eneel from swinging his sword. This kind of prestige that the Thunder ability users regarded as an imperial decree made Nico Robin feel terrified. That man was definitely more than 10 times more terrifying than Crocodile. Yes. Eneel put Raikiri back into the sheath and stepped aside. A battle between captains. Interesting. Okay, I'll give you a chance to please me. Rosen smiled and nodded, and then all the Straw Hat Pirates appeared on the deck of the Mary without him making any move. So fast. Much faster than that guy named Eneel. Totally unclear. Really? Compared to Eneel, the Thunder user, that man is much more terrifying. Just one move made Nami, Usopp, and Zoro and Sanji, who had barely stood up after being rescued by Chopper, change their faces. This is the horror of light speed movement. Without a strong enough observation haki, plus strong enough strength, you are not even qualified to fight. Because you can't react at all. Even if I tell you in advance that I will attack your head, you still won't have time to react. Chapter 19. Bring it on. Straw Hat, Luffy. After Rosen stood still, he waved to Luffy on the opposite side. Rubber pistol. Luffy heard it and rushed out without hesitation. With the help of the elasticity of rubber, he rushed out like a cheetah. At the same time, he clenched his right fist and hit it out. Swoosh! The moment the fist, as fast as a bullet, touched Rosen, it was like hitting the air and went straight through his body. Missed the shot. Where is it? Luffy looked around, searching for Rosen. Here. Rosen's voice came from behind. Luffy turned his head and found that the other party was already standing on his throne, which was the bow of the Mary, looking at him with a playful look on his face. Have you experienced the speed of light punch? Monkey D. Luffy. Rosen said with a half smile. Whoosh. Luffy saw this and was about to punch, but before his arm began to extend, he felt his eyes were submerged in golden light and could not see clearly. At the same time, bang! A tremendous force, completely ignoring the characteristic of rubber that is not afraid of blows, directly submerged his face. Boom! With just one punch, Luffy flew backwards like a cannonball. Wherever he passed, the deck below was broken and shattered. It was obviously affected by the scattered fist force and shattered into wood chips. Crack! That's not all. As Luffy's figure flew backwards, the poles and cabins of the Mary were smashed one by one, and finally flew out from the stern and fell on the white sea. The moment he fell into the sea of clouds, it was like falling into the sea. He was almost dizzy and became weak and could only fall limply to the sea surface 10,000 meters above. Usopp, save people! At the critical moment, Zoro and Sanji ignored the battle between the captains and asked Usopp to go to the White Sea to save people. Then, they both jumped to the left and right sides of Rosen. 3-sword style, demon slash. Lamb shot. One kicked, the other stabbed, and attacked Rosen's left and right sides at the same time. This is what you Straw Hat guys said. A battle between captains. I have seen it all. Facing the slow attack of the king's wings, Rosen just smiled indifferently, then raised 2 fingers and tapped lightly. Bang! The knife and the leg all stopped in midair. Then, with a whoosh, 2 golden beams burst out from Rosen's fingertips like lasers, shooting at Zoro's blade and Sanji's right foot respectively. Boom! Golden light flashed. The blazing explosion expanded like an expanding fireball, instantly engulfing the two on the spot. After the flames and smoke dissipated, Zoro was blown to pieces and crawled on the ground. Sanji's right foot was directly pierced by the laser and he fell to the ground with his legs hugged. Soran! Sanji! On the other side, Usopp also successfully rescued Luffy. The two who returned to the Mary happened to see the miserable state of Zoro and Sanji. Luffy, whose health bar was very thick and had activated the health hook, gritted his teeth and propped himself up, wanting to join the battle again, but before he could take any action, he suddenly felt a touch on his forehead. He looked closely and found that Rosen was already standing in front of him, and put his hand against his forehead. Do you want to die? Monkey D. Luffy. No attack. Just a bland question. But as soon as these words came out, it was like a sharp knife, carrying the breath of death, piercing Luffy's heart, making his joints suddenly become extremely stiff, and his fists stopped abruptly. It's over. This scene fell into Nami, Chopper, and Usopp's eyes, and they were completely desperate. The gap was too big. Even if the entire Straw Hat Pirates fought shoulder to shoulder, they could not fill it at all. We don't want gold. Please let us go. Nami completely extinguished her greed for the Golden City and the Golden Bell. At this moment, she regretted very much why she came to the Sky Island just because of the words of a stranger, the descendant of Noland. Otherwise, she would not have to face this despair. What do you think pirates are? Knives, fists, and legs are not meant to scare people. From the moment you start, you are risking your life. Rosen couldn't help but laugh when he heard Nami's innocent words. This is the difference between the Straw Hat Pirates and other pirate groups. Other pirates go out to sea to start a business, risking their lives, dignity, honor, and everything. The Straw Hat Pirates are a group of second-generation officials and rich people who go out to sea to travel. What do you want? Nico Robin, who had not made a move or spoken, suddenly spoke up. She saw that Luo Yan had not taken anyone's life, which meant that there was room for negotiation. I want to give you a chance to follow me. Rosen said in a matter-of-fact tone. Impossible. I want to be the Pirate King. How could I possibly follow you and become your subordinate? Luffy refused subconsciously. There were no subordinates on his ship, but similarly, he would not become anyone's subordinate. A Pirate King who can't even protect his pirate group and ship. Rosen shook his head and pointed at Usopp. Swoosh! A golden beam burst out from his fingertips, piercing the sound barrier and Usopp's chest. Ah! Usopp's body froze, blood spurted out of his mouth, and he fell to the deck. Usopp! Luffy's eyes widened, his face full of worry, pain, and anger. He looked at Usopp, who was unconscious and dying, and desperately punched Rosen in front of him, but in return he only got a snap of his fingers. A snap of the fingers at the speed of light. Bang! The powerful finger force instantly knocked him away and knocked open the cabin that had been penetrated again, but this time Rosen deliberately held back his strength, only letting him fly backwards to the stern, and he did not fall into the White Sea. Ah! But even so, Luffy still screamed in pain, felt dizzy, and couldn't get up for a long time. If Eneel's thunder fruit is the devil fruit that is closest to invincibility, then this man is simply God on earth. Nico Robin couldn't help but murmur in her heart after seeing the scene before her. System, unboxing. After doing all this, Rosen looked at the box that exploded from Usopp. Straw Hat Pirates, that's a bunch of top-quality boxes. At the same time, he can also test the explosion rate of devil fruits. Congratulations to the host, successfully opened the box and obtained Usopp's sniper talent. As the system prompt sounded in his ears, Rosen suddenly felt that he seemed to have changed, but it seemed that nothing had happened. He glanced at the White Sea, and sensed a sea beast 3 kilometers away with his observation haki, and then shot it casually. Swoosh! The golden beam crossed the sky and penetrated the White Sea. Without using observation haki to predict the next move of the sea beast, just after sensing the exact position, this laser seemed to have its own aiming, locking, and tracking, and it accurately penetrated the body of the sea beast. Chapter 20. Is this Usopp's sniping talent? It matches well with the ranged attack of the Gold Saint form. From now on, I will have no chance to get this 8-foot outline jade. After Rosen confirmed his own changes, he was quite satisfied with the ability he got from unboxing. It seems that his strength has not been directly improved, but in fact it has been improved a lot. After all, having observation haki does not mean that you can hit whatever you point at, or shoot through the target from 100 steps away. But with Usopp's sniper talent, the situation is different. After knowing the position, it is not 100 steps to shoot through the target, but a 6-mile penetration. If you predict the opponent's next move, there is almost no possibility of evasion. The situation of the 8-foot outline jade will never happen to him. Unless it is beyond the perception range of haki and the scope of Usopp's sniper talent. After getting Usopp's sniper talent, Rosen's attention shifted to Chopper. Gulu. Chopper was so nervous that he transformed into an adult. Relax. I don't kill doctors. Just bear with it for a while. If we talk about the person in the Straw Hat Pirates who Rosen admires the most, it's not Nami or Robin, but the reserve meat, Chopper. There is no other reason. In addition to being a pirate, Chopper is also a doctor, a real doctor who saves the dying and the wounded. He will save not only the people in the Straw Hat Pirates, but also anyone who is not extremely vicious. Bang! Rosen did not penetrate Chopper with the golden beam, but flashed forward, past Nami, and with a snap of his fingers, Chopper returned to his original form and lost consciousness. However, this gesture of crushing the entire Straw Hat Pirates in the blink of an eye made Nami, Robin, Sanji, and others feel even more desperate. System, open the box. After opening the sniper talent from the box that Usopp dropped, Rosen was quite curious about Chopper's drop rate. The other party was the user of the human fruit, but did he kill Chopper? If the user didn't die, could he open the devil fruit? He was very curious about this. Congratulations to the host, the box was opened successfully and Chopper's medical skills were obtained. As the box was opened successfully, a lot of information emerged in Rosen's mind. It was obviously the medical knowledge that Chopper mastered and his experience in curing diseases and saving lives. It can be said that his ship no longer needs the positions of doctor and sniper. He is the captain, sniper, and doctor. He has 3 positions. Didn't the devil fruit come out? Is it because the drop rate of devil fruits is too low, or is it that only after killing Chopper can the human fruit be dropped? Rosen frowned slightly. Although Chopper's medical skills are not bad, he wants the human fruit more. Of course, he doesn't want to eat it himself, but once Chopper gets the human fruit, it means that he can make Eneel drop gold coins. There is no need to worry about killing Eneel and not getting the thunder fruit. It's your turn. Pirate Hunter. Rorano. Rosen put away the thought in his mind and turned to walk towards Zoro, who had climbed up from the ground again. Can you still get up? Pity. This kind of vitality that is not commensurate with strength is just a waste. He shook his head, one finger pointed at Zoro's chest. That's not bad either. At least, in front of you, I have something that is worthy of your praise. Zoro forced a smile. He is the most conscious of all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates. The moment he accepted Luffy's invitation, he had already realized something. Either become the world's most powerful swordsman, or die on the road to the world's most powerful swordsman. That's right. Rosen nodded, and his fingertips once again shone with dazzling golden light. No. Zoro. Luffy's face changed drastically, and he stood up, trying to stop it, but his dazzling head and his still bloodless body did not support him at all. If you are interested in my life, just take it. You have earned it with your own strength. I have nothing to say. But if you want me to follow you, then I need to talk to you. I can sell you my life, but in exchange, everyone on your ship. Zoro wanted to raise his hands, but found that he couldn't lift them at all. The golden beam just now not only dislocated and fractured his hands, but the explosion also caused him serious external and internal injuries. I refuse. Rosen shook his head. Why? Zoro was stunned. Your life is not worth this price. Rosen said word by word. He wanted to conquer the Straw Hat Pirates, but it was just a whim. He didn't care whether it succeeded or not. He just wanted the crew of the Straw Hat Pirates to have a top-quality box for each person. This was what he valued most. If I don't die today, I can become the most powerful swordsman in the world in the future. The most powerful swordsman in the future world exchanges the lives of a bunch of useless trash. It's still worth the price. Zoro started to bargain. You would also say that it is the future. As long as I have a thought, you have no future. I don't look at the future, I only look at the present and the future. Rosen shattered the last bit of luck in Soran's heart. Good. Well, then one life for another. My life in exchange for Luffy's life. When Zoro said this, he didn't dare to look at Nami, Sanji, and others. After all, doing this was equivalent to giving up everyone in exchange for Luffy's life. I think you seem to have misunderstood. Giving you the opportunity to follow me is not a deal, nor is it forced, but a gift. So, do you understand? You, including everyone here, are not qualified to have an equal dialogue with me. Rosen's words made Soran's face darken. Either obey me, or follow your captain and die. Rosen looked around at Nami, Robin, Sanji, Luffy, and finally stopped at Zoro. Before the time travel, he admired Zoro very much. He was simply the right arm of the king. After the time travel, he still admired him, but the premise was that the object of Zoro's loyalty was himself. Otherwise, then destroy it. The more worthy of admiration, the more worthy of destruction. Whoosh, puff. Rosen's fingertips flashed with golden light, and a beam of light pierced through Zoro's chest. No. Soran. Ah. First it was Usopp, then Chopper, and then Zoro. Luffy almost collapsed as he watched his crew members fall in front of him one by one, dying for his dream of becoming the Pirate King. System, unboxing. Rosen had no mercy or touch. All his immaturity, his kindness, his weakness, had been killed by Eneel's God's judgment as early as the moment he crossed over to Sky Island. If he was not strong enough, he would have died even at the moment of crossing over. This kind of hell first, then the day after. It made him lose all his childishness at a very fast speed, and possessed the prerequisites to become a strong man in this world. If the human fruit, mythical beast, gold Saint Seiya form and the physique of the Lunalia clan gave him the power to become a strong man, then Eneel's God's judgment gave him the mentality to become a strong man. Chapter 21. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully opened the box and obtained Conqueror's Haki, Basic. After hearing the system's prompt, Rosen's eyes lit up. 3 colors of Haki. 3 Haki puzzles. At this moment, they are all assembled. As expected. All members of the Straw Hat Pirates really have a top-quality treasure chest. Even if it is not the Straw Hat Pirates 2 years later, there are still many top-quality things. Usopp's sniping talent. Chopper's medical skills. Zoro's Conqueror's Haki. One is responsible for long range, one is responsible for nursing, and one is responsible for strength. It's your turn. Blackfoot. Sanji. Rosen was looking forward to what kind of boxes the Straw Hat Pirates would drop next. Invisibility. Exoskeleton. Or super speed recovery. Because he had eaten the human fruit, the mythical beast, and the gold saint form, and had the physique of the Lunarians, he was not too eager for Sanji's abilities. At least, not as coveted as the boxes on Zoro and Luffy. After all, in addition to invisibility, after the awakening of the bloodline factor, he had what Sanji had, and he was even stronger. He also had what Sanji didn't have. For example, the exoskeleton. No matter how hard it was, could it be harder than the Lunarians? For example, the Devil Wind Kick and the Demon Storm Kick that produced fire. Could it be comparable to the fire of the Lunarians? Could it be comparable to the light speed kick of the Gold Saint form? Even. As long as Rosen wanted, he could use the enhanced Devil Wind Kick or the enhanced Demon Wind Kick at any time. Ms. Nami. Miss Robin. You, follow him. Although I am very unwilling and I don't want to admit it, our marry can only stop here. Sanji turned his head and persuaded Nami and Robin first, then looked at Luffy. And you, Luffy? Sometimes, giving up your dreams is a brave act. After all, giving up often requires more courage than pursuing dreams. After saying that, he supported himself on one foot and faced Rosen. I give up. I don't want to be the Pirate King anymore. I am willing to follow you, as long as you release Sanji and everyone else. Luffy knelt on the ground, clenched his fists, and pounded the deck. I said that. This is not a deal, it's a gift. You can only represent yourself. Rosen was unmoved when he heard this, and then, just like he did to Zoro, he flicked his finger and shot out a beam of light, which pierced through Sanji's body. Ah! Sanji screamed, spitting out a mouthful of blood foam, and then his eyes went black, he fell to the ground, and his consciousness fell into darkness. Ah! It was not only Sanji who screamed, but also Luffy. Those who didn't know would think that the beam of light pierced through Sanji and also pierced through him. System, unboxing. Rosen looked at the box that exploded from Sanji's body. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully opened the box and obtained Sanji's kicking talent. As the system prompt sounded, he once again had a strange feeling. It seemed that his body had undergone some changes, but there was no change. Just like when he obtained Usopp's sniper talent. Is it Sanji's talent for kicking? Not bad. Rosen thought to himself. Compared with Sanji's kicking talent, the only ability he cares about is invisibility. But in front of the powerful observation haki, the so-called invisibility is really a tricky ability. Unless even the breath can be hidden. Just like Shanks's observation kill. Sanji's kicking talent is different. He can completely raise the upper limit of the light speed kick to a higher level. Develop various light speed kick series kicking skills. I would like to follow you. Great God! Lord Rosen! Rosen looked at Nami. Before she could speak or make a move, she had already rushed over impatiently, holding Rosen's arm with an intimate look on her face. You are really a clever little guy. Faced with Nami's extremely flexible bottom line, Rosen was no exception. The Straw Hat Pirates had just entered the Grand Line not long ago. As for their feelings, they were certainly deep, but they were definitely not as loyal as they were 2 years later. In the original work, didn't Nami choose to surrender to Eneel without hesitation after witnessing the defeat of all the Straw Hat Pirates on Sky Island? Although it was a fake, if Luffy hadn't arrived in time and happened to have the thunder fruit that was the natural counter, Nami would most likely have followed Eneel to the Infinite Land. In the end, fakeness is also equivalent to sincerity. It can be said that 2 years ago, no, before the Judicial Island, if you want to say who in the Straw Hat Pirates had the most flexible bottom line, it goes without saying. It must be Nami. But this is also a smart choice. Rosen smiled and did not let Nami explode the gold coins. It's not that he can't walk when he sees a woman, but Nami's abilities, the most valuable of which are navigation and the ability to draw sea charts. But he is not interested in these. When his 3 colors of domineering, physical skills, and swordsmanship are all maxed out, and the mythical beast gold saint form is awakened, the Grand Line will have no secrets in front of him. He alone can suppress the sea. What tsunami, what natural disasters, all of them will be blown up with one punch and flattened with 1 foot. Like a god on earth. Of course. If he is a road idiot like Zoro, then Nami's ability is still very useful, but obviously, he is not. And you? Nico Robin. Among this group of people, you should be the one who makes the final decision easily. Rosen let Nami slam into him with the ball and turned to look at the last member of the Straw Hat Pirates, Nico Robin. I think I have no reason to refuse. Sure enough. Nico Robin chose to surrender. In exchange for your making the right choice, I can tell you one thing. This Sky Island not only has the Golden City, but also the main text of history. Rosen's words made Nico Robin gasp. Then I really want to say thank you to you, Captain. Nico Robin sighed, and then made a decision to draw a line with the Straw Hat Pirates. It's not that the Straw Hat Pirates are bad, but the historical text is more cost-effective. Before the Sky Island incident, Aokiji crushed the Straw Hat Pirates, and the Judicial Island incident. Although Nico Robin was quite fond of the atmosphere of the Straw Hat Pirates, at this stage, between death and historical text, she would not hesitate to choose the latter. Her nod also meant that the Straw Hat Pirates were dead in name only. It was equivalent to annihilation. Need not. Because there is something I need your help with. Be patient, it will be fine soon. Unlike Nami, Rosen pointed a finger at Nico Robin's abdomen. Bang! The powerful finger force knocked Nico Robin unconscious. It was not because he was partial, but because Nico Robin was a superpower. He had to get the other party's gold coins. It was not because he coveted the flower fruit, but to further determine whether he could get the other party's devil fruit by unboxing it without killing the superpower. Chapter 22. Robin. Nami was stunned. She thought that she was the first one in the Straw Hat Pirates to surrender, so she avoided a beating. Thinking of this, she felt lucky. Fortunately, she was flexible and surrendered first. System, unboxing. Rosen ignored Nami, who looked relieved, and asked the system to unbox. Congratulations to the host, the unboxing was successful, and the ability to interpret the historical text was obtained. After unboxing, it was learned that it was not the Hana fruit that he wanted most, but the ability to interpret the historical text. Rosen was a little disappointed. First, Chopper and then Nico Robin defeated 2 ability users one after another, but what they unboxed were not devil fruits. He was basically certain in his mind. It's not a problem of the low explosion rate of devil fruits. It's that only by killing the ability user can you obtain the devil fruit of that ability user by unboxing. After all, if he were the chief, he would not have killed the bird Pierre in one shot, and the Mama fruit would have exploded directly. It seems that there is no way to exploit the bug in the One Piece world and obtain 2 devil fruits at the same time. Rosen completely gave up the idea of exploiting the bug, and turned to look at Luffy, with murderous intent gradually filling his eyes. If he could exploit the bug and defeat Luffy, he could open the box to obtain the human fruit mythical beast Nika form, and if Luffy expressed his surrender, he would not mind accepting it, but now, he would definitely take the human fruit mythical beast Nika form. Even though this mythical beast is very picky about its owner. No one except Luffy can awaken it, but he still wants it. It's not because he is afraid of the Nika form, nor is it because he is afraid of Luffy. It's purely a devil fruit. Even if it rots in his hands, he can't let others get it for free. Especially if it's an enemy. As for surrender. Anyone in the Straw Hat Pirates may surrender, even Zoro, who also has the qualifications of a king, is no exception, but Luffy will not. I only ask you one thing. Treat them well. After all, they are your crew members. Don't be like me, unable to protect my own crew members. Luffy stood up. Facing the betrayal of Nami, Robin, and others, he was not angry or disappointed, but hated. He didn't hate his crew members, but hated himself as a captain who aspired to become the Pirate King, but ended up talking nonsense. Not only was the dream a joke, but he couldn't even protect a crew member. As for my life, If you want, just take it. The crew was the only weakness. Seeing Nami and the others abandoning him one after another, Luffy had no more worries. After saying that, he crossed his arms and smiled defiantly. It was a gesture of looking at life and death with a smile. Monkey D. Luffy. Rosen looked at Luffy deeply, raised his right hand, and extended his index finger. As you wish. A flash of golden light. A beam of light burst out from the fingertips, instantly breaking the sound barrier, carrying a sharp whistle, and went straight to Luffy's forehead. Even if it was the sun god. If the beam hit the forehead directly and penetrated the head, it would be dead. Puff! Suddenly, the Mary tilted abruptly, and then sank rapidly. Like a submarine, it dived directly into the White Sea. Because the hull was tilted, the beam that originally pierced Luffy's forehead became a brush with his scalp. How can a boat move by itself? Eneel's face changed slightly, and he immediately transformed into an element, turning into lightning and soaring into the air. If he fell into the White Sea, it would be the same as falling into the sea. He would also become a landlubber. Ship spirit. Rosen looked at the sinking Mary, and a look of realization appeared on his face. Obviously, it was the ship spirit that saved Luffy. Then I will destroy you as well. After reacting, murderous intent flashed in Rosen's eyes. As long as they stand on the opposite side of him, no matter who they are, they can be killed. He showed no mercy even to Nika, let alone a ship. Even though, once upon a time, he also liked this Mary and was touched by that ship elf. Boom! Facing the Mary that wanted to dive into the White Sea and help Luffy escape, Rosen stomped on the deck. Crack! The already fragmented deck, after the light speed kick, cracked inch by inch, and shattered layer by layer. Then, golden beams of light rose from the ground, and the entire Mary was directly destroyed the moment before the Mary sank. At the moment when the Mary was shattered, a box exploded. Obviously, the Mary, which gave birth to the ship elf, was judged by the system as a life, not a dead object like other ships. Luffy. Feel sorry. I can only accompany you here. Without the Mary as a place to stay, Luffy fell straight down. When his feet touched the White Sea, he heard a faint murmur in his ears, and then there was no sound. Goodbye, Monk D. Luffy. Although after sinking into the White Sea, the ability user is no different from falling into the sea, and will fall into the Grand Line below 10,000 meters, but Rosen does not believe that Luffy's luck will really drown or fall to death. Without waiting for Luffy's upper body to sink into the sea, and ignoring Nico, Robin, Nami, and others who fell into the White Sea, he had already flashed forward at the speed of light, and kicked his neck with the speed of light wrapped in armament haki. A simple speed of light kick may not be able to break Luffy's rubber neck covered with armament haki, but if it is wrapped in armament haki, that is another matter. Swoosh! A burly figure flashed out of thin air, and also flew in front of Luffy at the speed of light, and then opened his big hand, and the bear paw-like pad on the palm directly met Rosen's speed of light kick. Bang! Light speed kick and meatball palm. Once the two met, a violent conflict broke out. The collision of domineering and domineering. The fierce battle of light speed and elasticity. After a brief stalemate, a terrifying impact mixed with flashes, with overwhelming force, expanded in all directions towards the two people. Flesh ball fruit. Bartholomew Kuma. Rosen stared at Bartholomew Kuma, who suddenly landed on Sky Island. In his eyes, there was a hint of surprise besides coldness. But that's true. In today's world, there are only 3 people who are capable of saving people under their feet. The user of the Pikachu fruit, Kizaru. The user of the meatball fruit, Bartholomew Kuma. The user of the face fruit, Shanks. The first 2 can move at the speed of light because of the fruit ability, while the latter is due to his powerful Conqueror's haki, which seems to have the effect of suppressing the fruit ability. As for the other kings, it's not that they are not strong enough, but that they are not fast enough. But Rosen didn't expect that Bartholomew Kuma, who just appeared in the Gecko Moria incident, would appear at this time. Judging from the other party's appearance, he has been following the Straw Hat Pirates. Only in this way can he be intercepted in time at the critical moment. Chapter 23. 2. He knew about Nika's existence. Naturally, they will carefully escort Luffy to prevent him from dying at the hands of the Navy or the world government. After a brief moment of surprise, Rosen understood. Did not expect. In addition to Kizaru, there is actually someone who has the speed and power of light. Moreover, they are from the Lunalia tribe, which is called God. Bartholomew Kuma stepped on a wooden board with one foot and Luffy's foot with the other to prevent him from falling into the sea due to his lower body being submerged in the White Sea. There's more to it than you thought. Rosen said coldly. Indeed. Bartholomew Big Bear nodded expressionlessly, and then said in a matter-of-fact tone. I have some connection with this kid. If you don't mind, Straw Hat Boy, I'll take you away. Of course, there are also his 2 crew members. He glanced at Zoro and Sanji, who were lying on 2 wooden boards, and it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. As for Nami and Nico Robin, he didn't even look at them. Obviously, the reason why he looked at Zoro and Sanji differently was because the 2 of them would rather die than surrender from the beginning to the end, and were willing to use their lives to exchange for Monkey's D. Luffy's life. Others are different. Especially Nami and Nico Robin, who expressed their submission to Rosen bluntly. Whether it is sincere or false, in Bartholomew Kuma's eyes, what he sees is the truth. Facing Bartholomew Kuma's words, Nico Robin can still remain calm. After all, the Straw Hat Pirates at this stage have not shown the courage to first face Admiral Aokiji and then bravely enter the Judicial Island for her. Betraying the Straw Hat Pirates is certainly a bit uncomfortable, but it is not heartbreaking. But Nami is different. As smart as she is, after hearing the implication of Bartholomew Kuma's words, her face changed drastically. I wanted to say something, but when the words came to my lips, I couldn't say anything. Explain? This is indeed the first time I chose to surrender to Rosen. Even if she is as flexible as her bottom line, she can't defend herself this time. You want to take Monk away D. Luffy is not impossible. But the premise is that you have to leave your life behind. Rosen nodded in his heart for Bartholomew Kuma's great assist. After this battle, let's not talk about Nami for the time being, but Nico Robin will definitely not be able to return to the Straw Hat Pirates. Next, he just needs to remain strong, and then he will have to add an archaeologist to his ship. As for King Luffy, the moment Bartholomew Kuma appeared, he didn't care much, and he only wanted Bartholomew Kuma to explode gold coins. After all, even if the human fruit, Mythical Beast, Nika form is exploded after opening the box, this devil fruit is too picky about the owner. If others eat it, it's called rubber, but if Luffy eats it, it's called Nika. On the other hand, the meatball fruit is different. As long as it is not eaten by a clown like Buggy, it will definitely be the second Bartholomew Kuma. If you can do it. Before Bartholomew Big Bear finished speaking, the palm that had been holding the book suddenly loosened, revealing a bear paw-shaped gas block that was shining with dazzling white light. I'll keep it. He stretched out his hand and pushed. The bear paw energy block flashed in front of Rosen at a speed almost as fast as light, and then expanded with a bang, like a missile explosion, expanding in all directions at an astonishing speed, swallowing up the sea of clouds along the way. This attack was not only aimed at Rosen, but also at Nami, Nico Robin, Usopp, and Chopper. Are you going to die? In the White Sea? Nami looked at the shock wave that was coming in front of her in an instant, trying to destroy her. Her pretty face turned pale, and her eyes flashed with a trace of despair, a trace of sadness, and a trace of pain. The same was true for Nico Robin. Is the main text of history on Sky Island? I'm really unwilling. It was just a little bit short. Nico Robin felt very complicated. She was unwilling, reluctant, regretful, and also a little relieved. Maybe this is the end of betrayal. Just when Nami and Robin were desperate and waiting for death, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Then, under their unbelievable gazes, he raised his right foot wrapped in golden light and stomped hard on the roaring shock wave with an extremely arrogant attitude. Bang! The shock wave, which was originally expanding wildly, continued to expand in other directions after his step, but it did not approach the place where Nami and Robin were. Not even the slightest impact could pass this figure and fly in front of the 2 women. It's you. Why? Nami and Robin looked at Rosen, who stood in front of them like Optimus Prime, with extremely complicated eyes and expressions. The one who came to save Luffy became the one who killed them. The one who forced them to surrender, in turn, saved them. Although there are only women and subordinates on my ship, and no partners or friends, it does not mean that I will treat them as toilet paper that can be thrown away after use. Rosen said without turning his head, and at the same time, flames rose up from behind, wrapped around his right foot, resembling Sanji's devil wind leg, and then kicked hard. Devil's wind kick, light speed kick. The kick dragged with flames and flashes, bursting out with a terrifying kick force that could crush everything in its path, and actually suppressed the powerful bear paw in front of it, and then kicked it forcefully, shattering it into pieces. What? Bartholomew Kuma was shocked. He originally wanted to go and slap Zoro and Sanji away, but after seeing Rosen's power, he only had time to raise his hand to slap Luffy at his feet. As for Zoro and Sanji, he had no time to take care of them. Because after kicking the bear's paw to pieces, Rosen had flashed in front of him like a flash of light that broke through the sky. His fist was like a meteor in the sky, carrying a terrifying fist force that could crush mountains, and hit him in the face. Critical moment. Bartholomew Kuma showed amazing strength, and his meaty palm slapped Rosen's light speed fist at a lightning speed. At the moment of the collision of the fists and palms, an elastic force that slapped away all tangible and intangible things such as energy, slashes, and impacts instantly encompassed Rosen's light speed fist, not only slapping away the elastic force, but also slapping Rosen in the air back dozens of meters. Whoosh! Before Rosen could steady himself, he had already slapped himself away, catching up with Rosen who had been slapped back by him at the speed of light. At the same time, his other palm pushed out horizontally, compressing the air, squeezing out a bear paw shock wave, wrapped in armed color domineering, and sent it to Rosen's arms. Bang! After the bear paw-shaped shock wave sank into his body, it expanded instantly, and burst out a shock wave that was enough to twist steel and flatten towns, submerging Rosen in the magnificent shock wave. That's it. Chapter 24. After a successful attack, Bartholomew Kuma pulled back and flew towards the position of Sanji and Zoro as if he had teleported in an instant. He knew very well how terrible the physical constitution of the Lunaria people was. In addition, the purpose of appearing on Sky Island was not to defeat Rosen, but to save Luffy, so he would not linger in a fight. Whoosh! But Bartholomew Kuma had just flown half the distance when a bright golden light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and then a figure with wings on his back and a stern face walked out of the golden light, cutting off his way. At the same time, a right leg burning with blazing flames and armed color domineering, dragging a dazzling golden light, swept across, and continued to enlarge in his pupils, directly occupying all of his sight. Demonic wind kick, light speed kick. Faced with Rosen's combination of the fire of the Lunaria clan, the flash of the gold Saint Seiya form, and the armament haki, the demonic wind kick, light speed kick. As strong as Bartholomew Kuma was, he only had time to raise his arms and put his hands together in a hurry, and at the same time hardened his hands with armament haki, crossed them and blocked them in front of him. He had no time to intercept with his meatball palm. Bang! Red light flashed out, roaring and shaking the sky. The moment he blocked Rosen's light speed kick with his arms, Bartholomew Kuma felt like he was hit by a meteorite from outer space, and it was a violently burning one, which was condescending. Even though his body had long been transformed by Vegapunk into an invulnerable steel body, and his arms were hardened with armament haki, he still felt a blockage in his chest, as if he was carrying a mountain. At the same time, bursts of pungent smoke came out from the place where his arms collided with the light speed kick. At this moment, he could even clearly see that his arms, which were hardened by armament haki, were faintly overwhelmed and showed signs of burning and melting. What a powerful kick! Bartholomew Big Bear's pupil-less eyes could not help showing a trace of visible shock, and then he was kicked away by Rosen's fierce and heavy kick, which was like dragging a meteorite to hit him. Like a cannonball, he was engulfed in waves of air visible to the naked eye, and flew from the White Sea to the only land on Sky Island, the Kingdom of God. Boom! The moment his body fell to the ground, it was like a meteorite hitting the ground, blasting the ground into pieces, and the concave collapse, and then a pillar of dust rose from the shattered deep pit. I think I only said that you can take Straw Hat Luffy away, but I didn't say that you can touch other people. Rosen flapped his wings, stood in the air, and looked down at Bartholomew Kuma, who was kicked away. He didn't care about Luffy being knocked away. After all, Bartholomew Kuma once knocked all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates away one by one in front of Kizaru. With the opponent's fruit ability and speed, even he couldn't stop the opponent from knocking Luffy away. But it was only Luffy. The moment Bartholomew Kuma appeared, it also meant that he lost the initiative. Because Rosen has already fully opened his observation haki. Even with the meatball fruit, he can also move at the speed of light. Bartholomew Kuma can't save anyone from him again. And, as the price of knocking Luffy away, he has to leave his life in a box on Sky Island forever. Bang bang bang! In the dust column that was tens of meters high, Bartholomew Big Bear strode out. He first glanced at the slightly twisted steel arms, then casually slapped his body, and a bear paw-shaped pink sphere flew out from behind and sank into a flying bird not far away. Puff! The moment the bird was wrapped by the pink sphere, its wings suddenly twisted and folded, and then a cloud of blood mist burst out. On the other hand, Bartholomew Big Bear himself, his steel arm that was originally twisted by Rosen's kick was restored to its original state. After transforming his body into steel, can he still use yin healing bullets on himself? It is indeed the most buggy of the para-human devil fruits. Even fatigue and damage of mechanical steel can be ejected out of the body. Rosen was a little surprised when he saw this scene. If we talk about bugs, among the three types of devil fruits, the meatball fruit is definitely at the top. That's why, in his heart, the importance of this devil fruit is even higher than Luffy's Nika form. I thought that Bartholomew Kuma would no longer be able to use the yin healing bullet to eject abstract things such as fatigue and pain in his body after losing his flesh and blood, but I never thought that he could still. I wanted to resolve it peacefully. Now it seems I can only get rid of you first. Bartholomew Big Bear looked up at Rosen, who was standing on the top of the sea of clouds. The next second, he disappeared out of thin air, as if he had teleported in an instant, and appeared out of thin air from behind Rosen. If you want to travel, where do you want to go? Before he finished speaking, his fleshy palm wrapped in armament haki was pressed against Rosen's back at a speed faster than lightning. Bang! In a flash of lightning, Rosen's back seemed to have eyes, and he backhanded a light-speed punch and hit Bartholomew Big Bear's fleshy palm. Boom! The flash shock wave, like a wave of overwhelming waves, instantly surged from around the two of them, stirring up the sea of clouds. Just a fight between fists and palms caused such a huge fluctuation. Eneel, Nico Robin, and Nami in the distance were all dumbfounded. Is Qinghai so vast? I thought someone like Rosen-sama was unique. I never thought there would be such a monster. Seeing that Bartholomew Kuma could fight Rosen to such an extent, Eneel couldn't help but feel a huge wave of emotion in his heart. But, they are the 7 warlords of the sea. Rumor has it Bartholomew Kuma is one of the best among the 7 warlords of the sea, but that man is evenly matched with him. Nico Robin's face changed, and her tone was full of shock. Contend. Woman. Which eye of yours saw that they were evenly matched? When Eneel heard this, he immediately sneered. What do you mean? Nicole Robin didn't understand. This battle should be evenly matched. In fact, strictly speaking, Rosen was slightly at a disadvantage. Look! Bang! Above the sea of clouds, the two of them exchanged fists and palms again. Elasticity and light speed. Domineering and domineering. After the impact that shook the sea of clouds, Rosen staggered, as if he couldn't withstand the elasticity from Bartholomew Kuma's meaty palm, and was actually bounced away by the other party's palm, and happened to fall to the place where Bartholomew Kuma fell when he punched him away. Seeing this scene, Nicole Robin turned to look at Eneel. Although he didn't speak, the meaning of his eyes was self-evident. Chapter 25. How? Do you think this is what Lord Rosen looks like when he is serious? Woman. Eyeing Rosen being beaten back, Eneel not only did not feel worried at all, but instead sneered. As soon as these words came out, Nico Robin's eyes flashed with horror. This kind of power that can flatten a country is not Rosen's real intention? She couldn't imagine how terrifying Rosen's all-out attitude would be. Surpass the 7 warlords of the sea? Comparable to the General Emperor? Or even surpass the General Emperor? On the other side, Bartholomew Kuma, who did not hear the conversation between Eneel and Robin, looked at the man in front of him expressionlessly after sending Rosen flying. Now I should be able to put Monkey D. Luffy's 2 crew members were taken away. Although he was asking, his voice was full of unquestionableness, as if he was stating a fact. I was really underestimated. But also, after all, the opponent is a tyrant among the 7 warlords of the sea, so it is indeed a bit too much to use a human form. Faced with Bartholomew Kuma's strength, Rosen, who was standing on the edge of the kingdom of God, did not get angry, but stretched out his hand to pat away the dust on his shirt, and then looked at Bartholomew Kuma with a smile. I can understand that if you are serious, can you defeat me? Bartholomew Big Bear was not moved by Rosen's words. Then I asked you again. Do you think I am a naturalist? A superhuman? Or an animalist? Rosen asked instead of answering. As soon as he said this, Bartholomew Big Bear's face, which had rarely shown any expression since his debut, changed slightly. Let me tell you. It's animal department. And it is. Rosen's words made Bartholomew Big Bear's face more emotional. Mythical beast species. The moment the voice fell, Rosen's body surface suddenly blossomed with light that could reach the sky and the earth, turning the entire White Sea into a golden ocean. At the same time, in the golden ocean, there were lion roars that shook the sky, as if a sleeping ancient lion had been awakened. Roar! With a roar of thunder, the golden light that dyed the sea of clouds dissipated. At this time, Rosen's appearance had changed drastically. His face did not change, but from head to toe, his whole body was covered with golden armor. This was a golden armor that even Eneel had never seen before. The Leo golden armor. In other words, he had transformed into the golden Saint Seiya, the symbol of Leo among the 12 royal zodiac signs. It's actually a mythical beast. Bartholomew Kuma's face had already turned gloomy when he saw Rosen wearing the Leo gold cloth. If he had a choice, he would rather face the top natural ability users than the top mythical beasts. Because the former can create and manipulate a single element, while the latter, in addition to being unable to elementalize, can not only create and manipulate one or even several superhuman or natural abilities, but also possess extremely strong physiques, vitality, and recovery abilities. For example, Kaido is like an animal with 4 natural devil fruits. And what about Rosen in front of him? The human form is equivalent to eating the flash fruit. After the transformation, Bartholomew Kuma feels that he is even better than Kaido. It's not the strength, but the fruit ability. Keep your nerves tense, always activate your observation haki, and don't relax for a moment. Second round. Begin. Rosen glanced at Bartholomew Big Bear, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. His voice was still there, and it did not reach Bartholomew Big Bear. He had already turned into golden light and moved in front of the other party. At the same time, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist and hit him directly. Lion's fangs. With the dazzling golden light suddenly appearing, a golden lion made entirely of flashes stepped out of the light, flew in front of Bartholomew Kuma, opened his bloody mouth, and bit Bartholomew Kuma with his golden light speed fangs. Bang! With the help of his observation haki and the speed of the meatball fruit, Bartholomew Kuma barely reacted. He slapped a meatball palm across the air, and the power to bounce everything away hit the flashing lion directly. Boom! The increasingly dazzling golden light roared, mixed with the terrifying punch force, sweeping in all directions, pushing away the sea of clouds under his feet one by one, and crushing a hole in the sky. Humph! The moment his palm was imprinted on the body of the shining lion, Bartholomew Big Bear's poker face, which had remained unchanged for almost 10,000 years, suddenly changed. He only felt that a terrifying fist force that could flatten the mountains came from the palm of his meatball. It was the only one he had ever seen in his life. Even the meatball fruit, which had a bug that could slap pain, fatigue, etc. out of the body and nothing that could not be slapped away, was a little overwhelmed. Not only could it not bounce off, but even the palm of his hand felt faintly torn. Bang, sizzle, and a loud bang exploded. Bartholomew Big Bear's body, which was like an iron tower, first trembled continuously on the ground, and then under the bite of the fangs of the shining lion and the pressure of its huge body, his body retreated step by step, his feet rubbed in the air, and rubbed against the invisible air to produce bursts of smoke and dust. Before he could stabilize his body, Rosen had stepped forward, caught up at the speed of light, and blasted out another punch. Lightning speed punch? A golden energy ball that was indistinguishable from lightning or flash burst out from the fist, turning into a huge fist shadow as big as a mountain, like the palm of Tathagata Buddha, and attacked Bartholomew Kuma again. Critical moment. Bartholomew Kuma raised his other meaty palm and slapped it across the air. The air was squeezed into a bear paw shape in an instant, and a gas block with white light bloomed. It was the bear paw impact used to deal with the Straw Hat Pirates in the Moonlight Moria incident. However, playing with his own prince, that was a whole East China Sea, and the pre-swing of the bear paw impact was extremely serious and the time was extremely long. Unlike now. When facing Rosen, he actually compressed the air to the limit in an instant, turning it into a bear paw gas block, and then pushed it out. On one side is a golden fist as big as a mountain. On the other side is a bear paw shockwave that can cover a town. Boom! Under the gaze of Robin, Eneel, Nami, and others in the distance, the two forces finally collided with each other, erupting into an unprecedented horrific conflict. In an instant, the sea of clouds in all directions was stirred into a huge vortex. Waves of wind and shock waves spread out in all directions. With the two as the center, no one could get close within a radius of 1 kilometer. Even elemental natural ability users could not do it. Because the aftermath of the conflict between the two forces was mixed with powerful domineering. Crack! After a brief stalemate, the continuously expanding bear paw shock wave actually made a sound of tearing silk, and then exploded like a glass bottle falling on the ground. After crushing the bear paw impact, although the golden light fist mountain was dimmed a lot, it did not dissipate, but instead bombarded Bartholomew Big Bear with the power of sweeping across the 8 wastelands and 6 directions. It was like being submerged by a 5-finger mountain. Chapter 26. Clang. Snap. Puff, a series of goosebump-inducing metal friction sounds were heard, and then Bartholomew Big Bear's steel body showed visible distortion, and some places even exploded, bulging with twisted and shapeless steel lumps and mechanical parts. The clothes on his chest were also shattered. It was hard to tell whether it was blood or oil flowing out of his body. Can robots bleed too? Seeing this, Rosen's eyes showed no mercy and he raised his arm and clenched his fist again. To Bonnie, Bartholomew Big Bear was a father worthy of respect. To him, the man in front of him was an enemy who blocked his way. Since he was an enemy, even a little bit of mercy would be the greatest cruelty to him. It's too late. Bartholomew Kuma wanted to repeat his old trick, using the ability of the meatball fruit to eject the pain and fatigue, and restore the mechanical body to its original state, but his sight and observation haki were telling Rosen to punch. If he used the yin healing bomb again, the price would most likely be death. After all, the opponent's punch speed was too fast. That was light. Even if he was not slow either, he still couldn't find time to use the yin healing bomb in the fleeting battle. After a little hesitation, Bartholomew Kuma decisively gave up on recovering his body. After all, he was not a flesh and blood body. No matter how he was damaged, as long as he had a head left, he would not die, and Vegapunk could help repair it afterwards. After giving up the idea of using the yin healing bomb, he didn't wait for his body to stabilize. In the process of flying backwards, he raised his hands and pushed the air quickly and fiercely. Push the pressure cannon hard. Hundreds of shock waves, like bear paws, swept towards Rosen with the momentum of covering the sky and the earth. These bear paw shock waves woven into a large impact net, just blocking Rosen's punch. Want to leave? Rosen's eyes flashed a hint of coldness when he saw this. He did not choose to move at the speed of light to dodge and then attack Bartholomew Kuma from another direction, because his observation haki had already sensed the opponent's intention to retreat from his emotions. Obviously, Bartholomew Kuma, who knew he was no match for him, had already thought of retreating. These bear paw shock waves were just to hinder him for a moment, so that he could buy time to knock Sanji and Zoro away, and then retreat at the speed of light. With Bartholomew Kuma's speed, a moment's delay was enough for Sanji, Zoro, and himself to escape to the outside of Sky Island, and rush out of the perception range of his observation haki. After all, although Rosen's observation haki can monitor the entire Sky Island, it cannot monitor the entire ocean after all. With the bug of the meatball fruit, if he is determined to leave, it is really not easy to stop him. Plasma Light Speed Punch. Faced with the pressure artillery group that was surging like a rainstorm, Rosen did not dodge or evade, but clenched his fist and hit directly. Swish, swish, swish. There was no flashing fist mountain comparable to the giant's. There were only sharp whistles that cut through the void, and golden rays of light poured down from all directions like a rainstorm and a strong wind. There were so many of them, like a heavy rain. In an instant, not only did it encompass all the bear paw shock waves one by one, covering them all, and then penetrated them all and shattered them in front of Rosen, but at the same time, the countless golden flashes were woven into a large net, from top to bottom, left to right, and all directions of Bartholomew Big Bear. What was even more terrifying was that each of these slender beams was caught by Rosen. Wrapped with armed color domineering. Faced with such a dense and huge domineering beam net, even a strong man like Bartholomew Kuma could not help but feel more depressed and powerless than ever before. Compared with the previous lightning speed punch, any beam of light shooting in front of him could be easily knocked away by his pair of meaty palms, but there were too many of them, the frequency was too high, the speed was too fast, and the coverage was too large and dense. In an instant, he was like the overlord of Western Chu who was surrounded by ambushes and enemies on all sides. Even with his unparalleled military power, his two fists could not defeat the thousands of lights. Did he already know it after just one fight? The only thing I can deflect is the two paw pads in my palms. Bartholomew Kuma knew that his fruit ability had been seen through by Rosen. The paw pad fruit was indeed a bug, but it had a weakness that was not a weakness, that was that the fruit ability could only be exerted with the paw pads in the palms. It was not like Whitebeard's tremor fruit. The hands, feet, shoulders, knees, and elbows could all use the fruit ability to cause vibrations. Facing this beam net that covered the sky, he could block 1, 10, 50, or even 100 beams, but he could not block thousands of beams. Puff! As expected, thousands of beams of light fell all at once. Even if Bartholomew Kuma used his armament haki to harden his entire body, his chest, back, legs, knees, and even soles of his feet still couldn't escape the fate of being pierced through. Not only that, countless beams of light dismembered his limbs and body one by one as they pierced through his body. The only thing that was barely saved was his head. It wasn't that Rosen showed mercy, but that he used his meaty palms to protect his head. However, as the arms connected to his palms were severed at the root and pierced through by the beams of light, his pair of meaty palms fell powerlessly into the white sea, and were then caught by the quick-eyed and quick-handed Eneel who stepped on the thunder. As for Bartholomew Kuma's head, it was caught in Rosen's hand like a trophy. Hi! Rosen let out a breath lightly. The plasma light speed punch just now was powerful, and it took away Bartholomew Kuma in one wave, but the consumption of armament haki was really too great. Every ray of light was entangled with armament haki. With his current amount of armament haki, just one punch had drained all of his armament haki. On the contrary, his physical strength was still unfathomable. If it was not entangled with haki, even the plasma light speed punch could continue to be used, and it would not be a problem to hit the second punch, the third punch, the fourth punch, and even more. As for the lack of haki blue bar, Rosen didn't care, let alone worry. After all, there were not many boxes of armament haki opened. When he went to the new world in the future, he would open a few hundred boxes of armament haki, and the blue bar would go up immediately. It's a bit shameless, but I can't die right now. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he is also the only one who obeys the world government. I know many secrets. Bartholomew Big Bear, who was holding a head in Rosenthai's hand, could still speak. In exchange, I want to temporarily redeem my life from you. It won't take long. 1 or 2 months will be enough. Obviously. Bartholomew Kuma intends to use all the secrets he knows about the world government in exchange for his own life. It's not because he is afraid of death. He is afraid that after his death, he will not be able to give Bonnie a 12th birthday present, and will not be able to continue to protect Luffy in the last moments. In my eyes, nothing is more valuable than your life. Rosen refused without changing his expression. He would rather not have the human fruit, mythical beast, Nika form, and keep Bartholomew Kuma for the sake of the meatball fruit. As for the so-called secrets hidden in the other party's heart, all of them added together are not as good as a box of Bartholomew Kuma. Chapter 27. Yet, since you value me so much, let's change. You should have seen clearly that I am a cyborg. Soon, I will be completely transformed by Dr. Vegapunk and lose consciousness completely. Bartholomew Big Bear was not afraid, but he still said, I can let him input a command into me. After I completely lose consciousness, I will choose to obey you. I will obey your orders. He proposed another deal. Seriously. I am indeed moved by your proposal. I am willing to believe you too. Faced with Bartholomew Big Bear's proposal, Rosen nodded. But I still choose to kill you. The conversation changed. The palm of his hand holding Bartholomew Kuma's head burst into golden light, and then directly penetrated his brain tissue. He didn't even have time to feel the pain, and he had already lost consciousness. It's nothing else. It's not that pacifists with the ability of the meatball fruit are bad, it's just that the meatball fruit itself is more cost-effective. As Bartholomew Kuma died completely, a box immediately exploded. Is it that the explosion rate of the devil fruit itself is too low, or can you only obtain its fruit ability after killing the ability user? Now we can see the outcome. Rosen was very curious when he looked at the box that exploded after killing Bartholomew Kuma. Before, he defeated Nico Robin and Chopper, 2 people with special abilities. In the end, neither of them had their devil fruits exploded. Instead, the bird named Pierre that he killed before exploded the mama fruit. The current box also exploded after killing Bartholomew Kuma. After opening the box, it can be determined whether the explosion rate of devil fruits is low, or only by killing a person with special abilities can the opponent's devil fruit explode. If it is the former, then it's nothing. If it is the latter, then the hostile person with special abilities will be killed without mercy. System, unboxing. As Rosen silently chanted, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully opened the box and obtained the para-human devil fruit, meatball fruit. After hearing this, Rosen's eyes lit up. At this point, he was basically sure that it was not that the explosion rate of the devil fruit was low, but that there was no bug. If you just defeat the ability user, because the ability user is still alive, you can't get the second identical devil fruit by opening the box. Only after killing the ability user, the box that exploded can open the devil fruit of that ability user. This is the case with Pierre's mama fruit. This is also the case with Bartholomew Kuma's meatball fruit. Flesh ball fruit. Finally got it. Rosen held the meatball fruit that appeared out of thin air in his hand, and felt indescribably comfortable in his heart. Even if he defeated the entire Straw Hat Pirates, or even killed Luffy, and got the human fruit mythical beast Nika form, he would not be as happy as getting the meatball fruit out of the box. After all, among the many para-human devil fruits, the meatball fruit is not necessarily the strongest, but if we talk about bugs, the meatball fruit is second, and basically no para-human devil fruit dares to claim the first place. A meatball fruit that has not yet awakened can actually bounce off all matter and energy, including solids, liquids, gases, fatigue, pain, damage, heat, souls, slashes, slash waves, shock waves, etc. It can even reach the speed of light by slapping itself away. If it awakens, what a bug it is. On the contrary, the human fruit mythical beast Nika form. It is too picky about the owner. If it cannot awaken, it is rubber. Only when it awakens, it is Nika. Unlike the meatball fruit, whether it awakens or not, its ability is like a bug. Really? Lord Rosen has the ability to extract the devil fruit from the dead. Eneel, who had witnessed Rosen killing Pierre and obtained the mama fruit, was not surprised to see him holding the meatball fruit, but he was more awed by Rosen. His observation Haki was warning him madly about the plasma light speed punch just now. In other words, if that punch hit him, his fate would definitely not be better than Bartholomew Kuma. Thinking of this, Eneel immediately forced his loyalty to Rosen to the maximum. That is, the meatball fruit. Nico Robin looked from afar, and when she saw Rosen holding the devil fruit, she couldn't help but take a closer look, and then she was shocked. As the youngest scholar in O'Hara, she was one of the most knowledgeable people in the sea. She had naturally seen the devil fruit encyclopedia. That's why. She only took a look from afar and recognized it. Rosen was holding the meatball fruit recorded in the devil fruit encyclopedia. Robin, what's wrong with you? Did you soak in that sea of clouds for too long? So you feel uncomfortable? Nami asked when she saw Robin's pale face. In the past, she was skeptical about Nico Robin, the former vice president of Baroque Works. She agreed to her joining the Straw Hat Pirates because Nico Robin gave her too much. A bag of diamonds and jewelry. But now, after the Sky Island incident, the Straw Hat Pirates are in name only. She betrayed Luffy, but she and Nico Robin felt that they were both wanderers in the world. By the way, Nami began to understand her. It's not that she was unfaithful, but that Rosen's fist was too big. It was enough to crush the entire Straw Hat Pirates. The kind that couldn't even save Bartholomew Kuma. Nothing. I just didn't expect to have a new captain so soon. A bit overwhelmed. Seeing that Nami hadn't realized that Rosen had obtained the meatball fruit after killing Bartholomew Kuma, the smart Nico Robin also chose to avoid talking about it. Seeing it, that's smart. Speaking it out, that's stupid. She has experienced countless betrayals and changed bosses countless times, and she already knows this kind of thing. I didn't expect it either. Nami didn't ask any more questions when she heard it, but showed a look of loss and sadness. But soon, she cheered up, not because she was strong enough, nor because she had a dream to fulfill, but because Rosen brought her on the ark. Looking at the cabin in front of her, which was completely measured in tons, the loss, pain, and sadness in her eyes all became money. For her, money can heal all pain. Money can forget all sadness. Money can erase all pain. Not to mention, what was in front of her was not money, but tons of gold. Rosen's next words made Nami ecstatic, and she was dizzy by the sudden good news. Chapter 28. There are many separate rooms in the cabin. Each one is made of gold. You can choose any one you like. Rosen said the most arrogant words in a casual tone. Isn't that the golden house? Nami was as fast as light, flashing to every room. When she realized that it was really as Rosen said, every room and all the furniture and supplies inside were made of gold, she was suddenly overwhelmed by the happiness and forgot everything. Although Bartholomew Kuma paid the price of his life and successfully beat Luffy to an unknown corner of the sea, after everything that had happened before, she knew very well that even without Rosen's existence, she would not be able to return to the Straw Hat Pirates. Thinking of Luffy's help, but also thinking of Rosen's rescue not long ago, plus the golden house in front of her. Sorry. Luffy, you're fine. It's just that Rosen gave too much. Nami murmured. She is a strong and pragmatic person. Although she was separated from the Straw Hat Pirates and was in a very low mood and very sad, it was not 2 years later after all. She had experienced the pain of losing her mother since she was a child, drifting alone in the sea, and fighting for 100 million berries. All kinds of blows did not make her collapse, but made her have a strong heart. At this time, she did not collapse or give up on herself. Instead, she quickly cheered up in front of Rosen's golden house. On the other side, although Nicole Robin was also shocked by the golden room in front of her, her childhood experience and dreams made her not as greedy for money as Nami, but as greedy for historical texts. After staying in the golden house for a while, she returned to the deck of the Ark Proverbs and came to Rosen sitting on the throne on the deck. Captain. The historical text you mentioned earlier. Is it true? Nicole Robin got straight to the point. Of course. Rosen nodded. Can I go and have a look? Nico Robin's heart trembled. No problem at all. But what do you want in exchange? Rosen nodded. I own it, it's all yours. Knowledge, talent, body. And all of it. Nicole Robin hesitated for a moment, then threw herself into Rosen's arms like a swallow. I just want your loyalty. Although Rosen doesn't believe in absolute loyalty, he still believes in relative loyalty. After all, no one in the Grand Line can offer a heavier weight than himself. The kind that can make Nico Robin betray him. Is my loyalty still worth anything? Nico Robin couldn't help but laugh at herself when she heard this. She had been living in betrayal and being betrayed since she was a child. If she were to count, she couldn't even tell how many people she had betrayed. In the eyes of others, it may be worthless. But I believe that fist is power. No one can take away what is around me, anything. Rosen is not Luffy. He knows very well that Nico Robin has value. It is not just about understanding the historical text. From archaeology, anatomy, communication, analysis, to work, games, painting, performance. She can fight, assassinate, eavesdrop, and test herself in many ways. It can be said that Nico Robin is a treasure. The whole body is a treasure. The same is true for Nami. She has an innate talent for climate, unparalleled knowledge of navigation, as well as financial management, etc. It can be said that without the existence of the Straw Hat Pirates and these two women, even with the wings of the demon god and Hades, it would be useless, because Luffy can't even leave the East China Sea, let alone become a king. Fists are power. Nico Robin was slightly moved. What a domineering man this is. I can give you everything you dream of. Safety. Historical text. Including making it public. Rosen's words were like an invisible hand that penetrated her heart and grasped the invisible thing called loyalty. I have to say, Captain, you are a great lobbyist. All right. Since you want it so much, I'll give it to you. My loyalty has been cracked and riddled with holes. Nico Robin took a deep breath and smiled. Like Nami, her miserable childhood has forged a strong, optimistic, brave, and indomitable heart. In just a short moment, she has broken free from the shadow of betraying the Straw Hat Pirates. Now, even if Straw Hat Luffy comes back and invites her to board again, she will never agree. It's because of Rosen's words. Fists are power. Open and aboveboard, domineering. No words can make her feel more at ease than this. Eneel. Go to Shandora. Rosen heard this and asked Eneel to activate the arc proverbs. Yes. Seeing that Nico Robin was showing signs of becoming a consort of God and wanted to test Rosen day and night, Eneel also appropriately put away his attitude of Rosen first and him second. Since he was demoted from the god of Sky Island to the priest of Sky Island, he has not only improved his strength and consciousness, but also his eyesight. With just a short moment of observation, he has already seen many clues. For example, Nico Robin in front of him, and Nami who stayed in the golden cabin and was reluctant to come out, are more pleasing to Rosen than Lachi and Konis. Since she is a consort of God, then naturally as a priest, he cannot put on airs. It is even more impossible to call the other party woman all the time like before. Sky Island itself is not big, and the flying speed of the Arc Maxim is not slow, and Eneel, the local priest, is leading the way. Nico Robin soon saw the golden bell, the historical text she had always dreamed of. Is it only about ancient weapons? There is no blank history of 100 years. After reading the historical text one by one, Nico Robin was very disappointed. The content above was very explosive. If it was spread out, even the 5 elders would be worried. Because it recorded about ancient weapons, the location of the Sea King. Is there anything you want? At this time, Rosen suddenly appeared beside Nico Robin. No. Nico Robin's eyes flickered when she heard this, and she hesitated a little. After a brief contact, she knew very well that the man in front of her was definitely an ambitious man like Crocodile, but more powerful than Crocodile. Moreover, he was the kind of man with all-round ambition. She couldn't imagine how terrible things would happen if he knew about the ancient weapons. What is written on it? Rosen asked casually. Nico Robin was silent. The scene before her was so familiar. Didn't she and Crocodile find the history of Alabasta before? It also recorded ancient weapons. However, Alabasta recorded Pluto, while Sky Island recorded Poseidon. Chapter 29. Do this 15 minutes a day and earn 17,250 Indian rupees per hour. Check it out. Passive income. Is it a secret that cannot be told? Rosen glanced at Nico Robin with a half-smile, and then made a move that shocked her. He did not ask, but turned around and walked away. He seemed to have no interest in the historical text in front of him. Don't you want to know? Nicole Robin looked at Rosen's back, hesitated for a moment, and then said. I should have told you. Fist is power. I only believe in my own hands. Rosen turned his back to Nico Robin, raised his arm, and made a fist with his 5 fingers. What ancient weapons? What Pluto, Poseidon, and Uranus? He didn't believe in any of them. He only believed in his fists. Of course. There were also cheats. If he couldn't become the strongest in this world where the power of heaven and earth was combined, and instead pursued external objects like ancient weapons, it would be too embarrassing for a time traveler. This would make him unable to raise his head among his peers. Really? Nicole Robin felt Rosen's aura again, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke. You don't believe in ancient weapons? She looked straight at Rosen. If you have it, that's good, but if you don't, that doesn't matter. Rosen turned his head and glanced at Nico Robin from the corner of his eye. So, what if I tell you that this is where one of the ancient weapons is located? Nico Robin looked into Rosen's eyes, as if trying to see through this man's heart. Will you tell me? Rosen asked instead of answering. Do you want to know? So is Nico Robin. Then you tell me. Luo Yan turned around. Aquaman. Nico Robin uttered a touching name. Mermaid Princess, hi. Rosen said something surprising. You actually knew. Etc. You can also understand the text of history. Nicole Robin said subconsciously, and then she realized that the other party could also understand the text of history. This shocked her, but she was also a little overjoyed. It was like finding a kindred spirit. After all, she was the last person in the world who could interpret the text of history. Now that another person who could also understand the text of history suddenly appeared, she was shocked and inevitably felt a little close to him. Nico Robin. You passed. Rosen did not answer Nico Robin. In addition to the historical text, this empty island washed up by the rising current still has many things worth your archaeological exploration. But don't play too long. In a week, I will set sail for the Grand Line. After saying that, Rosen disappeared in front of Nico Robin, and then Arc Proverbs also flew away slowly, leaving the other person alone in this Shandora. I didn't expect that. Nicole Robin murmured. At this moment, she suddenly realized. Rosen had mentioned before that he wanted her loyalty, and it turned out that he was referring to the historical text. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It was conceivable that if the answer just now disappointed Rosen, her fate would be worrying. Even if she didn't die, she would not be taken seriously. In a minute, she would be reduced from a crew member to a servant. Even a slave. As for the historical text, there was also the blank history of 100 years, and there would be no chance for her to touch it again in her lifetime. Have you passed the test? It seems. Nico Robin, this woman has the qualifications to be a consort of God. On the deck of the Arc Proverbs. While operating the spaceship, Eneel recalled the conversation between Robin and Nico Robin just now. If this matter was still uncertain when they were in the White Sea before, then now, Nico Robin definitely has the qualifications to be a consort of God. He secretly decided to find a time to inform the other party. Let Nico Robin be sensible and don't let Rosen wait too long, let alone let God speak in person. Thinking of this, Eneel felt that as the first priest under Rosen, it was necessary for him to remind Nico Robin to quickly bring the imported grapes and go to test Rosen. New World. Baldigo. Located in the Revolutionary Army headquarters on this white Earth island. Wearing a dark green cape and a dignified face, Monkey, who never shows his emotions Long, at this moment, had a stunned expression. Looking at the life card in front of him that was constantly burning, he felt a long-lost feeling of anxiety, panic, and anger. How come? It should take about half a year before the Big Bear is completely transformed. Could it be that the 5 elders noticed something and transformed the Big Bear in advance? Impossible. Even if that's the case, Big Bear is not completely dead, the life card can't be burned out. Monkey D. Long was shocked and angry, but also puzzled. He once asked Vegapunk, what would happen if Bartholomew Kuma was completely transformed? The answer he got was that he would become a mechanical life form. He would continue to live in the world without self-awareness. Only in this way, 2 years later, Bartholomew Kuma would be able to perform the feat of punching Sardin. If he died, the meatball fruit would be reborn somewhere in the world, and would not remain in Bartholomew Kuma's body. In other words, even if he was completely transformed, Bartholomew Kuma's life card would not burn out. Vegapunk. Monkey D. Long stood up suddenly, and stared at the distant sea with a deep and unfathomable gaze. That was Egghead, the direction where Vegapunk was. At the same time, an irrepressible domineering aura, wrapped in heavy pressure, spread to every inch of the white Earth island. The famous revolutionary soldiers fell to the ground one after another as if they were struck by lightning. This is Monkey D. Dragon. Leader of the Revolutionary Army. Son of a Navy hero. Father of Nika. Monkey, who has already lost his composure. D. Dragon didn't even notice that the Revolutionary Army headquarters was turned upside down by his conqueror's haki. At this moment, his emotions were out of control, and even a shrewd man like him couldn't help but feel an impulse. He wanted to ask Vegapunk about Bartholomew Kuma's situation. Coincidentally, just when Monkey D. as the dragon was enraged and launched a monstrous domineering aura, Vegapunk, who was far away in a laboratory in Egghead, was also stunned. He immediately paced back and forth with an anxious look on his face. How so? The bear's life card is exhausted. What exactly happened? Are they the 5 elder stars? Or the Navy? Knowing that Big Bear will be completely transformed and lose consciousness in the near future, can't you still accommodate Big Bear? Satan. Vegapunk rushed to the door of a room and tried to push it open, but in the end he chose to lock it, and used all means to make the room airtight, almost impossible to destroy by violence. Because it contained the memory of Bartholomew Kuma. To some extent, it was equivalent to a disposable Bartholomew Kuma. Vegapunk, who already suspected that Satan was responsible, secretly swore that this memory was the last proof and trace of Bartholomew Kuma left in this world, and he would never allow the world government or the Navy to destroy it. Chapter 30. As one of the 5 elders and the supreme ruler of the world government, Satan was hated by Vegapunk and was heavily guarded. He was also blamed for killing the bear. At this time, he was puzzled. In order to monitor Bartholomew Kuma and to hunt him down at any time when he lost control, he also kept a copy of his life card. But just now, he learned from a government official who came to report the news. Bartholomew Kuma's small life card was burned out. Is he actually dead? The storm caused by Crocodile's defeat by the Straw Hat Boy has not yet completely subsided, and you, as a Shishibukai, are killed at this time. Is it a coincidence, or did you do it on purpose? Bartholomew Bear. No matter what it is a bit of a waste for you to die at this time. After all, such a useful experimental material is really rare. Satan's eyes flickered. After he pondered for a moment, 2 orders carrying the will of the world government were issued to the Marshal's office of the Navy headquarters. From now on, Bartholomew Kuma will be stripped of the title of Shishibukai, and after the identity of the person who killed Bartholomew Kuma is found out, he will be included in the candidate list of Shishibukai. As for the cause of Bartholomew Kuma's death, after issuing the order to the Navy headquarters, Satan swept away the remaining ashes of Bartholomew Kuma's life card. This is the cruelty of the pirate world. Or the cruelty of the supreme ruler of the world government. Before his death, Bartholomew Kuma was killed. Bartholomew Kuma was used as experimental material in every way, even his daughter who had half celestial dragon blood was not spared. After death, he was worthless and was thrown aside like garbage. He even planned to invite the person who killed Bartholomew Kuma to replace him and become the new Shishibukai. This is also the reason why Rosen embarked on the path of pursuing power and regarded fists as power as his life creed after he traveled to Sky Island and experienced the judgment of God by Eneel. Because before traveling, he had seen the cruelty and coldness of the pirate world, after traveling, he personally experienced the cruelty and coldness of the pirate world. Time flies. It has been a week since Bartholomew Kuma died and Rosen opened the box to get the meatball fruit. This also marks the day when Rosen sets sail from Sky Island for the first time. Because the light engine built by Eneel has been completed. On the deck of the Ark Proverbs. In front of a throne belonging to Rosen, there is a golden rudder. Mr. Rosen. This is not only the rudder that controls the Ark's flight direction, but also the light energy transporter. You only need to hold the rudder and release the light energy while steering. You can also transfer enough light energy in one breath and then steer the Ark. Eneel narrated his invention with a bit of complacency. The energy storage inside the Ark can be fully charged with light energy or electrical energy, which can allow the Ark to fly for 3 hours without interruption. His words stunned Nami and Robin. The two women who came from the Grand Line had only been on ships sailing on the sea. As for ships flying in the sky, they had never even heard of them, let alone seen them. Only 3 hours. Rosen frowned slightly. According to his ideal expectation, it should take at least half a day. After all, this is the world of pirates. A place full of black technology. Time is tight and conditions are limited. With the materials Sky Island currently has, we can only do this much at best. Seeing Rosen seemed dissatisfied, Eneel hurriedly explained respectfully. So, as long as you have better materials, you can make the energy storage system better. Rosen didn't mean to blame Eneel. After all, he only gave Eneel 10 days and a half to build the light energy engine. He knew that this was Eneel's limit. Yes. As long as there are better materials and I have enough time to study. Given time, the spacecraft will be able to store enough energy to fly for a whole day. Eneel was relieved when he saw that Rosen was not angry, and he also stood up. Let's try it out first. Rosen said noncommittally, then held the rudder of the Ark with both hands, and injected light energy into the rudder according to what Eneel said. After a moment, he reached out and slapped the golden button in the center of the rudder. Boom! Around the Ark, propeller-like parts suddenly turned. From slow to fast. After reaching a certain threshold, the Ark began to leave the ground, and soon rose from the ground and rushed straight into the sky. Looking at the boundless sky and the vast white sea, Rosen suddenly felt a sense of pride in his heart, a kind of ambition to have the sky and the sea at his feet. Mr. Rosen. The button in the center of the rudder can be turned. The left side is for deceleration, and the right side is for acceleration. Eneel reminded him at the right time. Hearing this, Rosen couldn't help but become interested and turned the button in the center of the rudder to the fastest speed. The Ark responded immediately and was gradually speeding up, but after reaching a certain speed, it could no longer increase. Is it the fastest? Rosen asked Eneel. The Ark's maximum speed was far inferior to that of the fighter planes before the crossing, and even ordinary civil aircraft could not reach it. At most, it was only about 30 to 50 kilometers per hour. It was not as fast as sailing in the sea. In terms of engine performance, it can be faster. However, the hull could not support itself due to material limitations. If the entire hull is made of pure gold or other metals, it will be too heavy, and the engine will be overwhelmed and unable to speed up. However, if it is made of wood, it will also be limited by the material, and there will be a risk of disintegration if it is forced to speed up. Eneel's tone was very helpless. Although Rosen is the owner of the Ark instead of himself, as the builder of the Ark, he still feels very frustrated. Especially because the reason why the Ark cannot go faster is not because of human technology, but because of the material of the Sky Island. I searched all over the Sky Island to find the best materials for the wood used to build the hull. Mr. Eneel. Can I understand that as long as there is better wood, the Ark can fly faster? At this time, Nico Robin suddenly asked. Yes. Miss Robin. Eneel's tone was very respectful. If nothing else, the fact that Nicole Robin was sitting on Rosen's lap and resting her head on his shoulder explained everything. A week, although not long, was enough for Nicole Robin to complete the transformation of her identity. Rosen obviously couldn't withstand the various tests that Nicole Robin had put on her every day and night with the flower fruit for 7 days. In the end, she still allowed the other party to complete the breakthrough of her social class. From a subordinate, she became a woman. In Eneel's eyes, she was the goddess. Her status was far higher than that of Lachi and Konis, who had completed the breakthrough earlier. If it weren't for Nicole Robin's insistence, he would have respected her as the goddess instead of Miss Robin. Chapter 31. Adam. As far as I know, this is the best wood for building ships. It is said that the ship that the Pirate King used to conquer the Grand Line was made of the precious tree Adam. After receiving an affirmative answer from Eneel, Nico Robin put her arms around Rosen's neck and breathed into his ears. There is another saying. In the Battle of Etewol, Roger also relied on the pirate ship built with the treasure tree Adam to escape from the terrible storm. On the other hand, the Golden Lions were almost completely wiped out and quickly withdrew from the stage of the era. At this moment, Nico Robin's erudition played an important role. How good is that treasure tree Adam? Eneel was immediately interested when he heard this. These days, he also learned a lot about the deeds of those great figures in the Grand Line. For example, the Pirate King is the strongest man in the previous era. Although it is made of wood, it is better than steel. Nico Robin's words made Eneel look happy. Where can I buy it? Rosen also became interested. If you have traveled to the pirate world and don't even have a ship built with Adam, then it will more or less lower the level of the traveler. City of Seven Waters. The Carrera Company there is a world leader in hull manufacturing, repair and renewal. Because of the overdeveloped shipbuilding industry, Carrera is not only the official shipyard of the world government and the navy, but also a place where many pirates go to buy ships. Therefore, even the treasure tree Adam, which has long been banned by the world government, can be bought there. Nicole Robin is like an encyclopedia, answering every question and answering fluently. Then go to the City of Seven Waters. Let's speed up the arc first. Rosen nodded. As a new pirate who had just entered the Grand Line, he had no connections and no background. If he rashly shopped in the black market, he would lose his money at best and be robbed by the black market at worst. On the contrary, if he bought the treasure tree Adam in the name of Carrera Company, the situation would be completely different. At least it would save a lot of unnecessary trouble. As for buying it for free, he had to know the location of the treasure tree Adam before he could buy it for free. Otherwise, how could he buy it for free in the vast ocean? Leave it to me. The danger of sailing in the sky of the Grand Line is no less than that of sailing on the sea. At this time, Nami opened her arms and narrowed her eyes slightly, as if she was embracing the blue sky and white clouds. She maintained this state for about 10 seconds before she opened her eyes again. Southwest, avoid. About half an hour. At least there will be a storm that affects nearly 100 kilometers of sea, and of course there will be lightning swarms. Her words made Eneel a little bit unbelievable. That's how the weather was predicted. However, Rosen, who knew Nami's talent very well, directly asked Eneel to do it. Whether it's in the sky or on the sea, as long as it is within the area of the Grand Line, it's right to listen to Nami about climate change. Didn't you see that the first thing Golden Lion did when he returned to the arena was to capture Nami and become a navigator? Although Rosen was confident that with his current strength, he could withstand most of the bad weather with his body, but that was only the first half of the Grand Line. If it was the second half of the climate, even a strong Golden Lion would not be able to withstand a natural disaster. The plane would capsize, not to mention the annihilation of the entire pirate group, but his head would be broken, his strength would decline, and he would go crazy. As expected. After flying for less than an hour, the sky, which was clear just now, suddenly became windy, with lightning and thunder, and then heavy rain swept down. This sudden change stunned Eneel, and he couldn't help turning his head to look at Nami. What is this? A humanoid weather forecaster? I thought that the other party was just a goddess with a broad mind who was good at using imported grapes to please Rosen. I never thought that like Nico Robin, Nami was also a person with outstanding abilities. Has Lord Rosen already seen Miss Nami's talent? No wonder when the Straw Hat Pirates were wiped out, only the two goddesses were left behind. It turns out that they all have unique talents. Eneel thought about it and was even more in awe of Rosen. In his eyes, this man was really more like a god than himself. Not only in strength, but also in vision. He was almost omniscient and omnipotent. Although trapped in a storm, the Ark Proverbs was swaying left and right in the sky due to the strong wind and heavy rain, and it was shaky, but the Ark was worthy of being a ship that could fly to the infinite land. It was not blown into the sea by the strong wind and heavy rain, but continued to soar in the wind and rain tenaciously. In addition, with Nami's advance prediction of weather changes, Rosen and others were at the edge of the storm at this time. After flying for less than 10 minutes, the dark clouds, lightning, heavy rain, and strong wind disappeared suddenly, and everyone felt suddenly enlightened and refreshed. Following this direction, we can reach the City of Seven Waters after another half day of flying. In the short term, we will not encounter the bad weather just now again. But there are occasional drizzles and lightning, which is not a problem for this ship. Nami took off her raincoat with one hand, sat in Rosen's arms again, and separated her legs with Robin. After staying on Sky Island for 7 days, she has become more and more familiar with how to test Rosen. At this moment, under the raincoat, she is only wearing a plain bikini. It seems that she is well aware of the truth that high-end tests only require plain fabrics. Half a day. After hearing this, Rosen went straight back to the cabin, sat on the bed, and slowly closed his eyes. This is also the way he developed the devil fruit. Exercise is necessary, but thinking and meditation are more important. Especially among the many constellations of gold Saint Seiya that he currently masters, the ability development methods of several forms are very consistent with meditation. Knowing that Rosen returned to the cabin to meditate, Eneel decisively took over the control of the Ark. As a flying boat that combines light energy and electrical energy, the Ark Proverbs has not only one control panel, but two. One main and one deputy. The main control panel corresponds to light energy and is controlled by Rosen. The deputy control panel corresponds to electrical energy and is controlled by him. As for Nami, after exchanging a glance with Robin, she had already followed Rosen's footsteps, and snuggled in his arms on the left and right. Anyway, with his height and body shape, he can accommodate 2 women at the same time, or even 3 women. In a moment, a test for Rosen quietly unfolded. Half a day was neither long nor short. But in the test and meditation, Rosen felt that time was like an arrow and the days and months passed by like a shuttle. Not long after, a city towering over the surging sea appeared in his sight. Land. Rosen looked at Eneel. The latter understood and immediately landed the ship at the dock of the Seven Waters City. Look, that ship can actually fly. Hiss. Gold, most of the ship's hull was actually made of gold. Oh my god! Which pirate group is this? Even the celestial dragons don't have such a luxurious ship. When the Ark Proverbs landed at the dock of the Seven Waters City, it instantly caused a huge uproar. Countless greedy, fierce, and murderous eyes were cast from all directions. This is a golden ship, and it can fly. Which pirate can resist such a temptation? In a moment, pirates from all directions, armed with knives and guns, swarmed in. Chapter 32. Eneel. Rosen slowly stood up, as if he was unaware of the pirates around him who had ulterior motives. I am always waiting for God's will. Eneel replied respectfully. After a series of beatings by Rosen, Eneel, the lackey, has gone further and further on the road of loyalty. Of course. It's not all beatings, there are still sweet dates. For example, the big sword rakery. For example, he taught Eneel to learn the armament haki, although it was just entanglement, but it was enough for him. Near the Ark. Murderous. Leave no one behind. Rosen said, and put his hands around Nami and Robin's waists, and walked down the Ark as if no one was around. Yes. Eneel's observation haki was fully activated. These days, he has not only improved his swordsmanship and armament haki, but also improved his thunder fruit and observation haki. He can clearly sense a person's emotional changes. Negative emotions such as greed, murderous intent, and ferocity are naturally clear. Thunder is coming. Eneel silently memorized the position of each pirate, then raised the golden stick in his hand, and a bolt of lightning shot up into the sky. Boom! Thunder went straight up to the sky, and the sky over the Seven Waters City pier quickly became covered with dark clouds, with lightning and thunder. That is Thunder Fruit ability user. Oh my god! It's the natural type, and the one that's closest to invincibility. Oops! This time I hit a wall. Seeing Eneel release lightning, many pirates woke up from their greed, but more of them gritted their teeth, drew their swords, and pointed their guns at Eneel. 1 ton of gold is enough for them to have the courage to trample on everything in the world. Not to mention, the gold in the Arc Maxim is more than 1 ton. Foolish pirate! Let me tell you what the consequences of offending God's majesty are. Die! Eneel raised his hand and waved. 10,000 thunderbolts. As the golden stick fell, hundreds of thunderbolts instantly fell from the dark clouds covering the sky. Ah! Faced with the thunder and lightning, none of the pirates present could react. The speed of thunder is not something that everyone can keep up with. Observation haki and strong strength are both indispensable. With just one wave of thunder, hundreds of pirates present were turned into charcoal and fell on the dock. And this is just the beginning. On the other side, although Rosen, who had already set foot in the Seven Waters City, was in this city for the first time, he opened his observation haki and saw everything on the island, no matter how big or small. After taking a general look at the city, he saw a face that he had never seen before, but was extremely familiar. Iceberg. Or a Spagu. That is the president of Carrera Company. Most pirates are money hungry. Is it okay to let Eneel guard the Ark alone? I think there are at least 800 pirates eyeing the Ark, if not 1,000. Nami was not as well read as Robin, and her understanding of devil fruits was not clear enough. Of course, she was not worried about Eneel, but was simply worried that the gold on the Ark would be taken away. After all, the gold had long been in her pocket. There will be no problem. With Eneel's strength, as long as he doesn't encounter the Emperor's vice-chairman, or the general candidate, the number of people is meaningless to him. Especially the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. Rosen's voice was full of confidence. After his guidance, Eneel is no longer the same as before. Even if he meets Luffy, who is his natural nemesis, as long as he is not the 5th gear Nika, Eneel is not afraid. Not only because of the armament haki and swordsmanship, but also because Eneel has understood that the thunder fruit is not just about lightning. Not to mention, his observation haki can monitor the entire Seven Water City. Even if a wild general passes by, he can travel to and from any place in the Seven Water City in an instant. That's good. Nami heard this and patted the giant ball she was carrying with her, feeling relieved. Isn't this your first time in the City of Seven Waters? Why do I feel like you are very familiar with every blade of grass, every street, and every alley here? Even observation haki can't do this. As Nico Robin walked, she suddenly realized something was wrong. It was mainly because Rosen was too familiar with the route. It didn't look like he was visiting the Seven Waters City for the first time. In her opinion, observation haki couldn't do this. Didn't I tell you? My eyes. You can see the entire Seven Waters City clearly. Rosen lowered his head to meet Nicole Robin's gaze. When she said this, she was stunned. What happened next made her completely believe what Rosen said. Under the guidance of the other party, and without asking any passers-by, she actually walked to the mayor's building accurately. However, before she got close, she was stopped by 2 armed guards guarding the door. This is the mayor's building. Mayor Iceberg's office. No entry without permission. One of the guards came over with a gun and shouted. Then go and report it. Just say someone wants to buy a boat from him. When Rosen glanced at the gun pointed at him, his pupils shrank. He felt like he was being stared at by a sea king, and not just an ordinary sea king, but a super large sea king. He was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. The other guards thought Rosen was targeting his colleagues and pointed their guns at him. "Point the gun at me, do you really know what this means?" Facing more than a dozen rifles, Rosen's face did not change at all, but asked casually. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a huge lightning column descended from the sky, directly submerging all those who pointed their guns at Rosen. Obviously. Although Eneel was at the dock, as Rosen's #1 lackey, his awareness was undoubtedly extremely high, and his observation haki had always been on Rosen. Although he was not like Rosen, after combining the mythical beast species gold Saint Seiya form with the observation haki, he had God's vision and could overlook the entire Seven Water City, but by combining the thunder fruit with the observation haki, he had God's hearing and could monitor the entire Seven Water City. Just now, Rosen and the conversation between these guards, he was at the dock, but he heard it by his ears. Without Rosen speaking, he immediately sent down the judgment of the priest to those who disrespected the gods, and a lightning column of thunder wiped out those who dared to point their guns at Rosen. "Let's go." Rosen didn't even look at the guard who fell to the ground. This is the world of pirates. The moment you point your gun at someone, it often means life and death. He walked into the mayor's building. He didn't need anyone to lead the way. He went directly to the outside of Espago's office. Nico Robin in Rosen's arms raised the corner of her lips and raised her left hand. Inside the office, a hand stretched out from thin air and turned the doorknob. "Who are you?" Chapter 33. Seeing his office door suddenly open, Espago, who was processing documents at his desk, immediately looked up and his eyes fell on a man and two women standing at the door. "It's her. This is really a pleasant surprise. It's not just the design of Pluto, but also the crucial person who can understand the text of history." Standing not far away, Khalifa, who was wearing a black fishing net and dressed like a secretary, seemed to glance casually, but when her eyes passed over Nico Robin, a hint of subtle surprise and joy flashed in the depths of her eyes. "Trespassing into the mayor's building without permission. Aren't you afraid of being wanted by the world government?" As soon as Espago finished speaking, he knew that what he had just said was nonsense. Because he also recognized Nico Robin's identity. The son of the devil. A woman with a bounty of 79 million berries, she is already a wanted criminal of the world government. Iceberg, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Rosen. The purpose of coming here is also very simple, I just want to borrow your company's name to help me buy some wood for shipbuilding. After entering the door, Rosen walked to the opposite side of Espago as if he was returning to his own home, and then sat down. As for Khalifa, he never looked at her from beginning to end. CP9 or CP0. As long as they don't provoke him, he who came to the Seven Waters City just to buy Adam, as long as they don't provoke him, he will pretend not to see them. Otherwise, the world government can prepare a new batch of CP9. If you want to buy wood, just go to the shipping department of Carrera Company. There are the best shipbuilders in the world, and the best and most complete wood in the world. If you don't know the way, I can call and have someone take you there. As Tom's disciple, he was targeted by many officials of the world government, but in the end, he used political tactics to merge the 7 companies of the Seven Water City and reached a cooperative relationship with the world government, making Carrera Company the exclusive shipbuilding company of the world government, and also served as the mayor of the Seven Water City. Espago's strength may not be good, but his personal means and his vision of people are definitely not bad. Especially Rosen got the primary domineering color domineering after opening the box, which cannot be well controlled at present. Even if he does not use it deliberately, there is still a sense of oppression spreading around him. He saw at a glance that the other party was not simple. After all, a man who can come to him openly. A person who can subdue Nico Robin. How could he be a simple and easy person? I think you are a smart person, so please don't treat me in a foolish way, okay? A man who went from being a wanted man's disciple to becoming the mayor of Seven Water City in just 8 years, wouldn't he be unable to understand what I'm saying? Or do you think you can get away with it by pretending to be ignorant when you know the truth? Rosen crossed his arms and looked straight at Espago. Just by looking at each other, the latter felt as heavy as carrying a mountain, and his breathing became disordered. "Khalifa, please go out for a while." Aspago's eyes flickered, and then he asked Khalifa to leave. Obviously, he was a cautious person, otherwise, he would not have allowed CP9 to lurk around him for many years and still get nothing. Even though Khalifa had worked in Carrera Company for 5 years, she still did not gain his complete trust. "Yes. Mr. Agubasai." Khalifa heard this, and although she wanted to know what the people in front of her were talking about, she walked out calmly and closed the office door again. On the surface, she looked like a qualified secretary, and there was nothing wrong with her. "Treasure Tree Adam." As soon as the door closed, Aspago spoke first. Obviously, as Rosen said, when Rosen entered the door and said the first sentence, he had already guessed what kind of wood the other party wanted. "Make an offer. As long as you can help me get it." Rosen did not choose to buy for free. Anyway, the Ark Proverbs lacked everything except gold. For him, using some gold and silver to buy things was no different from buying for free. Moreover, he also knew Aspago's character, a man of iron will. If he was determined not to help him, he would definitely die rather than surrender. "Since you found me, you should know. The purchase and sale of the treasure tree Adam has long been banned by the world government. Why would I risk being removed from my position as mayor and wanted by the world government to help a stranger I have never met before?" Aspago also got straight to the point. "As you said, it took me so many years to become the mayor and the president of Carrera Company. Just because of your words, I am taking such a big risk. You say, is it possible?" he asked back. "A piece of information." Rosen raised a finger. "I don't think there is any information more valuable than the treasure tree Adam." Aspago shook his head and said, "The world government has sent CP9 to your side. If you help me buy the treasure tree Adam, I can give you the list of CP9. Seeing Aspago so confident, Rosen broke the other party's defense with just one sentence. "What?" Aspago's face suddenly changed, and he stood up in shock, but he paced for a few seconds, then sat down again. His face returned to its previous calm, but there was still a hint of haze in the depths of his eyes. "What do you think?" Rosen looked at Aspago with a smile. "At this moment, both sides have switched from offense to defense. Compared to what you said, I have a better proposal." Aspago pondered for a moment, then spoke. "Tell me about it." Rosen said with interest. "You want to buy the precious tree Adam for building a ship. When it comes to shipbuilding technology, apart from the late Mr. Tom, I am second to none in the world today. As long as you are willing to help me keep one person safe, I will offer you the treasure tree with both hands. Not only do you not need to pay for it, I will also build a boat for you personally. Even if I have to use all the strength of Carrera Company, I will build a satisfactory boat for you. What do you think, sir?" Agubasai said in a deep voice. "Papa." Rosen reached out and patted it gently, then spoke. "As expected, he is the president of Carrera Corporation. To be honest, I'm beginning to admire you. However, that's not enough." Rosen shook his head. Did he lack people who could buy the treasure tree Adam Berry? What he lacked was a way to buy it, or a platform. Even if Aspago brought Carrera Company to build a ship for him, it was not worth the price. Moreover, he did not lack shipbuilders. Eneel, who could design and build the Ark Maxim, was one of the best shipbuilders in this sea. Akubas, together with the shipbuilders of Carrera Company, only accelerated the progress of the upgrade and transformation of the Ark Maxim and optimized many details. At most, it could only serve as icing on the cake, not as a timely help. With just these few things, wanting to buy a permanent amulet from him was nothing but a fool's dream in Rosen's eyes. Chapter 34. Once. As long as you are willing to help me keep one person safe once, the conditions I just mentioned will still work. Not one less. Aspago's expression changed, and he finally took several steps back. "Don't you want the CP9 list?" Rosen said with a playful look on his face. "It's no use knowing this. I don't have the ability to fight against the world government, not even CP9. It is better not to know their identities than to accidentally reveal their flaws." Aspago shook his head. Since CP9 chose to lurk instead of assassinate, it proves that they want to get something from me. As long as I don't reveal any flaws and they never have a chance to succeed, then there will be no problem. What do you mean? Aspago's performance made Rosen look at him with new eyes. He is worthy of being the mayor of Seven Water City and the president of Carrera Company. This shrewdness and this bearing can only be described as extraordinary. I really admire you more and more. Rosen smiled and nodded. Good. I promise you. Just once. Even if Aspago didn't say it, Rosen knew who the other party asked him to protect. Frankie. A man who holds the design of Pluto. Aspago was willing to buy an amulet from him at all costs, just to protect Frankie's safety at the critical moment. Thank you very much. After hearing this, Aspago nodded with a sense of relief. Base Hu Adam's words, I promise to deliver it within 3 days. Even if I lose everything I own, I will buy enough wood for your shipbuilding. As for now, if you don't mind, I'd like to go see your ship first. After saying that, Aspago stood up from his chair. He was also a man of action. Since the deal was done, he would do it first. As for whether Rosen would go back on his word, he didn't even think about it. In the world of One Piece, everyone made verbal promises. Instead of considering whether Rosen would break his promise, he would rather trust his own judgment of people. Of course. Rosen nodded after hearing this. He was also very satisfied with Aspago's attitude. Since he had agreed, he would do it immediately and do his best. As long as the final modified arc proverbs met his expectations, he would not mind giving Frankie a peace charm. Of course, the premise is that the other party would not become his enemy. Otherwise, everything would be invalid. Is this your ship? Aspago looked at the dock full of corpses, and then looked at the Arc Maxim moored at the dock, and he was silent. The golden ship can still fly. Even for someone as skilled in shipbuilding technology as him, it was the first time he had seen it. After all, even the ancient weapon Pluto was just a ship sailing on the sea. At this moment, he understood why Rosen came to him, and why the other party didn't care much about his shipbuilding technology. A shipbuilder who could design and build the Arc Maxim must be as skilled as himself. Except for the golden hull, all other wood is made from the precious tree atom. As for the transformation, I want this ship to be truly amphibious, that is, it can fly unimpeded in the sky, on the sea, and in the sea, and it must be fast in flight and sailing, and the whole structure must be able to withstand the harsh climate encountered when flying in the New World. Rosen said to Aspago, who was confused. After flying over the sky of the Grand Line once, he also experienced firsthand how bad the climate of this ocean was. In his heart, he felt that it was extremely correct to defeat the Straw Hat Pirates and then invite Nami on board to test his decision at all times. This is only the first half of the Grand Line. What if it is the New World? No wonder the Golden Lions were wiped out by natural disasters. And the 4 emperors, like emperors, have ruled most of the islands in the New World for decades, but they cannot find Raftel, which is not unreasonable. If it's flying speed, it's not difficult. Mr. Rosen, your spaceship is very impressive, but the wood used for the hull is too poor, which limits the performance of the spaceship. But if you want to dive, you have to make some big changes. Aspago didn't come alone. Out of respect for Rosen, he also brought along all the heavyweight boatmen and designers from Carrera, including Rob Lucci and Keiku. You mean you can do it? Rosen heard the implication of Aspago's words. Sure. All it needs is a submarine's sealing and pressure-resistant structure, as well as drainage, oxygen supply, and other devices. It's no problem to sneak in the sea. Aspago nodded happily. The moment he saw the Arc Proverbs, he was no longer the mayor, no longer the president, but a shipbuilder. Facing an unprecedented ship, he was full of energy and expectations. If it really succeeds, is this still the Arc? Nami was surprised to hear this. It's not an exaggeration to say it's the motto of Shenzhou. Nico Robin murmured. Even Eneel, who was very picky about the name of his spaceship, agreed with this statement. The motto of Shenzhou. This is the name of the spaceship after the transformation and upgrade. How long will it take? After listening to this, Rosen was also looking forward to the new ship. Buy Atom Tree. Draw a design. There are also renovation and upgrades. Aspagu discussed with Eneel, several trusted shipwrights, and the designer for a while before giving an accurate answer. Half a month from now, I promise to return you a Shenzhou that can be used on land, sea, and air. He said in a firm tone. Okay, I'll wait for you for a month. Rosen nodded. Although Aspagu and Frankie worked together to build the 1,000 miles sunshine, it took 3 days and 3 nights, but the Arc Proverbs, even if it was just an upgrade, was 100 times more complicated than the entire 1,000 miles sunshine. 15 days was still acceptable to him. No problem. Aspagu signaled the designer to start work immediately, and secretly decided to ask Frankie for help. Mechanical modifications involving diving, flying, etc., these are Frankie's strengths, so of course he had to ask for help. He had spent a lot of effort to buy an amulet for Frankie from Rosen. Mr. Rosen, shall we go shopping? Anyway, we have to wait another 15 days for the new ship. At this time, Nami held Rosen's arm, proposed, and tested him with the ball. Just now on the way to the mayor's building, she was attracted by the dazzling array of 7 water cities along the way. Now that the transformation of Shenzhou has been basically implemented, a desire to shop is naturally unstoppable. In order to make Rosen nod, Nami gave her good sister Robin a look, and the latter immediately understood and followed with the ball to test Rosen. Unable to withstand the test, he could only helplessly agree in the end, and handed over several 100 million to Nami and Robin to enjoy. However, they did not notice that when they left the dock, there were several pairs of eyes that seemed calm, but were actually as cold as predators, staring at their backs in the dark. Chapter 35. As night fell, the city of 7 waters did not become dimly lit, but instead was decorated with lights and decorations. Compared with the daytime, there were more people and more traffic. In such a joyful atmosphere, in an inconspicuous little bar, 3 men and 1 woman were whispering, telling chilling words. How about it? Although Iceberg has been impeccable over the years, there is one person who is not. It is basically confirmed that Frankie is Carter Fram. Starting from him, it is most likely to get the design of Pluto. What about Nico Robin? This is Spondum, no, this is the woman that the world government has specifically requested. Do we want to take action? Why not? The Thunder Fruit user is busy building a ship, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I don't think that man named Rosen is just an ordinary person. It doesn't matter. The 4 of us will work together to carry out the assassination. Without any intention, anyone who is not a 4 emperor or a 7 warlord will die. Killed a man and a woman, took Nico Robin away, and put the blame on Bing Shan and the people of Carrera Company. That's right, a golden ship. It's normal for a clerk to steal from the company, take risks, kill people and rob goods. That's settled. Assassinate Rosen and Nami, then capture Nico Robin. If Aspagu was here, he would be shocked to find that the 4 people who planned such a conspiracy were actually people around him. The shipbuilder. Rob Lucci and Keiku. The tavern owner. Bruno. As for Khalifa, she was the president's secretary hiding beside Aspagu. And what they planned was enough to push the entire Carrera Company into the abyss. Let's go. After the 4 reached a consensus, they worked out the action plan. Lucci was the first to put on his coat and mask. Keiku, Bruno, and Khalifa were no exception. They all changed their clothes and left through the secret passage of the tavern. However, just as they were planning to find Rosen and the others under the cover of night and assassinate them, they were shocked to find a man and 2 women standing at the exit of the secret passage. The faces of the 3 were very familiar. They were the targets they had just planned to assassinate. Rosen, Nami, and Nico Robin. What? Looking at the Rosens who almost collided head-on, Lucci, Keiku, Bruno, and Khalifa's faces under their masks were full of shock and disbelief. Obviously, no matter how well they planned, they never thought that they would run into Rosens the moment they came out of the secret passage. Do you know why people always hate flies? Although it won't bite, it can be annoying. You are the best example. Rosen glanced at the 4 CP9 members in front of him. CP9. It's better to kill it in the cradle. Even if you can't even call it a threat. His words once again shocked Lucci, Khalifa, and others. Kill. The four exchanged glances, and saw strong and ferocious murderous intent in each other's eyes. Although they didn't know why their whereabouts were exposed, there was only one way to deal with it. Kill all those who knew about it. Swept kick. Khalifa and Keku were the first to attack. They raised their feet together, rolled up the air, and actually kicked out a slashing wave that only a swordsman could release with his sword. And the two of them joined forces, and the two slashing waves were connected in a line, and finally made an extremely huge vacuum slash, which flew in front of Rosen in a flash. At the same time, faster than Khalifa and Ka was Rob Lucci. As the strongest of CP9 in 800 years, he raised his foot and stomped on the ground. The speed was so fast that he actually passed the slashing wave released by Khalifa and Keku together. Like a cheetah with its claws spread out, it dragged a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and flashed behind Rosen. With one finger, the whistling sound of the bullets fired fiercely stabbed into his neck. Finger gun. As soon as the three of them attacked, they launched a joint attack. And they targeted Rosen at the same time. Bruno was staring at Nico, Robin and Nami to prevent them from taking the opportunity to escape. But in the next breath, he was stunned on the spot. Bang! Facing the vacuum slash wave that came out of nowhere and could even cut a building in half, Rosen did not dodge or evade, and did not even look at it, allowing it to fall on his waist and abdomen. Ordinary pirates would have been cut in half at this time. But when Rosen faced his Zanpakuto, there was a collision sound and sparks at the intersection of his waist and abdomen with the slash wave. At the same time, Rob Lucci, who attacked from behind, also encountered a similar situation. Bang! When his index finger, like a rifle bullet, hit Rosen's neck, it was like hitting a piece of hard sea stone. Even steel plates would be penetrated by his finger gun, but after Rosen's neck was hit by a finger gun, there was an unusually dull sound, and then he was unharmed. On the contrary, he felt the long-lost pain from his fingers for the first time. This is the Lunalia physique that Rosen possesses. As strong as Zoro 2 years later, after awakening the domineering color entanglement and becoming the Hades, he used 3 black swords hardened by the armed color domineering, tried his best, and only barely broke through the defense when the flames behind the flame disaster Jin were extinguished and the defense was reduced. And Rosen? With the light speed of the mythical beast species and the gold saint form, there is no need to deliberately extinguish the flames and lower the defense in exchange for the increase in speed. The flames behind him are burning, let alone the few small CP9s in front of him. Even if the CP0 2 years later comes, they can only stare and shake their heads, helpless. Impossible. Lucci, Keku, and Khalifa all cried out in surprise when they saw this scene. They knew very well that if they attacked together, even a giant would bleed. Even a steel battleship of the Demon Slayer class would be pierced. But what about Rosen? He stood there, not dodging or evading, and didn't even have the intention of defending. He just let them attack him. Apart from splashing a few sparks, there was no other effect. Why that expression? Don't you really think you can defeat me? No, hurt me. He. CP9, it seems that you are not as smart and capable as the rumors say. Rosen seemed to see the wonderful expressions of Lucci and others under their masks. Do you actually think that Eneel can kill me just because he is guarding the Ark in the shipping department? Haven't you ever thought about the relationship between Eneel and I? Forget it, since you are here, you should tell them. He shook his head and laughed. Chapter 36. As soon as Rosen finished speaking. Boom! The dark night sky was cut by lightning, and then a silver-white lightning fell from the sky. The next second, Eneel strode out from the dazzling lightning. Even if he was demoted from the god of Sky Island to Rosen's priest, his style of showing off and making an appearance remained unchanged. As long as the person he faced was not Rosen or Nami and Robin, the two most favored concubines of Rosen, he would always look down on people with a condescending attitude when facing anyone. However, compared to the appearance of Eneel, his next words were what made Lucci, Keku, Bruno, and Khalifa moved. Humble mortal. God is forgiving. Since Lord Rosen has specially rewarded you with a clear death, I will personally answer your questions. I, Eneel, am the most loyal servant of Master Rosen. It is forever. Eneel looked at the masked men who dared to kill the gods, his eyes full of murderous intent. What? Even Lucci, who was as calm as a killing machine, was shocked by what Eneel said. How could it be? Khalifa murmured. That's the user of the thunder fruit. Keiko and Bruno looked at each other, finding it hard to accept this statement. It's very uncomfortable, right? But unfortunately, as Eneel said, the thunder power user is just my servant. Rosen crushed the last hope of the 4 CP9 members. There is such a thing. Although it is hard to accept, this is the fact. Seeing how powerful Rosen is, and knowing the master-servant relationship between him and Eneel, and knowing that Eneel has come to support them, Lucci, Khalifa and the other two, knowing that the assassination could not succeed, did not communicate with each other, not even with their eyes, and turned around and ran. Bruno even tried to use the power of the door fruit to open an air door leading to the other dimension and bring everyone in to escape. But the 4 had just turned around, and before they could use shave, one of the 6 styles, Rosen had already flashed to Bruno at the speed of light. He valued the door fruit. Among the many superhuman devil fruits, it was second only to the meat gallop fruit and the surgery fruit. Since they had met, of course they would not let the other party get lost. Lightspeed finger. A finger, casually extended, but surrounded by golden light that could tear the sky apart, like an indestructible sword, pierced Bruno's forehead from the front, and before he could react, a golden beam of light pierced his brain, killing him on the spot. In the blink of an eye, it pierced Bruno's forehead, causing him to explode like a box. The other 3 members of CP9 had not yet reacted to their companions being killed, and Rosen had already flashed and came to Keiko. Although his Deo power value was higher than Bruno's, he could only barely see a flash of golden light in front of him, and then he felt a huge force coming from his abdomen. Iron. Under the pressure of death, Keiko's potential was maximized, but in the end, he didn't even have time to use the iron block, and was dragged by Rosen and kicked across his abdomen. Bang! The air couldn't bear Rosen's kick, and a wave of air raged around. Then Keiko didn't even have time to scream, and he fell from midair to the ground, smashing the ground into pieces, sinking and collapsing. Waves of dust broke out of the ground along the fragmented cracks. Bruno. Keiko. At this time, Lucci and Khalifa reacted belatedly, but when they saw clearly from the corner of their eyes, they saw Bruno, who was already breathless, and Keiko, who was unconscious. Seeing this, the 2 did not stop, but fled in 2 different directions with all their strength. Even the strongest Lucci did not dare to say that he could defeat Keiko in an instant, let alone defeat Keiko and Bruno at the same time. Khalifa, needless to say, stepped on the moon step with a pair of long legs in high heels and black stockings, praying in her heart that Rosen would not fly and could only do nothing to herself. Whoosh! The moment the sound of breaking through the air was heard, Khalifa knew that her thoughts were beautiful, but the reality was cruel. She suddenly found that a figure had appeared in the sky ahead. It was the man who killed Keiko and injured Bruno in an instant. Rosen. Seeing that there was no escape, Khalifa simply gave up the idea of escaping and fought hard. She didn't ask to hurt Rosen, but only to delay for a moment so that Rob Lucci could escape. This is CP9. Although they pursue dark justice and are extremely cruel to the enemies of the world government, there is an inseparable friendship between them. Death Finger Whip. With the awareness of her certain death, Khalifa stretched out a finger. Under the control of life return, the finger became as soft as a spring. Then she stepped forward with a moon step, like an arrow from a bow, and took the initiative to meet Rosen. With a powerful sound of breaking through the air, her index finger stabbed Rosen's throat fiercely. This is one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body. Bang! The finger gun hit Rosen's throat without deviation, but unlike the past when it easily pierced the enemy's throat, after the finger gun hit, except for splashing some energy and a heavy impact, there was no other effect. Isn't she still a person with special abilities? Rosen glanced at Khalifa, grabbed her neck with one hand, and squeezed hard. Humph! The intense oppression and suffocation caused Khalifa's eyes to roll back under the mask. Due to lack of oxygen in the brain, she soon fainted. Then, like garbage, she was thrown away by Rosen and fell to the ground from midair, splashing circles of dust. Did Khalifa also fail? Rob Lucci caught this scene from the corner of his eye, and his heart sank. The only thing that made him feel a little comforted was that he managed to buy some time to escape after the desperate fight of his 3 companions. At this time, he transformed into the animal-type leopard man form and rushed out hundreds of meters at full speed. "What are you looking at?" Suddenly, a voice came from Rob Lucci like a nightmare. He looked closely and realized that when he glanced back from the corner of his eye, Rosen had caught up with him, passed him, stood in front of him, and looked at him with a playful look. Lucci was very familiar with this kind of look. In the past, when he pursued dark justice and carried out assassination missions for the world government, he often showed this expression to his prey. But he didn't expect that one day he would change his form and become the Tien Gang. He was the prey and Rosen was the hunter. Chapter 37. Can you tell me how you found us? Each of us has a flawless disguise. You have only been in the Seven Waters City for less than a day, how can you see through everything about us? Rob Lucci also gave up the idea of escaping. Then, like Khalifa before, he was prepared to die. But before that, he still wanted to figure out how he and others were exposed. Was it the betrayal of the world government? Or was Rosen's insightful? Okay. I can tell you. But you have to do me a favor later. Rosen's words made Lucci confused. He was not only curious about what kind of help he could give, but also puzzled as to why the other party thought he would help. You know, he was not afraid of a mere defeat. The city of 7 waters beneath my feet. Wherever the sun and the moon shine, they are all within my sight. Rosen's words shocked Lucci. Yet, your observation haki is so powerful. It can encompass the entire 7 waters city. Lucci murmured. As the strongest CP9 in the world government for 800 years, if he had not carried out the mission of lurking beside Aspagu and finding the ancient weapon Pluto, he would have been exposed to domineering 5 years ago and promoted to CP0. He had his own pride and planned to use the Pluto design to please the world government in exchange for a perfect promotion. This wasted the most precious 5 years. Otherwise, after 5 years, his strength would not be comparable to the vice president, but he would definitely be able to fight with the vice president. So, you can help me with peace of mind, right? Rosen said indifferently. He didn't care to tell Lucci at all, because the dead are the best at keeping secrets. I refuse. Lucci's eyes flashed fiercely, his muscles bulged, he stepped into the air, and flew in front of Rosen at an astonishing speed. He wrapped his tail around his waist, and then he put his hands together into fists and aimed them at his abdomen. 6 styles of secrets, the largest wheel, the 6 kings spear. Knowing that Rosen was terrifying, he would not attack, but once he did, he would use his strongest trick. Bang! The rolling shock wave, like a flood, surged out along the clenched fist and penetrated Rosen's body. Your biggest mistake is to underestimate the enemy. Lucci glared at the man in front of him fiercely, and shouted in a tone of rebellion. Yeah. But I don't think so. Under Lucci's incredulous gaze, Rosen, who had just been hit by the 6 kings spear, was like nothing happened. He stretched out his hand to grab his neck, with one hand raised in the air. His 5 fingers were like dragon claws that could split mountains and crack the earth. With a little force, he reached the limit of his iron endurance. His whole face turned ashen, full of discomfort and pain. Why do you think you are qualified to be my enemy? Seriously. From the beginning to the end, I never considered him an enemy, so how can I underestimate him? Rosen pinched Lucci with one hand, and at the same time stretched out a finger and tapped his forehead. You are an animal-type ability user, and you specialize in physical skills. Physical fitness, vitality, and recovery ability, he should be the strongest among CP9. I think he should be able to withstand my torture. As soon as he finished speaking, he was already wearing the Gemini gold cloth, and the finger on Lucci's forehead also burst out a thin ray of light, piercing from his forehead and shooting out from the back of his head. Ah! Lucci's eyes widened, his expression ferocious, his hands and feet stretched and tensed, and he let out a deafening scream. Did it fail? How disappointing! I thought you, the strongest member of CP9 and a person with animal abilities, would be able to withstand my torture. I didn't expect that he couldn't even last once. Rosen retracted his index finger and found that Lucci's forehead had been pierced, and a clearly visible hole appeared. Through the hole, he could even see the scene behind him. He killed CP9's strongest man in 800 years with one finger, but his expression was not very happy, but a little disappointed. It seemed that he wanted to test something, but failed in the end. Rosen, who was a little unhappy, first loosened his hand that was pinching Lucci's neck, then raised his hand and threw a light-speed punch, directly turning it into a meteor that streaked through the sky, broke through the air and attacked the outside of the Seven-Water City, then plunged into the sea, blasting a towering water column, and finally sank into the sea. Mr. Rosen, are these people irritating you? I will kill them right now. After Rosen landed, he didn't look happy. Eneel subconsciously thought that CP9 and others had assassinated him, which ruined his mood. If we really wanted to kill them, do you think they would be alive now? Rosen glanced at Eneel, and then his eyes swept across the two boxes in front of him. One was exploded from Rob Lucci. The other was exploded from Bruno. But he didn't rush to open the box, but walked to Keiko, who was seriously injured but not unconscious. Lucci couldn't help. I hope you can help. Rosen half squatted down, put a finger on Keiko's forehead. What do you want to do? Although Keiko didn't understand Rosen's intention, his intuition told him that if he let the man in front of him do it, his fate would be worse than death. Don't rush. If you can help me with this, you will have a chance to know later. Rosen smiled, and then his mind moved. Swoosh! A thin ray of light burst out from his fingertips, just like when he treated Rob Lucci, drilling into Keiko's forehead and shooting out from the back of his head. Illusionary Demon Emperor Fist. He retracted his fingers. This time, Keiko's forehead was not pierced like Lucci's. There was not even a trace of wound on his forehead. Or did you overdo it? Really? It is really hard to master the power of stepping over ants without killing them, especially with Gemini's light-speed punch. Rosen sensed that although Keiko had no wounds on the outside and was still breathing, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Because Keiko's brain nerves were still damaged, causing permanent damage, either becoming a vegetable or becoming an idiot after waking up. Obviously. Whether it was Lucci just now or Keiko in front of him, in his eyes, they were not experimental materials. The purpose was to develop, or to measure the correct strength of the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist. Unlike other light-speed punches that destroy the body, after transforming into a Gemini Gold Saint, the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist used was to directly attack the enemy's brain nerves, but without hurting the brain nerves, it controlled its brain. To do such a thing, it is not easy. Just controlling the strength is not an easy thing. After all, Rosen is different from CP9. He has not practiced physical skills since childhood, and his control of strength is a bit inadequate, and he can't do it in detail, especially the power of the light-speed punch is extremely powerful. No matter how carefully you control it, it will still take people's lives. Not to mention that the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist mainly hits the enemy's extremely fragile brain nerves. Chapter 38. There is only one experimental material left for the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist. Rosen glanced at the unconscious Khalifa and his mind moved. Phantom Demon Emperor Fist. This is the most difficult move to control among the many tricks he has developed. No matter what form of Gold Saint he transforms into, or what trick he uses, the original intention is to destroy the enemy. Whether he can achieve absolute control over the power is not important at all. As long as he can use it as if it were his own arm. Anyway, once the light-speed fist is used, it doesn't matter whether the enemy is dead or disabled. Only the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist is different. This is not a trick to destroy the enemy, but to control the brain. The main feature is mental control. Controlling the light-speed fist to meticulousness is the key to the success of this move. This is exactly what Rosen lacks the most. There is no way around it. After all, it has only been a month since he traveled through time and space, from a weak traveler to a being who can kill Bartholomew Kuma. In such a short time, it is naturally impossible to develop the ability of the fruit to the extreme and control it to the finest detail. Just look at Luffy. In the first few years after he ate the human fruit, the mythical beast, the Nika form, he often failed to hit others because of the elasticity of the rubber, but instead hit himself first. It took a long time to develop the fourth gear. Forget it, let's unbox it first. I remember that in addition to the 6 styles, CP9 also has a physical skill called Life Return, which can infuse consciousness into any part of the body, thereby achieving the effect of freely controlling the body, hair, and internal organs. If I could open the box and get this move, maybe the Phantom Demon King Fist would not destroy the brain nerves, but control them. Thinking of this, Rosen looked at the 4 boxes lined up in a row and said silently in his heart. System, unboxing. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully opened the box and obtained the superhuman skills, 6 styles. Congratulations to the host, the box was opened successfully and the 6 style secret art 6 King's Spear was obtained. Congratulations to the host, the unboxing was successful, and the superhuman devil fruit, the Dordor fruit was obtained. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully opened the box and obtained the physical skill, Life Return. Sure. Faced with the unboxing results of CP9, Rosen was quite satisfied. Although Rob Lucci's box did not obtain the animal type cat fruit leopard form after unboxing, it also opened its strongest move, the 6 style secret technique 6 King's Spear. In his opinion, it doesn't matter what other people's boxes can open, as long as Bruno's box can open the gate door fruit, it has met expectations. Even if it doesn't open the Life Return, it doesn't matter. At most, he can train for another month or so, and he will definitely be able to completely control the Illusion Demon King Fist. I never thought. In addition to the cat fruit leopard form, not only the gate door fruit, but also the 6 styles and Life Return were obtained through unboxing. Life is returned. Rosen's mind moved, and he felt as if his consciousness could leave his brain and merge into his hands, feet, hair, skin, muscles, internal organs, bones, etc. at will, thus achieving perfect control. Maybe the fruit ability will not achieve a breakthrough leap, but in terms of control, it is definitely a dimensional leap. Being able to control at will also means being able to use the fruit ability at will, and, to the greatest extent possible, develop and manipulate the fruit ability. Now, it should work. Rosen had a hunch that with the control of his body and strength by Life Return, even a light speed punch could attack the brain nerves without damaging them at all. Thinking of this, he walked to Khalifa, who had not yet woken up, and stretched out his index and middle fingers to press against her forehead. Phantom Demon Emperor Fist. Amidst the flashing golden light, a thin ray of light penetrated his pores, went straight into his brain nerves, and then shot out from the back of his head. During the whole process, he activated his observation haki to perceive. Really? 10 years of hard work is not as good as 1 time of cheating. Unboxing it once saved me half a month of hard work. After doing all this, Rosen slowly stood up, with a slight smile on his face. If he hadn't opened the Life Return in CP9's box, he would have to practice for at least another month, consuming a lot of experimental materials, before he could completely practice this move, the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist. Unlike now, after combining Life Return with the Gemini Gold Saint, the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist succeeded in one go. Lord Rosen, what are you doing? Seeing that Rosen seemed to have accomplished something and was in a good mood, Nami also plucked up the courage to ask the doubts in her heart. At first, she thought Rosen wanted to torture CP9, but after a closer look, she found that it was not the case. Whether it was Lucci or Keiku, they were solved in an instant. Even if there was pain, it was only a momentary thing, and it didn't look like torture at all. And Khalifa is even more needless to say. After being penetrated by the beam, she was unharmed and her breathing was stable. At first glance, she just looked like she was unconscious. Watch it. It will be revealed soon. Rosen didn't explain, but reached out and picked up Khalifa, and asked Eneel to take Keiku, who was either a vegetable or an idiot, through the secret passage into the secret room where CP9 had previously held meetings, and then threw Khalifa onto a chair not far away. Nami, Robin, and Eneel became even more curious when they saw this. They were not surprised even if Rosen had an extra door fruit in his hand. It was no secret on the ship that the other party could extract devil fruits. Rosen had never deliberately concealed it. Secrets are something that only the weak need to conceal. The strong don't need to do this at all. And being thrown on the chair, Khalifa didn't let Nami, Robin, and the others wait too long. It was unknown whether it was because Rosen's Phantom Demon King Fist was now under precise control, or because Khalifa, as CP9, had an excellent physique, but after fainting for a while, her eyelids trembled slightly, and then she opened her eyes. Her sight swept over Nami, Robin, and Eneel one by one, and finally stopped on Rosen. In her eyes, there was no cold murderous intent, nor a sharp edge, but instead a kind of tender warmth and fanatical worship. It was like the look of a kept mistress looking at her rich man, and also like the look of a devout fanatic looking at the god of her faith. What kind of look is that? Nicole Robin's observation is so sharp. From the moment Khalifa first looked at Rosen, she had already noticed that the look in this woman's eyes had completely changed. She didn't look like the executioner of the world government at all. Recalling the scenes of Rosen using the light speed punch on the three CP9s one by one, a thought suddenly rose from her heart, causing her delicate body to tremble slightly, and a trace of horror and fear appeared in the depths of her eyes. How so? My observation Haki couldn't even sense any anger or murderous intent from this woman. Instead, he sensed a kind of love, support, and admiration that Nico Robin and Nami did not have. Eneel did not have the keen observation ability of Nico Robin, but he had a strong enough observation Haki to sense the emotions of living things. After just one coma, he sensed that Khalifa's emotions changed drastically when she faced Rosen. Chapter 39. Strange. What exactly is wrong? How could this woman have such an expression? Nami's insight was not as good as Robin's, nor did she have Eneel's observation Haki, but she was smart enough. In addition, she had been crawling and rolling in the sea alone since she was a child, so when she met Khalifa's eyes, she also vaguely sensed that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what was wrong for a moment. "What's your name?" At this time, Rosen suddenly spoke. "Khalifa." Khalifa looked at Rosen with seductive eyes, her eyes wishing she could stick to him all the time. "Where are you from?" Rosen continued to ask. "World Government's Intelligence Agency. CP9. The headquarters is on Judicial Island." Khalifa answered all questions. "Why attack us?" Rosen saw Khalifa's transformation and was quite satisfied with the effect of the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist he developed. After all, this is CP9. Each of them is a killing machine trained by the world government since childhood. Dark justice and loyalty to the world government have long been engraved in their bones. Moreover, their will is so strong. But now? In a single encounter, Khalifa's recognition of dark justice and loyalty to the world government were all transferred to themselves. Even with CP9's strong will, they can't resist the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist. Speaking of brainwashing, the world government can't catch up with them even if they take a rocket. At first, we were ordered by CP9 Chief Spondum to lurk beside Aspagu and find out the information about the ancient weapon Pluto. Coincidentally, when our action was about to succeed, you came to the Water City. To be precise, it was Nico Robin, which was also one of our mission targets, so I reported it to Lucci, and after he got in touch with Spondum, the commander ordered us to capture Nico Robin. Ancient weapons can only exert their true power when combined with Nico Robin. Khalifa told everything about CP9, including everything she knew about the world government, in detail. Her strange behavior made Nami, Robin, and Eneel beside her shudder, as if they were falling into an ice cave. They were not afraid of CP9 or the world government, but because of Rosen. The culprit who made Khalifa like a demon and changed into a different person was their captain. Rosen. What if this punch was meant for me? An irresistible thought surged into the minds of Robin, Nami, and Eneel. Thinking of this, their awe of Rosen was already deep in their bones. There was a hint of fear. As a person with a complete personality and values, seeing Khalifa being brainwashed, they naturally felt horrified, and were even more unwilling to become the second Khalifa. Like a walking corpse. No. Not a walking corpse, it can only be said that the body and soul remain unchanged, but the mind has changed. Khalifa. Who do you serve? Rosen asked a question that shocked Nami and the others. Is there any need to say this? I am your servant, secretary, and woman, Lord Rosen. In my heart, you are my god. Khalifa's eyes changed, revealing love. No, it should be said that it is infatuation and admiration, which can't be concealed at all. The enthusiasm has reached the extreme. If I ask you to kill someone, would you be willing to do it? A smile flashed across Rosen's eyes. Who? Khalifa did not answer yes or no, but directly asked the identity of the person to be killed. He. Rosen pointed at Keiku, who looked like a living dead not far away. Keiku. How dare you assassinate Lord Rosen? He really deserves his death. When Khalifa's eyes fell on Keiku, there was no emotion in her eyes, only chilling murderous intent. It was a pure and strong murderous intent. Whoosh! After knowing who Rosen wanted to kill, she did not hesitate at all. She walked to Keiku quickly with a pair of long black silk legs and high heels. She raised her hand and stretched out a finger. Without any hesitation, she pierced Keiku's forehead like a bullet. Puff! The powerful finger force pierced through the forehead and went straight through Keiku's brain. After doing all this, Khalifa took out a handkerchief as if nothing had happened and wiped the blood on her fingers. It was as if the person she had just killed was not one of her most concerned companions, but just an insignificant enemy. This scene. Falling into the eyes of Nami, Robin, and Eneel, they felt cold all over. One punch, brainwashing. One punch, Khalifa changed into a person. Became Rosen's slave. Became an obedient killing machine. How terrifying this is! Hee. Rosen, who also saw Khalifa's wonderful performance, smiled. His smile was extremely bright, like a child who got candy, but what he said next was chilling. Khalifa, you are great. CP9, also very good. As experimental materials, you are really excellent. He smiled lightly, not only pleased with Khalifa's performance, but also satisfied with the power of the Phantom Demon King Fist. Even CP9 with a strong will like Khalifa couldn't resist and was completely dominated by her brain nerves. Then how many people in this world can resist it? You know, there are not many kings with strong wills like Roger and Whitebeard. It is my greatest blessing to be able to help Lord Rosen. Khalifa turned on the faucet and washed her bloody fingers thoroughly before walking back to Rosen, nestling in his arms like a little bird. This was completely different from the way she killed people without blinking an eye before, and the people she killed were her companions. This huge contrast made Robin, Nami, and Eneel shudder with fear. Only those who drink the water know whether it is hot or cold. The three of them knew that they had been taken in by Rosen in various ways, and there was no question of loyalty. Rather than being loyal to Rosen, it was better to say that they succumbed to Rosen's power. Since they knew it well, Rosen must also know it. In other words, Khalifa was brainwashed so thoroughly, what about herself and others? Can she escape? It seemed as if she saw they had the same idea. Rosen's eyes suddenly turned to the three of them. There was no killing intent, no coldness, just as deep and unfathomable as the sea. But just a glance, Eneel and the other two couldn't help but shudder. At this moment, all three of them knelt down at the same time. Eneel was used to kneeling, but Nami and Robin were not. After getting on the ship, they were promoted from subordinates to goddesses under Eneel's advice. Because of this relationship with Rosen, they didn't respect Rosen like a god like Eneel. Compared with Eneel, they were more relaxed and casual, and less respectful and restrained. But now it's different. Rosen's Phantom Demon King Fist. Khalifa's brainwashed look. They all feared and awed Rosen to the core. Chapter 40. What are you doing? Everyone, get up. Rosen saw this and knew that this time the blow was very effective. He did not believe in any bond or partnership, but only believed that fists were power, so he used the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist on Khalifa in front of Nami and others. Although this Phantom Demon Emperor Fist hit Khalifa, it also hit the hearts of the three bystanders, Nami, Robin, and Eneel. It had a terrifying deterrent effect. Under the catalysis of fear and awe, their loyalty to Rosen can be said to be worshipped as a god. Mr. Rosen, I have already become your shape. Can you please not use the Phantom Demon King Fist on me? Nami raised her head cautiously like a frightened cat and glanced at Rosen. How could be? I won't be so cruel to my women and my men. The Phantom Demon King Fist is not prepared for you. Rosen's words were like 3 Angong Niuhuang pills, which were fed to Nami, Robin, and Eneel respectively, making their hearts, which had been raised to their throats, calm down again. I knew it. Lord Rosen won't be so cruel. Nami patted the big ball she carried with her, feeling relieved. Same with you. When I was on Sky Island, I already accepted your loyalty. Therefore, as long as you remain loyal, the Phantom Demon King Fist will never fall on you. Rosen glanced at Eneel and Robin, especially at Robin. Do you understand? He looked at the two with interest. Of course it won't change. Nico Robin couldn't help but think of her conversation with Rosen in Sky Island Shandora. She said at the time that she would give her loyalty to this man who believed that fists are power. Looking back now, she couldn't help but feel fortunate. Fortunately, she didn't hide the fact that the ancient weapons were recorded on the Sky Island History Stone tablet. Otherwise, in addition to Khalifa, she would also be the one enjoying the treatment of the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist today. Or even worse, becoming Rosen's practice consumables for practicing the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist. Just like Keiku and Rob Lucci. Mr. Rosen. I have already said. I am your most loyal follower, forever. Eneel quickly expressed his position. I believe you. Rosen said meaningfully, then stood up. Let's go. His words made several people a little curious. Where are you going? After making sure that Rosen would not use the Phantom Demon King Fist on her, Nami returned to her normal state. Didn't you just say that? It has already become my shape. So, I want to see if it's true. As soon as Rosen said this, Nami's heart tightened. Her intuition and mind told her that what she would face next was the real horror. Once her choice could not satisfy the man in front of her. She glanced at Khalifa, who was following Rosen like a shadow, dressed like a secretary. Will she become like this? When she thought of this, she became more and more uneasy. But no matter what she thought in her heart, even if her feet felt like they were filled with lead, Nami could only follow Rosen's footsteps and came to the golden ship docked in the dock, which was heavily guarded by a spagu. Rosen boarded the ship first and walked into the golden cabin. He came to a golden room with sea stone handcuffs and cages holding 3 people and a deer. This is the golden prison cell in the Ark. It is specially used to imprison enemies. Nami. Miss Nami. Sensing someone coming in, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper, who were locked inside, immediately opened their eyes and immediately set their sights on Nami, who followed Rosen in. Seeing that Nami was dressed brightly and beautifully and did not look like she had been abused at all, the 3 men and the deer breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, their expressions changed. Nami. Please let me see it. How did you become my shape? Rosen glanced at Eneel, who understood and immediately handed a golden dagger inlaid with diamonds to Nami. Kill Usopp. As soon as the words fell, Nami, Zoro, Usopp, Chopper, and Sanji all changed color in horror. You bastard! Miss Nami is already yours. You are still torturing her like this. Sanji cursed directly. He was a man of character, and he could tell at a glance that Robin and Nami's moist posture and radiant charm were obviously like fertile land that had been cultivated and irrigated. Needless to say, they had become Rosen's people. Is it torture? I don't think so. It's just to make her fulfill her words. Rosen's expression remained unchanged, and he was not moved by Sanji's words at all. Indeed, it is impossible for Nami to return to the Straw Hat Pirates. The Straw Hat Pirates have long been in name only. Even if Bartholomew Kuma exchanged his life, he only got back a bachelor captain like Wang Luffy. Even if the Straw Hat Pirates are still there, Nami will go back. But not being able to go back does not mean that she can integrate into herself. It is only the body that becomes her own shape, not the mind. He wants more. Nami's body and mind are all changed into his own shape. As for rejection, it doesn't matter. Then she is not a woman, but an enemy. The arrangement of the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist is just that. He will not talk about mercy and affection for a woman whose mind is not in his own shape. After all, this is the grand line. The cruel and cold world of pirates. Me. Nami was a little at a loss, a little flustered. This scene was obviously beyond her expectations. Think slowly. There is plenty of time. I'm not in a hurry. Rosen walked aside and sat down. Khalifa, who had enjoyed the treatment of the Phantom Demon King Fist, reacted very quickly and was also very perceptive. Before Robin could do so, she used the 6 styles, shave flash to get behind him and used 10 green jade fingers to massage his shoulders and back. Nami. Usopp turned pale with fear. This friend whom he had known for the first time actually wanted to kill him. Nami, come and kill me. I will replace Usopp. It's okay, right? Zoro suddenly said. That won't work. You are a more precious experimental material than CP9. It can't be wasted like this. Rosen shook his head. After successfully developing the Phantom Demon King Fist, it was even more impossible for him to kill Zoro and Sanji. The wings of the king. This king doesn't have to be Luffy, it can also be himself. On the contrary, it doesn't matter if it's Usopp. Even if it's 2 years later, it's nothing more than a stronger body and awakening of observation haki. The only commendable sniping ability was also obtained by him. There is no point in keeping it, it is better to use it to help Nami and complete the final transformation. From body to mind, it is completely reduced to its own shape. Chapter 41. What about me? I'm much stronger than Usopp. You let Miss Nami come and kill me. Sanji was unwilling to fall behind. He could lose anything in his life, but he couldn't lose to the green algae-headed man. The same as you. In the hands of the Straw Hat Boy, you are now as weak as ants. But in my hands, you will soon be able to complete the transformation and be reborn. Rosen refused again. What about me? Chopper suppressed his fear. He found that Rosen seemed to have always treated him differently. Seriously, you're the only exception. If there is anyone in this world who I can still respect, it is not the Pirate King, not the 4 emperors, and not even the admirals and marshals. But those doctors who truly pursue the purpose of saving lives and healing the wounded. Especially your dreams. Panacea. Rosen looked at Chopper, his eyes flickered. Chopper? Just as he said. He couldn't bear to kill him. First, out of respect. He is a real doctor. Second, he might need a doctor in the future. Not an ordinary doctor, but a real genius doctor. At least one who is superior to Trafalgar Law. Chopper is undoubtedly the best candidate. After all, the anti-aging operation. This is not something that anyone with the ability of the Operation Fruit can do. So, please don't let me down in you. Nami. Rosen leaned against Khalifa's soft body and looked at Nami quietly. He did not urge her, but gave her enough time to wait for her to make a decision. You'd better use the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist on me. I owe everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates one, and I can't do it until I pay it back. After a moment, Nami let go of the golden dagger in her hand and let it fall to the golden floor. She can betray the Straw Hat Pirates without hesitation, but it is really impossible for her to kill her former companions with her own hands. Just treat it as, I will give it back to them. Nami raised her neck, her pretty face full of tears. She was afraid of the Phantom Demon King Fist, but she was more afraid of killing Usopp with her own hands. Because doing so is equivalent to killing herself with her own hands. Madness. As a divine concubine, you should feel honored and fortunate. This is God's gift to you. Eneel's face turned cold. Because I'm still alone. I think. If I really kill Usopp with my own hands, I'm afraid you will be worse than a slave in your eyes. Mr. Rosen. So, if you insist on doing this, please use the Phantom Demon King Fist on me, so that I, who is no longer me, can kill Usopp. Nami looked straight at Rosen and bravely met his gaze. Papa. Rosen looked at Nami deeply, then raised his hand and patted her gently. You passed. Nami. When these words came out, Nami was stunned. Nico Robin beside her raised her lips slightly. This scene was so similar. I had also experienced such a test before. Good. If you kill Usopp, you are not even a human being. For you like that, your fate is to face the Phantom Demon King Fist. Rosen's words made Nami's eyes widen, and her pretty face was full of surprise. He would not believe it, and would not let such a terrifying woman stay by his side. Even if this woman was called Nami. You said you owed everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. Well. I asked you not to kill them, and I won't kill them either. This should be considered as paying off. Rosen looked at Nami. Nami was silent for a long time, then nodded vigorously. She knew that this was the result of her hard work in the Sky Island. Of course, it was also due to her own sailing ability. If she was just a vase, she would be reduced to being a tool to please Rosen like Lachi and Conies. Let's go back. It's night. You should rest too. Rosen glanced at Nami. Okay. Nami turned around and took one last look at Usopp, Sanji, Zoro, Chopper, and her former companions. Even though she had guessed what these people would experience after she stepped out of this room, she didn't say anything, but turned around and left. She knew that after betraying the Straw Hat Pirates, she could still enjoy the treatment of being second to none in the Ark Proverbs. This was Rosen's greatest favor to her, but if she didn't know what was good for her, this favor would turn into disgust. What was waiting for her would be the same fate as Khalifa. A set of Phantom Demon Emperor Fist. If she had a choice, she would certainly not become another person. Sorry, everyone. There will no longer be a Nami from the Straw Hat Pirates. I am now, and I will be Mr. Rosen's private property in the future. When she reached the door, Nami paused, turned her back to Sanji, Zoro, Chopper, and Usopp. I am Rosen-sama's woman, forever. After saying that, she walked out without looking back, and did not stop, nor did she look back at Zoro and others. Even for a glance. This was also an explanation she gave to Rosen. After all, the other party did not let her kill Usopp with her own hands in the end. As smart as Nami is, she naturally knows what she should do, and from then on she drew a clear line with everything of the Straw Hat Pirates. Do you need me to prove it? Nico Robin said as soon as Nami left. As she spoke, she raised her hands slightly, and arms grew out of Usopp's shoulders, back, and chest, clasping his neck, ready to strangle him and bend his waist at any time. As long as you open your mouth, I will kill Usopp immediately. Nicole Robin looked into Rosen's eyes and said seriously. She is different from Nami. She only stayed in the Straw Hat Pirates for a while. The short voyage from Alabasta to Sky Island was not unlike the original work, where she experienced facing Admiral Aokiji, facing the Judicial Island, and declaring war on the world government. In addition, she tested Rosen for so long, and the other party could understand the text of history. Compared with Nami, she integrated into this ship early. It would be too false to say that her body and mind are in the shape of Rosen, but Robin is willing to move in this direction and is willing to change her heart into the shape of Rosen. There is no need for this. Since I promised Nami, I won't go back on my word. However, Rosen pointed in the air. Swoosh, a thin golden beam burst out from the tip of his finger and instantly pierced through Usopp's brow. Ah! Usopp's hands, handcuffed with sea stone, clasped his head tightly, his face full of pain. It seems. Using the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist on a sober person will result in a much more intense reaction. Rosen thought to himself when he saw this scene. Before, he used the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist on Khalifa, and she was as quiet as Sleeping Beauty. Unlike Usopp, who screamed in agony. However, this screaming and wailing came and went quickly. In less than a minute, Usopp became quiet, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Rosen also changed. Not as gentle as Khalifa, but full of awe. Chapter 42. When Eneel saw Usopp being hit by the Phantom Demon King Fist, his expression changed just like Khalifa's. He immediately stepped forward, untied the opponent's handcuffs, and released him from the cage. "What did you do to Usopp?" Zoro frowned. He didn't think Rosen would be so kind as to let Usopp go. Not letting Nami kill him personally, in his opinion, was Rosen's last act of mercy. "You will know." Rosen looked at Soran. "Usopp. Kill him." When these words came out, Zoro, Sanji, and Chopper all changed color. Especially Usopp's reaction made them furious. Usopp squatted down, picked up the golden dagger that Nami had dropped on the ground, and then stabbed Zoro's throat with the knife. That ruthless posture was as if he regarded Zoro as his lifelong enemy. "Stop!" As soon as Rosen finished speaking, Usopp stopped his movements suddenly, and the dagger stopped at Zoro's neck, but the skin on his neck had been cut, leaving scarlet blood. It can be said that if Rosen hadn't spoken at the last moment, Usopp would have stabbed the dagger into Zoro's neck without hesitation. "You!" Zoro's face was full of ferocity and anger, not directed at Usopp, but at the instigator. "Rosen! Great eyes! I seem to see the awakening of the King of Hell." Faced with Zoro's eyes full of ghostly energy, Rosen was not surprised but laughed. What he wanted was a King of Hell who obeyed his orders, not an ordinary swordsman with 3 swords. "I will definitely kill you. You'd better kill me now. Otherwise, one day, I will kill you with my own hands." Soran roared. "I'll wait for you." Rosen raised his hand. Swoosh! The golden beam sank into Chopper's forehead, and a scream followed. After all, the Phantom Demon King fist attacked the brain nerves. Even if he had mastered the life return and controlled the light speed fist to perfection, it would still be extremely painful to attack the brain nerves. However, Chopper's reaction was not as strong as Usopp's, and it did not last too long. In less than half a minute, he calmed down. "Kill him." Rosen chose Sanji this time. Chopper, who was released by Eneel, transformed into a human form like a giant ape. As if he was afraid that he didn't have enough strength to kill Sanji, he took the dagger and stabbed it towards Sanji's heart. "Asshole!" He turned Chopper into this. Sanji was not worried about himself at all, because he knew his fate. He was just like Zoro. He was extremely angry. Puff! The dagger pierced the skin on his left chest and went straight to his heart, but when it was about to touch his heart, Rosen stopped him. "It's your turn now." Rosen stretched out 2 fingers, and 2 golden beams shot through Zoro and Sanji's heads respectively. "Ah!" They both put their hands on their heads at the same time. Their reaction was extremely intense. It was much stronger than when Usopp and Chopper were screaming for 3 minutes. "Is it because of willpower?" Rosen looked thoughtful when he saw this. In the world of One Piece, people believe that firm belief is strength. This is also the source of domineering power. As long as the will is strong enough, it can often inspire extremely powerful power. Even devil fruits can resist. But Zoro and Sanji are not the King of Hell and the devil after the Battle of Onigashima. Even the domineering has not been awakened, let alone the bloodline factor. Resisting with will alone is nothing more than a dying struggle and adding to the pain. 10 minutes later, Sanji calmed down, and the pain on his face and the anger in his eyes disappeared. But Zoro on the other side was still insisting. "Worthy of being the future King of Hell. In terms of will, you are indeed worthy of being the strongest of the Straw Hat Pirates." When Rosen saw this scene, he laughed instead of getting angry. "This is good." Speaking of firm will, among those who have not awakened Haki, if Zoro is second, basically no one dares to claim to be first. It is just right to use Zoro to test the upper limit of the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist. Facing a swordsman like Zoro whose will is tougher than steel, can brainwashing be successful? Time passed by minute. Zoro's confrontation with the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist continued. At this time, not only Rosen, but even Eneel and Nico Robin were very curious about how long this man could last and whether he could resist the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist. After all, since Rosen developed the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist, it was the first time he saw someone like Zoro who persisted for so long. Under the gaze of the 3 people, 15 minutes passed quietly. Then, 20 minutes. Just when the minute hand was about to turn to 30 minutes, Zoro suddenly became quiet, and the scream that resounded through the cabin disappeared immediately. I really want to know. Is your chivalry stronger, or is my phantom demon king fist stronger? Khalifa. Rosen looked at Sanji, who had just walked out of the cage, turned his head and said to Khalifa. Swish. Khalifa didn't hesitate at all, stepped on the shave with her high heels, flashed to Sanji, and pointed the gun straight at his chest. Devil's Wind Kick. Faced with this speed, Sanji seemed to be a little slow to react. Although he pulled back in time, the room restricted his body movement. He could only use his arm to block Khalifa's finger gun. After his arm was pierced, he immediately raised his foot to force Khalifa back, and then quickly spun on the spot. In the blink of an eye, his right foot was surrounded by a layer of blazing flames. Oh! Have you learned how to use Devil's Wind Kick? It seems that the time you spent in the cell after the Sky Island battle was not wasted. Seeing Sanji use the Devil's Wind Kick, Rosen's eyes lit up slightly. However, if you calculate the time, Sanji in the original work also practiced it at about this time. Devil's Wind Kick, Level 1 minced meat. Sanji leaped up. Although he didn't know the 6 styles, shaving, after using the Devil's Wind Kick, his speed was faster than Khalifa's. The speed was so fast that she couldn't cope with it. She could only watch Sanji's Devil's Wind Kick coming at her like a firestorm. There was no other way except to use the iron block. At the critical moment, Rosen spoke. After all, Khalifa, who had received the Phantom Demon King Fist, was his most loyal servant and secretary. Just from the black fishnet-like long legs and high heels, Khalifa couldn't be hit by a Devil's Wind Kick. The white jade skin was left with irreversible scars, and he was the one who lost. That's it. Just before the Devil's Wind Kick was about to hit Khalifa, Sanji stomped his left foot on the ground, crushing the golden floor, and nailed himself to the ground like a nail, thus stopping the Devil's Wind Kick. Damn it! Khalifa looked at Sanji, who was only a hair's breadth away from her, with cold eyes. She was a member of CP9, and even though she was hit by the Phantom Demon King Fist, she still had a pride in her heart that was different from non-combatants like Nami and Robin. It was the first time she was beaten so badly, so of course she was angry. At the same time, she also hated her own weakness. She couldn't even beat an opponent like Sanji. Doesn't this mean that she can't help Rosen at all? Are you unwilling? Khalifa. Chapter 43. Seeing that Khalifa was unwilling to give in, Rosen smiled. Yes. Mr. Rosen. I don't just want to be your secretary, I want to be the sword in your hand. Khalifa nodded. Facing Rosen, she would not hide anything. Really? Rosen's smile deepened when he heard this. This was exactly what he wanted. In his pirate group, only Eneel liked to pursue power, that is, he was a real combatant. Even Nico Robin, who was also a capable person, was only a part-time combatant. Only Khalifa. She had received inhuman training from CP9 since she was a child, and after 2 years, she could become a member of CP0. Naturally, she longed for powerful strength and was born to be a combatant. In that case, then you can eat it. Rosen took out a box from his pocket and handed it to Khalifa. This is devil fruit. Wait, isn't this the para-human meatball fruit? When Khalifa opened the box and found it was a devil fruit, her eyes lit up at first, but after a closer look, she found that this devil fruit actually matched one of the fruits in the devil fruit illustrations she had seen, and she couldn't help but be ecstatic. I see. The world government had previously ordered us to find the person who killed Bartholomew Kuma and invite him to take over as the 7 warlords of the sea. It turns out that the person who killed Tyrant Bear was you, Lord Rosen. As a CP9 intelligence officer, Khalifa immediately connected the information. 7 warlords of the sea. The world government has a beautiful idea. Just a title of Shishibukai, you want to get rid of me. Rosen smiled coldly when he heard this. Who does the world government think he is? Like Crocodile, Gecko Moria and other silver medalists. A mere Shishibukai, not even a dog. If he were to take him's chair, it would be more like that. Lord Rosen is naturally not comparable to the mere 7 warlords of the sea. Khalifa held the meatball fruit in her hand, her pretty face full of unconcealed joy. She also had high demands on herself. Unlike Nami, who was simply satisfied with turning her body and mind into the shape of Rosen. Instead, in bed, she was Rosen's secretary, with her body and mind in the shape of the other party. Outside, she was Rosen's sharp blade, cutting off all stumbling blocks that hindered the other party. The former was easy, and it could be done tonight. The latter would have been difficult. But with the meatball fruit given by Rosen, it became easy. After all, as CP9, she knew very well that the meatball fruit was one of the devil fruits prepared for the celestial dragons Knights of God. It was just that due to the invasion of the Rocks pirates, the meatball fruit accidentally fell into the hands of Bartholomew Kuma. As long as she ate the meatball fruit, she would be the strongest secretary around Rosen, and also the strongest secretary in the world. Eat it. From now on, you will be like Eneel. They are the sharpest swords in my hand. Rosen was also very satisfied with Khalifa's awareness. It was worthy of the shape that he had slowly molded with the illusionary demon emperor fist. It was really satisfying to use. At the same time, the meatball fruit obtained from Bartholomew Kuma can also be put to use and transformed into real combat power, rather than just a collection like a trophy. Who can make him feel most at ease? It's none other than Khalifa, the first woman to be hit by the illusionary demon emperor fist. Only with such a woman, Rosen would feel at ease to give the meatball fruit to her. Not even Nami. On the contrary, Nico Robin had this opportunity, but she had already eaten the flower fruit and could not get the meatball fruit. Yes. I, Khalifa, will never let you down. Knowing that Rosen had such high expectations for her, Khalifa was even more excited than when she got the meatball fruit. She opened her mouth and took a bite, enduring the unique horrible taste of the devil fruit, swallowing the whole devil fruit in one bite after another. Just like the rumors. It tastes terrible. Khalifa's words made Nico Robin and Eneel nod at the same time, looking deeply touched. At the beginning, the reason why the two of them ate devil fruits was because they were too hungry. They accidentally discovered the existence of devil fruits, so they endured the unpalatable taste and ate the flower fruit and the thunder fruit. Kill him. Use your strongest move. Leave him a breath, but he can't be saved. Rosen told Khalifa how to use the meatball fruit and how to develop it, while letting Zoro show his ultimate move and hit Usopp with it. Ghost Chi 9 Sword Style Azura Ichimiri Jin. After hearing this, Zoro took the three swords from Eneel, and immediately bit the Wado Ikimonji in his mouth, holding the Sandai Kaititsu in his left hand and the snow turtle in his right hand. Then, a strong ghost energy burst out from his body, and he turned into 3 heads and 6 arms. 3 heads, biting 3 Wado Ikimonji. 6 arms, holding 3 snow turtle and Sandai Kaititsu respectively, and then he jumped and flashed, and the 9 long swords surrounded by ghost energy burst out with a cold and piercing edge, and slashed directly at Usopp without mercy. Ah! Usopp didn't move, or even if he wanted to react, he was too late, so he could only stand there and take the knife. Puff! A hideous bloody wound extended from the neck all the way to the right foot, and scarlet blood spurted out. Plop! Usopp's eyes rolled back, his face showed pain, and then he fell to the ground and lost consciousness instantly. But the wounds on his body were still bleeding. Chopper, is there still hope? Rosen looked at Chopper. The heart is severed and cannot be saved. With Usopp's physique. In 2 or 3 minutes, he will die. Chopper went forward to check, then shook his head and issued a death notice to Usopp. Seeing that Usopp was about to die on the spot, there was no sadness on his face. Instead, he felt dissatisfied that his medical skills could not bring the dead back to life. Very good. Rosen nodded, then looked at Khalifa. Yin healing bullet. Khalifa walked to the dying Usopp, then opened her jade hand, and a ball of flesh appeared in her palm. If the ball of flesh on Bartholomew Kuma's palm is like the paw of a bear, then the ball of flesh on Khalifa's palm is like the pad of flesh on a cat's paw. It doesn't look ugly or abrupt, but rather a bit like a cosplay cat girl. Paw! She lifted Usopp into the air with one hand, then stretched out her hand and clapped it, and the ability of the meatball fruit was activated. A cat paw-shaped pink gas block suddenly slapped out from Usopp's back. At the same time, Usopp's wounds recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his breath returned to the state before he was chopped. If it weren't for the blood on his clothes, no one would believe that he had just been hit by Zoro's 9-sword flow a few seconds ago. Chapter 44. Lord Rosen, have I been of any help? After being stabbed 9 times for no reason, and almost dying, Usopp's first reaction after waking up was not anger or resentment, but the desire to gain Rosen's recognition and reward. Of course. Rosen nodded happily. After the rounds of tests just now, he has experienced the horror of the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist. Although the upper limit is unknown, once you are hit by this punch, even a mortal enemy will become obedient to you. As one of CP9's killing machines, Khalifa killed Keiko with her own hands, and she only wanted to transform into her own shape and become the knife in her hand. Sanji, who adheres to the chivalry and would rather die than kick a woman, used the devil wind kick on Khalifa without hesitation. As the vice-captain, Zoro, who protects the crew, is willing to die for any crew member, but he used the 9 swords style without hesitation and almost killed Usopp. The timid Usopp, after being hit by the 9 swords style, had no regrets. As for Chopper, looking at Usopp who was close to death, it was like treating a stranger who was almost dead, without the slightest touch. This is the horror of the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist. Terrible. Such power. It's just like a devil, no, it's the Demon King. After witnessing the whole process, Eneel and Nico Robin couldn't help thinking. Phantom Demon King Fist. The name was really not changed wrong. Only the word Demon King can match such a terrifying and evil ability. At this moment, they all felt fortunate. Fortunately, they surrendered early and chose to follow Rosen. Otherwise, the ones following Rosen would be neither them nor themselves. Mr. Rosen. Do you need me to deal with Spondum? The life cards of Lucci, Keiko, and others are all on Judicial Island. I think he has already known the death of Lucci and others. If left alone, Spondum will probably continue to send people. After personally experiencing the power of the meatball fruit, when Khalifa looked at Rosen, her beautiful eyes were filled with tenderness and loyalty that even magma could not melt. However, when she talked about Spondum, her voice became cold as ice. In her opinion, Spondum was definitely going to die. If the other party dared to issue an assassination order to Rosen, he would have to die. Given Spondum's cowardly character and unscrupulous style, after learning of the death of Lucci and others, he would definitely contact his father or the Navy, whether for merit or for his own safety. As one of the senior officials of the world government, although he cannot mobilize CP0, he will definitely use his connections in the government. Let the Navy headquarters target you, Lord Rosen. When it comes to Rosen, Khalifa is very concerned about every detail. Captain, please forgive me for my impoliteness. Khalifa, can I ask you something? Is there any relationship between Spandine and Spondum you just mentioned? When Nicole Robin heard the name Spondum, a face that once frightened her but now only made her hate it immediately appeared in her mind. Spandine. The former CP9 leader who issued the demon-killing order against O'Hara. Spondum is the son of Spandine. Khalifa was very observant. She saw that Nico Robin had already transformed into Rosen's form, so her voice sounded a bit familiar. Son, right. Nicole Robin murmured, and a cold light flashed in the depths of her pupils, which were like star diamonds. She was not a soft-hearted person. In Baroque works, her hands were stained with blood. Assassination was also her specialty. After following Rosen, she had someone to rely on. In addition to her original wisdom, perseverance, intellectuality, and elegance, her dark and cold side was also fully displayed. Especially when facing the enemy. Khalifa, can you fly yourself to Judicial Island now? Rosen didn't care about Spondum, but was more concerned about Khalifa's ability level after eating the meatball fruit. If it's just Judicial Island, this distance should be fine. If it is farther away, I can't do it for the time being with the strength of my ability after eating the meatball fruit. Also, it's the first time I use the ability to fly, so I may not be able to accurately control the landing position, so there may be some deviation. Khalifa nodded after hearing this. Enough. If you practice more in the future, you will be able to become Bartholomew Big Bear sooner or later. Even stronger. Rosen was not disappointed when he heard this. Just as Khalifa said, she had just eaten the meatball fruit. In addition to the imagination, the understanding of the devil fruit, and one's own strength, the strength and upper limit of the devil fruit also require a little time to train and develop the devil fruit. Khalifa, who had just eaten the meatball fruit, even if she knew the meatball fruit very well and was guided by herself, could only use similar moves to Bartholomew Kuma in a short period of time, but in terms of ability strength, it must be far inferior to Bartholomew Kuma when he was alive. Just like the meatball fruit in Bartholomew Kuma, he could easily send people to all parts of the world with accuracy, but when it came to Khalifa, he could also send people, but the farthest he could send was to Judicial Island. I won't let Lord Rosen down. As CP9, Khalifa naturally knew the power of the meatball fruit. Facing Rosen, who gave her this top-level superhuman devil fruit without hesitation, she only wanted to develop the meatball fruit with all her strength, and then devote everything to Rosen, even if it meant sacrificing her life. After making a resounding promise, she placed her hand on the golden floor beneath her feet and patted it lightly. A huge translucent cat paw sphere instantly opened, wrapping up the huge Arc Maxim and everyone inside, and then whoosh, the ship and the people disappeared into the dock of Carrera Company. The sudden change stunned the people guarding the dock, and they quickly reported to Espagod, who was discussing the creation of the Arc Maxim with Frankie. Espagod was shocked at first when he learned everything, but after confirming that it was Rosen who boarded the ship, the Arc Maxim disappeared, and he felt relieved. As long as the Arc Maxim was not stolen by someone. Rob Lucci. Bruno. He already knew about the deaths of the two, and even saw their bodies. After a moment's hesitation, Espagod had guessed that these two were the CP9 mentioned by Rosen, who was lurking around him. In this regard, instead of asking the world government for an explanation, he pretended that everything had happened. For no other reason. He knew very well that if he, the mayor, was the godson of the five elders, then CP9 was their biological son. Asking the world government for an explanation would not only be a thankless task, but would also likely cause trouble. The most stable way to deal with the deaths of Lucci, Keiku, and others is to do nothing. Chapter 45. Judicial Island. Right above this so-called Island of No Night, a golden ship wrapped in a cat-like translucent sphere suddenly appeared as if it had teleported. Mr. Rosen. We've arrived. Khalifa looked down at the Judicial Island below the spaceship, then turned to Rosen and said. About half an hour. Rosen opened his golden pocket watch and checked the time. It only took half an hour to get from the Seven Waters to the Judicial Island, and that was with a whole golden spaceship and himself. You know, it took Bartholomew Kuma 2 days and 2 nights to fly Luffy from the Sabayati archipelago to the daughter island. Obviously, in terms of flying speed, even if Khalifa had just eaten the meatball fruit, she was still not bad, the only thing she lacked was distance. Eneel. Khalifa. Bring CP9 and Spondum from Judicial Island to me within 3 minutes. I want them alive. Rosen looked at Judicial Island, which was like a suspended island, floating on a huge waterfall, with a hint of amusement on his face. He seemed to be thinking about something interesting. After a brief pause, he ordered Eneel and Khalifa to attack. As for the Straw Hat Quartet who had just brainwashed with the Phantom Demon King Fist, he did not send them out considering their poor mobility. After all, with the current strength of the Straw Hat Quartet, it would take at least half an hour to fight from the main gate to the Tower of Justice. In addition to defeating CP9, the whole process would take more than an hour, which is definitely impossible. It is better to let Eneel and Khalifa go. The former is the user of the Thunder Fruit, and his observation haki can cover the entire Judicial Island. The latter is the user of the Meatball Fruit. Although he does not have haki, as CP9, he is familiar with everything about Judicial Island, and his mobility is better than Eneel. Sending these two people is enough. Yes. Eneel and Khalifa knelt on one knee and nodded in response. As soon as the voice fell, one of them spread out his observation haki, locked onto the strongest breath on the island, and then turned into lightning, passing over the front island and the main island of Judicial Island, and descended to the Tower of Justice at lightning speed. Although Khalifa did not know observation haki, she knew the location of CP9 and Spondum very well, and directly activated the meatball fruit to knock herself away. Swish, whoosh. The two of them disappeared on the deck of the Ark Proverbs at the same time, one in front and one behind. Mr. Rosen. Aren't you going to do it yourself? Nico Robin saw that Rosen was still sitting on the throne on the deck and didn't seem to have any intention of taking action. If I have to do everything myself, what else do I need my subordinates for? Not to mention, I haven't figured out how to exit the judicial island, so let Eneel and Khalifa bring the people I'm interested in here first, and let Khalifa practice the meatball fruit in actual combat. Rosen smiled calmly. His words startled Nico Robin and Nami, who had just walked out of the room. How to exit the judicial island? What would that be? The two women, who had not seen the Sky Island and the Hidden Cloud Village, and almost all the ways of the Shandians to exit, could not figure out what the exit method mentioned by Rosen meant even if they racked their brains. On the other side, in the meeting hall of the Tower of Justice, which was also the office of CP9 Chief Spondum, Khalifa appeared out of thin air as if teleporting. Ah! It's you, Khalifa. I thought who would do that? Since learning that Rob Lucci and the others' life cards had been burned out, Spondum became a bit paranoid. Even though he was sitting in the meeting room, he would glance around from time to time, holding a long knife that had eaten the elephant fruit in his hand. When he suddenly saw Khalifa's figure, he was immediately frightened, and then he remembered something. By the way, why are Lucci and the others' life cards running out? Are you the only one who escaped back? What important people did you meet in Water City? 7 warlords of the sea. Or, the 4 emperors. Spondum thought of the death of Lucci and others. Of course, he didn't care about the life or death of these people. He just wanted to know the cause of death, to see if he had offended anyone, and whether he would be implicated. Why did Lucci and the others' life cards burn out? Since you want to know, why not go and see for yourself? What do you think? Khalifa asked, but her action did not give Spondum a chance to think. A pair of pads like those on a cat's paw suddenly appeared in the palms of her jade hands. Obviously, the iconic pads of the meatball fruit can also be folded up. It's just that Bartholomew Big Bear didn't fold them up for convenience. But Khalifa is different. As a woman, she loves beauty by nature. In addition to fighting, she also has the important task of testing Rosen at all times. Most of the time, she will choose to put the meatball in her palm away. It will only be shown in battle. For example, now. Bang! Khalifa pushed the air in front of her casually, and a cat paw-shaped shock wave flew out. Before Spondum could react, he was immersed in his body by the sudden shock wave and then exploded. Puff! Spondum's face suddenly changed, his facial features twisted, and his whole body twitched violently. He opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood foam mixed with internal organs and meat, and then fell to the ground. He could only stare at Khalifa with his eyes full of hideous bloodshot. Why? He didn't understand why Khalifa attacked him. Because my master wants to see you. Without seeing any movement from Khalifa, she had already appeared in front of Spondum, then raised her hand and slapped him out of the meeting room, landing on the deck of the Ark Proverbs at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Khalifa's movements are so fast. On the Ark Proverbs, Nico Robin saw this scene and couldn't help but marvel at the power of the meatball fruit. Originally, Khalifa, who was only a goalkeeper in CP9 and had the lowest power, had a huge change in strength just because she ate a meatball fruit, even if it was only for a short time. With her own conditions, coupled with her understanding of the meatball fruit and Rosen's guidance, even if Rob Lucci, who has a power of 4,000 and is also a capable person, was resurrected, in front of Khalifa at this time, he could only be ravaged by one hand. This is the horror of the top-level devil fruit. Whether it is a mythical beast, a natural system, or a superhuman system, as long as it is a top-level devil fruit, it basically has the potential to create miracles. It was expected. Rosen saw Spondum lying on the deck, vomiting blood, and there was no trace of surprise on his face. But on the other side, Eneel, who also came to the Tower of Justice, used his observation haki to sense that there was an extra breath on the arc's motto. After hearing the conversation between Rosen and Nico Robin, his face suddenly darkened. Someone actually got there first. Chapter 46. No matter how many crew members Rosen had won over, Eneel always regarded himself as the first priest under Rosen, or the head of the priests. But now, a person who had just joined the pirate group and was just an experimental material after being brainwashed by the Phantom Demon King Fist was actually superior to him. Even if he was just one step faster than him, but not really stronger than him, he was still very dissatisfied. Hello. Are you new here? I don't know that even government officials in Judicial Island are not allowed to enter CP9's office without being summoned. In one of the CP9 offices, Gabra was lying on the ground, looking at Eneel with dangerous eyes. Hearing this, Eneel, who was already one step behind Khalifa, didn't want to say a word to Gabra. He directly transformed into lightning and flashed in front of Gabra at lightning speed. The speed was so fast that Gabra's face suddenly changed. Iron block. In a flash, he immediately transformed into a werewolf, and at the same time, he mobilized his muscles and used CP9's sure win move. Iron block. As expected. As soon as the iron block came out, a large knife wrapped around it ignored the hardness of the iron block and stabbed into his chest and out from his back. Ah! As an animal-type ability user, known for his strong physique, vitality, and recovery ability, Gabra would not have been defeated instantly, but after being pierced by the lightning-wrapped blade, dozens of ferocious electric snakes spread out in all directions with the blade as the center, covering his entire body. 80 million volt Chidori blade. Eneel pulled out the rakery expressionlessly. As for Gabra, he was paralyzed and twitching, his body was burnt black, and bursts of pungent black smoke came out. Not every animal can be called Nika. Not everyone can ignore lightning. Before meeting Rosen and Luffy, anyone who was hit by Eneel's attack was basically either dead or injured, and the kind of serious injuries that could not recover. Only Walpa, with his strong physique and tenacious will, had done sit ups once or twice. In terms of physique, eating the wolf form of the dog fruit, Jabera, is indeed better than the Walpa of Sky Island, but Eneel is much stronger than he was on Sky Island. The Chidori blade, which combines the Great Blade, Rakery, with the Thunder Fruit, may not be as powerful as the previous Priest's Judgment, Inajima, and Thunder Dragon, but its single target killing power is just as great. Even a strong man like Jabera was knocked to the ground by a single blow. Although he did not lose consciousness, his body was unable to move under the bombardment of thunder and lightning. It turned out to be the Thunder Fruit. You are not from Judicial Island. Who are you? Gabra spoke with difficulty, asking intermittently. You should feel lucky. Mr. Rosen specifically mentioned CP9 who he wanted to keep alive. Otherwise, this sword will pierce your heart. Eneel stabbed the sword through Gabra's shoulder. 30 million volts, discharge. A white electric snake burst out from the blade, electrocuting Gabra until he fainted. After doing all this, he dragged Gabra's body to the door, then turned into lightning and flashed in front of a man in a suit, with a round body and a zipper on his mouth. Who are you? Shababa. Are you new here? When Owl saw Eneel, his reaction was exactly the same as Gabra's. Obviously, they didn't think that there would be enemies sneaking into Judicial Island. Have you ever been kicked by lightning speed? Eneel grinned, his whole body glowed with lightning, and then like a flash of lightning that split the sky, dragging a sharp whistle that broke through the sound barrier, he flashed in front of Owl. The 6 styles he mastered, shaving, were like a snail in front of lightning speed. He was neither a power user nor had the haki of observation. His performance was even worse than that of Gabra. Before he could react, Eneel's right foot wrapped in lightning had already kicked him in the head. 50 million volts, lightning speed kick. This is the kicking skill he developed after experiencing Rosen's light speed kick. Knowing that lightning speed could never catch up with him, he stopped focusing on speed and chose to focus on the intensity of lightning. If the speed is not enough, volts will make up for it. Moving at lightning speed. Plus 50 million volts of electricity. Combined with kicking skills. The power is so great that it completely surpasses Sanji's devil wind kick, even if it is wrapped in armament haki. Bang! With just one blow, the owl flew backwards like a cannonball, first blasting through the wall, and then directly smashing into a building 100 meters away. Damn it! Eneel had just retracted his legs when he discovered that there was another aura on the Arc Maxim, which was much stronger than the others on the Judicial Island. He knew that another CP9 was knocked to the deck. But what about himself? It was true that he had defeated two CP9s one after another, but Khalifa was faster. As expected. He spread out the observation haki that covered the Judicial Island and sensed clearly that Khalifa had left the Judicial Island and returned to the Arc Maxim. On the contrary, he was unable to move at lightning speed with two CP9s, so he could only pack up and carry them. Whoosh! Just when Eneel packed up Owl and Jabra and was ready to rush out of the Judicial Island, Khalifa suddenly appeared in front of him as if teleporting. What are you doing here? Eneel was a little unhappy. As a combatant and the first priest under Rosen, this was the first time he fell behind. With your slow pace, it will take 30 minutes, not to mention 3 minutes, to get Jabra and Owl out of Judicial Island. Khalifa said coldly. Even if she didn't know how to use observation haki, she could sense that Eneel was competing with her. This is my business. Eneel did not show any weakness. If it's your personal matter, I don't care. However, Lord Rosen had already said before we set out that all members of CP9 must be delivered to him within 3 minutes. Do you want to disobey orders? Khalifa directly moved out of Rosen. Humph. Eneel heard this, although he had a sour look on his face, he also knew that in terms of fruit ability, Khalifa's meatball fruit was not only faster than his own, but also more suitable for escorting CP9. But it was impossible for him to give in verbally, he couldn't afford to lose this person. So he could only snort coldly and make everything clear with practical actions. He turned his back to Khalifa, with an expression that said, "Whatever you like, it's up to you." Whoosh! Khalifa stretched out her hand and patted Jabra and Owl, and the two disappeared, flying to the Arc Proverbs at an extremely fast speed. When I just returned, I heard Lord Rosen say that he had already thought of a way to exit the Judicial Island and asked you to return immediately. After that, Khalifa disappeared. After several slaps and using the meatball fruit in actual combat, she not only became more and more adept at using and controlling the fruit's power, but also began to try to combine the meatball fruit with the 6 styles she mastered. Just like Eneel combined the thunder fruit with swordsmanship, or the observation haki. How to exit Judicial Island. Chapter 47. Eneel was a little upset at first because he was the top priest, but he needed a newcomer like Khalifa to help him. But when he heard about the exit method of Judicial Island, he immediately thought of a scene from Sky Island. The stars fell. The sea of clouds collapsed. That was the exit method of the Hidden Cloud Village and the Shandians. Could it be a galactic starburst? No. If Lord Rosen had this idea, he would not have let us come here to capture CP9 alive. He gave me and Khalifa 3 minutes, and he should have been thinking about how to exit Judicial Island. It must be said that Eneel is worthy of being the first person to follow Rosen. He is the one who knows the god he believes in the most. In a word, Rosen is also a seen person. To exit a place like Judicial Island, there must be a corresponding exit method. Thinking of this, Eneel was also full of curiosity. He immediately turned into lightning, passed through the sky of Judicial Island, and quickly returned to the Arc Proverbs. You came back just in time. Rosen glanced at Eneel and smiled. Mr. Rosen. I just heard from Khalifa. Have you figured out how to exit Judicial Island? Eneel asked curiously. That's right. Rosen stood up from the golden throne and walked slowly to the bow of the Arc Proverbs, just in time to overlook the entire Judicial Island. That's a spaceship. Still made of gold. Oh my god! When will there be such a ship on the Grand Line? Which pirate group's ship is this? Report to Lord Spondam immediately. It took Khalifa and Eneel less than 3 minutes to bring back the remaining CP9 and their commander Spondam. The reaction of the Navy and government personnel guarding Judicial Island was obvious. It was only then that they noticed the presence of the Arc Maxim in the sky. You! Khalifa, you actually betrayed CP9. No wonder Lucci, Keiko, and Bruno died, but you survived. As an animal-type ability user, Gabra was the first to wake up, but when he saw Khalifa, he was stunned at first, and then he became furious. Could you be quiet? If you ruin Lord Rosen's mood because of what you said, I don't mind stripping you of your wolf skin. You should know that I am not joking, Gabra. Khalifa glanced at Gabra, her tone cold and indifferent. Why? Jabara's eyes widened in disbelief. He didn't understand why CP9, who had always shared life and death, became like this. This was not the Khalifa he knew. Everything is for Master Rosen. Khalifa said as a matter of course. Just because CP9 dared to assassinate Lord Rosen, they deserved to die. Every word she uttered was like a finger gun, stabbing Gabra's body one after another. You! Gabra was completely stunned. He was sure that the person in front of him was Khalifa, but he was also sure that this Khalifa was not the Khalifa he knew. Asshole! How dare you hold me hostage? Do you pirates really know what you are doing? I am Spondum, the head of CP9, an important member of the world government. If you dare to touch a hair on my body, you are declaring war on the world government. Considering Spondum's weak strength, and fearing that he would die in Judicial Island by accident, Khalifa has tried her best to reduce the power of the shock wave to the minimum. This also prompted Spondum to be able to speak now. Robin. First Gabra, then Spondum, the two chattered non-stop, causing Rosen to frown slightly. I understand. Robin first looked at Rosen with gratitude, then raised his hands and folded them together. 30 rounds of flowers, hanging. As soon as the words fell, 30 arms suddenly grew out of Spondum's body, like blooming flowers, locking every joint in his body, and then crack! Accompanied by bursts of crisp and pleasant fracture sounds, every joint in Spondum's body was broken. Wrists, elbows, shoulders, ankles, knees, spine, including the neck. Ah! Spondum only had time to let out a short and painful scream before he died on the spot. When she was in the Straw Hat Pirates, Nico Robin followed the Straw Hat Pirates' tenet, never finishing off a target, never killing anyone. But now it's different. She is following Rosen and can use the most satisfying, cruel, and most satisfying method to avenge the son of Spandane who once destroyed Judicial Island. Thank you, Lord Rosen. After doing all this, Nicole Robin smiled at Rosen. She felt that following Rosen and completely entrusting her loyalty to this man seemed to be the best destination. At least, she could get revenge. It's just Spondum, is that worth your happiness? Rosen's words made Nicole Robin slightly stunned. He is just starting out, at best it can only be considered interest. Aokiji, Akainu, Spandine, and all the navy who participated in or launched the Demon Slayer order. Don't you want to see them kneeling in front of you? Don't you want to see their bodies? Don't you want to see how they died? If Khalifa's words just now were like pointing a gun, stabbing Gabra with holes, then Rosen's words were obviously chilling, but when they fell into Nico Robin's ears, they were as warm as a spring breeze. Really, is this possible? Nico Robin's heart was shocked. She thought that having Rosen's protection and being able to find the historical text was the greatest satisfaction. She never thought that Rosen would actually want to help her get revenge. Why not? Rosen asked instead of answering. That. Mr. Rosen. You'd better be mentally prepared, because you'll be put to a rigorous test tonight. Nico Robin smiled, then walked gracefully to Rosen's side, bumped the ball into his shoulder, and said meaningfully. I'll wait and see. Rosen naturally knew how strict Nico Robin's test was. After all, this flower fruit was really played by Nico Robin. Not only in fighting, eavesdropping, and life, but also in the test. But now, I want to invite you and everyone else to watch the snow. An unprecedented. The snow scene can only be described as magnificent. Rosen raised his right hand slightly, and his whole body burst into brilliant golden light, like a small sun descending from the sky to the sea. After the golden light dissipated, he was already wearing a golden saint cloth that had never been seen before. Eneel had never seen it. Nico Robin had never seen it. Even Nami, who had just come out of the golden cabin, had never seen it. Of course, Califa was no exception. Because even for Rosen, it was the first time to use this transformation. Aquarius. Gold Saint Seiya form. Chapter 48. What kind of mythical beast devil fruit did Lord Rosen eat? Isn't it said that even for mythical beasts, there are only 3 forms of transformation? But so far, he has shown 4 different forms of transformation. Eneel is no longer the frog in the well who only sees the world from the bottom of the well. After coming to Qinghai from Sky Island, he also read a lot of books and learned a lot about the evil devil fruit from the knowledgeable Nico Robin. For example, the mythical beast species that are rarer than the natural devil fruit. It's like a combination of the animal system and the natural system, or a combination of the animal system and the superhuman system. What's more, some top-level mythical beast species are equivalent to a combination of the animal system, the natural system, and the superhuman system. Just like the Nika form. After the fruit awakens, it can not only affect the surrounding environment, change into shape, but also create flames, grab lightning with hands, etc. And Rosen is even more needless to say. The speed and power of light. Deprive the devil fruit. There is also golden lightning. With a wave of his hand, he can summon the stars. And the phantom demon emperor fist that dominates the will. It seems that he has eaten a mythical beast type gold saint form, but in fact it is equivalent to eating 3 devil fruits of the animal type, the natural type, and the superhuman type, and all 3 are top-level ones. Just as Eneel was secretly speculating. Rosen, who had transformed into the Aquarius Gold Saint, looked at the main gate of the Judicial Island, organized the formation, and pointed the cannons and guns at his navy and government agents. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes, and then he raised his hands high, and the golden armor on his arms turned into the shape of an Aquarius. At the same time, a figure as vast and sacred as a goddess emerged from behind. The existence that looked like the goddess of ice was standing behind Rosen, holding a huge bottle, looking down at the Judicial Island below. Aurora execution. As Rosen's cold voice spread, the mouth of the bottle held by the ice goddess behind him actually burst into a dazzling rainbow of light. But the moment the light appeared, Eneel, Califa, and everyone on the deck trembled with cold, and were shocked to find that they were frozen. Even Eneel, who had eaten the thunder fruit and could transform into an element, found that his body, which had turned into lightning, was also frozen. Just the aftermath. Has your body been frozen? Califa tried her best to slap away the coldness in her body and the ice covering her body. Then, she slapped away the ice on Nico Robin and Nami one by one. As for Eneel, he used the power of the thunder fruit to release lightning, which was converted into light and heat, and melted the ice and snow on his body with difficulty. After breaking through the ice, everyone looked towards the Judicial Island at the same time, and immediately saw a scene that they would never forget. Swoosh, snap. The colorful aurora poured out from the water bottle, surrounded by the terrifying freezing air that froze all the moisture in the air along the way, pouring down from the sky, like the water of the Milky Way, washing over the Judicial Island. The navy holding swords and guns. The agents preparing to fire. And the garrisons of various races, including the giants. Without exception, they were all frozen into ice sculptures at the moment when the colorful aurora swept over the Judicial Island. At the same time, the streets and alleys of the Judicial Island, the front island, the main island, the Tower of Justice, the Bridge of Hesitation, including the towering Gate of Justice. Everything, all, was washed, contained, and covered by the colorful aurora at absolute zero, turning into an ice sculpture. From Rosen using the aurora execution, the figure of the goddess of ice emerged from behind, to the colorful aurora pouring down on Judicial Island, and finally the entire Judicial Island, all the buildings and people were frozen into ice one by one, completely turning into a world of ice and snow. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. One move of aurora execution. Freezing a Judicial Island in 5 seconds. And the 10,000 troops guarding the Judicial Island. This scene made Gabra, Owl, and Week stunned and trembled. Is this really the power of human beings? And Isn't the ice fruit the fruit ability of Admiral Aokiji? Why did it appear on Rosen? To read the exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Ice fruit. Looking at the judicial island in front of her, Nico Robin was shocked, and the scene buried deep in her memory came to her mind. O'Hara. Aokiji, the general who froze everything. She had witnessed the terrifying power of the other party, and she couldn't help but compare Rosen's Aurora execution with Aokiji's ice fruit. Reason couldn't get the answer, but her intuition told her. Rosen's power is more terrifying. In fact, it is true. The ice fruit is all Aokiji has, but the Aurora execution is just one of the 12 forms of gold saints that Rosen possesses, and it is one of the powers after transforming into the Aquarius Gold Saint. Is this the snow scene that Lord Rosen mentioned? It's really unprecedented. It's really magnificent. Nami's pupils shrank, and her pretty face was horrified. With such power, Rosen, who was like a human disaster, might be the man who could conquer the Grand Line and become the Pirate King. In her memory, the thick-skinned, playful Luffy was just playing around. Want to become the Pirate King? That's just a foolish dream. He couldn't even protect his crew, and everything was taken away from him easily. He was just a bragging kid, who could only dominate the East China Sea at best. At this moment, that's what Nami thought in her mind. As expected of Rosen-sama, Khalifa looked up at Rosen's back with a look of admiration and fanatic worship. The Straw Hat Quartet. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper were already dumbfounded and speechless. Mr. Rosen. That's what you said. Is this the way to leave Judicial Island? Nico Robin hit Rosen's arm with the ball, and her brows were filled with shock. Yes and no. Rosen's words puzzled the people present. Don't be in a hurry. This snow scene has just begun. It's not the climax yet. Hearing this, even the prisoners of CP9 couldn't help but raise their necks with difficulty, trying to see the way the Judicial Island would leave. Crack, puff. Under the gaze of everyone, the Judicial Island, which had turned into an ice island, suddenly emitted a series of cracking sounds. Then, huge cracks visible to the naked eye extended across the island. At the same time, the ice sculptures of the 10,000 frozen soldiers, whether they were giants, humans, or other races, also had cracks. When the cracks spread all over the ice island and the rest of the ice sculptures. The frozen Judicial Island. The 10,000 frozen ice sculptures. All of them were shattered into ice cubes in an instant, and then further shattered into ice chips, and then, under the sunlight of the sky, turned into a colorful snow scene that covered the sky, like stars holding the moon, guarding Rosen standing at the zenith. Although it's the wrong season, it's still nice to see ice and snow at this time. Chapter 49. Looking at Rosen standing on the top of Judicial Island. Looking at the colorful ice and snow covering the sky. Recalling the terrifying power of the other party freezing Judicial Island and turning it into colorful ice and snow with just a wave of his hand. At this moment, whether it is Eneel, Nico Robin, Nami, Khalifa, or CP9 as prisoners, and the Straw Hat Quartet dominated by the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist, they all look up at Rosen's tall back wearing the golden saint cloth with a reverent look. This is Lord Rosen, the god of the world. Eneel was the first to recover from the shock, and his murmurs full of awe and shock reached everyone's ears. Even the enemy CP9 had to admit this. Rosen in front of them was really like a god on earth. Every move he made showed the power of God. Is it beautiful? Rosen retracted his gaze towards Judicial Island. No, it should be said that the huge waterfall. The former 390 and Island of No Night have disappeared. The only thing left is the huge waterfall with endless turbulence and the sky that never welcomes the night. Never forget it. Nico Robin expressed her opinion. Nami, Khalifa, Eneel, and others all agreed. Although it was short, the colorful snow scene just now, once seen, it will definitely be unforgettable in this life. It is already unforgettable. At the same time, they also know that there will never be any ice and snow in the future. Any snow scene can be compared with the snow scene they just saw, which was woven by the entire Judicial Island and the 10,000 soldiers stationed on the island. That's good. It's worth it that I tailored this exit method specifically for this Judicial Island. Rosen nodded. He was also very satisfied. Because in the eyes of everyone, there is no judicial island anymore in the Grand Line, but in his eyes, there are a lot of boxes floating on the huge waterfall and on the sea. 10,000. A full 10,000 boxes. Even if most of them are ordinary boxes, just like when the galaxy starburst destroyed the hidden cloud village on Sky Island. It's just that there are enough boxes, but the explosion rate of good things is really touching. It can't be compared with the boxes that the Straw Hat Pirates exploded. But the Judicial Island is the Judicial Island after all, not the hidden cloud village. Not only are there more boxes, but the overall quality is also better. System, unboxing. All. As soon as Rosen finished speaking, a series of prompts came to his ears, so many that he was overwhelmed. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully opened the box and obtained the giant swordsmanship, Voyage. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully opened the box and obtained the giant swordsmanship, Hegemony. Congratulations to the host, the unboxing was successful and a Navy Standard Saber was obtained. Congratulations to the host, the unboxing was successful and a Navy Standard Rifle was obtained. Congratulations to the host, the box was opened successfully and 500,000 berries were obtained. Congratulations to the host, the unboxing is successful, and the amount of armed color domineering is 00. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully opened the box and gained the range of observation Haki plus 100. Faced with the resounding prompts, Rosen directly chose to let the system block them. Anyway, when all the boxes are opened, he will know what is opened. No. To read the novels of violent excitement, go to Philo Novel Network. It should be said that he already knew what was opened before all the boxes were opened. Because Rosen could clearly perceive that the quality of his armed color domineering was rising steadily. The perception of his observation color domineering for emotions, attacks, breath, position, etc. was also more detailed and accurate, and the range was also increasing. In addition, all kinds of things appeared out of thin air on the deck of the Ark Proverbs. There were berries, gold, jewelry, knives, guns, and even cannons. What surprised Rosen a little was that there were actually some boxes that burst out the wood of the treasure tree atom and the seeds of the treasure tree atom. There were also devil fruit illustrations, various shellfish in the Sky Island, sea stone weapons, handcuffs, cages, etc. In the end, there were too many. The deck and the storeroom were filled with things. Rosen simply asked Nami, Robin, and others to select the things they liked or could use. Other things that took up space and were useless, such as cannons, swords, etc., were handed over to Caliphate to fly directly to the City of Seven Waters and used in the dock of the Ark Proverbs. Anyway, it was big enough to accommodate all the things that burst out after unpacking 10,000 boxes. Only berry, gold, devil fruit illustrations, seeds of the treasure tree atom, and den mushi, etc., which did not take up much space and were very useful, were left on the ship. Rosen didn't care much about the external things except the devil fruit and the supreme sword, but concentrated on sorting out all the abilities obtained from unpacking. For example, the swordsmanship and physical skills of the giants. For example, the swordsmanship and physical skills of the navy. It can be said that because of the clothes he wore, and the lack of guidance from a famous teacher, Rosen's swordsmanship, physical skills, and even domineering were all based on his own exploration and his understanding of the original work. But now it's different. 10,000 boxes opened some physical skills and swordsmanship, which made Rosen as if he had been training and learning various physical skills and swordsmanship since he was a child, and his foundation became extremely solid. This is also conducive to his development of devil fruit, and combining the fruit ability with swordsmanship, physical skills, and domineering. Of course, the biggest change and improvement is still domineering. The quality of armament Haki has increased by nearly 3 times compared to before the box was opened. Even if he transformed into a Leo Gold Saint and used a plasma light speed punch again to shoot out thousands of web-like beams, and each beam was wrapped with armament Haki, there would not be the embarrassing situation when facing Bartholomew Kuma before. With a plasma light speed punch, the situation of draining armament Haki has left him. In addition to the amount of domineering, the strength of armament haki itself has also increased significantly. For example, if Rosen's previous armament haki strength was at the level of Luffy in Cake Island, then the current armament haki strength is at the level of Katakuri. Of course, observation haki is no exception. It can sense emotions, positions, auras, and predict attacks in a more detailed and accurate manner, and its sensing range has been more than doubled. Before, he could only sense more than 2 kilometers with his observation haki alone. Only by strengthening his observation haki with the ability of the Gold Saint form could he cover an island in the sky, or even the Seven Waters City. But after opening 10,000 boxes, his observation haki alone can sense more than 5 kilometers and 2.4 kilometers. Combined with the ability of the Gold Saint form, it can sense the range of 2 islands. Even if Fujitora and Eneel came, they could only shake their heads in the face of Rosen's observation haki sensing range. This is the 2-color haki that is piled up after opening 10,000 boxes. If the quality of a single box is not enough, the quantity is used to make up for it. That is, after opening these 10,000 boxes, not all of them will be filled with 2-color haki. If all 10,000 boxes are filled with 2-color haki, then Rosen's haki strength will be even more terrifying. As for Conqueror's haki, there is not a single box with it. It seems that the boxes that can open Conqueror's haki are too rare. It may also be that the guards in the Judicial Island do not even have a person with the qualifications of a king. No box can open Conqueror's haki. Everyone has armament haki and observation haki. Chapter 50. Lord Rosen, these items have been processed. Just as Rosen had sorted out and opened 10,000 boxes, which greatly improved his domineering aura, swordsmanship, and physical skills, Khalifa also came over. Rosen nodded when he saw that the deck, which was originally piled with various items, had become clean and tidy. Then his eyes fell on the 3 CP9s who were captured by Khalifa and Eneel. You. Without waiting for Gabra to finish his words, he, who was not interested in his last words at all, directly released a golden beam of light with a flick of his finger, piercing Gabra's forehead. A CP9 who ate the dog fruit in wolf form. In Rosen's opinion, he was not even qualified to be dominated by him with the Phantom Demon King Fist. If he didn't eat the devil fruit, he could still improve his strength by killing the ability users and eating the devil fruit after opening the box, such as Khalifa. Now, it's better to use Gabra to explode the gold coins. If the dog fruit can be opened, it can be given to subordinates or sold, which is more useful than keeping Gabra. Week and Owl, who had already woken up, were full of anger and sadness, but they hated Khalifa's betrayal more. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 more golden beams pierced through the two's heads, stopping their shouts abruptly. Rosen only had 1 meatball fruit in his hand, which could improve a person's strength and have an immediate effect. He had already fed it to Khalifa, the first ruler of the illusionary demon King Fist. As for the Dordor fruit, although he also valued it very much, the ability of this devil fruit before awakening was more auxiliary. Although it is very useful, most people who eat the Dordor fruit are no different from Bruno and can only use it as a means of transportation. Only in the hands of very few kings or heroes can it be used. The Dordor fruit, which is auxiliary in force, has unleashed amazing power. For example, in the hands of red-haired Shanks. A dominating slashing wave. Use the Dordor fruit to open a door, and directly cross a long distance to deliver it to the enemy. Kid, who has a bounty of 3 billion and has developed the magnet fruit to awakening, was killed in 1 blow. Looking at the grand line, how many people can withstand a divine dodge that comes automatically to the door? Even if you want to dodge, you can't. Considering the special nature of the Dordor fruit, Rosen has not yet decided who to let eat this superhuman devil fruit, so he has temporarily shelved it. Anyway, the grand line is so vast, and you will always meet the right person in the future. System, unboxing. Rosen looked at the boxes that the 3 CP9s had opened, and he was a little uninterested. That was right. He had just opened 10,000 boxes, and even if the quality of the boxes was poor, the quantity was enough to make up for the quality. And Gabra, Waitery, and Owl were not that strong. They were neither domineering nor swordsmen, nor were they powerful fruit ability users. Naturally, he would not have too high expectations for the boxes of the three. Congratulations to the host, the unboxing was successful, and the 6th style game was obtained. Congratulations to the host, the unboxing was successful, and life was returned to digestion and absorption. Congratulations to the host, the box was successfully opened, and the wolf form of the animal type dog fruit was obtained. As expected. The boxes that Owl, Watery, and Gabra exploded were very ordinary. Rosen, who had already mastered the 6 styles, could completely learn and practice the 6 styles of hand combinations by himself with a little thought, which was used to test the power value. Similarly, he who also mastered the return of life only needed to practice a few times, and he could also digest and absorb the return of life. He could eat hundreds of kilograms, or even hundreds of kilograms of food, and he could completely digest it within a few seconds and absorb all the nutrients. It was even more exaggerated than the physique of Luffy's D-clan. Even Gabra, who exploded with a devil fruit, was just like that in Rosen's eyes. To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. It was neither a mythical beast species nor an ancient species, but a wolf form of the dog fruit. Serious people, who wants to be a dog? Who wants to become a wolf? Neither good-looking nor cool, and the ability is average. It's not even icing on the cake. At most, it's just to make up the numbers. Nami. Rosen casually threw the wolf form of the dog fruit to Nami. Isn't this a devil fruit? Nami looked surprised. Dog fruit wolf form. Let's sell it. At least 100 million or 200 million berries. When Rosen said this, Nami's eyes lit up. Even if she lived in a golden house and her daily necessities were most likely made of gold, her love for money remained unchanged. Not to mention 1 or 2 small goals, even if it was 100 berries, she would not let it go. Mr. Rosen. I heard from Robin that she wants to do some difficult moves to test you tonight. If you don't mind, I want to team up with Robin to make your test more difficult. After getting 1 or 2 small goals, Nami floated to Rosen like the wind, dribbled the ball into Rosen's other arm, and then bit his ear and whispered. I'll wait and see. Rosen smiled confidently. Isn't it just to make tonight's test more difficult? I am a gold saint. Which gold saint can't stand this test? Go back. Hearing Rosen's words, Khalifa nodded, then raised her hand and patted the arc proverbs. The cat-like translucent gas block instantly opened up, wrapped the entire spaceship, and then disappeared in the air. In less than half an hour, the arc proverbs appeared silently in the dock of the Seven Waters City. All right, the 4 of you guard the 4 corners of the dock, and don't let anyone get close to the ark. The very capable Eneel first sent Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper to guard the dock to ensure that no outsiders would interfere with Rosen's interest, and then he turned into lightning and disappeared from the deck. Soon, Rosen, Nami, Robin, and Khalifa were the only 4 people left on the huge ark. As Eneel and others left the ark, on the night of returning to the City of Seven Waters, Nico, Robin, and Nami fulfilled the promise they made on the Judicial Island. One person brought imported grapes, and the other brought imported peaches, trying to join forces to test the Captain Rosen. Creak. Suddenly, there was a sound of pushing the door, and the 3 turned their heads to see. Khalifa was wearing a black fishing net and high heels, just standing casually at the door, exuding a charm that even old cotters could not withstand the test. I seem to have come at the wrong time. Facing the gazes of the 3 people, Khalifa raised the corners of her lips slightly, but she did not move away at all, as if she was waiting for something. No, you came at the right time. While being severely tested by Nico, Robin and Nami, Rosen still said that he could withstand it. He was so bold that he invited Khalifa to come in and said that he would make the test more difficult tonight. Chapter 51. The Judicial Island, along with the 10,000 soldiers stationed there, turned into ice chips and disappeared into ashes. Only a huge waterfall remained, standing alone on the old site of the Judicial Island. Such a huge change could not be concealed from the Navy headquarters. On the evening of the day when Rosen accepted the difficult test from Nami, Khalifa, and Nico, Robin, the Navy headquarters learned of the change on the Judicial Island and immediately dispatched a fleet to the Judicial Island for investigation. In order to get a thorough investigation, even the director of the Naval Criminal Investigation Bureau was sent. Dark Horse Tenma. With his ability, coupled with the Navy's intelligence system and some intelligence that the Judicial Island had sent back to the world government before its destruction, a detailed investigation report was soon sent to the Navy Marshal's office. 3 days ago, a golden spaceship suddenly landed in the Seven Waters City. On the same day, CP9 lurking in the Seven Waters City sent back information that the son of the devil Nico Robin appeared in the Seven Waters City. Former CP9 Chief Spondam issued his last order before his death, arresting Nico Robin. The result was that 3 CP9 members, led by Rob Lucci, Keku, and Bruno, died, and only Califo was safe and sound. Shortly after the death of the 3 CP9 members, Judicial Island and the troops stationed on the island mysteriously disappeared. After investigation and verification, it has been basically confirmed that the perpetrators of this serious crime are the pirates on the Golden Spaceship. That is the God Pirates. In the Marshal's office, Dark Horse Tianzhang told the Marshal Sengoku, Admiral Kizaru, and Vice Admiral Crane the results of his investigation. God. A mere pirate, yet he dares to call himself a god. They clearly don't take our navy seriously. I want to know the identity of each of them. Sengoku frowned, his serious face revealed a bit of coldness. Judicial Island. That is one of the facades of the world government. Fortunately, no soldiers in the Judicial Island survived, so it was temporarily suppressed and did not spread all over the world. Otherwise, the prestige of the world government and the navy would inevitably be greatly affected. However, he also knew that this matter could not be concealed for long. After all, the Navy headquarters and the world government have never lacked undercover agents from the Revolutionary Army and pirates. The most urgent task is to deal with the culprit before the incident ferments and spreads completely. Eneel, the user of the natural type Thunder Fruit, who has mastered the observation haki, has a large range, enough to monitor an entire city, and is suspected to be the vice-captain of the God Pirates. When Dark Horse Tianzhang said this, even Kizaru put down the newspaper in his hand for the first time. Not for anything else. Just because of the 4 words Thunder Fruit. This is the devil fruit that is crowned as invincible among the natural type devil fruits. It has a lightning speed second only to the flash fruit, but also has a destructive power that is comparable to the magma fruit. In addition, it has various abilities besides lightning. As one of the admirals, he naturally read the records about the thunder fruit in the Devil's Encyclopedia. Even the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia of the Navy headquarters is more detailed than the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia circulated in the outside world. Thunder Fruit. So scary. Moreover, such a man is not even the captain. Kizaru shouted how scary it was, but there was no fear on his face. Obviously, even if it was the Thunder Fruit ability user, he was not afraid. Who can become a Navy Admiral is not at the top of the world, and of course he would not be afraid of a devil fruit. Let Tianzhang continue speaking first. Zhang Guo stopped the suspected undercover Kizaru from interrupting. Nami. The former navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates, now a member of the God Pirates, should be the navigator. As soon as Tianzhang finished speaking, Sengoku and Tsuru's faces changed slightly, and then they looked at each other, and they saw astonishment in each other's eyes. Others don't know, how can they not know? The Straw Hat Pirates were created by the grandson of Monkey D. Garp. But now, Nami, who was originally the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates, has become a member of the God Pirates. As a veteran navy, they naturally know. The job hopping of pirate group members often means one thing. That is, a conflict breaks out between 2 pirate groups, one of them is destroyed, and then the crew is swallowed up. Straw Hat Boy, he's not dead, is he? Zhang Guo was a little impatient. He couldn't imagine what crazy things Garp would do in the New World if Straw Hat Boy really died. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Thinking of this, he winked at Crane, who nodded slightly, indicating that he would keep it a secret from Garp for the time being. Khalifa. A former member of CP9, he has betrayed the world government and is now a member of the God Pirates. Tenjo looked at his nose, looked at his heart, and looked like he knew nothing. As the director of the Naval Criminal Investigation Bureau, how could he not know about pirates? What Sengoku could think of, he could also think of. However, he did not express anything. A new pirate group, can CP9 betray them? Zhang Guo was a little surprised. He realized that this pirate group of gods was not simple. It was a bit weird. In the past, CP9 had not had any members betraying them, but they were all desperate and had no choice but to do so. But Calipha's situation was obviously not like that. Nico Robin, the son of the devil, the only orphan of O'Hara, and now a member of the god pirates. Tenma said to himself. Where is the captain of this group of pirates? Seeing Tianzhang paused, Zhang Guo couldn't help but ask. Regarding the captain of the god pirates, the above investigations have not been thoroughly implemented, but I personally think that they are highly credible. Rosen. It is not clear whether the captain of the god pirates, the owner of the golden spaceship, has mastered Haki, but he is suspected to have mastered the speed and power of light. As soon as these words came out, Kizaru, who picked up the newspaper again, not only put it down again, but also sat up straight on the sofa. As a user of the flash fruit, no one knows better than him how terrifying it is to have the power and speed of light. It can be said that there are many top-level natural devil fruits, but if you want to talk about the devil fruit with the highest lower limit, that is, once you eat it, you can have a new world and become a first-class strong man, it is probably only the flash fruit. If you don't have two-color Haki and your own strength is not strong enough, you will be completely defeated when facing the flash fruit ability user. Supernova is the best example. You can't even fight back. You don't even have time to react. There are only similar devil fruits, but no identical devil fruits. Kizaru murmured. In other words, he has the ability to travel at the speed of light, which is superhuman. Could it be the speed fruit? If the fruit is developed to awaken, it can indeed move at the speed of light. Tsuru showed her erudition that earned her the title of Great Advisor. No. I think it's animal. And it is. Tianzhang shook his head. Mythical Beast. Deficit. Chapter 52. Mythical Beast. After hearing Tianzhang say that Rosen's fruit ability is a mythical beast, Sengoku, Kizaru, and Crane couldn't help but look solemn. He can control the power of flash, and it is a mythical beast. Doesn't this mean that in addition to eating a flash fruit, the other party also has an animal-type transformation, and it is even possible to master multiple natural elements like Kaido? This is the last footage captured by the Den Den Mushi of Judicial Island. Tianzhang took out the remote control and pressed it lightly. In the marshal's office, a screen first lowered, and then a picture emerged. Over Judicial Island, a golden spaceship wrapped in a cat-like sphere suddenly appeared. Not long after, a man walked out of the deck. Rosen. Kizaru stared at the face on the screen. The next second, everyone present saw Rosen's body shining with golden light, and for a time, the ocean of Judicial Island was dyed 990 into a golden ocean. Then, Rosen, wearing the golden armor, appeared in front of everyone again, and then colorful light poured down, and the picture stopped abruptly. As you can see, Rosen's form changes in a short period of time. Although he has not transformed into a certain animal, or has any characteristics of a known mythical creature, based on the current comprehensive data, I think it is more likely that he is an animal-type mythical beast ability user. After all, apart from those with natural abilities, the only ones who have the ability to create and manipulate natural elements and change their bodies are those with the ability of the mythical beasts. Etc. Brother Tianzhang, please rewind the video to the time when the golden spaceship just appeared. Kizaru suddenly stood up and walked to the screen. Admiral Kizaru, did you notice it too? Good. This is also the last thing I want to tell you. Tianzhang was not surprised when he heard this, but followed what Huang Yuan said and rewound the scene, finally freezing at the moment when the golden spaceship suddenly landed on Sky Island. The sphere that wraps the ship looks familiar. Zhang Guo narrowed his eyes slightly. Shishibukai. Flesh ball fruit. Bartholomew Bear. Kizaru's eyes flashed with a subtle complexity, and there was a hint of anger in them. Didn't the world government instruct us to investigate the cause of Bartholomew Bear's death some time ago? Look, the results are out now. There are two reasons. One is that Bartholomew Kuma was not killed by the god pirates, but he accidentally obtained the meatball fruit after his death. The other is that the god pirates not only killed Bartholomew Kuma, but also possessed the technology or ability to seize the devil fruit of the ability user. However, no matter what the result is, the god pirates already have the strength to survive in the new world. If they all possessed powerful domineering power, then they could challenge the four emperors. Tenma's words made the senior navy officials present at the scene rethink their views on the god pirates again and again. From the initial calmness to the current seriousness. To sum it up, my personal suggestion is that while they have to temporarily stay in the City of Seven Waters because of the ship reconstruction, launch the demon killing order. Just like how we dealt with Douglas Barrett back then. Tian Zheng shouted in a deep voice. Demon killing order. Really? The god pirates have shown the potential to become one of the four emperors. It is indeed a good idea to launch a demon killing order before they become too powerful to be controlled. Perhaps because the death of Bartholomew Kuma was related to Rosen, the always wavering and unpredictable Kizaru was the first to agree. Sengoku, what do you think? Although he was asking Sengoku, everyone knew that she also thought that the Demon Slayer order should be issued against the god pirates. Zhang Guo heard this, but he was hesitant to speak. Marshal Zhang Guo, are you concerned about the opinions of the five elders? Tian Zheng saw this and his heart moved. To read the violent novel, go to Philo Novel Network. Good. The five elders had already issued an order to investigate the cause of Bartholomew Kuma's death and invite the person who killed him to become one of the seven warlords of the sea. If we rashly launch the demon slaughter order, it may ruin the plan of the five elders. Zhang Guo nodded slightly. As the admiral of the navy, standing at the top of the million-man navy, he seems to be majestic and almighty. In fact, it is not so. Only those who have been the Admiral of the Navy know the hardship of being the Admiral of the Navy. Before making any decision, you must consider the opinions of five people. They are the five elders. As long as the five elders do not allow you to do it, you cannot do it even if you are the Admiral of the Navy. Otherwise, the Navy is not short of candidates who can replace the warring states and serve as the new marshal. For example, the three admirals. For example, the Admiral candidate. There is also CP0, as the strongest shield of the Celestial Dragons, which hides a figure comparable to the general level. Not to mention the Knights of God, an organization composed of celestial dragons that can be judged at will. Devil fruits like the meatball fruit, the tremor fruit, the floating fruit, the fish fruit, mythical beast blue dragon form, etc. are all devil fruits specially prepared by the world government for the Knights of God. This alone shows the horror of the Knights of God. Or how unfathomable the foundation of the world government is. Don't forget. Blackbeard's proposal is to exchange the title of Shishibukai for Ace the Fire Fist. According to the meaning of the five elders, they should agree to his request, gather the seven warlords, use Fire Fist Ace as bait, and defeat the Whitebeard pirates who came to rescue. Sengoku's meaning is self-evident. The five elders want to gather the seven warlords, and then gather their forces to destroy the Whitebeard pirates. If the god pirates are defeated at this time, it will be equivalent to destroying one of the seven warlords in advance, and it will also consume the Navy's forces. The double loss is not conducive to launching a war against the Whitebeard pirates. If that's the case, I have a compromise proposal. The Demon Slayer order will be launched as scheduled, this point remains unchanged. But before that, we will first execute the order of the five elders and let the demon slayers who go to the Seven Waters City send an invitation to Rosen to join the seven warlords of the sea. If he agreed, the issue would be handed back to the five elders for decision. If he refused, the issue would be handed over to the demon slayer order for handling. As the chief advisor, seeing that Zhang Guo was in trouble, he gave a solution at 2.7 seconds. Good. After hearing this, Zhang Guo's eyes lit up immediately. If Rosen agrees to become a Shishibukai, then he will launch a forced call and force the other party to the battlefield to fight against Whitebeard. If Rosen refuses to become a Shishibukai, then he will launch the Demon Slayer Order to destroy him first. Between the Shishibukai and the Demon Slayer Order, Rosen must choose one. No matter how he looks at it, he thinks that the navy is sitting on the Diaotai. As for the failure of the operation, sorry, Zhang Guo has never thought about this at all, because this time for the Demon Slayer Order, he not only plans to dispatch the 5 major headquarters lieutenant generals, but also the headquarters generals. If the two sides fight to the death, the 3 natural generals, any one of them, can overturn the goalkeeper among the 4 emperors. That is Charlotte Linlin, the headquarters general, plus the Demon Slayer Order. There is nothing to say. The destiny is in the navy. A batch of stable. Chapter 53. Mr. Zhang Guo, there is one more thing. Should we offer a bounty for the god pirates? Tianzheng asked when he saw that Sengoku had made a decision. The bounty is reserved for the living. Zhang Guo's words made the senior officials present understand immediately. If Rosen refused to become a Shishibukai, he would face the Demon Slayer Order, which was equivalent to a dead person. Since he was a dead person, there was no need to offer a bounty. On the contrary, if Rosen became a Shishibukai, it would no longer matter whether a bounty was offered or not. After all, after becoming a Shishibukai, the navy would stop the Shishibukai wanted list. Mr. Sengoku, do you need me to go there? Seeing that Sengoku was determined to launch the demon slaying order, Kizaru immediately volunteered. He is good at slacking off, but if his superiors have something to do, he really dares to go. Just like after Akainu took office as the marshal, he learned that there were 4 emperors Kaido and Charlotte Linlin in Wano country. Kizaru still dared to propose to Akainu that he go there himself. This is the spirit of the admiral of the headquarters. There is no other. 15 This natural 3 generals are named the 3 strongest admirals in history. Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji. Pick any one of them, they are all super monsters with strong domineering, strong physical skills, strong swordsmanship, strong fruits, strong defense, and thick blood bars. They are definitely hexagonal admirals. There is no place to be weak, and there is no weakness to speak of. Sakazuki and Garp are still in the New World. The Navy headquarters cannot be without an admiral. Let's recall Kuzan. Zhang Guo pondered for a moment, then shook his head. As the headquarters of the Navy, in addition to the marshal, there must be at least one general to guard the place, in order to prevent the 4 emperors from stealing the house. After all, there is no shortage of people among the 4 emperors who can fight and fly, and a similar case happened to the Golden Lion back then. Kuzan's fruit ability allows him to be amphibious on land, sea, and air. If Rosen refuses to become a Shishibukai, no matter whether the god pirates can go to the sky or into the sea, no one will be able to escape. Coincidentally, both models are now on the route to the city of 7 waters. After repeated consideration, Sengoku still felt that it would be better to let Kizaru stay at the headquarters, and Aokiji take the Demon Slayer Order and force the god pirates. The main reason was that he was worried that Rosen, who had the speed and power of light, would not be afraid of the flash fruit. In this way, Kizaru's flash fruit was weakened. On the other hand, if Rosen was really an animal-type mythical beast as Tensei said, and had abilities other than flash, then it would be troublesome. After comprehensive consideration, Kuzan was safer. It happened to be on the route of the 7-water city, so he naturally gave priority to Kuzan. And with Kizaru's ability, if he stayed in the headquarters, he could support any place at the fastest speed at any time, while other admirals could not. As for sending 2 admirals? Sorry. In Sengoku, in Kizaru, and in all the high-ranking officers of the Navy, the god pirates at this stage are not qualified. Even if Luffy became one of the 4 emperors in the future, the Navy would only send a Kizaru or a Green Bull. Now send the Admiral of the Navy to lead the Demon Slayer Order to deal with those who have not even been to the New World. In their opinion, they have given Rosen enough face. Of course. Sending Kuzan instead of Borsalino to destroy the god pirates also has a little selfish motive for Sengoku. That is to take this opportunity to add another achievement to Aokiji's resume, which will be beneficial for him to surpass Sakazuki in the future competition for the marshal. However, he will naturally not say these thoughts in public. Beeb. 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 To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. With the rapid beeps of the silver Den Den Mushi, the navy in the headquarters were all shocked, and then the 3 elite vice admirals of the headquarters, Flying Squirrel, Burning Mountain, and Dalmesia, cooperated with the 2 giant vice admirals Maynard and Bastius, and 10 steel warships. A total of 10,000 naval elites quickly gathered at the headquarters dock. After determining the target, they immediately marched to the Seven Waters City. At the same time, on an island not far from the Seven Waters City, Aokiji, who was taking a nap, heard the Den Den Mushi in his pocket buzzing non-stop, so he could only pull up his eye mask, with a sleepy look on his face, and answered the phone. Rosen. Nico Robin. I understand, Mr. Sengoku. After hearing what Sengoku said in Den Den Mushi, Aokiji was no longer sleepy. Not to mention the huge scale of the Demon Slayer Order, just the strength of the god pirates and the fact that Nico Robin was involved in it, he couldn't just sit back and watch. And he also vaguely understood what Sengoku meant. This was to give him military merit so that he could compete with Sakazuki for the marshal. Now the 2 sides are at loggerheads, but they are equally matched. If he can win this battle, he may have a better record than Sakazuki. The Pirates of God. What a hassle. But there's nothing we can do. This time you guys are causing too much trouble. Rosen, and Nico Robin, I have no choice but to let you die in the City of Seven Waters. Aokiji murmured, then rode on his bicycle. Wherever the wheels passed, a path of ice was created on the surface of the waves, and it led directly to the City of Seven Waters. The City of Seven Waters. On a sunny beach. Rosen was lying in Nico Robin's arms while using the facial cleanser brought by Khalifa and Nami in turn. All 3 of them were wearing bikinis. These scenes made the male companions on the beach look envious and even jealous. During this period, some pirates wanted to come over and chat with them, or even use violence, but as soon as they had this idea and took a step, they were turned into human-shaped charcoal with black smoke by a lightning bolt falling from the sky. So much breath. Another one, it was like he was facing Lord Rosen directly. With a few lightning strikes, Eneel, who was marching in an orderly manner, suddenly turned his head and stared at the sea level in the distance. His expression gradually changed from casual at the beginning to solemn, and even revealed a hint of shock. His action and expression change also attracted the attention of Khalifa and Nico Robin, who were very perceptive. Mr. Rosen. From the beginning, Eneel has been staring at the sea. However, there is nothing wrong with the sea, and he looks a little strange. Khalifa said curiously while washing Rosen's face with facial cleanser. Although she has eaten the meatball fruit and her strength is increasing day by day, and Rosen has also taught her 2-color domineering, she doesn't know whether Rosen is a famous teacher like Katakuri and Kaido, or Khalifa is not a potential student like Luffy. After learning the observation haki for several days, she can only successfully sense the breath of dozens of meters around when she is concentrating and not disturbed. It is not as useful as the eyes. Without the observation haki, she naturally doesn't understand why Eneel's face changes. Chapter 54. If you see the Demon Slayer Order approaching from the northwest and the Admiral approaching from the northeast, you will know why Eneel's expression is not right. Although Rosen used the facial cleanser brought by Nami and Khalifa the whole time, his observation haki, after being strengthened by the Gold Saint form, has a range several times larger than Eneel's. Long before Eneel's observation haki detected the existence of the Demon Slayer Order, he had already seen the 10 steel warships and every navy inside. Of course. There is also Admiral Aokiji riding a bicycle on the sea, with a leisurely posture, not like going to the battlefield at all. All of these were clearly monitored by Rosen. Demon Slayer Order. Nico Robin, who was leaning on Rosen like a sofa, suddenly changed color when she heard the words Demon Slayer Order. Forgot to say. In addition to the Demon Slayer Order, there is also your old enemy. Admiral Aokiji. Rosen looked up and said to Nico Robin. What? Not only the Demon Slayer Order, but also the Navy Admiral has been dispatched personally. When she heard the Demon Slayer Order, Khalifa was able to remain calm, but when she heard that even the Admiral had been dispatched, her expression became more solemn than ever. Mr. Rosen. Otherwise, let's retreat first. Anyway, even if the Arc Proverbs haven't been transformed yet, as long as we take off, the Demon Slayer Order will definitely not be able to catch up. Knowing that there are 10,000 naval elites, 10 warships, and the admirals approaching step by step, Nami suddenly became a little scared. She is not the little thief she used to be, so she naturally knows how terrifying the combat power of the admirals is. In a word, humanoid self-walking disaster. It refers to the 3 natural admirals. Why? Should we run away just because the people coming are the admirals of the Navy and the demon-slaying order? This kind of thing won't happen to us. Forever. Seeing the Demon Slayer Order and the General approaching, Rosen still rested his head in Nico Robin's arms and let Nami continue to help him wash his face. However, his voice reached the ears of every crew member, like a stabilizing force, suppressing the panic and solemnity in everyone's hearts. Especially Nico Robin, who had a childhood shadow of the Demon Slayer Order and Aokiji. She was flustered just now, but now she was surprisingly calm. She was not afraid, nor did she want to run away. Instead, she reached out and hugged Rosen from behind. Mr. Captain. From today on, I entrust everything to you. Including loyalty, body and mind, dreams, and my life. Nico Robin whispered to Rosen. It will not let you down. Because no one can take what's mine away from me. No matter if it's people, objects, or even everything. Rosen leaned against the Nico Robin brand latex pillow, his voice was not loud, but it was filled with an unquestionable spirit. General. Then give it a try. You'd better be as strong as your aura. Eneel also suppressed the shock in his heart, and then raised his fighting spirit against Admiral Aokiji. He knew that the aura sensed by the observation haki did not represent everything, and was only for reference. If the strength of the aura determined everything, then the Navy, and all the battles would not have to be fought. All they had to do was use the observation haki to sense the opponent's aura, and then compare the strength of the auras of both sides, and then the weaker one would run away, or just surrender. Even if the auras were equal, wool, fruit ability, swordsmanship, physical skills, haki, as well as combat awareness, experience, and many other factors could affect the outcome of the battle. Nami. Rosen handed a devil fruit to Nami, who was replacing Khalifa and was going to wash his face. Devil fruit. Nami, who was a little uneasy at first, was slightly stunned after reading it. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. I just sold the wolf form of the dog-in-dog fruit yesterday, and I got another one today. It's not for you to sell, but for you to eat. This is the superhuman door fruit. You can open a door anywhere. For example, if your strength and fruit ability are strong enough, you can open a door in the air in the Seven Waters City to the Judicial Island or even further. If you are really that afraid of the Demon Slayer Order, then eat it and hide in the other dimension. It won't be too late to come out after you see me win. After saying that, Rosen put the door fruit in Nami's hand. The door fruit. Looking at the devil fruit in her hand, Nami's eyes flashed with a touch of emotion and excitement. As Rosen said, this is the most stable choice. But the next second, she couldn't help but think of her decision on Sky Island. Facing a strong enemy, she chose to betray the Straw Hat Pirates and joined Rosen without hesitation. Whether it was imported grapes or facial cleansers, they were all used to test this man. What about now? Facing the Admiral and the Demon Slayer Order, would she betray again, or run away? Nami's eyes flickered, then she gritted her teeth and stuffed the menmen fruit in her hand back to Rosen. Compared to eating a devil fruit, I still prefer to swim in the sea. Besides, you said that no one can take anything away from you, whether it is a person or an object. I don't care how you see me in your heart, whether I'm a woman, a servant, a sailor, or a plaything. Anyway, from the moment you can't stand the test, I'm yours. You can't let anyone take me away from you. Everything that belongs to me, nothing can be taken away. Nami took a deep breath, and then blasted out all her inner thoughts like a string of cannonballs. As she said that, she did not give Rosen an answer, but continued to take over Khalifa's work, carefully washing Rosen's face with her own facial cleanser, and no longer cared about the Demon Slayer Order or the Navy Admiral. In response, Rosen smiled but said nothing. He had no intention of answering, because the result was the best answer. After he completely wiped out the Demon Slayer Order and the Navy Admiral, Nami, Robin, Khalifa, and even everyone else would naturally get the best answer. A few minutes ago, except for Rosen, everyone was on high alert, even Eneel was no exception. But a few minutes later, as if the Demon Slayer Order and the Navy Admiral had been completely wiped out, everyone looked relaxed and at ease, without any heaviness, tension, or uneasiness about the upcoming war. Even Nami, who was the weakest, was the same. Mr. Rosen. Navy's Demon Slayer Order. It's time to go on stage. After a long while, Eneel suddenly spoke. Everyone looked around and saw that the endless sea had already seen 10 huge steel warships. From such a long distance, they could even see 2 giants standing on the warships. The enemy is coming, so let's make a pot of black tea first. Facing the 10 steel warships lined up in a row and the 10,000 naval elites on them, Rosen seemed to see not the enemy, but a friend coming from afar. It was not to prepare for battle, but to make tea. Chapter 55. Not everyone is called Rosen. When the Demon Slayer Order came, even though they knew the Navy was not targeting them, the pirates who were enjoying sunbathing, sea water, volleyball, etc. on the beach, as well as the residents of the Seven Waters City, were frightened and scattered everywhere. That's the Navy's fleet. No, it's the Demon Killing Order. Oh my god! Run! The Demon Slayer Order will burn everything in sight. Now it appears in the Seven Waters City, which means that the Navy wants to wipe the Seven Waters City from the Grand Line. The City of Seven Waters. As one of the major cities on the Grand Route, it has a developed shipbuilding industry and an equally developed information industry. This also means that even for ordinary residents, things like the Demon Slayer Order are not considered secrets at all in the eyes of the residents of the City of Seven Waters. As Aspagu, who was far away at the headquarters of Carrera Company, learned that the Demon Slayer Order was coming, he rushed to the beach as soon as possible. In addition to the boatmen of Carrera Company, the Frankie family also came with them. When they arrived, the beach that was crowded with people not long ago was now deserted, and it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. It's really the Demon Slayer Order. Aspagu looked at the 10 steel warships lined up in a row on the sea in the distance, pressing forward step by step, and his expression was very complicated. Those warships were all from his company, but now they were going to destroy his city. Rosen. Is it because of CP9? Aspagu suppressed the complexity in his heart, glanced at Khalifa, and then thought of something. Maybe. Rosen was still lying on the beach chair. His calm demeanor in the face of the Demon Slayer Order impressed Frankie. Brother, I also heard about CP9. Regardless of whether you have reached any cooperation with Bingshan, this Demon Killing Order. I am Super Frankie, and I will fight with you today. Frankie's words shocked even Rosen. Big brother said to take the responsibility, so we will take it together. Frankie's younger brothers responded one after another. When the nest is overturned, no egg will be left unbroken. The Demon Killing Order has come to the Seven Waters City, and there are only 2 options before us. Either fight hard or run away. No need for that. Rosen's calm voice interrupted Frankie and others. Why? Frankie is a cyborg. And his little brothers, plus our boatmen, may not necessarily be able to defeat the Demon Slayer Order, but at least we can increase our chances of winning. Aspagu was a little puzzled. Facing the Demon Slayer Order, wouldn't it be better to have more people? It's just a demon killing order, is it necessary to go through so much trouble? Rosen shook his head and laughed. Back off, this is not the place for you. If you really want to help me, then go back to your posts and help me build Shenzhou Maxims. As for the Navy in front of me, I will personally flatten them. Rosen said as he patted his thigh. Nami, who was washing her face, and Khalifa stood up and sat on his lap. People who didn't know would think they were on vacation instead of about to go to war with the Demon Slayer Order. Brother, what should we do? Frankie's younger brothers looked at each other. They admired Rosen's courage, but they didn't know what to do. Let's take a look first. Since Brother Rosen said he wants to solve it himself, let him do it. If it doesn't work, we'll go and provide support. Frankie knew that Espago had paid a lot to buy a peace charm for himself from Rosen. He also wanted to see what kind of person this man was who could make the Navy launch a demon-killing order to wipe him out. Okay. After hearing this, the Cube sisters, Zanbei and other members of the Frankie family also nodded. They were also very curious. Who exactly is Rosen? Why is it worth the Navy to mobilize such a large force? At this time, the 10 steel warships suddenly stopped moving forward, but the gun barrels on the warships were pointing at Rosen and others on the beach. At the same time, on the deck of one of the warships, a figure walked to the bow. It was one of the vice-admirals of the headquarters. Flying Squirrel. To read the violent novels, go to Fila Novel Network. God Pirates. Rosen. Is that you? Flying Squirrel stared coldly at Rosen on the beach chair. Seeing him so arrogant, facing himself and others, he was angry and admired. In the face of the pressure of the Demon Killer Order, it was precious to be able to remain calm. Even though he had been a Navy for so many years and participated in several Demon Killer Orders, he had only seen one person like Rosen, who remained calm in the face of a huge disaster. Douglas Barrett was a criminal imprisoned on the 6th floor of the Impel Down. To this day, he still remembered the other party's unruly attitude in the face of the Demon Killer Order. Navy. If we run away now, maybe we can still make it. Rosen sat up straight from his chair, took the coconut handed to him by Nami, drank a small sip, and then said something that made the Navy on the warship furious. Arrogant. Dalmesia's eyes were as cold as a knife. Just be patient. Do not forget our mission. Hua Shaishan pulled Dalmesia and also reminded the Flying Squirrel. If you want to die, it's easy. But before that, I have to ask a routine question. Pirate Rosen, in the name of the world government, I recruit you as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The Flying Squirrel certainly would not forget that this was an order from the 5 elders. As long as you accept the title of Shishibukai, the Navy will not pursue your crimes of destroying Judicial Island, killing 10,000 Marines, and beheading CP9. Of course, the premise is that you have to accept unconditionally when the Navy headquarters issues a mandatory call. Otherwise, the Navy will relaunch the wanted list for you. Flying Squirrel's eyes flashed with anger. In his opinion, a heinous pirate was standing in front of him. The Navy had already issued a demon-killing order, but they still had to ask for the other party's consent before deciding whether to destroy him. This was simply a trampling on the justice he believed in. Helplessly, he could only endure it. Destroyed Judicial Island. Killed 10,000 Navy soldiers. Espago, Frankie, and others looked at each other in bewilderment. If I remember correctly, Rosen and his men had been away for only an hour since they arrived at the 7 Waters City. Could it be that they destroyed the Judicial Island in just that 1 hour? Wait. What about the time it took to travel between the 7 Waters City and the Judicial Island? If that was included, wouldn't it be even shorter? Iceberg. No wonder you only met this man once, but you were willing to buy an amulet from him at all costs. No wonder he showed disdain for the Demon Slayer Order. Frankie suddenly realized, and couldn't help but admire Espago's vision of people. The God Pirates. It is indeed a new pirate group, but its overall strength is much stronger than many famous pirate groups in the New World. Really? He didn't make a mistake. This man will become the trendsetter of this era sooner or later. Although Espago was mentally prepared, he was still shocked when he learned about Rosen's actions. The 7 Warlords of the Sea. I reject. Chapter 56. What? Espago, Frankie, and the others were all shocked. Obviously, if they agreed to become Shishibukai, they could avoid the war with the Navy's Demon Slayer Order, but they didn't expect that Rosen would choose to refuse. Rejected. Hua Shaishan narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. He didn't seem surprised that Rosen would refuse. You know what you're talking about dash. Do you know what it means to refuse the title of Shishibukai? Rosen. The Flying Squirrel was a little surprised. He thought that Rosen would choose the well-paid Shishibukai under the pressure of the Demon Slayer Order, but he never thought that the other party would refuse directly. The 7 warlords of the sea. Anyway, they are just a group of silver medalists who can't even become the 4 emperors. A bunch of defeated dogs, they are not qualified to be compared with me. Rosen's voice was full of disdain when he talked about the 7 warlords of the sea. This is indeed the case. Most of the 7 warlords of the sea are silver medalists who lost to the 4 emperors. Crocodile lost to Whitebeard. Gecko Moria lost to Kaido. Don Quixote Doflamingo is only worthy of being Kaido's younger brother. The same is true for Jinbei, who is just serving Whitebeard. Even Joriko Mihawk, who sits on the throne of the world's most powerful swordsman, can't beat the 4 emperors' Shanks. As for Boa Hancock, there is no need to say more. Without Pluto Rayleigh to save the situation, both the person and the devil fruit belong to Blackbeard. Only Bartholomew Kuma did not lose to the 4 emperors, but he could only succumb to the 5 elders and did not even dare to resist. Really? Looking at the man in front of him who looked down upon the 7 warlords, the flying squirrel's pupils shrank slightly, and a storm surged in his heart. Obviously, he also wanted to see Rosen reject the 7 warlords, but when he really saw this man refuse to become the king's 7 warlords, he regretted it again. A man who chose to become a 7 warlord because he was afraid of the Demon Slayer order could never become the king. But now, a man who treats the Demon Slayer order as nothing. A man who treats the 7 warlords as defeated dogs. In his opinion, this is the most terrible result. Seriously. Regarding your refusal to become Shishibukai, I would love to see this happen. So, Pirate Rosen, take your crew and the 7 Waters City behind you and let them burn to ashes. Dalmizia couldn't help but smile when she saw Rosen refused to become a Shishibukai. Fire! Burn everything in sight. Until it disappears into nothingness. Accompanied by Dalmizia's stern shout, the navy, which had already locked Rosen and others with their artillery, immediately opened fire. Rumble, roar, and thunder-like roars shook the sea. Shells flew across the sky, like the death god demanding life, making people shudder. 10 warships. Many artillery. Just one salvo, hundreds of shells, woven into a net, and the black artillery net that burned everything, covered the sky and the earth. Humph! Faced with the artillery net that broke through the air, Rosen didn't even want to get up from the beach, let alone take action. He originally sat up and drank the coconut juice handed to him by Nami, but he actually lay back down again, leaning against Nico Robin's amazingly elastic latex pillow, and never looked at the flying shells from beginning to end. His action was seen by the vice-admirals of the warship. Instead of being happy, they frowned, and each of them opened their observation haki and locked onto Rosen at all times. Before setting off, every vice-admiral knew clearly that this man had with a flash ability similar to Admiral Kizaru. If you really want to make a move, a split second is enough. However, Rosen had no intention of making a move from beginning to end. Until the line of black artillery nets flew over his head and was about to fall, Khalifa, who was sitting on Rosen's lap with her legs together like a lady, stood up leisurely, then raised her arms high, with her palms facing the falling artillery net. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The next second, a flesh ball like a cat's paw pad grew on the white and tender palm. Bang! A powerful elastic force was released from the flesh ball in the palm, madly compressing the air in front of it, and then it exploded instantly, turning into an overwhelming shock wave, destroying the shells that wanted to fall on its head one by one. Meatball fruit. Same as the Dark Horse analysis. Bartholomew Kuma's fruit ability is really in the hands of the god pirates, but I didn't expect that the person who possessed it was actually a traitor in CP9. The flying squirrel's face changed slightly. This time the opponent is really terrifying. Rosen, who has the speed and power of light. Eneel, the user of the thunder fruit. And Khalifa, the user of the meatball fruit. Just these 3 users, once they grow to the awakened level, without exception, are all like emperors. Even if it means risking justice, we must destroy this group of pirates here. Flying Squirrel, Burning Mountain, and Dalmizia looked at each other and saw the same intention in each other's eyes. Our cannon's useless. That woman named Khalifa is trouble. Use that trick. That's it. In addition to the 3 flying squirrels, Maynard and Bastio, who were also the lieutenant generals of the Demon Slayer Order, looked at each other, and then the 2 giants made similar movements, raising their huge weapons like ships above their heads, and then slashed at the same time. Baguio. As the giant's signature swordsmanship. Baguio. Most giants know it, but most giants cannot use Baguio alone. They must work together to use this swordsmanship. Only a very small number of giants can use this move alone, and the power is not reduced. Maynard and Bastio, who are giant lieutenants, are no exception. The 2 of them joined forces, which met the prerequisite for using Baguio. Clang! Bang! With the 2 huge mountains, the air in front of me seemed to be cut off, and the sharp wailings were rumored, and then the front end of the blade bombed a circle of turbulence. Ben Rosen and others went to implement it. Open the mountain. Chapter 57. Giants. I didn't expect that the Navy would even send out the giant Vice Admiral this time. Nicole Robin looked at the shock wave that broke through the air, and a solemn expression appeared on her pretty face. Such an attack! Even if it was from a long distance, as long as it was hit, it would still be either death or injury. Can we force him to take action? Flying Squirrel, Burning Mountain, and Dalmizia all turned their eyes to Rosen. They didn't expect to be able to deal with this man in the previous rounds of attacks. They just wanted to feel the bottom of the god pirates. If the 2 giant vice admirals join forces, it would be great to make Rosen, the captain, take action personally. It proves that the overall strength of this pirate group is just so-so. Bang! But the result made them a little disappointed. Facing the mighty country swung by the 2 giant vice admirals, Rosen still had no intention of getting up. Instead, when the shock wave of 103 that split the mountains and split the seas spread to the beach, 2 figures flew out from behind. Devil's Wind Kick. Sanji stepped on the Devil's Wind Kick and flew out. 9 Swords Style Ashura. Zoro transformed into a 3-headed, 6-armed Ashura and walked side by side with him. Then the 2 of them swung their swords in midair while one of them kicked. Evil Shura. With a thunderous roar, a wave of slashing waves surrounded by blazing light tore through the beach and rushed straight to the sea, colliding fiercely with the hegemony that was about to land forcefully. Bang! A deafening sound exploded in all directions, and the sea and the beach shook and trembled at the same time. The rolling water column rose from the sea and turned into a sky-high wave. The majestic sand tide swept up and turned into a huge sand column. Then the 2 merged and converged, colliding violently with the shock wave, and finally exploded and turned into an atmospheric wave that raged in all directions. The 2 giants joined forces to wield the mighty country. Zoro and Sanji jointly released the evil Shura. In the end, it was a draw. The former swordsman and chef of the Straw Hat Pirates. Really? The Straw Hat Pirates have been incorporated. Seeing Zoro and Sanji take action, Flying Squirrel basically concluded that the Straw Hat Pirates were basically finished. The 2 core combat forces of the Straw Hat Pirates, as well as the most important navigator, all belonged to the God Pirates. Where is the Straw Hat Pirates on the Grand Line? The famous Demon Slayer Order, is this all? Rosen's eyes crossed the distance between the warship and landed on the 3 elite lieutenant generals of the headquarters. Arrogant. First the cannons of the warships, then the might of the giants, took turns to fight, but none of them could threaten Rosen in the slightest. Flying Squirrel, Burning Mountain, and Dalmizia knew it was time for them to go down. However, before they could draw their swords or make any offensive moves, a bolt of lightning had already fallen on the sky. It's the Thunder Fruit user. The Flying Squirrel reacts the fastest. We accept your gift. As a return gift, please accept this. Navy. Eneel raised his right hand and waved it gently. The priest's judgment. His right hand turned into a dazzling lightning, then soared into the sky, and then, like the judgment of the gods, it descended from the sky above one of the steel warships. Damn it! Even a warship and 1,000 elite navy soldiers are helpless against the user of the Thunder Fruit. Dalmizia knew this clearly. That's why, the moment Eneel appeared, he transformed into the Dalmatian form of the animal-type dog fruit, then stepped on the moon step, and with the perception of the observation haki, he stepped into the void before the priest's judgment fell, and landed on the gun platform of the warship, raising his foot and sweeping. Rain kick. The slashing wave wrapped in the armed color domineering was like a crescent moon, rushing straight to the sky and slashing on the lightning pillar that fell from the sky. Bang! The slashing and lightning, once the two collided, they immediately exploded the impact power grid in all directions, causing many navy to be affected, and the current spread to their bodies, twitching uncontrollably on the spot. Not bad. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Finally caught up. Dalmizia breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly she heard Eneel's voice ringing in her ears. Good blocking. Only. As for the second question, what are you going to do? Before he finished speaking, a thunderous roar came from the sky, and the lightning column, faster than the speed of sound, struck down again. Damn it! Dalmizia cursed inwardly, her muscles bulged, and she kicked the turret with her feet. Her body was like a cannonball, rising straight into the sky. Then she put her palms together, with her 10 fingers spread out, like daggers, and under the hardening of the armed color domineering, she pushed across the air. 6-style secret 6 King's Spear. The shock wave mixed with the armed color domineering aura roared up like a blue dragon out of the sea, and the moment it collided with the priest's judgment, it actually shattered Eneel's lightning pillar. Armament Haki. Eneel recognized it at a glance. The 6 King's Spear alone could never shake the judgment of his priest. The only explanation was armament Haki. Not only was the strength of Haki higher than his own, but also, unlike his half-baked Haki skills that only entangled him, the elite vice-admiral of the headquarters in front of him did not eat a good devil fruit, but his armament Haki skills were very impressive. All troops attack. At this time, the flying squirrel suddenly shouted. War is not a turn-based game, and the Demon Slayer order is even less so. The advantage of numbers and weapons. These will inevitably be brought into play. The successive attacks just now were just an attempt to feel the bottom of the god pirates. After seeing that Rosen still couldn't make a move after several attacks, he decisively gave up the test, and didn't plan to fight the god pirates one-on-one. Instead, he let the warships suppress the fire power while letting the soldiers on the deck raise their guns and shoot while landing on the beach. At that time, long-range suppression of artillery fire, long-range shooting of bullets, close combat of the Navy's elite. There is no shortage of officers and officers who are proficient in the 6 styles, as well as people with special abilities on the 10 warships. In addition, there are 5 vice-admirals from the headquarters. Such a luxurious lineup allowed the Demon Slayer order to play the king that made countries around the world tremble. Boom, bang, bang, swoosh. When Flying Squirrel gave the order, the sound of gunfire, bullets, and breaking air rang out. In an instant, hundreds of shells flew across the sky. Tens of thousands of bullets formed a bullet net that covered the sky and the sun. The 2 giant lieutenants joined forces again, swinging their mighty weapons to split mountains and seas. What was even more terrifying was that Dalmizia, Flying Squirrel, and Hwashaishan all stepped on the moon step, landed first, then drew their swords, clenched their fists, and were about to launch a stronger attack. Can you stop it? Brother Rosen. Faced with the full fire power, full strength, and full combat power of the Demon Slayer order, Frankie, who was far away, saw this overwhelming attack and couldn't help but sweat for Rosen. Just this wave of carpet bombing, most countries in the world would have collapsed. Not to mention a pirate group. If you really want to, it's not bad. But you guys are really an eyesore, Navy. Chapter 58. Rosen glanced at the bullet net that covered the sky, and then looked at the 3 lieutenant generals who were approaching step by step. He didn't take action at first, nor did he feel dangerous. He just felt that it was a bit noisy and a bit annoying. I'm sorry, Master Rosen. The sharp-eyed Eneel also noticed the subtle change in Rosen's expression. As a loyal lackey, he didn't ask the reason, but admitted his fault first. Make the Demon Slayer order disappear and turn it into ashes. As if I had never been to this world. Immediately. Rosen's voice was neither salty nor bland, but it was like a bolt from the blue to Eneel's ears. Yes. Eneel glanced at Khalifa. We will make the Demon Slayer order disappear from your sight immediately. Khalifa also promised. After that, she stretched her arms across the sky, opened her palms, and compressed the air with elastic force, releasing a 360-degree shock wave that covered all directions. In a hurry, the impact of compressing and releasing the air in one breath may not destroy all warships and the navy, but it can intercept all bullets and shells. No sparks, dust, and air waves can fly to Rosen. Boom! There were loud explosions like a string of cannonballs, and all the flying bullets were either deflected or stopped in midair by the shock wave, and then the twisted and deformed warheads fell powerlessly to the ground. All the shells exploded one by one in midair, and none of them could cross the defense line set up by Khalifa. At the same time, Eneel had raised the golden stick in his hand high, and dozens of lightning bolts, like dancing silver snakes, soared into the sky and sank into the clouds. Thunder in the sea of clouds. The sky of the seven-water city suddenly became dark and thunderous. Then, countless electric snakes rolled, climbed, and extended from the sea of clouds, and then gathered together, gradually forming a terrifying sphere mixed with countless lightning and clouds. The giant thunderball, before it fell, the terrifying pressure had already poured into the sea, causing a shadow to appear in the hearts of all the navy. We must not let that thing fall. The flying squirrel's face suddenly changed. His observation haki could not foresee the future, but he could sense the horror of the huge thunderball hovering in the sky. Once it fell, the Demon Slayer order would no longer exist. Is this the natural devil fruit that is known for being invincible? It's simply too strong to be reasonable. So, who is the man who can make someone with thunder ability bow down to him? How powerful is he? Hua Xiaoshen's eyes widened in shock, and he couldn't help but look at Rosen again and again. The lightning disaster caused by Eneel certainly shocked him, but he was even more shocked that Rosen could actually take Eneel under his command. But immediately, he didn't care about being shocked, and hurriedly drew his sword and stepped forward, but arms grew out of thin air all over his body, locking every joint of his body. It was Nico Robin's flower fruit. Puff! Hua Xiaoshen's face sank, and his armed color domineering was fully activated, like a shock wave, bursting out from all directions, directly shaking all the arms growing from his body into petals flying in the air. Humph! Nico Robin snorted, but the corners of her lips slightly raised. She didn't expect her attack to work on the elite vice-admirals of the headquarters, but it was enough to delay them for a moment. Because there were only 3 vice-admirals who could stop Eneel. Stop him! Dalmizia stepped on the shave and rushed towards Eneel like an arrow from a bow, with a sharp whistle. But before she rushed halfway, she was stopped by 9 swords and a long leg like fire. It was Zoro and Sanji. They were not haki. Even if they used the Devil Wind Kick and the 9 swords style and joined forces, they still could not be Dalmizia's opponent, but they could still delay the opponent for dozens of seconds, or even a few minutes. 1 sword style, draw your sword and slash. The flying squirrel swung his sword, and a sharp whistle came from the void, as if the air was cut by a knife, and a whine burst out. Immediately, a slashing wave that could even split sea kings roared up, surrounded by boundless sharpness, and went straight to Eneel. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Bang! But before the shock wave approached Eneel, a figure flashed over and slapped it lightly with one hand, and the slashing wave was unreasonably slapped away. Meatball fruit! When the flying squirrel saw this scene, his face became extremely ugly. Hegemony! The 2 giant vice-admirals leaped into the sea, rushed towards Eneel, and jointly launched a shock wave that shook the sea, submerging Eneel's entire body and turning him into lightning, but he recovered in an instant. Obviously, the giant's swordsmanship is strong, but when faced with natural ability users, it is like a decoration. As for the bullets and shells of other navy, the same is true. Even though many officers know armament haki, they have wrapped haki on their bullets, but the problem is that Eneel also knows armament haki, and he is not only armament haki. Lightning! After sensing the incoming bullets with his observation haki, many of which were wrapped in armament haki, Eneel did not hesitate, and his whole body burst into blazing lightning, while at the same time wrapping himself in armament haki, blocking all the hacky bullets that broke through the air. That's it. Demon Slayer order. He waved the golden stick in his hand, and the giant thunder ball hovering in the sky, like a meteorite falling from the sky, carrying infinite lightning and pressure, smashed down towards the sea where the 10 warships were. Thunder. This scene almost made the navy on the warship collapse. At this moment, they experienced the horror of the thunder fruit. Why is it called invincible? Bullets are useless. Shells are useless. The fruit ability users on the ship were helpless and could only watch the thunder ball fall and wait for that. The terrifying thunder and lightning turned me into charcoal, no, into dust. No. Dalmizia, Flying Squirrel, and Hwashaishin's eyes widened, bloodshot spread to every corner of their eyes, and their faces showed unprecedented expressions of shock and anger. But they were too late. No. If they were still on the warship, and gathered the strength of the 3, perhaps they could use the armed color domineering to offset most of the power and save most of the navy, but now they were either blocked by Calipho with the meatball fruit, or intercepted by Zoro and Sanji. The only one who could break through the siege and rush towards Lei Ying was Hwashaishin. But he was alone. If he faced Lei Ying with his own strength, let alone resisting with domineering, even he himself would not be able to bear it and would be reduced to ashes. This is not an ordinary Lei Ying. When he was on Sky Island, Eneel still had to rely on the Ark's Maxim to do it, but now, he has developed the Thunder Fruit to the point where he can release Lei Ying with his own strength. Compared with the Lei Ying released with the help of the Ark, it not only takes shape faster, but also has greater power. It's over. This is how everyone who faced the demon-killing order felt before they died. But now, it has become the feeling in the hearts of every navy who carried out the demon-killing order. Yes. It's over. Chapter 59. We are the sinners of the navy. Knowing that they are powerless and cannot stop the arrival of Lei Ying, Dalmizia, Flying Squirrel, and Hwashaishin, who are the most loyal to the navy and dedicate everything to justice, all have the same idea in their hearts. Overwhelming guilt and self-blame washed over their hearts. On the contrary, the 2 giant vice-admirals, although they are loyal to the navy, they value the glory of being giant warriors more, and are not too strong about the so-called justice and the belonging to the navy. They are just a little indignant and annoyed that the Wei Kingdom they jointly released could not hurt Eneel at all, which made them feel ashamed. Alalalal. Are you late? Something terrible was about to happen. Just when the 5 lieutenant generals felt powerless and dejected, just when tens of thousands of navy officers were desperate and terrified, and just when 10 warships were swallowed up by Lei Ying, a careless voice suddenly sounded. Although the voice was not loud, it could be accurately transmitted to the ears of every navy officer under the thunderous roar of Lei Ying. The sound of each word, like a magic needle, suppressed their hearts that were about to collapse. Hiss, hiss, crack, and then an extremely shocking scene suddenly took place. The terrifying freezing air visible to the naked eye rose from the sea like an upwelling current and hit the giant thunder ball head-on. This seemingly thin freezing air, which was like a white mist, was not only not broken up when it touched the thunder ball, but also froze the thunder ball. Then, wherever the freezing air passed, the huge thunder ball like a meteorite was frozen alive. This freezing air, which was like absolute zero, completely froze the lightning, and not a trace of lightning could spread. No, impossible. Eneel turned his head suddenly and looked at the man riding a bicycle on the sea in the distance. He had sensed the other party's breath and knew of his existence, and had made some mental preparations, but he was still shocked when he saw that Lei Ying was frozen in the air by his strongest attack. That shock was no less than the first time he faced Rosen on Sky Island. Are you here? Nico Robin looked around, staring at this nightmare-like man. The Navy headquarters is also the highest combat power of the world government. It really lives up to its reputation. Calipha's pretty face was filled with heaviness, but the moment her eyes passed over Rosen, the heaviness in her heart and face disappeared. She firmly believed that this man whom she regarded as a god could overthrow even the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters. Is it finally your turn? Admiral Aokiji. Seeing Aokiji's powerful appearance, freezing Eneel's thunder blade with one move, Rosen was not surprised but laughed. Nice to meet you, you must be brother Rosen, right. Aokiji waved his hand, and a huge icy palm rose from the sea. With the posture of a king holding a pagoda, it held up Lei Ying, who was frozen into an ice ball but still wanted to fall down. It was a close call. Just a little bit. The Demon Slayer order actually fell into the hands of your pirate group. Aokiji looked straight at Rosen. Just now, although he did not participate in the battle and was not at the scene, he saw everything that happened on the battlefield. Rosen did not even make a move, but the members of the God Pirates joined forces and had the ability to annihilate the Demon Slayer order. Even if the lineup of this Demon Slayer order was not as good as the 2 times when Burning O'Hara and Douglas Barrett were defeated, in terms of military rank, it definitely reached the standard of the Demon Slayer order. What's more, didn't Rosen also make a move? Just that little bit. He. Kizaru, which eye of yours saw it, just a little bit away. Rosen's mouth corners slightly raised, and a golden light burst out from his body, instantly dyeing the sky and the ocean into gold. When the golden light dissipated, he had transformed into a gold saint, wearing the gold armor of Gemini. Then he raised his arms in front of him, palms facing each other. Another dimensional space. To read the exciting novel, go to Lunalia Network. Compared with before, a brighter golden beam spread out, like a golden downpour of light, instantly covering the sea and beach in front of them. It's just like what Mr. Jean Guo said. Can use the same light speed ability as Borsalino. No, in addition to that, he can also transform, so he must be a mythical beast. Facing the overwhelming golden rain of light, Kizaru's face was slightly moved, but he was not afraid at all. As one of the 3 admirals, he is too familiar with the power of the speed of light, and naturally has a set of methods to deal with the flash fruit. What's more, he is not afraid of Borsalino, let alone the fledgling Rosen. However, when his eyes flashed red and he sensed Rosen with his observation haki, he didn't know what he sensed, and his face changed horribly, as if he saw something extremely terrifying about to happen. In fact, it was true. The golden light rain came quickly and went away quickly. It appeared in just a moment and then disappeared. But what followed was the ice ball that was frozen by Aokiji and held in the air with a mountain-like palm made of ice. No. To be more precise, the ice ball is still there, but the giant thunder ball frozen inside, that is, Eneel's thunder face, is gone. Damn it! Kizaru's pupils shrank, and his right hand was filled with frost, as if he wanted to stop something from happening. But the speed of light is fast. Not to mention that he was proud of his understanding of the flash fruit, thinking that no matter how strong Rosen was, he was only the second Borsalino, and he didn't take it seriously at all. What's more, even if he took it seriously, even if he went all out, it would be useless. Because Rosen's move is called the alternate dimension. The frozen Lei Ying disappeared, and almost at the same time, a huge thunderball appeared on the sea, and instantly enveloped all 10 warships. Boom! The white lightning flashed. The thunderball expanded instantly, turning into a huge thunder column that tore through the turbulent sea surface, piercing straight into the sky, and then tore apart the dark sea of clouds in the sky like the sea. The sudden change was so overwhelming that even Aokiji, who was strong, was overwhelmed, not to mention the 5 lieutenant generals. When they came to their senses, they saw that their subordinates, Li Qian's, and 10 warships were all submerged in the huge thunder column. It's over. As determined as a flying squirrel, this thought also came to his mind at this moment. Yes, Qin. The Demon Slayer order is over. With the power of Lei Ying, Rosen used a different dimension to transfer it from the inside of the ice ball to the sea surface, swallowing the navy and warships. Everything is over. As expected. After the lightning dissipated, the sea surface with endless sea water was torn open by a huge horror that could not be healed in an instant, and it reflected each other with the giant hole entrenched in the sea of clouds. Announced to the world the horror of the thunder fruit. However, in the eyes of the witnesses, Kizaru, Flying Squirrel, Huashaishan, Dalmezia, and the 2 lieutenant generals, Maynard and Bastiu, the most terrifying thing was not Eneel's Lei Ying, but the frozen Lei Ying, who was transferred to the Demon Slayer order in front of these generals and lieutenant generals, so that Rosen, who destroyed 10,000 navy and 10 warships except the 6 of them, was the most terrifying existence. Chapter 60. What now? Kuzan. Your demon slayer order has been reduced to ashes. After teaching Kuzan how to behave in the alternate dimension, Rosen put down his hands and looked at Kuzan, who still had a look of astonishment and disbelief on his face, with a joking look on his face. Do you still think it's just a little bit short? As soon as these words came out, Kuzan's anger was ignited. An admiral with the coldest devil fruit but the warmest heart, the anger in his heart at this moment was no less than the temperature of Sakasuke's magma. What a dangerous man! No wonder Mr. Jean Guo had to send out the Demon Slayer order and the Navy Admiral when he first dealt with you. Brother Rosen, you really deserve to die. Kuzan's face changed for a moment, and finally returned to calm. However, everyone knew that under this calm face, there was a raging rage and boundless murderous intent. This Dalmizia, Flying Squirrel, and Huashaishan knew it best. This man who seemed lazy, listless in doing anything, and even lazy about justice, once angered, would show an extremely terrifying side. At this time, it was like this. With 10 warships and tens of thousands of Navy officers killed, Admiral Aokiji was completely enraged. Yet, maybe in your eyes, it is true that 580 is. However, I take it for granted. Feeling the undisguised murderous intent in every word of Aokiji's words, Rosen smiled indifferently. As long as they are his enemies, they should die. Whether it is the Navy, the world government, or the celestial dragons. Although you will be reluctant if I say this. However, Brother Rosen, I still ask you to die here today. Of course. And your god pirates. Before Aokiji finished speaking, terrifying freezing air had already burst out from his body. Like a blizzard, no, it was a natural disaster in the Grand Line. The freezing air spread out, and wherever it passed, the water in the sea and air, as well as the beach, froze into ice one by one. Then, endless freezing air swept towards Rosen and every crew member around him from all directions. Obviously, the angry admiral of the Navy not only wanted to freeze Rosen, but also all his crew members, including Nico Robin, who he had let go that year and had paid close attention to over the years. Don't use the same trick in front of me, it's meaningless. Seeing the boundless freezing air pouring down, Rosen stood calmly in place, not dodging or evading, but leaning over and pressing one finger on the beach. Black rock molten explosion. Crack. The beach cracked in response. No, it should be said that the frozen beach, together with the frozen sea, were all torn apart by a terrifying force, full of fragmented cracks. Then, boom! Under Kuzan's stunned eyes, the cracks that were torn apart and bottomless, at this moment, spewed out countless magma fire pillars, and finally turned into a huge wave of lava, roaring towards the magma coming from all directions. Frozen air and magma. 2 years earlier, a violent conflict broke out on the beach of the City of Seven Waters. With every minute and every second that passed, the frozen air was burned out and the magma was evaporated. The two forces, like two giant dragons that were incompatible with water and fire, were struggling madly, and for a moment they seemed to be in a stalemate. Magma. And the frozen thunderball was transferred to the warship out of thin air. This kind of power is simply not something that can be achieved at the speed of light. Kuzan's face was as dark as water. He remembered a conjecture mentioned by Dark Horse Tianzheng in Den Den Mushi. That is, as an unknown mythical beast, Rosen has more than just the ability of flash. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Just like Kaido, who masters the 4 elements of wind, fire, thunder, and cloud. Rosen must also have abilities other than flash. This is the horror of the top mythical beasts. On the other side, Aspago, Frankie, and others, who had already retreated far away after listening to Rosen's words, watched the huge waves of magma and the terrifying freezing air fighting wildly, and they were so scared that they swallowed their saliva. They were extremely fortunate that they did not approach rashly, otherwise it would only be the aftermath, and they would either be frozen by the freezing air or burned by the magma. Iceberg. This amulet of yours is worth it. Frankie couldn't help but glance at Aspagu. He bet the entire Carrera company, bought the treasure tree atom, and built a ship for Rosen, all for free. In exchange for an amulet, even if it was a one-time use, it was worth it. If the world government knew about it, they would want to take action against him in the future, and they would have to think about whether Rosen agreed or not. He is indeed a Navy admiral. It's almost as powerful as my black rock explosion. Looking at the magma and the frost fighting each other, Rosen had to admit that Kuzen was powerful. The restraint of the devil fruit is very strong. Strictly speaking, although the restraint of the magma fruit on the ice fruit is not equivalent to that on the flame fruit, and he himself is not a magma fruit user, the magma caused by his black rock explosion is genuine and absolutely not inferior to that of the magma fruit. But what about Kuzen? Even with his attributes slightly restrained, he can fight on par with the magma wave caused by his finger. Almost. When Kuzen heard the word almost, the alarm bells in his heart seemed to be ringing wildly. It was the first time he heard the word almost from Rosen's mouth. 10 warships and 10,000 naval elites died in front of him. This made her extremely sensitive to the word almost. Subconsciously, she used her observation haki to sense all directions. Almost at the same time, he suddenly raised his head and looked up at the sky. Above the Seven Water City, under the bright sun, a meteorite like a star appeared at some point. The most terrifying thing was that this meteorite was like a lava planet, blazing and terrifying. Even Sakazuki's big fire is just like this. Seeing this scene, Kuzen couldn't help but think so. Although he hadn't fought with Sakazuki yet, he had seen him take action. At this time, Rosen didn't know when he created the lava planet, which was just like the big fire, no, it was even bigger in size. While fighting my freezing air, he still had the energy to quietly create lava the size of a meteorite. This man. Although he has never been to the New World, he has already obtained a ticket to the world stage and is qualified to compete with the 4 emperors of the New World. After a brief fight with Rosen, Kuzen was basically sure that the man in front of him had the fighting power to face the General Emperor. If his domineering cultivation could keep up, he would definitely not be able to take him down alone. After all, light speed, magma, plus the awakening of the fruit, and his domineering cultivation was not inferior to his own. Even as an admiral of the navy, he would be powerless. At this moment, he could only pray silently in his heart that Rosen's domineering was not good and his fruit ability had not yet awakened. Chapter 61. Frozen Time Capsule. Although many thoughts flashed through his mind, Kuzen's movements were not slow at all. He raised his left hand high, and released a burst of freezing air from his palm, bombarding the lava planet above the sky, trying to freeze it completely. But as soon as the ice spread, it was immediately burned by the huge amount of magma. Although the size of the lava planet would shrink a little after the ice melted, the problem was that after the lava planet appeared, it fell towards his position like Mars hitting the Earth. In such a short time, there was no time to use freezing air to completely offset such a huge lava planet. Whoosh! Kuzen threw the bicycle aside with his backhand, and then dodged back. As a Navy admiral, he became the first person to move in the battle. And he was still retreating. Brutal pheasant mouth. Kuzen dodged and flew back, while opening his mouth and spitting out an ice bird of enormous size, with a wingspan that could cover the sky and the sun. At this moment, he was not fighting a battle of human relations like he was facing with Ace of Fire Fist, which was full of water content, but a man he was determined to kill. This move of violent pheasant mouth was naturally impossible to be as petite as when he faced Ace of Fire Fist, and he fought evenly. As a general of the headquarters, a man who even Sakazuki took 10 days and 10 nights to kill, a being that could freeze magma, how could he fight evenly with a flame fruit ability user who was just a lower level magma fruit? Even if it was just a remote wave. Boom! The ice bird flapped its wings and soared into the sky, carrying the cold air that froze everything. It used its sharp claws to first clasp the lava planet that fell from the sky, and then opened a pair of huge ice wings with a wingspan that was enough to wrap 10 warships. Then it slapped the lava planet from both sides, and even the ice body, preventing the lava planet from falling. At the same time, it used its own freezing air to continuously shrink the volume of the lava planet. In the end, when the lava planet fell on the frozen sea, only the size of the giants was left. Although it smashed the ice sea surface into pieces and collapsed on the spot, forming a hole that emitted hot white mist, it could not hurt anyone. Whoosh, however. At the moment when Kuzen released the violent pheasant mouth, Rosen had turned into a golden flash, and crossed in front of the other party as if teleporting, and rushed to his face with fists full of dazzling golden light. Lightspeed fist. Faced with this fist that was faster than lightning, even among the 4 emperors, only Kaido and Red Hair could keep up. The other 4 emperors could only stand still and take the beating. As for Kuzen, when the lightspeed fist was only a hair's breadth away from his face, his head turned into a spiral of ice and snow, which then scattered, allowing the lightspeed fist to pass through the center of the ice and snow vortex, but it could not hurt him at all. At the same time, a hand with icy air took the opportunity to grab Rosen's arm. "I got you." Kuzen's words were not finished, and the cold air gathered in his palms erupted, like magma erupting, freezing Rosen's arm, and then rapidly spreading to all parts of his body. Judging from the speed of freezing, Rosen would turn into an ice sculpture in 1 second. Observation Haki. Still. Foresee the future. Rosen's pupils shrank slightly, a little surprised, but he immediately took it for granted. The 3 generals are not just boasting, they all have real fighting power, although they are all based on beating the old and weak. For example, one crushed the old Pluto to a gasping breath. One beat the old Whitebeard to pieces. One froze the old Garp. But no matter what, each of the admirals of this navy is strong enough to challenge the 4 emperors, and they are the kind of Whitebeard, Kaido, Red Hair, and Blackbeard with the double fruit. Not the shame of the 4 emperors like Charlotte Linlin. Such an existence, which is itself a hexagonal admiral, would be strange if he didn't have the observation haki that could foresee the future. "It's over, brother Rosen," Kuzen murmured as he watched Rosen's body being frozen by him. "I don't think so." Rosen's mind moved, and the gold saint cloth on his body changed drastically, from the original Gemini gold saint cloth to the Virgo gold saint cloth. In other words, he switched the form of transformation. From the Gemini gold saint, he transformed into the Virgo gold saint. The posture just now should be his mythical beast type human beast form. Did he use a power similar to the return of life to change his appearance, or he has more than one human beast form? To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Kuzen's heart tightened when he saw this scene. If it was the former, it would be fine, but if it was the latter, it would be troublesome. It is very likely that Rosen's mythical beast transformation form is extremely special, and each transformation often means different abilities. Before he could use his observation haki to foresee the future, Rosen, who had already transformed into a Virgo gold saint, shouted, "Akalanatha!" From head to toe, a golden flame that could purify everything ignited. The ice that was about to spread to the whole body stopped, and the ice that froze the hands and feet dissipated. He was about to be frozen and escaped instantly. On the contrary, Kuzen, because he was holding his arm, was burned by the golden flame and felt unbearable pain. This is no ordinary flame. It's not even comparable to the flame of the flame fruit. Kuzen's face changed slightly, and he didn't know whether he was shocked or in pain, but he took a breath of cold air. After all, his body could be transformed into ice, and even lava could be frozen. But after the golden flames were added, he paid the price of his left arm being burned. If he hadn't released a large amount of freezing air in time, and used the armed color domineering to defend and suppress, I'm afraid that the whole arm would have been directly destroyed by Rosen's move of the Akala. At that time, it would not be the lame Kuzen, but the broken-armed Kuzen. The devil is subdued. The moment he broke through the ice, Rosen put his hands in front of him, palms facing each other, and a golden Buddha appeared behind him. People who didn't know him would think that he had eaten the human fruit, the mythical beast-type Buddha form. Whoosh! The Buddha appeared, as if blessing him. Between his hands, a golden beam of light that shone through the sky burst out, and in an instant, it submerged Kuzen. Boom! In the sky-covering beam of light, a figure rose from the ground and flew backwards, first like a rock spreading its wings and soaring into the sky, and then like a kite with a broken string, it fell straight down and fell into the sea. It was no one else, but Kuzen. As a fruit ability user, falling into the sea, the end can be imagined. Stop pretending. Kuzen. Even if the demons surrender, they can't kill you. Rosen said with a firm voice, looking at the place where Kuzen fell into the sea. If it was any other ability user, whether it was Sakazuki, who was also a general, or Borsalino, they would be basically dead if they were blasted into the sea by his attack. Only Kuzen was an exception. As if responding to Rosen, a large amount of freezing air suddenly emerged from the shattered sea surface, and then the sea was frozen and reinforced again, turning into ice and snow. Then, a figure emerged from the depths of the ice and slowly rose. Then, it turned back into a human posture. It was Kuzen. However, not only was his left arm burned, but there were also traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. Obviously, he was injured. Although he had high defense and thick blood, he still lost 3 blood due to the broken defense. Chapter 62. I knew it. Rosen watched Kuzen fall into the sea. Instead of becoming a landlubber and closing his eyes to wait for death, he froze the sea and reappeared. A hint of as expected flashed in his eyes. This is the unique advantage of the ice fruit. No fear of the sea. The only thing that can limit the ice fruit ability is sea stone. Even if you fall into the seabed, a thought can freeze the seawater. And Kuzen can freeze the entire sea area between the 2 islands. It's much more difficult than Borsalino. Kuzen's face was a little gloomy. With Borsalino's light speed, if he reacted a little slower, he would be hit if he didn't see the future once with his observation haki. At the same time, he also had various strange and changeable abilities that Borsalino didn't have. If he hadn't used armament haki to wrap around his body just now, it wouldn't be as simple as bleeding at the corner of his mouth. After all, Rosen's demon subjugation is not comparable to ordinary light-speed punches 860. Armament haki protects the body, but it still directly breaks through the defense and deducts blood, which is the best proof. Even Admiral Aokiji can't deal with this man. Dalmizia, Flying Squirrel, and Hwashaishin looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. They saw it clearly from the fight so far. Kuzen was injured and at a disadvantage. In a pure fruit power confrontation, the ice fruit could not take any advantage against Rosen's human fruit mythical beast Saint Seiya form. Fine. I started practicing boxing with Mr. Garp. Otherwise, we would be in trouble today. Even vice admirals like Dalmizia could see that Kuzen knew that he could not defeat Rosen with the ice fruit alone. Unless the fruit awakens, but in that case, the 7-water city and everyone in it would be gone. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel fortunate that when he was young, he did not get complacent because he ate the ice fruit. Instead, he followed Garp to practice boxing and domineering with warships. Chi-chi! Clang clang! As his thoughts turned, Kuzen exhaled a long breath, then clenched his hands, and both fists were hardened by the armed color domineering at the same time. You can't compete with the devil fruit, so you plan to compete with haki. Rosen was not surprised to see this. Of course, the 3 generals are not only strong in devil fruit. They are good at swordsmanship, haki, and physical skills. They are all top-notch configurations. However, most of the time, facing most opponents, a single devil fruit is enough to end the battle. Therefore, the 3 generals rarely use haki. No way. Your fruit ability has been developed too well. Borsalino's flash, Sakazuki's magma, and the flames that surpass the flame fruit, if I only use the ice fruit, I'm not sure I can be your opponent. Kuzen raised his foot and stepped forward, bursting with a powerful domineering aura, and walked towards Rosen. Don't act like you can beat me by just being domineering. The fact is, even if you use your domineering power, you are still no match for me. Rosen sneered. Try it. Kuzen paused and looked at Rosen provocatively. Okay. As soon as Rosen finished speaking, he disappeared, and Kuzen also disappeared from the spot. Bang! Suddenly, a loud bang exploded. Khalifa, Eneel, Flying Squirrel, and others only felt a flash in front of their eyes. When they heard the earth-shaking loud noise in their ears, they realized that Rosen and Kuzen had already collided with each other. Boom! It was obviously a fist wrapped in armed color domineering, and when it collided with each other, it burst out with purple-black lightning, as if two domineerings were colliding. The momentum was so great that it shook the frozen sea slightly, shook the sky and the sea of clouds, and the terrifying domineering fist force spread in all directions. Crack! The ground under the feet of the two people first cracked into spider web cracks, and then collapsed downwards to form a huge pit. Bang! To read the violent novels, go to Philo Novel Network. There was another loud bang. The two had changed hands and swung their fists, and collided with each other again, bursting out with overwhelming domineering fist pressure, shaking the surrounding ice surface violently. Bang bang bang! With a series of loud noises like a string of cannonballs. Rosen and Kuzen seemed to be really angry, wanting to overpower each other in physical skills and domineering. They unexpectedly chose not to use their devil fruits, and fought fist to fist, domineering to domineering, like heroes. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. The two of them forgot everything and just punched obliviously. How come? This guy's fists are just as hard as Mr. Garp's, and his strength is incredible even without the devil fruit. This armament haki technique obviously won't destroy the inside, but it can attack from the outside of the body, hurting my fist. Kuzen was getting more and more frightened as he fought. He thought his armament haki and strength were no worse than that of an old Garp, but when he hit Rosen's fist, it felt like he was fighting Garp, and that was a Garp in his prime. His fist was as hard as a sea tower and a rock mountain. His fist was as heavy as the sea falling. As he fought, he actually felt a faint tingling sensation in his fist. Is this the Admiral? Armament haki, whether it is strength or skill, it has reached the pinnacle. He is not from the Lunalia tribe, nor does he have the monster physique of Kaido or Charlotte Linlin, but he can rely on his armament haki and physical skills to fight me to this extent. Rosen was also very surprised. Every time he bumped fists with Kuzen, he clearly felt that there was a domineering aura that penetrated into his body through his skin at the moment of fist collision, directly attacking the bones and nerve tissue under his skin and muscles, and even seemed to penetrate into the blood, going straight to the internal organs and destroying them. He knew that this was a technique of using armament haki. Internal destruction. It was precisely relying on this armament haki technique, coupled with the domineering haki entanglement and the fifth gear Nika form, that the future Luffy barely defeated Kaido after repeated rounds of battles. At present, he has mastered entanglement and hardening, within the technique of external destruction, but the technique of internal destruction has not been mastered. However, Rosen was not worried at all, let alone caring. Since there is no technique for internal destruction, then destroy from the outside. This is it. Fist against fist. Haki against haki. Without the ability of the fruit, after hundreds or thousands of punches, he did not feel any pain. On the contrary, Kuzen, who could cause internal destruction, felt pain in his hands first. Bang! All kinds of thoughts flashed through the minds of the two men, but it did not affect each other's punches. After an unknown number of punches, the fists of the two did not touch each other like before, but rubbed each other's arms and hit the face of 0.4. Boom! The powerful punch, mixed with the rolling armed haki, exploded on each other's faces like a meteorite falling from the sky. Immediately, Kuzen swayed on the spot, then his feet left the ground and flew out like an arrow. Although Rosen was also retreating, he stepped continuously. After taking more than 10 steps back, he stabilized his body and did not fall on his back at all. On the other hand, Kuzen flew backwards for 100 meters, and then fell on the ice in an extremely embarrassing manner. After rolling dozens of times, he fell on his back and lay on the ice surrounded by freezing air. This scene once again shocked all the onlookers. Rosen stood proudly. Kuzen fell on his back. There was no doubt that it told everyone. This fist-to-fist, head-on, domineering confrontation, once again ended with Kuzen falling into a disadvantage. You lose again, Kuzen. Chapter 63. I said that. Even if you use your domineering power, you are still no match for me. Kuzen. After Rosen stood firm, he looked down at Kuzen who stood up from the ground. What a terrible physique. It's just like Kaido and Big Mom. No, it might be a little harder. Kyuzan patted the dust off his body and couldn't help but look at his fist. He seemed a little bit unbelievable. He threw a domineering punch with all his strength, but not only did he fail to hurt the man, he couldn't even make his back touch the ground. Most importantly, he felt a faint pain in his fist. Even using the armament haki to harden it was useless. Are they monsters with special physiques like the 2-4 emperors? Thinking of this, Kyuzan took a deep breath, then clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and the cold air rose from his fist, covering his palm with a pair of ice gloves, and then he jumped out like a bullet, mixed with sharp whistles, and attacked Rosen. Ice gloves. The observation haki spread out. Although he couldn't foresee the future, he could clearly see the changes in Kyuzan's fist. Knowing that this was a punch that could knock Garp away, Rosen didn't dare to neglect it. After all, in terms of armament haki, whether it was strength 15 or skills, he was indeed inferior to Kyuzan. Just now, the fists collided and the haki was confronted. In the end, he was able to gain the upper hand, all thanks to the physical enhancement of the gold Saint Seiya form and the indestructible physique of the Lunalia clan when the flames were ignited. The double superposition made Rosen's body, like a god on earth, unshakable. Even the armament haki of a general couldn't shake it. But now it's different. In order to make up for the shortcomings of his physique, Kyuzan used the tricks he used when he fought against Garp. Lightning speed punch. Rosen's whole body flashed with golden light, and he instantly transformed from the Virgo Gold Saint form to the Leo Gold Saint form. In terms of fist fighting, the Leo Gold Saint form is really not afraid of anyone. Swish! As the Gold Saint form switched, he immediately raised his arm and punched. The fist surrounded by lightning energy balls, carrying the power to cut through the sky and blast through the mountains, met Kyuzan's fist covered with ice gloves. Bang! Fists collided. The majestic and domineering shock wave, mixed with golden lightning and white freezing air, spread out in all directions with the two people as the center. Within a kilometer radius, no one can get close to the two people who are fighting. Once close, the terrifying fist pressure, icy cold air, and blazing lightning that encompass the surroundings will either smash them to pieces or freeze them. Boom! Although there was no conqueror's haki, the collision of Rosen's and Kyuzan's fists produced a dark purple beam of light that shot straight into the sky, first pressing the ice layer under their feet into a depression, then cracking into countless spider web cracks, and then collapsing into the sea surface. Not only that, the terrifying fist pressure was squandered, directly pressing the sea surface to collapse layer by layer, and actually crushing out a huge sea pit. At the same time, directly above the two of them, the heavy clouds that darkened the sky and the earth could not withstand the aftermath of the conflict between the two people's power, and were torn into countless cracks, and then like a glass cup falling to the ground, it instantly exploded with a loud bang. The sky was shattered. The sea was trampled. The two people's punches actually turned the sky and sea of the Seven Water City upside down. Hiss, crack. As the two used their fists as containers to madly output power, Rosen suddenly felt a burst of deep and piercing cold air coming from Kyuzan's right hand. He looked closely and found that Kyuzan's fist was actually emitting a terrifying freezing air that covered the sky and the sun, as if his fist was a door connecting to a world in the Ice Age. The sea that had been exposed after the ice layer under his feet was shattered was also frozen again. Even though you'll be unhappy. However, Brother Rosen, fighting requires not only strength, but also experience, awareness, and initiative. Kyuzan looked at Rosen's arm that was shaking fists with him, and it froze quickly in the cold air, then spread all over his body. He pointed his other hand at his head. After all, I have more than 20 years more experience than you, and I have fought in more fights than you have visited islands. In terms of combat experience and awareness, you are still far behind. Do you really think that I want to continue fighting with you because I refuse to admit defeat? No, all the previous battles were paved for this moment. This punch is not the ice glove, but I will inject all the power of the Ice Age that is enough to freeze the sea into the ice glove. Of course, the most important thing is that your observation haki has a large range, but it is not very useful in actual combat, because you cannot see the future, and before I punched, I had already seen the result of your freezing. To read the violent novel, go to feel a novel network. In other words, the moment I decided to throw a punch, the outcome was already determined. You are frozen. Looking at Rosen, who was frozen to the point that only his head was left, he glanced at his right fist and spoke slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, Rosen didn't have time to say anything. He seemed to have been frozen and couldn't speak at all. Too cold to talk. How pitiful. It doesn't matter, it will be over soon. Before Kizaru finished speaking, Rosen was completely frozen. This scene, falling into the eyes of the remaining navy, as well as Eneel, Robin, and others, it triggered completely different emotions. Did you win? Sure enough, the Admiral is still better. After all, he is the strongest fighter in our department. Wow! That man is really scary. If it weren't for the fact that his observation haki couldn't keep up and he couldn't see the future like Admiral Aokiji, it would be difficult for Admiral Aokiji to win this battle. Flying Squirrel, Burning Mountain, Dalmesia, and the two giant vice-admirals looked at each other, and saw joy and relief in each other's eyes. On the other hand, Eneel, Nami, Nico, Robin, and others. Except for Khalifa, who was brainwashed by the illusion demon Emperor Fist, who was extremely furious, the others had very complicated feelings. They all succumbed to Rosen's power and became a member of the Knights of God. 550. Now that Rosen has suffered his first defeat in his life, he should be happy, and then, like the Rocks pirates back then, they fell apart with the defeat of Rocks D. Zibek. But Nami and Robin felt a sense of disappointment in their hearts. It seems that they have bet all the chips they can on Rosen, but in the end they lost everything, so naturally they can't be happy. You are the most difficult opponent I have ever encountered. To be honest, I'm really lucky to meet you here. Otherwise, once you go to the new world and master the observation haki that can foresee the future, I'm afraid even I may not be your opponent. But even so, I still paid the price of an entire demon slayer order to take you down. Kizaru also let out a long sigh of relief as if he had put down a heavy burden, then raised his foot and aimed at Rosen's ice sculpture. So be it. Goodbye, brother Rosen. After saying that, he kicked the ice sculpture hard with his feet suspended in the air, wrapped in armament haki. No matter how powerful the king is, no matter how hard the body is, once frozen, it will become more fragile than ice flowers, and it can be shattered with a light kick. Crack! The sound of shattering sounded, and waves of ice and ice chips flew away. However, what caught everyone's eyes was not Rosen's torn body, but a tall, immovable figure with wings on his back, standing proudly on the ice. No, it's impossible. Chapter 64. Looking at the intact and majestic figure in front of him, Kizaru's pupils shrank and he couldn't help but scream. In his seriousness, all the people who were completely frozen, unless he specially reinforced the ice layer, would be shattered into ice chips and ice slag with just a slight touch. But the man in front of him. First he was frozen, and then he was hit hard by his own armed color domineering kick, but he only kicked the surface of the ice. His body was intact. You look surprised. How? You don't really think you can beat me, do you? Rosen opened his eyes suddenly and looked at Kizaru in front of him with interest, seeming to be very satisfied with his expression at the moment. Frozen fruit is only good enough to cool me down. Do you understand? Kizaru's observation haki sensed his emotional fluctuations, and knowing that it was difficult for him to use his observation haki to foresee the future, he did not hesitate at all and raised his hand to punch him. A real lightning speed punch. The punch came out like a dragon, shattering the void. Endless golden light shone on the sky. As Rosen's right fist flew out, the golden light suddenly burst out and turned into countless lightning balls in an instant, mixed with the power of light and electricity, weaving into a terrifying lightning rainstorm, instantly submerging Kizaru's whole body. It's bad. The moment Rosen made a punching motion, Kizaru knew that something was wrong, and subconsciously wanted to use his observation haki, but found that he couldn't use it. The violent fluctuations in emotions interfered with the use of his observation haki. He couldn't see the future, so naturally he didn't know what would happen next, and he couldn't rely on the future to make the best response in the first place. But the Admiral of the Navy is the Admiral of the Navy after all. Even if he couldn't use his observation haki, he didn't panic, but calmly relied on his combat awareness, rich experience, and combat skills to stomp on the ground, pull himself away and fly back. At the same time, blocks of ice walls rose from the ground in front of him. The seemingly fragile ice was harder than steel at this moment, and formed rows of ice shields to withstand the pouring lightning rain. However, bang 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 bang! Although Kuzen had many ice walls, they were no match for the lightning rainstorm created by Rosen's true lightning speed punch. Although his ice walls were hard, they could only be pierced through one by one and shattered into slag in front of the lightning energy balls that were faster than the speed of light and hotter than flames. He had no choice but to use his armament haki to harden his entire body, then raise his arms high, with his palms facing the lightning rainstorm that broke through the air, and then pour out the rolling armament haki like a river. The lightning energy balls were dispersed by the armament haki, but he was not happy at all. Because there were too many of them. He could disperse 1, 10, 100, or even 1,000, but he could never offset the countless lightning rainstorms in front of him with his own armament haki alone. He held on for less than a second, and the torrential lightning rain had already splashed on him, submerging his nearly 3-meter-tall body in countless golden lights. Boom! After countless lightning energy balls fell, they finally exploded and turned into a beam of energy that tore through everything, piercing straight into the boundless sky, tearing through the ice and piercing through the turbulent sea. It was hard to tell whether it was a typhoon or a fist pressure wave. With the golden lightning beam as the center, it spread to all directions, rolled up countless ice cubes, blew away the clouds, and pulled up huge waves, forming a picture of the end of the world. You are so arrogant, Kuzen. Perhaps this is the spirit of a Navy admiral. But as you said, I can't see the future, but does it matter? Rosen stood in front of the pillar of light, as if he was talking to himself, and also answering Kuzen. Not important at all. I can't see the future, but I know clearly that my future is only about winning. You can see the future, but it is too short-lived. I cannot see my victorious posture in the future. What do you think? Kuzen. He raised his lips slightly, and a powerful domineering aura burst out from his body. At this moment, Rosen felt that as Kuzen was blasted into the sea by him, his domineering aura, which was currently only suitable for decoration, suddenly increased in strength, just like a baby, growing into a teenager. Compared with before, it is completely different. Although he can't control it well, he knows that the domineering aura he got from unboxing is no longer elementary. With the record of suppressing Kuzen, his courage has grown, and his domineering has also grown. What he lacks now is just a little control. In terms of strength, it is definitely not inferior to those kings with intermediate domineering aura. You can become stronger without unboxing. Rosen's smile deepened. This kind of growth, which is different from unboxing, gave him a different feeling. How could this happen? He was obviously frozen, so he should have turned into body parts. Impossible. The opponent is a Navy admiral. That's the admiral. A few seconds ago, it was Rosen who was frozen. To read the exciting novel, go to Lunalia Network. A few seconds later, it was Rosen who was submerged by the light column. This sudden change made Dalmesia's face change drastically, and she couldn't help but roar. For most of the Navy, the three admirals are not only the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, but also an existence equivalent to faith. Witnessing the admiral of the Navy being defeated in a duel is no less than the collapse of faith. You're a bit noisy. Listening to Dalmesia's piercing barking, Rosen frowned slightly and glanced at the headquarters lieutenant general. His voice hadn't even reached the other party's ears, and he had already passed the sound and flashed in front of the other party. Emotions out of control. He couldn't use his observation haki. Even if he could use it, it would be useless. As a headquarters lieutenant general, Dalmesia didn't even have time to react, and felt a dazzling golden light drilled into his pupils, and then a terrifying force poured down on his neck. Bang! Rosen flashed across the sky and kicked Dalmesia away. One sword style, draw the sword and slash. One sword flow cuts the sea. The psychological quality of the flying squirrel and, Li Hozeo, Hua Sheishan, as well as the tenacity of their will, are much better than Dalmesia. Seeing Rosen knock Dalmesia away with lightning speed, the two responded immediately, drawing their swords in an instant, and the two weapons that were transformed into black swords by the armed color domineering, wrapped in the sharp and unmatched domineering edge, cut Rosen's body one after another. Clang! Bang! The moment the blade touched the golden saint cloth, a huge slashing wave rose from the ground, pressing Rosen's golden saint cloth, releasing a terrifying oppressive luck. However, Rosen was attacked by two people at the same time from the front and north, and it was an attack entangled with domineering. He just staggered slightly, then reached out and grabbed the slashing waves in front and behind, and directly lifted the slashing waves released by the two lieutenant generals away. It was as easy as throwing away two pieces of white paper, without any effort. Then, his body shook in place, and he flashed behind the flying squirrel at the speed of light, clenching his 5 fingers into fists, with dazzling lightning flashing. Lightning Speed Punch. Chapter 65. The observation Haki had already sensed Rosen's next move, but the flying squirrel only had time to turn around and turn his head, and then all the vision in front of him was submerged by a fist made of golden lightning energy. Bang! The huge light-speed fist like a fist mountain crushed the flying squirrel. The terrifying fist pressure wrapped in the armed Haki directly broke all his ribs. The powerful impact from the outside to the inside bombarded his organs and damaged his body. It was like a pile of waste being pressed into a flat plate, and then flew out. When the golden fist mountain dissipated, the flying squirrel also fell from midair to the ground, and a mouthful of burning blood spurted out of its mouth, dyeing the coat on its body that symbolized the justice of the navy red, and then its whole body twitched and fell to the ground. The vision quickly became blurred, and the breath also fell wildly, and in an instant it became like a candle in the wind. At this time, the cold wind blew, and the flying squirrel's body completely froze. The weak breath, the breath like a candle, disappeared. Rosen's domineering lightning speed punch, even with just one strike, can still kill a lieutenant general of the headquarters. Flying squirrel. Hua Shaishan's eyes, which had always been narrowed, suddenly widened to their maximum, with a mixture of anger, grief, and murderous intent in his pupils. He roared and did not choose to run away. Even though he was furious, he knew that no matter how fast he ran, he could not run faster than the speed of light. The secret of the sword flow is the fire dragon flash. He stepped on the 6th style shave, like an arrow from a bow, bursting with sharp sounds of breaking through the air. Under the pressure of Rosen, under extreme anger and grief, Hua Shaishan's speed reached the limit of his life. Almost at the moment of stepping, he had come to Rosen. The long sword in his hand actually ignited flames out of thin air and turned into a fire dragon surrounded by blazing edges, swallowing Rosen in one bite. Bang! In the mouth of the blazing fire dragon, a hand suddenly stretched out from the flames, locked the throat of Hua Shaishan who was still swinging the sword, and then lifted him up to the air. Since he acquired the physique of the Lunalia tribe, his height has skyrocketed. As time goes by and his strength increases, this height is still rising. Although it is not as terrifying as Whitebeard, it has exceeded the height range of the 3 natural generals. Grabbing Hua Shaishan's neck and lifting him up to the air is no different from twisting a child, no, a chicken. Do you like playing with fire? Then let me show you. What is a fire dragon? Rosen pinched Hua Shaishan's neck, completely ignoring the flames burning on his body. Instead, the flames burning behind him suddenly surged, and then a lifelike flame with flaming scales stretched out from behind him and bit Hua Shaishan's body. Ah! The flames hit Rosen, but he was unharmed. The fire burned his body, and the mountain wailed. Even if he used the armament Haki to harden his body, he still couldn't resist the pain of being burned by the fire. Even if he used the armament Haki to try to disperse the flames, the fire dragon still didn't disappear, but opened its mouth and bit his body tightly, burning his skin, roasting his flesh, and melting his internal organs. Fire, flame, and black wings. So that's how it is. You are not a human at all. You are a remnant of the long-extinct kingdom of God. Lunaria. At the moment when his life was burned out, Hua Shaishan suddenly realized. Black wings. Tall body. The eternal flame burning behind him. Isn't this the symbol of the Lunaria tribe? The reason why Rosen was not regarded as a Lunaria tribe at the beginning was because the other party's skin color was wrong. Rosen had yellow skin and black hair, while the symbol of the Lunaria tribe was white hair and brown skin. In addition, the world government had issued a notice of genocide. Except for Jin, the deputy of Kaido, the Lunaria tribe has been completely destroyed. Huashaishan, Flying Squirrel, Dalmesia, and even Kuzan did not regard Rosen as a Lunaria tribe. Until just now. Witnessing Rosen's body that was still intact after being frozen by Kuzan, and seeing the flames behind Rosen with his own eyes, and a fire dragon actually jumped out, he was completely sure. This man is a Lunaria tribe. I am human. Just having the physique of Lunaria, he is also the one standing at the top of all races. Above everything, including your master, the celestial dragons are no exception. Rosen squeezed hard, crushing the neck of Huashaishan, which was burned into a human-shaped charcoal, and then completely burned the black meat residue in his hand. At the same time, two treasure chests appeared out of thin air. They were the chests that exploded after the death of the two lieutenant generals of the headquarters. System, unboxing. Rosen asked the system to unbox. Congratulations to the host, the unboxing was successful, and the armament haki, internal destruction, was obtained. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully opened the box and obtained the swordsmanship of Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel. 2 boxes, one opened the swordsmanship of Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, and the other opened the last puzzle piece of his armament haki. Internal destruction. So far, Rosen has mastered all 4 techniques of armament haki. Even compared with Kuzan, what he lacks is only the quality of armament haki. However, the quality of haki is abundant in the Grand Line. Isn't? Dalmesia, who just got up from the ground after being kicked by a light speed kick with the physique, recovery ability and vitality of the animal type fruit ability user, the best candidate? To read the exciting novel, go to Philo Novel Network. Flying Squirrel. The mountain is on fire. Dalmesia was stunned. She was just kicked, and when she recovered, she saw the bodies of her 2 colleagues. The mountain was turned into charcoal. The flying squirrel was beaten into a bloody paper. You deserve die. Dalmesia's eyes were red, and she glared at Rosen like a wild beast, then she sprinted across the sky, like a tiger descending from a mountain, and pounced on Rosen's back, with her 10 fingers spread out, her palms together, wrapped in armed color domineering, like 10 small black knives, stabbing Rosen's back together. Armed 10-finger gun. Bang! The 10 fingers, like black knives, pierced the gold armor, and instantly released a powerful shock wave, especially the armament haki, which penetrated everywhere, and even passed through the gold armor that was harder than Kaido's dragon scales, and penetrated into Rosen's body, trying to damage his organs. But the shock wave penetrated from his back, and after blasting out of his body, Rosen only took 2 steps forward, then turned around and punched back. Lion's fangs. A golden light flashed at the front of the fist. A huge golden lion appeared behind him. The armament haki in his body was released, and then wrapped around the lion's fangs. Then the golden lion opened its mouth and bit into Dalmesia's body. The fangs pierced the skin, tore the flesh, and penetrated into the body. Along with it, the armament haki also penetrated into Dalmesia's body. After mastering the technique of internal destruction, Rosen's punches and kicks became more terrifying. The fruit ability, destroying from the outside to the inside. Armament haki, destroying from the inside out. Complementing each other, with just 1 punch, even Dalmesia, who had eaten the animal-type dog fruit in Dalmatian form, twitched on the spot, and there were sounds of cracking cloth coming from his body, as if all the blood vessels and organs were overwhelmed and burst. Puff! A mouthful of blood mixed with organ fragments spurted out of Dalmesia's mouth, and before he fell, a treasure chest had already landed at Rosen's feet. System, unboxing. Congratulations to the host, the box was opened successfully, and the animal system dog fruit Dalmatian form was obtained. Chapter 66. Devil Fruit. Rosen held the devil fruit that Dalmesia had when she was alive, and threw it to Nami in the distance without even looking at it. It's just an animal type, not to mention a mythical beast, it's not even an ancient species. He doesn't care whether he keeps it as a collection or sells it, it all depends on Nami's preference. 200 million berries, I got it. Nami caught the devil fruit accurately. After all, in her eyes, this was not a devil fruit, but 200 million berries thrown by Rosen. Facing such a big deal, she had no doubt that if it happened a few more times, not only her body, but even her mind would be broken into the shape of Rosen. What about you two? It's a choice of life or death. After killing 3 elite lieutenant generals in a few moves, Rosen's eyes fell on the 2 giants. Maynard. Bastio. Giants will never be slaves. Maynard roared. There are only titans who died in battle, but no titans who surrendered. Bastio said word by word. Although his recognition of the justice of the navy did not reach the level of Flying Squirrel and others, he engraved the glory of the titans into his bones. Since he chose the navy lineup, he would fight to death no matter what. This is also the awareness that every titan should have. If you become a pirate, you will die as a pirate. If you become a marine, you will die as a marine. I understand. Rosen nodded. It was enough to persuade them to surrender once. They were just 2 giants, not worth talking about. If it was a navy admiral, it would be fine. Ha 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 ha. Maynard and Bastio smiled at each other, then showed determination, raised their mountain-like weapons together, and slashed the final blow of the mountain of people. Hegemony. The air exploded. A shock wave like a mountain torrent and tsunami was blasted out by the 2 giants and swept towards Rosen. Giant swordsmanship. Seeing this, Rosen stretched out his hand and clenched it in the air. The moment his 5 fingers closed, bursts of golden light burst out from his palm, and then a golden lightsaber condensed and fell into his palm. It was the same ability as Kizaru's Aim no Kyume sword, but the appearance of the sword was very similar to Juk, one of the 10 famous swords in his previous life. After all, with his current height and body shape, holding such a sword in his hand was a perfect match. As a sign of respect for the glory of the giant, I will use the same swordsmanship to put an end to this for you. Before he finished speaking, Rosen held the great gate of light in his hand, without any complicated sword moves, and simply split Hwashin with one blow. Wagyo! Visible white cracks appeared in the air. Immediately, with a thunderous roar, a slashing wave burst out from the sword tip, spanning the sky. The moment it touched the shock waves of the 2 giants, it slashed the 2's full-strength attacks into nothingness, and then cut open Maynard's abdomen, causing blood to flow like a river, and he fell to the ground. You can actually use the giant swordsmanship. Using Wagyo, we defeated our Baguio. The remaining Bastio was stunned. Wagyo and Baguio are both giant swordsmanship, but the former is a single-person swordsmanship of the giants, while the latter is a combined swordsmanship. But now? Rosen didn't use his domineering power, and even his fruit ability. With only his physical strength and swordsmanship, Wagyo defeated him and Maynard Baguio with one move. How could he not be shocked? A hegemonic country. If you want to see it, I can show you how to do it. Rosen raised his left hand, and between his 5 fingers, another huge sword of light fell into his hand. Then he raised his sword with both arms and swung it vigorously. He also split Hwashin with force, but the results of using 2 swords and 1 sword were completely different. Hegemony. This time it was no longer a slashing wave, but a shock wave. Like a flood, a tsunami, or a dragon emerging from the sea, the terrifying shock wave tore through the ice, rolled up waves and ice, and directly pierced through Bastio's body. Puff! The giant lieutenant general vomited blood on the spot, and then fell to the ground with his back to the sky. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. With just one blow, he was defeated on the spot. The giant's physique was like paper in front of Rosen. With a casual sword, it could be torn apart. As Bastio fell to the ground, Rosen also unlocked the achievement of 5 consecutive peerless kills. He completed the feat of killing 5 lieutenant generals. Is it over? Nico Robin looked around the scene. Apart from the frozen sea and the beach, only Rosen was standing there. Her childhood nightmare, her childhood shadow. The Demon Slayer fleet, which consisted of 5 vice-admirals, 10 steel warships, and 10,000 naval elites, was destroyed by the man in front of her. Even the Admiral Kuzan, who was so strong that he was named the highest combat force of the Navy headquarters, was nowhere to be found. Although it was Rosen who did all this, Nico Robin couldn't help but think that the Demon Slayer order was nothing more than that. As long as she followed the excellence of this man and followed closely in his footsteps. A mere admiral, nothing more than that. I didn't expect that. He actually did it. He single-handedly defeated the Demon Slayer order, along with the generals. Aspagal looked at Rosen holding 2 giant swords of light from a distance, his face full of emotion. He thought he had a good vision and saw Rosen's extraordinariness, so he didn't hesitate to bet a lot on him and ask Frankie for an amulet, but he didn't expect that Rosen could do this now. At this moment, he couldn't help but have this idea. Getting to know Rosen and making friends with this man is enough for him to brag about for the rest of his life. Iceberg. I have never been convinced by you in my life, but I will be convinced by you this time. You are so good at judging people. Frankie shook his head. As a disciple of the shipbuilder Tom, he had never been defeated by Iceberg in his life, except this time. He was much better at judging people than himself. Just from the fact that he asked Rosen for an amulet for him, it was enough for him to owe him a lifetime. This was a promise from a man who could suppress the Demon Slayer order. When necessary, it was not just as simple as saving his life, but also like relying on nuclear weapons to destroy a force at any time. Isn't the battle over? The Demon Slayer order is gone. Why is Lord Rosen still standing there? Nami looked at the devil fruit in her hand for a moment, and found that Rosen was still standing on the ice. She was a little puzzled. The spoils had been taken, why didn't he come back? Shouldn't we celebrate now? Very simple. The war with the Demon Slayer order is over, but the war with the Navy Admiral is not yet over. Eneel's observation haki spread out, sensing a breath in the deep sea, not as fragile as a candle in the wind, but as deep and unfathomable as the sea. What? Kuzan was blasted into the seabed. Even if he is a general, he will die if no one rescues him. Nami's face changed slightly. A person with special abilities will die if he falls into the sea. This is an iron rule in the Grand Line. Chapter 67. If it was another ability user, they might have really died, but that man was Kuzan. Khalifa shook her head. As a former CP9, she knew a lot of secrets, one of which was related to Kuzan. I once read a report on the Admiral. That is, Kuzan once did a test. He first used a diving suit to dive to the bottom of the sea, and then took off the diving suit and oxygen tank. The result was that the seabed, no, it should be said that a large area of the sea was frozen, and then he walked out from the seabed unscathed. Khalifa's words shocked everyone present. Especially Eneel, who is also a power user. Other power users just fell into the sea, and they were dead without waiting for the sea water to soak their whole body. But what about Kuzan? He actually dived into the seabed alone and walked back to the surface of the sea unscathed. Which power user would not envy such a fruit ability? Even Eneel, who ate the thunder fruit, wanted to have it. Frozen fruit. It is neither the strongest attack nor the fastest, but it is the only devil fruit that is not afraid of the sea. The only thing it fears is sea stone. After all, the sea cannot take away the power of the power user's fruit, but sea stone can. The frozen fruit makes Kuzan fearless of the sea. The Navy's physical fitness and strong domineering spirit allow him to be fearless of water pressure. It is impossible to defeat him by using tricky means like sinking the sea. Khalifa shook her head. As if in response to her words. The ice surface, which was originally in a mess, fragmented and full of potholes, suddenly rose with a lot of white frost, and then the ice surface became smooth and shiny like a repainted wall. Then, a human-shaped ice block slowly rose from under the ice, and only turned back into a human form after breaking through the ice. It was none other than Kuzan. However, compared with the chic and domineering appearance when he appeared, he was a little embarrassed at the moment. A symbol of admiral and justice. The cape had been blown to pieces, and even the suit underneath was riddled with holes. Through the holes in the clothes, one could see the skin underneath the clothes cracked, as if something had penetrated it and embedded it inside. Obviously. Although Kuzan returned to the ice surface from the bottom of the sea with the Admiral's domineering and physique, as well as the unique advantage of the ice fruit, Rosen's light speed punch just now did hit him completely. It severely reduced a wave of health bars, and let Kuzan take a break in the deep sea for a while, and then he stood up again. You admirals are all blood cows. Seeing that Kuzan, whose health bar was slashed, could stand up again, Rosen couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a monster who could fight with Akina for 10 days and 10 nights, the phrase strong as an ox is not enough to describe Kuzan. As an admiral, Sakazuki was hit so many times by Whitebeard, but he just lay on the ground to catch his breath for a while, then immediately did sit UPS, and killed all the captains of the white team in a row. Let's not talk about strength, but in terms of defense and health bar, even most of the 4 emperors can't match it. It's like the magma that has eaten the animal-type human fruit. Defense, it is not clear whether he can compare with Kaido, but the thickness of his health bar is definitely comparable, or even better. Kizaru was also hesitant and did not go all out to fight against Luffy. King Luffy still needs others to feed him, and with the recovery ability of Nika form, he was able to keep up with Kizaru's sit-up speed. Kuzan, who is also an admiral, even if his health is not as thick as Sakazuki's, and his defense is not as strong as Sakazuki's, he is not much worse. Look! It took Rosen to kill the 5 vice-admirals, and in such a short time, Kuzan came back with a sit-up. Or he crawled out from the bottom of the sea. You killed them. The moment Kuzan broke through the ice, he saw the 5 lieutenant generals, who were killed on the spot. His eyes were instantly filled with anger. Even when he was punched into the seabed by Rosen just now, he did not show such a look. If you mean those lieutenant generals, then I did kill them. Rosen's calm voice revealed a bit of casualness, as if he had killed not 5 lieutenant generals, but 5 ants. Really? Kuzan's eyes swept over the dead lieutenant generals one by one. When his eyes fell on Rosen again, the anger in his eyes had disappeared, replaced by endless coldness. Then I'll just ask you to die. Before he finished speaking, a terrifying freezing air burst out of his body, sweeping across the sky, sweeping across the sea, and even heading towards the 7-water city in the distance. Boom! Wherever the rolling freezing air passed, the sea water, air, beaches, streets, houses, and people, everything froze into ice. Aspago, Frankie, and the others were all frozen. Even Eneel, who was dodging at lightning speed, was too late and was also frozen when the element turned into lightning. Only Nico, Robin and Nami, who were closest to Khalifa, escaped the fate of being frozen by the blow of the meatball fruit. I didn't want to do this. But there is no other way. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. For the sake of absolute justice, I have no choice but to do this. In the roaring and rolling snow, Kuzan stared at Rosen, who was still being frozen by the ice cubes that kept coming out, even though he used his domineering power to resist. Brother Rosen! You shouldn't be so strong. You shouldn't be here. In this way, the people behind you and this 7 waters city will not become an icy hell. He did not make a move, but just stood there. However, the terrifying freezing air that spread to surround the 7 waters city still stopped Rosen from moving forward. He could only watch his body being frozen. Don't make it sound like I killed everyone in 7 waters. But it was you who did it. Kuzan. Rosen struggled to resist the freezing storm. Facing Kuzan's words, he sneered. It was obvious that they wanted to kill him at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing the people of the 7 water city, but they put all the blame on themselves. Absolute justice? That was just a fig leaf wrapped around the killing, cruelty, evil, and darkness of the Navy and the government. I'm right. As long as I can kill you, I will be reincarnated into a demon and fall into hell forever. I don't mind doing it. Kuzan said expressionlessly. Even though he felt bad, he had made the decision and did it, so he would not hesitate, let alone regret it. As a Navy admiral, he had an obligation and had to seek an explanation for the 10,000 Navy soldiers and 5 vice-admirals who died at Rosen's hands. On one side was the 7 waters city, and on the other side was the Navy. In the end, he chose the latter. After all, he was still a Navy admiral. At last. Before you die, let me show you this. The Awakening of the Frozen Fruit. Chapter 68. The Awakening of the Ice Devil Fruit, right. Rosen ignored Kuzan's self-consolation, but was more concerned about the power that the other party suddenly used. It was just like a natural disaster in the Grand Line. Without any preparatory actions, he froze himself in the air. Even lightning could be frozen. Such power made him subconsciously think of the awakening of the natural devil fruit that he had never seen before the time travel. Yes. This is the power that can bury you. It can freeze fire, wind, water, earth, magma, thunder, and lightning completely. Kuzan was a little surprised. He had never heard of Rosen's deeds in the New World. He first appeared in the Seven Waters City. In other words, before becoming a pirate, he was very likely active in the first half of the Grand Line. But such a person has such a powerful power, and even knows about the awakening of the devil fruit. Absolute zero. Rosen looked at Kuzan deeply, and then at the last level, his face could not resist the erosion of the cold air and was completely frozen. Yes. 15. This is the awakening of the ice fruit. Unless a natural devil fruit of the same level awakens, you can't do anything in front of my awakening ability. Devil fruit, no use. Domineering, useless. Physical skills are useless. Sword skills are still useless. Even the so-called indestructible physique of your Lunalia clan is useless when the flames are ignited. Kuzan raised his foot and walked in front of Rosen. The freezing air with absolute zero temperature burst out at close range, freezing him more thoroughly. Looking at the man in front of him wearing the golden holy clothes and being completely frozen, the coldness in his eyes just dissipated a little. However, he did not notice that the appearance of Rosen's golden holy clothes had changed a lot from before he was frozen. You can only watch your hands and feet being frozen. You can only watch your body freeze. Then, you feel your blood coagulate, your organs stop working, your heart stops beating, and you lose consciousness. Buried here forever and ever. Kuzan, who had not noticed the changes in the gold armor, put his hand on the ice sculpture that froze Rosen and stroked it gently. He still won the war. But as a winner, Kuzan did not feel any joy. If the demon-killing order was destroyed by Rosen, then the Seven Waters City, along with all the people in it, were killed by him personally. He killed not only Rosen, but also the people of a city. This made him not happy at all. He even regretted taking on this mission. Perhaps only Sakazuki can do such a thing. No, it's because even as a general, I can't avoid this kind of thing. That's why I have to step by step to the highest level of the Navy and become a Marine Marshal. Only in this way can we avoid another O'Hara and something like today. After a brief doubt about his own justice, Kuzan became firm again, and even more determined to become the Admiral of the Navy. After all, after today, he is responsible for the lives of a city, and he has one more reason to become the Admiral of the Navy. Crack! Just when Kuzan was determined to become the Admiral of the Navy no matter what, he suddenly heard a sound similar to breaking glass. He subconsciously raised his head and looked in the direction of the sound. It would have been better if he hadn't looked. As soon as he looked, his face changed drastically. The ice sculpture of Rosen in front of him was like a cracked vase, covered with cracks all over the body, like a spider web, covering the surface of the ice sculpture. Frozen at absolute zero. He shouldn't be able to do anything. Whether it is domineering, fruit ability, physical skills, swordsmanship, or even consciousness, it will fall into endless darkness. How could he still break through the ice? As his thoughts raced, Kuzan's face changed again and again. He did not dare to delay and was about to release his freezing air to completely freeze Rosen. However, at this moment, countless fine cracks on the surface of the ice sculpture suddenly burst out with countless fine rays of light. The moment the cracks were filled, thousands of rays of light burst out and drowned Kuzan, who was close at hand. So heavy. To read the exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. Kuzan felt as if his whole body was in a gravitational field. Every finger, every strand of hair, and even every cell was under boundless pressure, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on him. These lights are so heavy. Is this another ability I haven't seen before? Although they were all light, they were completely different from Borsellino's flash fruit. Faced with the pressure and distortion of the flash that swept over like a torrent of gravity, even a strong man like Kuzan couldn't help but groan, with a trace of cold sweat on his forehead, and a strong tearing feeling came from all over his body. Even the elementalization was useless. It was as if a flashing hand wrapped in a torrent of gravity, wrapped in armament haki, grabbed his body, and then twisted it forcibly. In this regard, he could only use armament haki to resist the crushing distortion of this gravity flash while using the awakening ability of the ice fruit. Freezing moment max gushed out from every pore of his body with freezing air at absolute zero. The freezing air that could freeze even flames, magma, and flashes quickly covered the surging golden flash, trying to freeze it. Crack! But at this moment, the ice attached to Rosen's body was completely shattered. It really broke the ice. Kuzan couldn't believe it. As expected of the 233rd Navy Admiral, he should not be underestimated at all. You're just a little bit away from freezing me. It's a pity that you can never cross this little bit. Rosen twisted his neck and brushed off the ice chips on the Ares gold cloth. What he said was indeed true. If it wasn't for the critical moment, when he transformed into the Ares cloth, used his life to return and manipulate the crystal wall, turning it into a crystal cannon invisible to the naked eye and wearing it on his body to resist the cold air that invaded his whole body, he might really be frozen forever by Kuzan. Starlight is extinct. Although all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, Rosen's hands did not stop moving at all. The moment he broke through the ice, his arms were already raised high, his palms facing Kuzan. Starlight extinction. Unlike before when he used the crystal cannon and starlight extinction to delay Kuzan, this time he was focused and full of domineering. Boom! In an instant, thousands of golden lights bloomed, like an endless galaxy spanning the universe, carrying a mighty and distorting gravity, washing over Kuzan. Puff! Facing the starlight extinction that was several times more powerful than before, even a strong Kuzan couldn't help spitting blood. His chest was slightly sunken, as if the galaxy had forcibly washed away his ribs, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Even with the armed color domineering to resist, his body was still twisted and folded by the golden galaxy, and flew out like a twist, falling heavily on the ice. Chapter 69. Bang! As Kuzan's body landed on the ground, circles of white air waves spread out with a cold breath. He had just been knocked to the ground. His body was even in a twisted state, like a human twist, but he had already kicked his feet and turned over like a carp, trying to get up again. His Blood Bowl talent was undoubtedly revealed. Do you want to do sit UPS too? However, no matter how fast Kuzan did sit UPS, he couldn't be faster than turning into light. Before he could get up, Rosen pressed his left hand across the air. Rays of golden light burst out, and then turned into a crystal wall that was invisible to the naked eye. Then, with the fine control of life return, it turned into a crystal net covering Kuzan's body, pressing him back onto the ice layer as he was about to do sit UPS. I see. This is a light that is invisible to the naked eye. Is it because it covered his body that he was not completely frozen before? When Kuzan suddenly realized it, his eyes flashed red, and his observation haki spread out. In an instant, one scene after another appeared in front of him like a horse-drawn show. Every time he saw a scene, his face became uglier. In the end, his face was as gloomy as water, and it was extremely gloomy. No need to look into the future. I'll tell you directly. Rosen saw that Kuzan was using his observation haki to foresee the future. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly, raised his right arm high, and faced the sky with his palm. Stardust spins. Above the sky, the starlight is generous. Countless golden lights, in a flash, weave into a huge golden galaxy. As Rosen raised his right arm and waved it, countless golden stars immediately fell from the galaxy in the sky, each of which was wrapped in armed color domineering, like a meteor shower, descending on the world with a destructive attitude. Facing the crystal net that was so strong that it could resist even the freezing air of absolute zero, Kuzen couldn't break free for a moment. After all, he ate the frozen fruit, which was mainly used for freezing, instead of eating the magma fruit, which was mainly used for destruction. Facing the crystal wall, which was so strong that it could not withstand the freezing air at absolute zero, Kuzen couldn't break free for a moment. After all, he ate the frozen fruit, which was mainly used for freezing, instead of eating the magma fruit, which was mainly used for destruction. It has life, is invisible to the naked eye, and is extremely strong. It has a strong resistance to freezing air. He cannot break through it instantly, otherwise he and the crystal cannon Rosen was wearing just now would have completely frozen it. Not to mention, the entire process from the emergence of the galaxy to the descent of the starlight rain was completed in an instant. At this moment, as strong as the Admiral of the Navy, Kuzen could only be trapped in the crystal net on the ice layer he created, and then covered his whole body with armed color domineering, powerlessly continuing to release the freezing air of absolute zero, and then was completely submerged by the endless golden meteor shower. Boom boom! The sound of thunder and cannons shook the sky and the sea. The terrifying flash explosion, accompanied by a shock wave that destroyed everything, instantly destroyed the ice layer formed by Kuzen's frozen sea. Countless ocean currents broke through the ice along the cracks, turning into huge water columns that rushed into the sky. It was like a terrifying posture of a natural disaster. It's not over yet. Rosen's observation haki was fully activated, and he easily saw Kuzen's position. Then he pointed in the air, and the golden galaxy above the sky immediately descended. Under his control, the galaxy twisted into a huge golden star cluster, carrying the power to crush islands and penetrate the sea, and fell accurately on Kuzen's head. Boom! A deafening roar roared in all directions. Thousands of beams of light rose from the ground, and finally gathered into a huge pillar of light, breaking through the air and sinking into the sky and sea of clouds. In the blink of an eye, the sky and the sea were dyed with a layer of golden light. After the light faded, the originally frozen sea and the frozen beach, all the ice had disappeared and vanished. After all, whether it was the initial golden meteor shower or the huge star cluster gathered by the galaxy in the end, they were all surrounded by blazing heat. After descending on the sea, even the sea and the beach frozen by Kuzen with the ice fruit were all melted. On the vast sea surface, there was only a huge pit left, which was smashed out by the sea current forcibly torn by the star cluster. And Kuzen was nowhere to be found. Do you think hiding under the sea will be useful? Pity. Frozen sea is not your exclusive patent. Rosen's eyes flashed, and he immediately saw a huge ice block deep in the sea, and Kuzen, who was covered with wounds and blood, curled up in the ice. He was a general of the headquarters and a famous blood cow. But at this moment, he didn't do set UPS. Obviously, the damage caused by the stardust rotation just now was to the point where even the general couldn't do set UPS. He could only lie on the seabed and recover blood silently, just like Akainu after being beaten by Whitebeard in the war on the top. Rosen spread his wings, broke through the air to the top of the ice block on the seabed, and then immersed his hands in the sea water, and the Aries gold cloth on his body was switched to the Aquarius gold cloth. As a person with special abilities, he was of course afraid of the sea, but as long as he transformed into the Aquarius gold saint, he could do what Kuzen could do. For example, freeze the sea. Aurora execution. The freezing air spread, and the figure of the ice and snow goddess holding a huge water bottle appeared out of thin air behind Rosen. To read the exciting novel, go to Lunalia Network. As the water bottle tilted, colorful light like the aurora poured down. Rather than saying it was light, it was more like a terrifying freezing air with a colorful appearance. It was freezing air that was close to absolute zero. When the colorful aurora sank into the ocean current, the ocean that he had previously blasted from the ice field by rotating it with stardust was frozen again. The freezing air at nearly absolute zero continued to surge into the depths of the sea. Wherever it passed, the boundless ocean currents, huge sea beasts, even huge sea kings were all frozen one by one. The sea within a radius of 10 kilometers directly turned into a world of ice and snow. Even the moisture in the air could not escape the fate of being frozen, and endless ice and snow fell from the void. No, it's impossible. Aokiji, curled up in the ice on the seabed, could see the changes in the sea with his observation haki, no, with his naked eyes. He was sure that he did not freeze the sea, but just created a giant ice block, lurking in the seabed to avoid the invasion of seawater. But now, everything in sight, or within the range of his observation haki, was frozen. Diamond Stardust Fist. Rosen pulled his hand out of the ice, then punched out, smashing it on the ice. The fist force carrying the freezing air of absolute zero roared out at the speed of light, shattering the ice wherever it passed, turning it into flying ice chips, as gorgeous as stars. Crack! A gap with a radius of 5 meters and a depth of 1,000 meters in the ice was dug out by the shattering of the ice, and the ice block made by Kuzen was also shattered into ice chips. Do you want to come out by yourself, or do I ask you to come out? Rosen stood on the ice, his eyes dragged across the chasm, looking down at Kuzen who was curled up like a mole in the deep ice. Chapter 70. Alalalal. Lost. Still the same thorough kind. Seeing that there was nowhere to hide and nowhere to escape, Kuzen could only laugh at himself, then his body melted into the ice and returned to the ice surface again. Originally, he wanted to escape into the sea, and then fight with Rosen after recovering his blood. As a Navy admiral, a human-shaped blood bowl, he was confident that he could fight with Rosen for 10 days or 8 days. Even if he couldn't win, he could dive into the seabed again, and then send Rosen's ability information back to the Navy headquarters, so that Sengoku and others could understand Rosen's threat and formulate a targeted capture plan. As a result, as Rosen transformed into the Aquarius Gold Saint, an aurora execution froze the sea, and a punch of the Diamond Star Fist dug a cold ice channel leading directly to the bottom of the sea. All of Kuzen's beautiful ideas turned into cruel reality. You win, little brother Rosen. A general has his own bearing. Kuzen knew that he was definitely no match for Rosen in his current state. After returning to the ice, he admitted his defeat very calmly. But the next second, his palm was surrounded by icy air, and an ice knife condensed out of thin air. His eyes also revealed his determination to face death. Obviously, even if he was defeated, he would face death with a fighting attitude, instead of closing his eyes and waiting to die like a coward. Fight to death. Die in battle. This is the bearing of the General King. Whitebeard has it, and Kuzen is also not lacking it. Did I ever say I was going to kill you? Seeing Kuzen's fearless attitude, Rosen couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. Are you planning to let me go? Kuzen said teasingly. It seemed as if he was not the one who was going to be defeated. Yes. I really plan to let you go. I will even let you catch up step by step to the top and become the Admiral of the Navy. Rosen said shockingly. What? You're not going to recruit me? Then, let me be an undercover agent of the God Pirates and infiltrate the Navy as a spy, right? Kuzen frowned, as if he understood Rosen's idea a little bit, and immediately looked mocking. Is it not good? The Admiral of the Navy is actually my subordinate. A member of the God Pirates. If it gets out, the expressions of the 5 elders will probably be very interesting. Rosen was very satisfied with Kuzen's statement. In fact, when he was frozen by the opponent's awakening of the ice fruit and heard Kuzen talking about becoming the Admiral of the Navy, he had already made a decision. Capture Kuzen alive, and then let the general become his spy, undercover in the Navy, and finally chase him step by step to the top. Become the Admiral of the Navy. Even the Marshal is my man, why should the Navy fight me? This is much more interesting than killing Kuzen directly and exploding the ice fruit. You actually thought I would agree to that? Kuzen sneered. Not to mention that he is now loyal to the Navy and still pursues lazy justice. Even if he leaves the Navy and becomes a member of the Blackbeard Pirates, he will not go undercover in the Navy. On the contrary, going undercover in the Blackbeard Pirates is almost the same. You will. Rosen said, and the Aquarius gold cloth he was wearing changed drastically, transforming into the Virgo Gold Saint. I see. Rosen has multiple forms of transformation, not just human beast form, and human form. With each transformation, the golden armor on his body will change, and each transformation has different abilities. Kuzen saw the changes of Rosen's golden armor up close, and he was thoughtful. After fighting with the opponent, even he was defeated. It is impossible for him to be confused about what Rosen's fruit ability is. In fact, since the fierce battle, he has secretly remembered every ability that Rosen has shown. Do we still need to take action? To read the exciting novels, go to Lunalia Network. Rosen habitually uses his observation haki to foresee the future. Even though he knew that his future would be just as Rosen said, that his future would only be defeat, he still wanted to see what the other party was going to do. Before he could finish reading, Rosen had already moved, his two hands floating in front of him, palms facing each other, and then dazzling golden light burst out, as if he was holding a mini sun. The heavenly dance wheel. Thousands of golden lights, covering all directions, instantly submerged Rosen in front of him. Damn it! Is this a joke? Can he even deprive a power user of a devil fruit? Rosen had an expression of disbelief on his face. He knew what was going to happen next just by his observation haki, without having to experience it himself. As expected. Facing the dazzling golden light, he felt as if his whole body was carrying a mountain, and it was difficult to even move a finger. Although the feeling of oppression was greatly reduced after using haki, the fruit ability that had been following him like a shadow since he ate the ice fruit disappeared. No, it didn't disappear, it should be said that it was taken away. I don't think I ever said that I can't deprive the devil fruit of the ability user. Rosen smiled and asked back. Why? Rosen's expression changed. What why? Rosen asked. Why didn't you use this move in the fight with me just now? Your punch is as fast as the speed of light. Even if I can use my observation haki to foresee the future, in such a fierce battle, I dare not say that I can use it every minute and every second. Even if I can see the future, I may not be able to avoid your move. Once my fruit power is taken away, I will only have my domineering and physical skills left, and I will definitely lose to you, and lose more severely and more thoroughly. Rosen looked straight into Rosen's eyes. He thought that they were evenly matched, and he was just one step behind, losing because of his lack of understanding of Rosen's power. He never thought that the man in front of him actually had such a terrifying trick. It's not that simple. Your observation haki can see the future, but I can't. If I rashly use the heavenly dance wheel during your prime, you will know about it in advance and will do everything you can to guard against it. I am not sure whether strong enough haki can suppress the influence of Tianyu Bailun or reduce the time of deprivation of fruit ability. After all, this is my first time facing the Admiral, and the fruit ability has not yet awakened. Let's say for sure, even if it works, what if you see the future after being deprived of the power of the fruit and turn around and leave? Being able to take away your devil fruit at the speed of light, is this kind of thing worth retreating without a fight? If you leave, how can I measure the level of the general? If you leave, how can I measure my own weight? Without using a natural counter to fruit ability users like Tenbuhoran, can I defeat a Navy Admiral alone in a head-on fight? Rosen did not hide it. The heavenly dance wheel is strong, especially when facing a fruit ability user. Once it hits, it can be said to be a natural counter. Just like Blackbeard's dark water. However, if he relies on this trick for a long time, once he encounters a General Emperor who is not a power user, he will inevitably be defeated if he does not know his own level. There is no shortage of people in the Grand Line who are comparable to the General Emperor just by their domineering. He wanted to see himself clearly and realize who is stronger between himself and the General Emperor. It happened that Rosen came in person, which was simply a scale delivered to the door. It can accurately weigh his weight and the strength between him and the General Emperor. In the end, he got a satisfactory result. Even without the heavenly dance wheel, Rosen still defeated Rosen head-on. Moreover, he has not used all the transformation forms of the Gold Saints. In other words, fighting alone, he is now fearless of the General Emperor, whether it is the General Emperor of the power user or the General Emperor of the non-power user. Of course, there is another reason. That is the existence of Rosen, which is equivalent to an excellent box that is delivered to the door. How can you let the box fly away? Chapter 71. It's because of this. Rosen heard this and immediately understood the other party's intention. If he relied on the Tianyu alone to defeat himself as a capable person, then in the future, when facing strong men like Garp, Red Hair, and Rayleigh, Rosen would definitely be defeated. He would become unable to fight hard battles because of over-reliance on the Tianyu alone. And as Rosen said, if he knew in advance that the Tianyu alone could deprive the devil fruit at the speed of light, would he still fight to the end? Not sure. He is strong-willed, but not brainless. In this case, he will definitely retreat first, pass the information back to the Navy headquarters, and then formulate a targeted plan to attack Rosen. This kind of thing has been done by the Navy in the past. Damn it! Borsellino should fight this battle. Only light can avoid light. Thinking of this, Kuzan felt a little annoyed and regretful. He and Akina were both fast, but they were not faster than the speed of light. Only Kizaru could in a face-to-face fight. He could avoid the problem of not being able to keep up with the speed and being restricted everywhere. After all, he had already seen that Rosen could not transform into light, which meant that Borsellino's ability could directly kill him. At worst, he could escape unscathed after being defeated, instead of being like himself now. He could not win, could not escape, and finally even lost the ice fruit. Eneel! Rosen ignored Kuzan and shouted. Boom! A bolt of lightning fell from the sky, and then Eneel walked out of the lightning. Obviously, he was frozen by Kuzan's cold air before, but under the rotation of Rosen's stardust, the ice on his body melted and he was released. He was injured by mistake just watching the battle, which made Eneel look at Kuzan with cold eyes and fear. But when his eyes shifted to Rosen, they turned into shock and awe. A being as strong as Kuzan was defeated by Rosen. Moreover, he just heard it with his own ears. Rosen defeated Kuzan head-on without using the Tianyu alone. In other words, if the man in front of him wanted to deal with him, he really didn't even need the Tianyu alone. Lord Rosen. As he thought about this, Eneel handed a box to Rosen. Do you want to put it on yourself or should I help you put it on? Rosen threw the box to Kuzan. See stone handcuffs. Rosen. Who do you think I am? After Kuzan took the box and opened it, his face suddenly became ugly. These are sea stone handcuffs. That means Rosen intends to handcuff him. But he is the Admiral of the Navy. A general can be killed, but not humiliated. Kuzan said word by word. Do you want to be respectable yourself, or do you want me to help you be respectable? Rosen raised his hand and clenched his fist, and a dazzling golden light enveloped his fist. I can promise. You can't even commit suicide in front of me. If you don't believe me, try it. As soon as these words came out, Kuzan's face froze. Not to mention that he was seriously injured and his health was drastically reduced, just the fact that his ice fruit was sealed made it difficult for him to even commit suicide in front of Rosen. In the end, he might suffer more if the result did not change. Isn't it just a sea stone handcuff? One Piece has worn it. You are just an admiral, what are you embarrassed about? Rosen's words completely extinguished Kuzan's idea of resistance. The frozen fruit accounted for more than 50% of his overall strength. In other words, after the fruit ability was taken away, his combat power was only 50%, plus the injuries accumulated before. It would be great if he could have 30% of his combat power. A Navy Admiral with 30% of his strength is also a strong man in the entire Grand Line. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. But in front of Rosen, Kuzan knew very well that it was nothing. Just like the man in front of him said, he might not even be able to commit suicide. Thinking of this, Kuzan sighed. He shouldn't have taken this mission. Now, not to mention that he can't be the Admiral of the Navy, even he has become a prisoner. Just when his mind was fluctuating, Rosen also lost his patience. Seeing that Kuzan was still hesitating there, he couldn't help but raise his hand and point in the air. Whoosh! Golden light burst out from his fingertips, and then a golden beam shot out. Kuzan subconsciously wanted to dodge, but he had no choice. The injuries on his body, coupled with the suppression of the Tianyu treasure wheel, made his movements extremely slow. He could only watch helplessly as the beam of light that broke through the air pierced his chest. 100 million volts. Discharge. Eneel saw the right moment, stepped forward immediately, grabbed Kuzan's neck who was deprived of the ice fruit, and then released a surge of electricity that flooded his entire body. Boom! Along with thunder and lightning, Kuzan's body not only emitted bursts of black smoke, but also was paralyzed by lightning. Even if he suppressed him with domineering power, he could not move for a moment. He could only helplessly let Eneel pick up the sea stone handcuffs and handcuff his hands and feet. Being locked in sea stone handcuffs is not just as simple as having your fruit ability sealed, but also makes you feel unprecedented weakness and powerlessness. Even the hexagonal admiral, who had experienced a lot of sea stone resistance training when he was in the naval school, and Kuzan, who often wore sea stone for exercise, felt the long-lost fatigue at this moment. Rosen. What do you want to do? Seeing himself imprisoned, Kuzan stopped struggling. I just want to figure out what the man in front of me wants in order to capture me alive. Is it to humiliate me? It shouldn't be so boring. It's impossible that he really wants to persuade me to surrender, right? Didn't I say that? I will make you the Admiral of the Navy. Rosen's words made Kuzan, who had a good temper, laugh. Impossible. Even if I die, I will never be your subordinate. I will not help you to be a spy. Kuzan said in an unquestionable tone. Really? Rosen just smiled calmly when he heard this, without explaining. He also wanted to see if the Admiral with the weakness buff could withstand the torment of the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist. If successful, the value of this move would be even higher. It's exciting to think that it can even control the brain nerves of the Admiral of the Navy. After letting Eneel guard Kuzan, Rosen flashed in front of Khalifa, and what came into view were Iceberg, Frankie and others lying on the ground, dying. Those who were closer to Rosen had their ice evaporated under the power of the rotating stardust, but the people in the Seven Water City were not so lucky. Not only did the Seven Water City turn into ice and snow, but most of the people were frozen into ice sculptures. Khalifa. Rosen retracted his gaze. After hearing this, Khalifa immediately used the yin healing bullet to eject all the frostbite, pain, fatigue, etc. from Ispagu, Frankie, and others. As for those in the Seven Water City who were frozen by Kuzan, they were not so lucky. Even if it was just the aftermath of the awakening ability, it was not something that ordinary people could bear. After the whole body was frozen, it was not a suspended death, but a real death. After all, Kuzan's fruit awakening just now, but he did not let it go at all. He was completely gambling on the lives of the people in a city, and he also wanted to defeat Rosen, who killed 5 lieutenant generals and destroyed the Demon Slayer Order. Chapter 72. Mr. Rosen. City of Seven Waters. Is there still hope? After Ispagu recovered, he first looked at Khalifa with a complicated look, then expressed his gratitude to Rosen, but when he mentioned the Seven Waters City, he became extremely angry. Not at Rosen, but at Kuzan, who was escorted by Eneel. Bang! Frankie rushed up and punched Kuzan in the face. Many of his younger brothers could not be saved. You bastard! You're a Navy Admiral. How can you enforce justice like this? You are even more vicious than a pirate, and 100 times more evil. Frankie sat on Kuzan's buttocks, punching him left and right, but his strength, hitting Kuzan's body, even though he was seriously injured and sealed by the sea stone handcuffs, just didn't hurt. Sorry. Kuzan's eyes flashed with grief, self-blame, and regret. The Seven Waters City was frozen. This was a sin he committed with his own hands. He couldn't refute it, nor did he want to defend himself. He just let Frankie punch and kick him. All right. That's it. As for Kuzan, I can guarantee that he is more miserable alive than dead. After Frankie beat Kuzan for half an hour, Rosen finally asked him to stop. Humph. Frankie snorted at Kuzan, punched him again, and then stopped with a look of resentment on his face. You can't stay in the City of Seven Waters any longer. Given the nature of the world government, knowing that the Admiral of the Navy froze a city, in order to cover up the truth of the Admiral's defeat and the matter of the Seven Water City, they will definitely choose to conceal it, or even erase everything. The best way is to kill you survivors and then put the blame on me. Rosen didn't care about the possible actions of the Navy headquarters. From the moment he decided to stand at the top of the world, he didn't think he was a good person. It didn't matter if he was accused of this kind of crime. Although he had never tried to destroy a city, he had destroyed a race. Naturally, he didn't care about any unfounded accusations. In the final analysis, the grand line was about fists being power. When he sat on the chair of I'm, whether it was a false accusation or a real accusation, it would become a kind of beautification, a legend. I will definitely expose their ugly behavior to the world. Aspago said in a cold tone, showing a rare excitement. That depends on whether you can survive. Since they bought Adam, the precious tree, and devoted all their efforts to transform the Ark, Rosen decided to give Aspago and Frankie a chance. You can't stay in the City of Seven Waters any longer. Let's go to Sky Island. That place is mine. No matter how far the Navy or the world government stretch their hands, they can't control it. Of course. This opportunity is just to give Aspago and Frankie a place to stay. After all, Treasure Tree Adam and the transformation of the ship are just a transaction. In exchange for a talisman for Frankie. Is there really an empty island in this world? Frankie was surprised when he heard this. You should have seen it. I have 2 crew members, they both have white wings. This is the characteristic of Sky Islanders. Rosen nodded. The Ark Proverbs was not small in size, so it needed someone to take care of its daily maintenance and cleaning. Lachi and Conies were the best candidates. So, when he left Sky Island, he took the 2 of them with him. I see. At first, I thought they were angels. And you are a fallen angel. Frankie looked at the huge and dark wings behind Rosen. Lord Rosen is not a fallen angel, but a god. Eneel corrected. God. Frankie didn't believe it at all. In his opinion, Rosen was indeed a person who could overpower the admirals of the Navy, but he was still a strong man. In a sense. Our captain is indeed a god. 800 years ago, his race was named God. Nico Robin also saw this. Through her understanding of history, she knew that 800 years ago, the Lunalia tribe was named God. That's right. Aspago nodded. Obviously, he also knew about the deeds of the Lunalia tribe. What? First it was Nico Robin, then Aspagos. Frankie was startled by their words, and then his expression changed slightly, and he seemed to have made a decision. Hey bro, are you still recruiting for your pirate group? If you're still hiring, I'd like to join you. Become a member of the God Pirates. His words made Aspagos' face change slightly, but after looking at the 7 Water City behind him, he remained silent. We only recruit elites and never accept rubbish. So, give me a reason to convince me to let you join. Rosen crossed his arms and did not let Frankie join just because he was a member of the Straw Hat Pirates in the future. There was no other reason. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Because the God Pirates did not lack shipbuilders. Eneel was the best candidate. What a coincidence. I am the super elite among the super elite. I can maximize the value of Nico Robin beside you. Frankie said as he opened his body and took out a stack of blueprints. You know that CP9 is lurking around Aspago, but you don't know the purpose of their lurking, right? Just for these drawings. Ancient weapon, the design of Pluto. He held the Pluto blueprint in his hand, causing Kuzan's face to change drastically. The God Pirates already had the power to challenge the 4 emperors because of Rosen's existence, and with the ancient weapon Pluto, then. At this moment, even Kuzan himself couldn't imagine it, he just knew he regretted it. He couldn't tell whether he regretted letting Nico Robin go, or regretted taking on this mission, or freezing the 7 Waters City. If any of the 3 failed, Frankie would not have taken out the design of the ancient weapon, let alone handed it to Rosen. What on earth have I done? Kuzan's regret, self-blame, and annoyance became more and more intense. 3.0 Nico Robin can understand the text of history. The design of Pluto happens to be written in historical texts. I, and Aspago, are the best shipbuilders in the world government. With Nico Robin's interpretation and Aspago and I's shipbuilding technology, we can build you a replica of an ancient weapon that the world government both fears and desires. Pluto. Frankie said, and handed the Pluto design to Rosen. Not only because Kuzen froze the 7 waters, but also because Rosen kept his promise and saved himself and Espagu, and he also valued Rosen's ability. He can ask the Navy headquarters and the world government for an explanation for the 7 waters and the dead brothers of his Frankie family. The man in front of him definitely has this ability. After thinking about it, he decided to put the treasure of the Pluto design on Rosen. Chapter 73. Ancient Weapons. Pluto. Looking at the design in Rosen's hand, Nico, Robin, Nami, and Califa were all shocked. Even Eneel from Sky Island was no exception. Since coming to the Grand Line, he is no longer the Sky Island god who sits in the well and sees the world. He knows a lot of secrets. Among them, the existence of ancient weapons. I have looked at this design countless times. Although I still don't understand many things because I can't read the historical text, but I can be sure of one thing. Although Pluto cannot fly in the air like your Arc Maxim, it also has the ability to sneak under the sea. Moreover, once his main gun is built, it can destroy an island with just one shot. Frankie said in a firm tone. As long as I create Pluto and combine it with the modified Arc Maxim, I believe one day, we will be able to build a warship that is better than the ancient weapon Pluto. He can fly in the air, sail on the sea, dive in the deep sea, is extremely strong, and can destroy an island with one shot. This unprecedented warship that combines the Ark's motto and the Pluto is the main ship of the god pirates. In a few words, he described a blueprint for Rosen. A terrifying warship that combines the Ark's motto and the ancient weapon Pluto, capable of land, sea, and air. Frankly speaking, I was moved by you. Frankie, right? I welcome you to join. Rosen looked at Frankie deeply, then nodded with a smile on his face. He even took out the design of Pluto, so he would not refuse Frankie's application to join the group. And you? Iceberg. Rosen turned his head and looked at the iceberg. I am old, unlike Frankie, and I can still see the world. I'll wait for you on Sky Island. But after you build a warship that surpasses Pluto, on the day you become king, you must let me witness that moment. At that time, I will rebuild a 7 waters city. Espago shook his head. Over the years, for the 7 waters city, for the ancient weapon Pluto, and for Frankie, he has been working hard and was always on the edge. He was either playing games with officials of the world government or always on guard against everyone around him. It was really too tiring. Now the 7 waters city is gone. Frankie has also joined Rosen's pirate group. He felt that he had unloaded a huge burden and just wanted to retire on Sky Island, and then wait for the day when Rosen became king, and then he would return to the sea and build a new 7 waters city again. Okay. Rosen nodded. Everyone has their own aspirations, and he didn't force it. Although the melon he forced was sweet and thirst-quenching, and he also had the ability to force the melon, Espago was not an enemy, and Frankie also brought the design of the ancient weapon Pluto on board, so he naturally wouldn't use the Phantom Demon King Fist on Espago. This punch was reserved for the enemy. For example, Kuzen was a good candidate. Hey. You said something so dangerous right in front of me. Is it really okay? Kuzen saw Rosen and the others talking about such a horrible thing without paying attention to anyone around, and couldn't help but ask. It doesn't matter. In the near future, maybe you can help. Rosen glanced at Kuzen with a smile, and then brought everyone to the frozen dock. Fortunately, in order to closely protect the golden spaceship, the dock was sealed all around. Although the hull was frozen under the attack of the freezing air, the ice layer was not thick. It was just to let Eneel release high-voltage electricity to generate a lot of heat energy, and soon the ice that froze the Arc motto and the wood of the treasure tree atom melted. Then, Califa stretched out her hand and patted the Arc motto, and the cat-like translucent sphere opened, wrapped the Arc, and then disappeared from the city of 7 waters in an instant. It's your turn. Kuzen. Seeing the Arc proverbs flying quickly towards the Sky Island, Rosen also focused his attention on Kuzen. If you want to persuade me to surrender, then there is no need. You can kill me or chop me up, it's all up to you. But if you can, please buy me a bottle of ice wine before you do it. To read exciting novels, go to Lunalia Network. When Kuzan talked about life and death, his tone was very casual, even a little relaxed, as if he was not the one facing death. Let's go later. When I get the job done, you can drink as much as you want. Rosen took Kuzan to a soundproof room in the Ark Proverbs. What is the captain going to do? As a newbie who just joined the pirate group, Frankie was curious. You will know later. When he came out of that room. Maybe, you won't hate him so much anymore. Nico Robin had fantasized about killing Kuzan. Although he had let her go once, it was undeniable that he was one of the culprits in the destruction of O'Hara. There was also the freezing of Sorrow and the death of her mother. Kuzan had a part in all of these. In the original book, it wasn't that she didn't want revenge, but that she was powerless. Now, she doesn't want revenge, because the moment Kuzan walked out of the room, her revenge would be taken. Being hit by the Phantom Demon Emperor fist is more satisfying than killing Kuzan with one's own hands. Alright. There's no one else here. Whatever you want to say, or whatever tricks you have, just use them. After Kuzan entered the room, he sat down on a chair not far away, as if he was not worried about what he was about to face. Kuzan. How strong do you think the will of the Admiral is? I really want to know. Before Kuzan could speak, Rosen raised his hand and touched his forehead. Illusionary Demon Emperor Fist. A ray of golden light penetrated from the center of his eyebrows, 957 directly into the brain nerves, and then penetrated out from the back of his head. Humph! Kuzan's face changed drastically, no longer relaxed and casual as before. At this moment, he felt a splitting headache, and his consciousness seemed to be split into two halves. One half was the current him, and the other half was the him created by Rosen with the Phantom Demon Emperor fist. That was a consciousness that obeyed Rosen's orders. You, what did you do to me? Kuzan knew that he must not let this consciousness take over and replace himself. He struggled to resist and gritted his teeth to endure the piercing pain from his brain. Is your memory so bad? I've said it more than once. About making you the Admiral of the Navy. Rosen was not in a hurry either. After rewarding Kuzan with a Phantom Demon Emperor fist, he sat down to one side and quietly admired the contest between the Admiral's will and the Phantom Demon Emperor fist. You, want to control me? Dream. Don't even think about it. What do you think a Navy Admiral is? Kuzan clenched his hands and growled with gritted teeth. But there was a voice in his heart that told him to give up and obey. As long as he accepted the control of the Phantom Demon Emperor fist, all the pain would be far away from him. Yes. What is an admiral? Why don't you tell me yourself? Rosen looked at Kuzan with interest. After you are dominated by the Phantom Demon King fist. Chapter 74. 3 days. 3 days have passed since I returned to Sky Island from Water City. Captain, why don't you come out yet? Frankie paced back and forth on the deck of the Ark Maxim. No. It is not called the Ark Maxim now, but the Shenzhou Maxim. In the 3 days since returning to Sky Island from the City of Seven Waters, Eneel has mobilized a large amount of manpower and material resources on Sky Island, and with the joint efforts of him, Aspagu, and Eneel's 3 top shipbuilders, the Ark Maxim has been upgraded. While increasing the flight speed, the upgraded Shenzhou Maxim is worthy of its name Shenzhou. It can fly in the sky. It can dive under the sea. It can sail on the sea. It is a complete amphibious spacecraft. Originally, Frankie wanted to show off to Rosen after the upgrade was completed to prove that he was a super elite among super elites. Unexpectedly. Since Rosen captured Kuzan alive and brought him into the room, he has not come out for 3 days and 3 nights. Eneel, Nico Robin, and others who knew the Phantom Demon King fist and what Rosen was doing naturally stopped Frankie from going to Rosen more than once. To avoid being interfered with by Frankie in the process of his captain dominating the Admiral of the Navy. I didn't expect it to take so long. Eneel couldn't help but murmured when he saw Frankie pacing back and forth. 3 days and 3 nights. Kuzan lasted 3 days and 3 nights under the Phantom Demon Emperor fist. Not only did he rely on his domineering aura to suppress it, but he also relied on his unyielding will to fight back. What kind of existence is this? Even someone as proud as him couldn't help but sigh. These navy officers with the rank of generals are really monsters among monsters. He has never seen anyone who can persist for such a long time in front of Rosen's Phantom Demon Emperor fist. Even Zoro, who is famous for his strong will, only persisted for half an hour. It should be soon. Nico Robin did not follow Rosen in to see her former enemy end up like this, but she used the power of the flower fruit to grow an eye and an ear in the room, and witnessed the whole process of Kuzen being dominated by the Phantom Demon Emperor fist. Just as several people were talking about how long Kuzen could hold on, the golden door that had been closed for 3 days and 3 nights suddenly opened. Then, a nearly 3-meter-tall figure walked out of the room. His face was full of beard, his expression was listless, and his clothes were stained with blood. No matter how you look at it, he looks overdrawn and seriously injured, and the sea stone handcuffs that locked his hands and feet, however. Kuzen was in such a weak state, and he carried the Phantom Demon Emperor fist for 3 days and 3 nights. Alala, why are you all looking at me? Untie it quickly. I really don't want to try the taste of this sea stone again. Kuzen walked up to Eneel as if no one was around. His casual and intimate tone was like he was talking to an old friend. Lord Rosen. Eneel did not act on his own initiative, even though his observation haki could clearly sense the emotions of closeness, friendship, trust, etc. from Kuzen, and there was no hostility or even murderous intention as in the Seven Water City. Considering the terror of the Admiral, even if he was confident in Rosen's ability, he did not dare to open Kuzen's handcuffs easily. He didn't even need to raise his hands to freeze the Seven Water City and everyone in it. What a terrifying power! Open it! At this time, Rosen also came out of the room. His words also made Eneel feel relieved. Yes. Eneel used lightning metal to create a golden key, and then opened the sea stone handcuffs on Kuzen's hands and feet. Call. The fruit ability is finally back. It feels so good to not be sealed by sea stone. After getting rid of the sea stone handcuffs, Kuzen did not get angry, but asked himself. I held it in for 3 days, but it was so uncomfortable. Who is the chef here? If possible, please give me a bottle of ice wine and some snacks. He looked around, his eyes passing over Nami, Robin, Khalifa, and the Straw Hat Quartet. Wait a minute. Sanji, who also enjoyed the illusionary Demon King fist, said, then walked quickly into the kitchen and quickly brought back a few bottles of iced beer and handed them to Kuzen. Pa! Gulu! Kuzen still thought it was not cold enough, so he used the air cooler to cool it down a little, then unscrewed the bottle cap and drank 2 bottles in one breath, then he showed a satisfied expression. It feels like I've been reborn, he exclaimed. What's going on? Aspagu and Frankie looked at each other. Kuzen's behavior was so abnormal that people who didn't know him would think that he was a member of the God Pirates from the beginning to the end, not an admiral of the Navy. Alright. I won't say much about the rest. In short, you only need to know one thing, from today on, Kuzen is ours. Rosen said shockingly. What? Except for those who knew about the Phantom Demon Emperor fist, everyone was shocked. Alal. Even though it's hard for you to believe, it's true. Let's just treat it as a reacquaintance. Kuzen, main job, pirate, side job, Navy Admiral. That's about it. Kuzen made a gesture. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. His personality, memory, and strength have not changed. The only thing that has changed is his loyalty. Originally, he was loyal to the Navy and practiced lazy justice. Now, he is loyal to Rosen and the Pirates of God. Damn it! How come Kuzen has become a different person? Is this still the Admiral Aokiji I know? Frankie couldn't help rubbing his eyes vigorously, as if he suspected that he was seeing an illusion. 3 days ago, he wanted to beat Kuzen to death, but 3 days later, he couldn't do it. While feeling terrified, he also felt a little pity for Kuzen. What's the difference between this look and death? Even the king is worse than death. This man will turn the world upside down. It will definitely happen. Aspagu looked at Kuzen, who seemed normal at this time, but was extremely abnormal, and he was very sure in his heart. If it was in the past, he would definitely feel horrified. But now, after experiencing the demon killing order and the freezing of the Seven Water City, his thoughts have changed. Only people like Rosen who have mastered the power of gods and ghosts are qualified to control the warship that is known as the most ferocious in history. Ancient weapons. Pluto recognizes. Don't look at me weirdly, it's rude. As if I'm abnormal. Kuzan saw Frankie and Espago staring at him, and couldn't help shaking his head. It's very abnormal. Frankie and Espago looked at each other and thought at the same time. The Admiral of the Navy said he was a pirate. Is this normal? Chapter 75. Frankie and Espago stared at Kuzan for a long time before they looked away. They no longer stared at him with a look of surprise like before. Kuzan. How long will it take for you to recover from your injury? I mean the heyday. After taking Kuzan to complete the entry procedures for the god pirates, Rosen asked. This is the first Emperor-level strongman under his command. He is also a natural ability user. Although Kuzan did not lack any parts, he did not dare to guarantee whether Kuzan could recover to his heyday after a battle, and the Phantom Demon King Fist attacked his brain nerves for 3 days and 3 nights. If it's at the Navy headquarters, it'll take about a day. Not only because of the medical conditions, but also because the Navy headquarters has a special supply of meat made from sea kings, as well as some nutrient solutions created by Vegapunk. As for now. Before Kuzan finished speaking, he found that Chopper had come over with a medicine box and a stethoscope, and he listened to the patient's heart and felt his pulse. After a series of operations, he fed him a few pills. With the fine control and perception of the body by life return, he found that the injury had stabilized and there would be no inflammation or deterioration. Then. 347. Sanji also came over with a mountain of food. There were vegetables, meat, and soup. After taking a small taste, Kuzan's eyes lit up. Not only because the taste was great, but also because of the ability to digest and absorb with life return. After squeezing out the nutrients of the food in his mouth, he found that his body entered a state of rapid repair. This all shows that these meals are of great benefit to the recovery of the injured. Captain. The treatment and food on our ship. I don't even want to go back to the headquarters. Kuzan put down his chopsticks contentedly. After a hearty meal and medication, everyone could clearly see that Kuzan's wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was even more animalistic than the animal system. No, you still have to go back. Didn't you say that before? I have to chase him step by step to the top and become the Admiral of the Navy. Of course, Rosen couldn't let Kuzan stay here. When he used the Phantom Demon King Fist to control Kuzan, he carefully controlled it, only changing his loyalty, not his memory, personality, and dreams. This was so that when Kuzan returned to the headquarters as an undercover admiral, people familiar with him would not notice anything wrong. Yes. So, I just said it casually. Although staying on the ship is very free, I still want to redefine the justice of the Navy in my own way. Kuzan nodded. This is his goal. Since becoming a Navy Admiral cannot change the current situation of the Navy headquarters, then he will become a Navy Marshal. But if I go back, I will face 2 problems. The Demon Slayer order is gone, and I am defeated by you, Captain. Although in these 3 days, according to the usual style of the warring states, they would choose to completely wipe out the Seven Water City and not let the news of the Admiral's defeat spread, but among the high-ranking officials of the Navy and the 5 elders of the government, these are no secrets. Kuzan frowned and raised 2 difficult questions. The dispute between Sakazuki and I was originally evenly matched. He had the support of the top government officials, and I also had the support of the top Navy officials like Sengoku and Garp. But now, I have suffered a setback from you, Captain, and I will definitely be affected. Now, Sakazuki is more likely to be appointed marshal than me. After all, no matter how much Zhang Guo values me, he would not choose a general with a history of defeat as a marshal. He spread his hands. That's not easy. I will give him a defeat, so that Sakazuki will have the same defeat as you. Then you 2 are back to the same starting line, right? Rosen directly gave a solution. If that doesn't work, just get rid of Sakazuki as well. The problem is gone, Fia, and the people who created the problem are gone too. Who else can compete with you for the position of admiral? His conversation with Kuzen, as if no one else was around, made Nami, Frankie and others on the side tremble with fear. The Admiral of the Navy is our undercover. Our undercover wants to be the Admiral of the Navy. If even a little bit of news leaks out, it will cause an uproar that sweeps the world. The solution is indeed a good one. But Captain, you have to pay attention to one thing. Unlike me who is alone and weak, Borsalino seems to be unhelpful, but in fact, he and Sakazuki are from the same hometown. His non-help was based on the fact that Sakazuki was not at a disadvantage. If Sakazuki is at a disadvantage in the competition with me for the position of marshal, or is likely to fail, I am sure he will choose to stand on Sakazuki's side. Kuzen reminded Rosen. They have each other's life cards. Captain, do you understand what I mean? Once Sakazuki is attacked, Borsalino will choose to go to support without hesitation. You are also someone who has mastered the speed of light. With the life card as a guide, you should know how fast Borsalino should come to support. His words made Rosen think. No wonder. Kuzen was in danger and no one from the navy came to support him. Before, he thought it was because Zhang Guo was full of confidence in Kuzen, and secondly, the news could not be transmitted back to the headquarters, but now it seems that the key lies with the ambiguous and at the same time the most unfathomable Borsalino. If support is really needed. With the opponent's speed, domineering cultivation, and the not too distant distance between the Navy headquarters and the Seven Water City, the support would have been in place long ago. Perhaps, Borsalino never thought of letting Kuzen die, but he definitely didn't mind adding another defeat to Kuzen's resume. Of course. It is also possible that Borsalino never thought that Kuzen would lose at all, and that he would be captured alive. It doesn't matter. If I really want to take action against Sakazuki, I will find a suitable time. I will definitely do it beautifully and won't let anyone doubt me. Rosen's mouth curled up slightly. He had already thought about how to make Kuzen the admiral. If he couldn't find a suitable opportunity to defeat Sakazuki before the end of the war, then the Marshal's Battle of Punk Hazard would be the best opportunity. If that doesn't work, he would reward Sakazuki with a set of Phantom Demon King Fist. By then, Kuzen would be his own man, and Sakazuki would also be his own man. There would be no need for the two to fight over it. Whoever becomes the Marshal would be his subordinate. The Navy headquarters? Even the admirals and the future marshals of the Navy are my people, how can you fight me? There is one more thing. Seeing Rosen's confident look, Kuzen was relieved, but he also remembered another thing. Monkey D. Garp. Chapter 76. Monkey D. Garp. A person's name is like a tree's shadow. When hearing this name, Nami, Nico Robin, and others all looked solemn. It's only been a few days since the problem of Admiral Aokiji, and the Navy hero is coming? I can only say that there are really enough strong men in the Navy. Taking down an admiral is still not enough to shock the entire Navy. The Navy has already known about it, right? Rosen glanced at Nami and the Straw Hat Quartet. With the Navy's intelligence system, it's impossible that they didn't know about it. He was not surprised at all. Moreover, he had no intention of hiding it from the beginning to the end. Sengoku and he chose to hide it from Garp for the time being, and planned to tell him after I defeated you, the captain. But they don't know that I am yours. Now everyone thinks I'm screwed. I'm sure Garp will know all this. So, Captain, you have to be prepared to be targeted by the Navy heroes. Kuzen looked at Rosen seriously. As Garp's disciple, no one knew the importance of the Navy heroes better than him. Even if he was in his prime, he would not be able to win against the old Garp in a one-on-one match. It could even be said that he might not be his opponent. Unlike us generals, Garp is not a person with special abilities, which means he is not afraid of your Tianwu Bailun, Captain. Also, his domineering and physical skills are better than mine. After all, he was a man who could become an admiral of the Navy just by virtue of his domineering aura and a pair of iron fists, but he chose to refuse to take over the admiral position again and again. Kuzen said seriously. Instead of returning to the headquarters, I should stay on the ship for the time being and wait until he is dealt with before leaving. He made a proposal. There is no need for this. The longer you delay, the worse the situation will be for you. As for Monkey D. Garp. Rosen paused for a moment, then shook his head. If he does come, I will let him know one fact. The so-called naval heroes are nothing more than relics of the past. That's all. After a real fight with Kuzen, he had a clear understanding of his own strength. Even if the fruit power has not yet awakened, the 12 forms of the Gold Saint are enough to make him fearless of all types of opponents. Domineering. Fruit power. Swordsmanship. Physical skills. Natural, mythical beast, superhuman. None of them are exceptions. When he took down Kuzen, he didn't even use the 12 forms of the Gold Saint. After learning that Garp might target him, Rosen's first reaction was not fear, but a bit of eagerness to try. The so-called Navy hero, how many forms of the Gold Saint can he use? Not to mention, this period of time has not been in vain. System, unboxing. Rosen glanced at the box next to Kuzen. Although Kuzen was not killed, this box would most likely not produce the ice fruit, but the other accessories on Kuzen were also top-notch. Armament haki. Observation haki. Swordsmanship. Physical skills. All of them were configurations that stood at the top of the sea. Congratulations to the host, the box was opened successfully, and a smile flashed across Rosen's eyes when he heard the reminder sound beside his ear. In terms of observation haki, except for the top-level observation haki that he was born with, all the puzzle pieces are complete. This is 3 seconds of the future. For him, 3 seconds is already extremely long, and he can do a lot of things. After all, his movement speed, punching speed, and leg speed are all at the speed of light. One last thing. And the most important. Captain. Kuzen's words caught Rosen's attention. Aren't Monkey D. Garp the most important? What is that? I will go to the Navy as an undercover agent, and you will promote me to vice captain after I come back. Facing Rosen's gaze, Kuzen said seriously. Even though he was dominated by the Phantom Demon King Fist, his personality did not change. As a Navy, he wanted to be a Navy Marshal. As a pirate, he also wanted to be a vice captain. No. The position of vice captain is mine. Eneel was anxious before Rosen even spoke. He was the first person to follow Rosen and the one who led the ship into the group. He brought the entire arc. A vice captain who can't even beat the crew. Kuzen said this lightly, and Eneel stopped talking. What do you mean? Captain. After dealing with Eneel, he looked at Rosen. Sure. When you become the Admiral of the Navy, you will be the Vice Captain of the God Pirates. To read the exciting novels, go to Lunalia Network. Rosen couldn't help but shook his head and laughed when he heard this. He thought it was something else. But on second thought, this is also good. In case Eneel neglects it. With Kuzen above him, Eneel will only roll in madly on the road to becoming stronger. With Kuzen as the vice captain in front and Khalifa catching up in the back. If Eneel doesn't roll in, he will not even be able to keep the number 3 position of the God Pirates. At the same time, in order to become the Admiral of the Navy, Kuzen, who was originally an honest man, will also try to roll Sakazuki to death. Of course, he will also try his best to improve his status in the pirate group. The work of undercover will only be more in place. Again, the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist only changes loyalty, not character. Kuzen is still the lazy Kuzen. As an admiral. As a pirate. Now that he has the hope of being the vice captain, of course he will roll in. This is what you said. Captain. I'll leave now. If I go back later, I might not even be able to keep my position as a general, let alone a marshal. I ate what I should eat, said what I should say, and asked for the promotion I should ask for. Kuzen immediately stood up, packed a few bottles of ice wine and food from Sanji, and ran away. 3 days and 3 nights had passed since the Battle of Seven Water City. If he didn't go back, his prestige as a general would only be further weakened, which would be detrimental to the development of his undercover work in the future. Captain. As soon as Kuzen left, Eneel was about to say something, but was interrupted by Rosen. If you beat Kuzen, no, if it's a tie, the vice captain will be yours. Don't be unconvinced. Although they are all top-level natural types, you ate the thunder fruit, which is known as invincible. Rosen waved his hand. This is the thunder fruit. If Eneel really doesn't live up to his expectations and can only stay at the level of the 7 warlords, then he doesn't mind changing the owner of the thunder fruit. Thunder God Sanji. Or Thunder God Zoro. This is not impossible. Even Thunder God Nami is fine. Okay. Hearing this, Eneel knew that he had to compete with Kuzen. Thinking of this, he decided to start now. First, he would catch up with Kuzen in his best observation haki. Then he would awaken the thunder fruit. Then he would move on to armament haki. Finally, it would be swordsmanship and physical skills. Chapter 77. Still can't contact Kuzen. In the marshal's office, Jean Guo was calm on the surface, but he was getting more and more anxious inside. It had been more than 3 days, and he still couldn't contact Kuzen. He had thought of many results when he issued the Demon Slayer order to the God Pirates, but he didn't expect it to be like this. The Demon Slayer order was gone. Kuzen, one of the 3 admirals, also lost contact. When such a tragic result was reported back to the headquarters, it caused a huge shock. A long-lost depression and haze had been lingering in the hearts of every senior executive. Even lingering in the hearts of every navy in the headquarters. No. He shook his head. If Garp hadn't had Kuzen's life card, and had used it to confirm that Kuzen's vital signs were stable, the situation would have been even more serious. Kuzen not found. Where's Rosen boy? Is there no news about him? At this time, Garp, with a gloomy face, suddenly spoke. After returning from the New World, his face has never been good. As a grandson, Monkey D. Luffy's life and death are unknown. As a disciple, Kuzen is alive but has lost contact. Facing this situation, it would be strange if he could be in a good mood. We checked the docks of the City of 7 Waters and did not find the golden spaceship among the frozen ships. In other words, the God Pirates are likely to be somewhere in the sky of the Grand Line. Unless they take the initiative to land, it will be difficult for us to determine their location. However, the world government has asked Vegapunk to find a solution. Feeling the domineering power coming towards him, Dark Horse Tianzhang said in a deep voice. Tianzhang boy. If there is any news about the God Pirates, please inform me immediately. I will personally throw that brat named Rosen into the Impel prison. Garp could only suppress his anger and anxiety. Even if he wanted to cause trouble for Rosen, he had to locate him. At this time, he could only hope that Vegapunk could come up with some useful inventions to help the Navy locate the location of the God Pirates. Brew brew. Just as the atmosphere in the huge marshal's office became more and more depressing, the Den Den Mushi on the desk suddenly made a series of rapid calls. This is the marshal's office. Jean Guo picked up the Den Den Mushi and answered the call. Marshal Sengoku, this is the headquarters fortress. Here we see Admiral Aokiji. He was riding a bicycle, approaching the headquarters dock. The voice of Den Den Mushi immediately cleared most of the haze and depression in the office. The loss of contact with a Navy admiral has an extremely huge impact on the headquarters. Not to mention, the Navy headquarters has now agreed to Blackbeard's request, detained Ace the Fire Fist, and announced the news of a public execution. The Whitebeard pirates are already actively preparing for the war. At this critical moment, the Navy is missing an admiral. It is not to say that they will definitely lose, but if they fight, they will inevitably suffer heavy losses. Not to mention that Kuzen can play a huge restraining role on Whitebeard's ability to cause tsunamis. Just talking about the Whitebeard pirates, there is Whitebeard, a general-level existence, and Marco who can fight with the Admiral. In order to steadily eat the entire Whitebeard pirates without casualties of the top combat power, the 3 admirals must be assembled. In addition, the Marshal and the Hero must also be in the battle. None of them can be missing. Kuzen, this kid, is still the same as before, making me worry. Garp cursed, but finally smiled. Kuzen returned safely, now the only thing missing is his grandson. Notify Kuzen and ask him to come to the Marshal's office immediately. Jean Guo also had a relieved expression. But then came a lot of questions. He wanted to know what happened in the Battle of 7 Water City. Why did the demon slayers lose all their troops? Why did Kuzan lose contact for so many days? How strong is the god pirates? Everything affected his mind. Click, to read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Not long after, the door of the marshal's office was pushed open. Yeah. Are you all here? Even Mr. Garp is back. After Kuzan pushed the door open, he found that except for Sakazuki and 2 admiral candidates, almost all the senior members of the Navy were gathered in the office. Perhaps it was because this was his first day as an undercover agent in the Navy headquarters. He had just taken office and encountered such a scene, which made him more or less nervous. Not exciting. Kuzan, are you okay? Seeing that Kuzan was not missing any limbs, Jean Guo was finally relieved. Even though he had already guessed that Kuzan had suffered a great defeat, he still believed that the other party was more suitable to take his place than Sakazuki. Alalalalalalal, what could be the matter? At most, I got beaten up. I almost couldn't come back. Kuzan recounted his defeat with a relaxed look on his face. Did you lose? Borsellino asked calmly. Yes. I fought with Rosen, but I was no match for him. His observation haki has a wide range, so I can only hide in the seabed. But even so, I almost couldn't come back. Kuzan nodded and admitted his defeat. Anyway, those who support him as the marshal will continue to support him regardless of winning or losing, those who don't support him will also not support him regardless of winning or losing. For example, Borsellino. Victory and defeat are common in the military, and no one is always undefeated. The most important thing is to win back. Tell me, what's going on? Jean Guo didn't look at Kuzan, but looked relieved. How to say it? The user of the Thunder Fruit, Shishibukai level. CP9 Trader, Khalifa, the user of the Meatball Fruit. I won't talk about Nico Robin and Nami. Kuzan revealed some information that didn't need to be concealed according to the prepared speech he and Rosen had made. By making the enemy stronger, the impact of the general's defeat could be reduced to a certain extent. Moreover, it would be strange if he didn't know anything after a fight. Just tell me what you are most interested in. Rosen's words were indeed as Tenma said, he was a mythical beast, but it was a mythical beast that was not recorded in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. Except for not being able to transform into an element, he can do everything Borsellino can do, and even do it better, and he can also do what Borsellino can't do. Kuzan pondered for a moment, and then spoke. The most important thing is that he is different from the general mythical beasts. He has no distinction between human form, and beast form. But 4.2 has 5 or more transformation forms. In addition to the ability to control the speed of light, each form of transformation also has other abilities, such as space transfer, lightning, gravity, and fire, etc. He selectively mentioned several forms of the Gold Saints, and then described the process of how the Demon Slayer Order was destroyed. 4 Emperors. After listening to Kuzan's story, Sengoku understood. Rosen is a real 4 Emperors. Moreover, he is not the goalkeeper among the 4 Emperors, and he is not comparable to Big Mom. He is similar to Kaido. He is a hexagonal 4 Emperor. Fruit ability, physical skills, domineering, swordsmanship, health bar, physique, etc. are all top-notch. Yes. This is Rosen, a 4 Emperor-like existence. Kuzan looked around the audience and said a fact that shocked the high-ranking Navy officers present. Chapter 78. Correct. And one more thing. In addition to possessing combat power comparable to the 4 Emperors, Rosen is also a member of the Lunalia clan. Seeing that Sengoku, Garp, and the others all looked heavy, Kuzan seemed to think that their expressions were not exciting enough, and once again revealed a secret. What? After hearing this, the faces of the senior executives present changed again and again. No wonder even you can only return defeated. Garp muttered. In his opinion, with Rosen's horrible configuration, Kuzan, let alone winning, was blessed by the successive naval marshals for returning without missing any parts. His devil fruit was a top-level mythical beast. His domineering power was also complete in 3 colors. His physical skills were maxed out. His swordsmanship was maxed out. His physique was maxed out. His health bar was maxed out. Kyuzan had no advantage in any aspect. It would be a miracle if he could win. At this moment, including Borsellino, all the high-ranking naval officers understood why Kyuzan, who was so strong, was still beaten and lost contact for 4 days. It was not that Kyuzan did not try his best, but that his opponent was too strong. Interesting. I didn't expect that besides Roger, there is another name that can make my blood boil. Rosen boy, right? I will definitely catch you. Garp grinned. Even if there was no Monkey D. Luffy, based on the news brought back by Kyuzan, he decided to meet Rosen. To see if the other party's fist is really as hard as Kyuzan said. This is also what he is most interested in. Etc. Cap, please don't mess around. The most urgent issue is the public execution. When Jean Guo heard this, although he didn't know Rosen's location, he didn't care about that and let Garp calm down first. Ace. Upon hearing the public execution, the smile on Garp's face froze. After all, the one being executed was his other grandson. Brew brew. Just at this moment, one of the Den Den Mushi on the desk suddenly chirped. Click. Sengoku took a look and immediately put on a serious expression before connecting the Den Den Mushi. The next second, a video screen was projected on a screen not far away. The screen showed a spacious room and 5 old men sitting on the sofa. The 5 elders. May I ask if there are any instructions this time? Although Jean Guo did not stand up, he also had a respectful expression on his face. Kyuzan, we all know what you just said. Only one thing. Carter Fram, now he should be called Frankie, has this person also joined Rosen's pirate group? Satan, one of the 5 elders, spoke first, and at the same time a photo of Frankie was projected on the screen. After the war in Water 7 ended, he immediately sent CP agents to Water 7 to search for Frankie. After all, according to the last intelligence Rob Lucci sent back to the world government before his death, the ancient weapon Pluto is most likely in Frankie's hands. Frankie. I remember seeing this person in the 7 Waters city. Kyuzan thought about it for a while, then said. He knew that with the power held by the 5 elders, if they asked this question, it was likely that they had grasped the general information, but they had not yet confirmed it completely. After all, among those frozen people in the 7 Waters city, Frankie and Espagu did not exist. Knowing this, he did not deliberately conceal it. Even if he wanted to conceal it, he could not. Rather than arousing suspicion, it is better to give an ambiguous answer. Yet, Waring states, after the public executions are over, the Navy's next priority is. Just put it on Rosen, the sea does not allow such a person to exist. After hearing this, Satan was silent for a while, and then spoke again. To read the violent novel, go to Philo Novel Network. Yes. Jean Guo nodded in response. As the Admiral of the Navy, he knew some secrets that even the admirals did not know. Therefore, he naturally knew the fear of the 5 elders. Pluto's design, plus Nico Robin. Such a combination can bring ancient weapons back to the sea. Unfortunately, the person who mastered the ancient weapons was not as good as the 5 elders, but Rosen. This is something that the world government cannot tolerate, and it is also the reverse scale of the 5 elders. As for now, we will temporarily offer a bounty on their heads. One of the 5 elder stars, Saint Macasmas, said to Jean Guo. I understand. After hearing this, Sengoku was already thinking about how much reward he should offer for the wanted god pirates. Isn't it just the Rosen kid? Is it necessary to go through so much trouble? If you have any news about him, please tell me now. I will go there in person and arrest him. Garp curled his lips, not taking the 5 elders seriously. It just so happened that he didn't want to stay in the marine headquarters. Otherwise, he would be so close to Impel Down, and he would listen to Sengoku, Tsuru and others discussing how to execute his grandson and how to kill the Whitebeard pirates. He was afraid that he would abandon his lifelong justice and go to Impel Down to break out of the prison. Cap, you are not allowed to act on your own until the public execution is over. But after the Whitebeard pirates are over, we will find a way to let you know Rosen's location. Do you understand? Izambaran v Nasujuro, holding the first-generation Kaititsu, shouted. While going to war with the Whitebeard pirates, he also declared war on a man who could defeat the Admiral of the Navy. Even if he didn't care about the casualties of the Navy, he would not make such a meaningless sacrifice. You have to eat one bite at a time, and you have to kill the king one by one. They naturally understand this principle. Yes, yes, I know. Garp picked his nose with one finger and answered casually. As for how much gold content his words had, it was unknown. Seeing this, the 5 elders knew that Garp was just casually dealing with them, but there was nothing they could do. Garp's qualifications and strength were there. He had Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru by his side, and Admiral Kuzan as his disciple. Before the fundamental interests of the world government were touched, they would not turn against Garp for such a thing. What's more, even if Garp acted willfully, he would still arrest Rosen. This was what they were happy to see happen. It's just that the time has not come yet. Sengoku, are you ready for the battle plan of public execution? Satan, who is known as the old shady one among the 5 elders, has no good way to deal with Garp at this moment. He can only change the topic to the Whitebeard pirates after giving them a warning. Everything's ready. Sakazuki has contacted the Great Whirlpool Spider. There is also the layout of the inner bay. Zhang Guo took out a detailed battle plan and reported the important matters to the 5 elders one by one. Okay, everything will go according to your plan. But there is one thing. Whitebeard and Porgas d'Ace, these two must die. Satan's words made Garp's face darken, but the word justice behind him suppressed him tightly. Click. After the video screen closed, Garp stood up and left with a gloomy face without saying a word. Garp, where are you going? When Zhang Guo saw Garp's expression, with his many years of experience, he immediately knew that he was going to do something. Bang! What responded to him was Garp's domineering door closing sound. Chapter 79. Garp, this guy. Sengoku looked unhappy, but helpless. But he didn't know that Garp was not the only one who was making trouble. After the meeting, Kuzan found a place where no one was and took out the Den Mushi. 3 minutes later, a detailed battle plan between the Navy headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates, every word said by the 5 elders during the video call, and the bounty order for the god pirates that Sengoku had just listed and was now printing and notifying the world in time, were all sent to Rosen on Sky Island. Doesn't the sea allow my existence? What a coincidence! My world does not allow the 5 elders to exist either. Regarding the 5 elders' view, Rosen said that it coincides with his own. Captain, how about you join in the fun? Taking advantage of this war, I will kill Sakazuki. This way, no one will compete with me for the position of marshal, and no one will suspect me. Anyway, after the public execution, the 5 elders will also find an opportunity to attack you for the ancient weapons. Sakazuki is a general supported by the world government. Removing him is equivalent to weakening the power of the 5 elders. The caring undercover, General Kuzan, immediately gave a plan. Talk later. There is still 1 month until the public execution. As for the 5 elders, give them face and call them the 5 elders. If you don't give them face, they will be buried sooner or later. Rosen did not respond to Kuzan's proposal immediately. If it comes to the war on the top, he must go. That's Whitebeard's box. Whether it's the Conqueror's Haki entanglement or the Tremor fruit, he must have it. As for Sakazuki, compared to killing and exploding the box, he prefers to use the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist to dominate the opponent. This can also explode the box, at most there will be no magma fruit. After all, although the magma fruit can also be eaten by other crew members, it is definitely not at the level of Sakazuki. On the contrary, use the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist to control the opponent. Of the 3 admirals of the Navy, 2 are undercovers sent by himself. At that time, who will be the Admiral of the Navy will not be decided by Sengoku or the 5 elders, but by him, Rosen. So what are your plans? Kuzan heard that Rosen seemed to have other plans. Hunt some fruit ability users. Rosen did not hide anything from Kuzan. Nothing is more loyal to him than someone who has been hit by the Phantom Demon King Fist. At least, that was true before he unlocked the Phantom Demon King Fist. Compared to the war at the top, he is more interested in hunting ability users and then opening the boxes to get their devil fruits. It's not impossible. Anyway, in the next 1 or 2 months, the Navy's attention will be on the Whitebeard pirates. You can do whatever you want in Grand Line, but one thing you have to pay attention to is that Garp has set his sights on you. He would not listen to the words of the 5 elders. Kuzan nodded. He also knew that Rosen could not only deprive the devil fruit of the ability user, but also take away the devil fruit of the ability user. Cap. Let him be. If he is so anxious to leave, I will have to let him leave before the war. Rosen's voice was very calm, but it revealed a strong spirit that looked down on generals and heroes. Captain, just keep it in mind. Back to hunting people with special abilities, do you have any favorite targets? If not, I have a list of people with special abilities here, which records the information of many people with special abilities in detail. There are Navy and pirates. It not only records the abilities of these people, but also their approximate locations. Kuzan's words made Rosen's eyes light up. In the vast ocean, except for the 4 emperors who are entrenched in the base camp of the New World and whose positions are basically fixed, it is not easy to hunt people with special abilities. It is not a problem of strength, but a problem of intelligence. But with the intelligence information provided by Kuzan, the most difficult point of hunting people with special abilities is perfectly solved. Have you recorded everything? Rosen looked at Nico Robin, who was recording the list of people with special abilities provided by Kuzan. I've got it. Nico Robin nodded. With her ability, it was no problem for her to do 3 or 4 things at once. With the help of the flower fruit, she could record the information of different people with different abilities at the same time. It's really easy to get things done with someone in the Navy. After Rosen hung up the phone, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Other forces, undercover sent to the Navy, can only be promoted to branch lieutenant general at most. What about him? He started as a Navy admiral, and he was also competing for the position of Navy Marshal. It can be said that except for ancient weapons and the secrets of the celestial dragons, the Navy is like a wide open door in front of him, and there is no secret at all. Who would have thought that the great Admiral Aokiji would be an undercover agent sent by you? Nami shook her head. Even if the 5 elders and Sengoku racked their brains, they could not have imagined that Kuzan, who was second only to the first person in the Navy headquarters, would be a spy sent by Rosen. They had just made a series of arrangements against the Whitebeard pirates and their god pirates, but they were sent to them by Kuzan in less than a few minutes. Frankie, what's the result of the arc upgrade? Rosen didn't say much about Kuzan, but turned to look at Frankie. The upgrade has been completed. It's just that because you, Captain, haven't left your room for 3 days and 3 nights, we haven't conducted the final test flight yet. If there are no problems after the test flight, we can set sail at any time. When talking about the upgraded Shenzhou Manifesto, Frankie became excited. For the spaceship that has just been upgraded by the world's 3 major shipbuilders, even he himself is full of expectations and wants to see the performance limit of this ship. How long will it take to get a good job? Rosen asked. 3 days. Frankie gave an accurate answer and explained to Rosen. It means that the test flight is not just a circle in the sky. In addition to testing the flight speed, it also tests the flight endurance and the ability to dive underwater. Well, just rest for 3 days on Sky Island. Rosen nodded when he heard this. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Before that, he had a big battle with Kuzan, and then used the Phantom Demon King Fist on him for 3 days and 3 nights, and only then did he completely dominate Kuzan, who had extremely strong domineering and will. Even if the physique is strong, coupled with the blessing of the gold Saint Seiya form, even if the body is not tired, the spirit is a little tired. He took this opportunity to take a good rest. Naturally, everyone had no objection to this. After all, the god pirates are Rosen's one-man show. Chapter 80. 3 days may not seem like a long time, but it is enough to stir up a storm in the era. With a bounty order issued from the Navy headquarters, in just 72 hours, a name, together with the pirate group it controls, made a sensation in the entire Grand Line. Rosen, captain of the God Pirates. Bounty, 3 billion berries. Extremely dangerous, regardless of life or death. In order to cover up the fact that Kizaru was defeated and the Demon Slayer order was destroyed, the Navy did not make any marks in the newspaper, nor did it explain the deeds of the person on the bounty, but the extremely eye-catching 3 billion bounty was enough to explain everything. Moreover, in order to divert attention, and perhaps to provoke disputes between pirates. In the newspaper, the Navy also named Rosen the fifth emperor. The effect was surprisingly good. A bounty of 3 billion berries, coupled with the title of the fifth emperor. It immediately attracted the attention of two major forces that had a lot of dealings with the Navy. The 7 warlords of the sea. And the 4 emperors. 3 billion. And there is the 5th emperor. What a grand ceremony. Can this guy named Rosen afford it? Hey, who is this guy? I've never heard of it before. This shouldn't be the case. He's just a rookie pirate, but the first time the Navy offers a bounty on him, it's as high as 3 billion berries. This bounty is almost catching up with red hair. Did the Navy take the wrong medicine? Or was the amount printed incorrectly, with a few extra zeros? Moby Dick. A group of white team captains, holding Rosen's bounty order, surrounded Whitebeard and talked about Gulala. Jean Guo is not young anymore, but he is not yet senile. Just based on this bounty order, I am sure that this kid named Rosen is definitely not a simple person. He must have done something that the Navy cannot tolerate, but must cover up. Whitebeard was also a little surprised when he saw Rosen's bounty order. He has lived for more than 70 years, and this is the first time he has seen someone wanted by the Navy for the first time, with a bounty of 3 billion berries. Having dealt with Sengoku for half his life, he almost thought without thinking that Rosen must have stabbed the Navy headquarters in the back, but the Navy could only endure it and cover it up, ashamed to speak out. His crew is not simple. Look at this. Vice Captain, Eneel, is actually the user of the thunder fruit. There is also the meatball fruit user, Khalifa. Doesn't this mean that Bartholomew Kuma is also dead? Jaws held the bounty orders for the other members of the God Pirates. Eneel, Vice Captain of the God Pirates. Bounty, 1 billion berries. Khalifa, crew member of the God Pirates, former member of CP9. Bounty, 300 million berries. Let's not talk about other things for now. Just the bounty on Eneel and Khalifa has already made all the captains of the white team look at it sideways. BHCF, after all. The New World is very big, but also very small. 80 to 90% of the islands are basically ruled by the 4 emperors. A pirate group that has such a terrifying bounty before entering the New World will definitely cause a stir once it enters the New World. Rosen. What on earth did this kid do? Whitebeard stared at the photo on the bounty order for Rosen, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he wondered what the other party had done. It was unexpected that he could get such a high bounty for the first time. Coincidentally, on the other side, Shanks, who was also one of the 4 emperors, was also holding Rosen's bounty order and a newspaper and fell into deep thought. Beckman, what do you think? Shanks pondered for a moment, knowing that Beckman was the smartest, and he couldn't help but look at his deputy. I don't know why the Navy is looking for Rosen with a 3 billion bounty. I only know. Luffy, something might have happened. Beckman bit a cigar and placed several bounties in front of Shanks. Because Rosen's bounty was too eye-catching, Shanks' attention was focused on it and he didn't look closely at the bounties of other people behind him. After Beckman reminded him, his eyes shifted to other bounties. He didn't look at it well, and his face changed instantly. Roronoa Zoro, former Straw Hat Pirates swordsman. Bounty, 100 million berries. Sanji, former Straw Hat Pirates chef. Bounty, 88 million berries. Strange. Although we have never met, Luffy's crew should not be so spineless. Beckman looked at the bounty order of Zoro and others, and he was puzzled. Beckman, I think we should go meet this Rosen. Shanks' eyes turned cold in an instant. Boom! A thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky, and the sky, which was originally sunny and bright, suddenly changed color. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Dark clouds covered the sky. The wind was raging. Thunderous fans. It seemed that even the sky changed color due to his emotions. Beckman nodded slightly. As Shank's right-hand man, he naturally knew how important Luffy was to him. Moreover, he also knew that he should take this opportunity to find out Luffy's situation. Whether he was alive or dead, there had to be an explanation. And those crew members of Luffy, were they spineless or pretending to surrender? There seemed to be some kind of tacit understanding between the four emperors. Whitebeard became interested in Rosen. Shanks had the idea of leaving. Kaido, who was far away in Onigashima, was shocked at first when he saw Rosen's bounty order, and then he showed an excited smile. Ugh, ugh. 3 billion little devils. Interesting. Kaido was drinking and thinking. I wonder how many times Rosen, who is on the wanted list, can take the beating from me. Mr. Kaido, do you want to challenge him in a duel? Jin, who was sitting opposite Kaido, immediately understood his king's thoughts when he heard his king's laughter. To be precise, it is to make him surrender. The guy who can be rewarded by the navy with such a bounty must be a monster. Such a monster is the most suitable to be my subordinate. Kaido said domineeringly. There will be this opportunity. The paradise is too small to accommodate a man like Rosen. He will come to the new world sooner or later. Jin's tone was full of certainty. The new world is also small and cannot accommodate a fifth emperor. Kaido also said. Of course. Jin nodded in agreement. Even the goalkeeper among the four emperors, Charlotte Linlin, could fight Kaido for a whole day and night without a clear winner. Unless the navy disregards the shame and makes public the fact that Kuzan lost to Rosen, 3 billion berries alone is not enough for the four emperors to recognize that Rosen is qualified to be on equal footing with them. Kaido thinks so, Whitebeard thinks so, and the other four emperors are no exception. In fact, Kaido is already thinking about finding an opportunity to test the quality of Rosen, the fifth emperor, and it would be best if he could make the other party surrender and become his subordinate. The fifth emperor. He should be the subordinate of the four emperors. At least, Kaido thinks so. Just when the Grand Line was in turmoil because of Rosen's bounty order, the god pirates, who were far away in Sky Island, also ushered in the day of resetting sail after 3 days of test flight of the new ship and confirmed that the upgrade of Shenzhou Maxim was very successful. Robin. Who is the person with special abilities closest to us? The mediocre fruit ability, needless to say. Seeing that the performance of Shenzhou Maxims has reached his expectations, Rosenton once again thought of hunting ability users. In addition to Eneel, Nico Robin, Khalifa, and Chopper, who are ability users, he also has non-ability users including Nami, Frankie, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp. In other words, at least 5 more fruit ability users can be created. But the only useful devil fruit in his hand is the Door fruit. Obviously not enough, he must find other ability users to borrow 5. Chapter 81. According to the list given by Kuzan, the closest and more famous ability users are. That's him. Gecko Moria. Nico Robin picked up the list in her hand and fixed her eyes on the name of Gecko Moria. One of the 7 warlords of the sea. Possessing the ability of the superhuman Shadow fruit. She revealed the ability of Gecko Moria's fruit. Shadow fruit. Who among you is interested? Rosen looked around the room. He didn't take the 7 warlords of the sea seriously at all. He decided the life and death of a veteran 7 warlord of the sea with his mouth. The ability to control shadows. When Sanji heard that it was not the transparent fruit he had always dreamed of, he curled his lips on the spot, with a look of disgust on his face. I am not interested in anything other than swordsmen and famous swords. Zoro shook his head and refused. Are there any fruit abilities related to shipbuilding? Frankie crossed his arms, indicating that he was not very interested. If possible, I would like to eat a devil fruit related to sniping. Usopp also said. The list given by Kuzan mentioned that under Gecko Moria, in addition to himself being the user of the shadow fruit, there is also a user of the transparent fruit, a user of the spirit fruit, and a swordsman with the black blade Autumn Water. Of course. The main ship of their pirate group is also quite interesting, it is a ship the size of an island. As soon as Nico Robin finished explaining, the expressions of Sanji, Zoro, and Frankie changed immediately. Especially Sanji and Zoro, both of them had shining eyes. "Captain, please grant me the transparent fruit." Sanji knelt on one knee in front of Rosen. The transparent fruit. This was the devil fruit of his dreams. Even if he hadn't been brainwashed by the Phantom Demon King Fist, it was worth it for him to kneel down to Rosen for this. "Captain, please let me fight the swordsman with the black sword Shushui." The moment Zoro heard the black sword Shushui, his eyes were shining. "I want to study the main ship of Gecko Moria." Frankie was very interested. "All right. You guys have already reserved the abilities or weapons under Gecko Moria. On the contrary, no one cares about Gecko Moria's ability." Rosen couldn't help but shake his head and laugh when he saw this. Gecko Moria's fruit ability, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was something that even dogs wouldn't eat. It was even less popular than the abilities of Gecko Moria's subordinates or their weapons. If this arrogant 7 warlord knew about this, I guess his expression would be very interesting. "That's settled. Target: the Terror Bark Pirates." Rosen thought about it and decided to start with Gecko Moria. First, the distance is short. Second, there is the black sword Autumn Water and the transparent fruit. Third, even if no one wants to eat the shadow fruit, Gecko Moria can still be controlled by the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist. By then, after being brainwashed, Gecko Moria will no longer rely on the abilities of others like before. No problem. The moment Rosen made the decision, the Pirates of God immediately began to operate in an orderly manner. Nami determined the direction, Eneel drove the ark, Usopp looked around, and Frankie checked the operation of the ship and made adjustments at any time. After the transformation and upgrade by Eneel, Espagu, and Frankie, the appearance of the ark seemed to have not changed much, but the performance had changed greatly. Not only does it have the ability to sneak for a long time on the seabed, but the speed of flying in the sky has also been greatly improved. As Eneel continued to speed up, the flight speed of the ark was quickly increased to 80 km per hour. Compared with the previous ark, the flight speed has increased by nearly twice. Under Nami's precise control of direction and climate, Rosen found that the scene in front of him had changed drastically after only soaring in the sky for half a day. Whether it was the sea or the sky, it was covered by thick fog that covered the sky. The visibility was pitifully low. "It's very foggy here. The magnetic field is even more chaotic. I can only roughly identify the direction, but if we want to find the Thriller Bark Pirates, it's up to you guys. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network." Nami looked at the thick fog in all directions and frowned slightly. "Eneel." Rosen sat on the golden throne, with his legs on Khalifa and Nico Robin. "Yes." Eneel nodded in understanding, and his observation haki instantly spread out. Although his perception range is not as good as Rosen's, it is enough to monitor the size of the entire Sky Island. At this time, he was like a human radar on the Shenzhou precepts, carefully sensing the breath in all directions. Suddenly, Eneel stopped, as if he noticed something strange, and couldn't help rubbing his eyes, but found that there was still nothing in front of him except the thick fog. Thinking of a fruit ability user under the command of Gecko Moria mentioned by Nico Robin before, he suddenly understood, but a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. "Transparent fruit, what a troublesome ability user!" He sneered, and then a huge electric current visible to the naked eye surged out of his body, turning into a huge thunder dragon with bared fangs and claws, tearing through the thick fog barrier in front of him, and actually flew towards Rosen's direction. "Eneel, what do you want to do?" Faced with the sudden change, everyone present was shocked. Immediately, Zoro immediately pulled out the Wado Ikimonji, Sandai Kaititsu, and Suezu from the scabbard, and at the same time, the three-headed and six-armed Ashura posture was faintly revealed. Sanji spun on the spot and showed the devil wind kick. Usopp pulled the slingshot and locked Eneel. Chopper directly transformed into a burly and strong human form. This is the power of the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist. The Straw Hat 4 completely defeated Rosen's absolute loyalty. Only Khalifa and Nico Robin were a little surprised in their hearts, but they calmed down in an instant. The two seemed to understand something, and they chose to sit quietly in Rosen's arms, letting Eneel's thunder dragon carry high heat and electric current to rush towards them. Boom! Just when Zoro and others were about to attack Eneel, the thunder dragon in front of Rosen suddenly turned and bit the air on the left side of the golden throne. Ah! A shrill scream suddenly sounded. Under the bite of the thunder dragon, the air was blurred, and then a burly figure with a lion's head and a human body gradually became visible to the naked eye from a transparent and invisible state. The most important thing is that his two hands actually maintained the movement of reaching out to Khalifa and Nico Robin respectively. The idea is self-evident. However, when the opponent was less than half a meter away from the two, he was bitten by the thunder dragon released by Eneel, and could only helplessly endure the destruction of thunder and lightning. The user of the transparent fruit. Sanji, Zoro, and the others who were about to attack looked at the figure bathed in thunder and wailing, and reacted one after another. Seeing that the other party dared to reach out to Rosen's woman, Sanji, Zoro, and the others' eyes turned cold instantly. Chapter 82. You bastard! How dare you reach out your evil hands to Miss Khalifa and Miss Robin? They are Rosen-sama's women. Faced with Absalom's appearance and actions, Sanji was instantly furious. Even though he was hit by the Phantom Demon King Fist, what he hated most was that someone ate the transparent fruit and then wanted to do something blasphemous in front of him. The Devil's Wind Kick was fully activated, and even because of excessive anger, it actually triggered the armament color hardening that he had practiced for many days but still had not mastered. Devil's Wind Kick. Sanji flew up, his body spinning rapidly in the air while falling rapidly. When he was about to land, his fiery kick was like a flaming hammer, smashing hard on Absalom's head. 9 swords style Ashura piercing might. Zoro flashed over with 9 swords, dragging 9 cold and piercing 397 ghost energy edges, and in the moment he passed by Absalom, he directly cut off his limbs. Ah! First it was Eneel's thunder dragon, then Sanji's devil storm kick, and finally Zoro's 9 swords style. The successive heavy blows made Absalom, who had lost his limbs, crawl at Rosen's feet. He barely raised his neck and just happened to meet a pair of condescending eyes. Absalom! Rosen glanced at Absalom, who was so close. He was not surprised at the appearance of this man. Long before, his observation Haki had seen Absalom approaching him in the invisible state. Just like what Eneel said. The transparent fruit is really a tricky ability. This is not only difficult for Eneel, but also for Rosen. Because of the combination of observation Haki and the Gold Saint form, he can even directly see Absalom in his invisible state. No, don't kill me. I am Lord Moria's subordinate. That's one of the 7 warlords of the sea. When Absalom and Rosen looked at each other, he saw the murderous intent in each other's eyes. He begged for mercy and threatened at the same time, but before he finished speaking, one foot fell like Optimus Prime, stepping on his only head that could still move on the deck. Then, whoosh! A flash of golden light. Absalom's voice stopped abruptly. At the same time, his head, which was mixed with fear and threat, had separated from his neck, flew across the sky, passed through the thick fog, and finally fell into the sea. Pa! Along with Absalom's headless body, there was also a box crawling at Rosen's feet. System, unboxing. Rosen didn't even look at it, and said silently in his heart. Congratulations to the host, the unboxing was successful, and the superhuman transparent fruit was obtained. As the system prompt sounded, a devil fruit appeared out of thin air in Rosen's hand. It was the devil fruit of Absalom, who had moved his head. The sharp-eyed Sanji took a fancy to this devil fruit at first sight. As a former Germa, he had looked through the devil fruit illustrations more than once, but he didn't remember the appearance of other devil fruits, but the transparent fruit was still fresh in his memory, even engraved into his bones. Transparent fruit. How much Sanji disliked Absalom, the transparent ability user, now he liked the ownerless transparent fruit in Rosen's hand. Seeing the wild transparent fruit in front of him, he took 2 steps at a time and performed the 6-style shave, then knelt in front of Rosen. Lord Rosen. That burning look said it all, except for that one sentence. Sanji, choose the transparent fruit. There are fruits in every door, but you don't eat them. There are shadow fruits, but you don't eat them. You have to choose the transparent fruit. Seeing this, Rosen shook his head helplessly, and then threw the transparent fruit in his hand to Sanji. Of course, he could order Sanji to eat the door fruit or the shadow fruit. As long as he opened his mouth, Sanji, who would never kick a woman, would not hesitate to betray his chivalry. Not to mention eating the devil fruit. However, Rosen was still very generous to those who had been dominated by the Phantom Demon King Fist. In most cases, he would not force them. After all, this was his most loyal subordinate. Since Sanji wanted to eat the transparent fruit so much, then give it to him. Anyway, the future Zillu of the Rain was also eyeing this devil fruit. Maybe this transparent fruit has powerful abilities that he himself didn't know about. To read the violent novels, go to Phila Novel Network. This is my dream. Sanji took the transparent fruit with shaking hands, and then, as if afraid that someone would snatch it from him, he endured the piercing taste and quickly ate the transparent fruit in his hand. In a moment, under his ecstatic eyes, he watched his body disappear bit by bit until he was completely invisible. This idiot! Zoro retorted. Even though he was controlled by the Phantom Demon King Fist, one thing remained unchanged. That was that he disliked Sanji. This is a man's ultimate dream. Green Algae Head, you are a guy who only cares about fencing, you know shit. Since you have fulfilled your dream today, I will not bother you this time. After eating the transparent fruit, Sanji fulfilled his lifelong dream. In a good mood, he did not fight with Zoro for the first time. Khalifa. If he is like Absalom, don't hesitate. Just beat him to death. Nico Robin looked at Sanji, who was showing off his transparent ability, and said in a deep voice. I will. Khalifa lifted her glasses on her nose, her calm voice revealing a cold murderous intent. She had made up her mind. From this moment on, she would seriously practice the observation haki. Not only her, but Nami and Robin also thought so. Even though they knew that Sanji would never dare to use the transparent fruit to spy on them, after seeing Absalom use this ability on obscene women, they decided to practice observation haki in the future. It would be best if it could foresee the future. Captain, since Abu 2.7 Salam, a transparent person, appears here, it means we are not far from Gecko Moria, a Shichibukai. Frankie ignored Sanji, who was showing off his transparent ability. It's not far away, it's right in front of us. Rosen raised his hand and released a golden flash, like the sun descending, scattering thousands of golden lights, instantly tearing through the thick fog, and reflecting the outline of a huge ship like an island not far away in everyone's sight. The terrifying three-masted sailing ship. Everyone looked closely. Although they had never come into contact with Moonlight Moria, the island-sized ship was too recognizable. Eneel. Let Moonlight Moria come to see me. Now, immediately. Rosen looked at the terrifying three-masted ship, and his calm voice revealed an unquestionable tone. Chapter 83. Yes. As Rosen's number one lackey, Eneel nodded respectfully after receiving Rosen's order, then raised his left hand high, and his whole body burst into lightning that shone like the sea. The priest's judgment. Accompanied by a sharp shout, the white thunder shot up into the sky, like a shocking thunder python, tearing through the thick clouds and mist, crossing the distance between the two ships, breaking through the air and flying directly above a gloomy castle, and then carrying a tremendous force, it fell down. Thunder. Etc. How come it's getting closer and closer? Eneel's voice was so loud that Moonlight Moria, who was sitting in the castle reading a newspaper, suddenly changed his expression. Wrong. It's the user of the thunder fruit. He seemed to have sensed something and immediately looked up at the ceiling. Boom. Just as he looked up, the ceiling of the castle had been torn apart by the thunder pillar that fell from the sky, and then fell down in an instant, submerging Moonlight Moria in the thunder pillar. After the lightning dissipated, a huge hole appeared in the ceiling and floor of the castle at the same time. Moonlight Moria disappeared. 17 After a few seconds, a fat figure who looked a little embarrassed just climbed out of the deep pit. Damn it! God pirates! How come these guys suddenly came to my place? Moonlight Mariah's expression was very ugly. He was just reading the news about the god pirates published in the newspaper, and he never thought that the other party would come and drop a terrifying lightning column directly on his head. If he hadn't reacted quickly and controlled the shadow in the first time, turning it into a shadow box to cover and protect himself, he would have been seriously injured by the lightning. Suddenly, a silver-white arc of electricity passed through the floor of the castle, and then under the gloomy gaze of Moonlight Mariah, the arc gradually turned into a lightning figure. It was the new trick that Eneel had developed from the Thunder Fruit. Thunder Clone. Moria, right. I think you know who we are. Let's go, my master wants to see you. Raiden transformed into Eneel and ordered Gecko Moria in a commanding tone. Who do you think I am? I am Shishibukai. Can that little brat Rosen see him whenever he wants? You are just a lucky kid who got a high bounty. Don't be so arrogant. Gecko Moria was already furious after almost being hit by a lightning bolt. He was even more furious when he saw Eneel treating him as a nobody and calling him to come and go. If Lord Rosen hadn't specifically asked to see you, you would be dead now based on what you just said. Eneel's Thunder Clone heard this and his eyes flashed with murderous intent visible to the naked eye. You'd better understand one thing, this is a notice, this is an order, but it is not a question. Besides, the lightning just now was just a greeting to you. 3 seconds later, if my clone does not see any signs of you moving, you will see a scene of thousands of thunders descending and the island sinking. Believe me, as the first priest under Lord Rosen and the vice-captain of the god pirates, I definitely have this ability. As soon as the Thunder Clone finished speaking, there was a roar of thunder in the sky above the castle, and the deafening sound resounded throughout the terrifying three-masted sailing ship. You! Moonlight Mariah looked up and found that there were countless lightnings gathering above his head, as if forming a thunder ball. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Not only about Eneel, but also about Rosen, whom he had never met. What kind of power does it take to use a thunder ability user to this extent? When he thought of Rosen's bounty and the fact that the Navy named him the 5 Emperors in the newspaper, he couldn't help but have an idea. This man. Could it be that he really has the strength to stand on equal footing with the 4 Emperors? The Navy knew so well. The Navy offered a bounty of 3 billion. It must have understood Rosen's ability. As for how to understand it, Moonlight Mariah knew it with just a thought. Admiral of the Navy. 1. The Thunder Clone uttered a number. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Do you know who you are talking to? Little brat. Although Gecko Moria guessed that Rosen and the Admiral must have fought, and at least it was a draw, he was still very dissatisfied with Eneel's tone. In his opinion, he had also challenged the existence of the 4 Emperors. Although he was KO'd by Kaido. But even so, Rosen should have come to see him in person, instead of sending a crew member to come, and still give orders in a condescending manner. 2. The moment the Thunder Clone said 2, the roar of thunder from the sky became more and more deafening. At the same time, Moonlight Moria also saw a terrifying thunder ball gradually condensing and rapidly forming. Asshole! Doesn't Rosen want to see me? Okay. Since he wants to die, I'm going to take his head worth 3 billion berries. And you, Eneel, wait for me. After I take your captain's head, I will make sure that you, this arrogant man, will fully realize the terror of the 7 warlords of the sea. When Gecko Moria saw the might of thunder and lightning lingering in the sky, he did not dare to guarantee that his terrifying 3-masted sailing ship could withstand it. Fearing and helpless, he could only 737 lower his posture, and under the threat and coercion of Eneel, he left immediately after leaving a few words that were harsh on the outside but weak on the inside. Upon seeing this, the Thunder Clone turned into an arc of electricity and then slowly disappeared. The face had been lost. Gecko Moria, who just wanted to get back the place as soon as possible, did not hesitate, but with a gloomy face, he rushed towards the direction of Rosen with anger like a volcanic eruption. With his strength, even if he had been abandoned for many years, his foundation was still there, and at full speed, his speed was not slow at all. Compared with the average elite vice admiral of the headquarters, it was even much faster. Mr. Rosen. I have conveyed your meaning to Moria. He's already on his way. On the deck of Shenzhou Zion, Eneel spread out his observation haki and sensed that Gecko Moria's breath did not delay, but was approaching him at a high speed. Then he reported his results to Rosen. Moria's answer later, if I don't want to hear it. Do you know what to do? Rosen supported his chin with one hand and nodded without comment. Of course. Eneel understood immediately after hearing this. Keep him alive. But he doesn't need to be too alive, just a breath of life is enough. He has seen Rosen obtain the devil fruit from the ability user more than once, so he knows it very well. Chapter 84. The opponent this time is the 7 warlords of the sea. Mr. Rosen. Aren't you going to do it yourself? Seeing this, Khalifa, who was sitting on Rosen's lap, pushed her glasses up on the bridge of her nose. Like you said. Cricket is just a Shishibukai, not a rare species. If Hawkeye had come, it would be understandable, but as for Mariah, ha ha ha. When Rosen talked about the 7 warlords of the sea, he just shook his head and chuckled, his voice full of contempt for the 7 warlords of the sea. He had been in the Grand Line for so long and had raised so many crew members, wasn't it just for today? Even Gecko Moria had to do it himself, so what was he doing hunting people with special abilities, collecting so many devil fruits, and training so many crew members? It would be better to be like Hawkeye, 1 man and 1 ship, roaming the sea. The king must have the majesty and attitude of a king. It's not impossible for him to go down in person, but at least he has to be at the level of Joricolmia. As for the other warlords of the sea, just leave it to the crew to deal with. Rosen is not interested in being like King Luffy, whether it is the 5 emperors or the 4 emperors, they are all like bachelor commanders and gangsters. Obviously, the other party is a small scoundrel, but he can only go down in person, and he has to start the 5th gear at any time. It's as if he has no subordinates, or that his subordinates are completely decorations. In that case, why not let me deal with Gecko Moria? At this time, Khalifa finally revealed her true intentions. Obviously. She said so much just to find an opportunity to take the right to fight Gecko Moria from Eneel. Lord Rosen has already said that Moria will be dealt with by me. Eneel was unhappy when he heard this, but considering that Khalifa's long legs and black stockings were something that even Rosen could not withstand, he could only speak in a gentle voice. If the opponent was the Straw Hat 4, who were simply dominated by the illusionary demon King Fist, he would have issued a priest's judgment. However, Khalifa was recently contradicted by Rosen. Even if he was dissatisfied with the other party stealing his opponent, he could only endure it. Okay, no need to argue anymore. The battle between pirates is not just a game. Besides, did I ever tell you to act alone? Rosen interrupted the argument between the two. No matter if it's pirates or navy, this sea has never been a place where 1v1 battles between kings and generals are advocated. You can choose to fight alone, but you must be prepared to be beaten up by the enemy at any time. He naturally has a deep understanding of this. When fighting with the navy, didn't his god pirates face the admiral of the navy, 5 vice-admirals of the headquarters, 10,000 elite navy soldiers, and a group fight of 10 warships? The difference in ships is 10 times. The difference in personnel is 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Similarly, when facing Gecko Moria, Rosen would not choose to let the crew members come forward one by one to fight. He only cares about the result, not the process. The thing this world lacks the least is pirates. There are now 6 of the 7 warlords of the sea. As for the 4 emperors, there are still 4 of them, not counting their crews. Are you afraid of not having a fight? Rosen's words made Eneel and Khalifa feel that they made sense, so they stopped arguing, but they all thought in their hearts that they should be one step ahead of the other and take down Moonlight. Moria. Bang 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 bang. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded. The people on the Shenzhou proverbs looked around and saw that a large number of strange figures that did not look like living people suddenly emerged from the forest of the terrifying 3-masted sailboat. Some were animals, some were humans, and some were other races. All kinds of creatures, but all had gloomy faces, like the living dead, scrambling to the edge of the terrifying three-masted sailboat, and then cast a covetous look at Rosen and others. At the same time, behind the zombie army, a fat but unusually tall figure, greeted by many zombie subordinates, came like an emperor. What is that? Zombies. As expected of the 7 warlords of the sea, the world government recruits forces specifically to deter pirates. Looking at the zombie army all over the mountains, Nami, Robin, and others couldn't help but change color. Having such an army under their command, regardless of the overall combat power, but the appearance can definitely scare many pirates. Rosen, hi. You said you wanted to see me. I have seen it now, but you'd better give me a satisfactory explanation, otherwise, you and your crew will be prepared to leave your shadow forever. Moonlight Moria's cold eyes crossed the gap between the two ships and fell on Rosen, who was sitting on the golden throne. To read the violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. Yes. I said I wanted to see you. But it's just you. Rosen glanced at Moonlight Moria, who was surrounded by zombies like a moon surrounded by stars. A group of zombies that would not be hungry, die, or get sick seemed powerful enough to make most pirates in the first half of the Grand Line despair, but it was only the first half. But it was simply a foolish dream to challenge Kaido with the product of the shadow fruit. With the domineering color clearing the field, only one zombie that could stand would survive. What do you mean? Moonlight Moria was about to ask, but Khalifa and Eneel, who were guarding Rosen on both sides, disappeared from their original positions at the same time. Boom! One of them turned into lightning and rushed straight to the sky, attracting thousands of lightning with his gestures. 10,000 thunderbolts! Eneel stood right above the zombie army. With a simple wave of his right hand, the lightning that had been hovering in the sky instantly descended. Hundreds of lightning bolts, like indestructible blades, swept through the zombie army. Wherever they passed, the ground cracked, sand and gravel collapsed, and smoke and dust rose. The zombies that claimed that they would not die, would not be hungry, would not get sick, and could fight forever until they dragged their enemies into the abyss of hell, turned into charcoal under the thunderbolts. Their bodies were smoking, their limbs were separated, and they were blown away in a mess. The same person, Zhao Eli, judged at the same time. Khalifa has taken off the black silk gloves covering her hands, and cat-like pads have grown on her palms. Then she raised her hands high, with her palms facing each other, and released a powerful elastic force, which continuously compressed the air. In the blink of an eye, an extremely huge cat paw-shaped translucent sphere condensed and formed, and then continued to compress. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the cat paw-shaped translucent sphere that was originally as big as a giant has been compressed into a palm-sized air block. Then, Khalifa used the ability of the meatball fruit to launch herself at the speed of light, and appeared on the left side of Gecko Moria as if teleporting. The speed was so fast that he only had time to turn around and look at Khalifa, who had already gently pushed her hands and pushed the cat-shaped air block in her palms out horizontally. After doing all this, Khalifa disappeared from the spot in an instant and returned to the deck of Shenzhou Maxims. Then, like a docile cat, she fell on Rosen's thigh and snuggled in his arms. Boom! Chapter 85. As Khalifa returned to Rosen's arms like a swallow flying into the forest, the cat paw-shaped gas block that had left her hands immediately burst into a dazzling white light, and then its size grew rapidly. In less than 2 seconds, the gas block that was only the size of a palm had expanded to a huge shock wave with a diameter of hundreds of meters. As the master of the zombie army, Moonlight Moria, who was closest to the shock wave and in the core area, was the first to bear the brunt of it. He only had time to utter the meatball fruit. Then, his fat body was submerged by the shock wave, which distorted his facial features and wrinkled them into a ball. His body was naturally not spared, and was pressed into a twist by the shock wave. Blood flowed out. Even a strong person like Moonlight Moria was not spared, and his zombie army was no exception. As the shock wave expanded wildly, a large area of land was torn and shattered like a biscuit, and billowing smoke and dust rose into the sky, surrounding the shock wave, weaving a scene of destruction. When the thunder stopped and the impact dissipated, the huge pirate ship that looked like an island had been turned upside down by the power of Khalifa and Eneel. Almost all the zombies were wiped out, leaving only a huge deep pit, like a basin of land smashed by a meteorite hitting the ground. In the deepest part of the deep pit, there was a twisted black coffin, which seemed to have suffered a huge destruction, and it was almost impossible to keep the appearance of a coffin. Not far away, a zombie holding a black knife Chu Shui used the knife as a crutch, barely maintaining one kneeling on the ground, so as not to fall to the ground. Yo ho ho ho! I didn't expect that I could witness this level of power. Ryoma raised his neck, his empty eyes staring straight at Eneel and Khalifa on the golden spaceship, and then transferred to their masters. The great swordsman's intuition left behind by the corpse told him that compared to Eneel and Khalifa, the man sitting on the golden throne was the most terrifying one. This kind of man is the opponent I am looking for. To die in his hands is not in vain to practice swordsmanship all my life. Although I am already dead. Longma murmured, then forced himself to stand up, holding the black knife Kiashui in his hand, and rushed out quickly, like an arrow from a bow, running all the way to the edge of the terrifying three-masted sailboat, then stepped up, and the man and the knife seemed to merge into one, dragging the boundless edge, turning into a flying star that pierced the sky, and slashed towards Rosen. He knew that he could be free today. He could no longer live in the world as a zombie and be dominated by Moonlight Moria. However, as a swordsman who killed a flying dragon in his lifetime, Longma had his own pride. Even if he wanted to be free, he would not allow himself to die at the hands of a small scoundrel, and he had to be an opponent of sufficient weight. Would you like to be freed by my help? Unfortunately, you have already died. You are not worthy of dying in my hands a second time. Faced with the Ryoma Shimatsuki who was attacking with a knife, Rosen still sat upright on the golden throne, with no intention of getting up. He only glanced at the black knife Kiashui in the other's hand, and then looked away, as if the other was not worth his second glance. If it was the Ryoma Shimatsuki who was alive, he would still treat him differently, or even take action himself. But what was in front of him was just a corpse, and a corpse whose combat power was lowered by Brook's shadow. A Ryoma corpse stuffed with Brook's shadow was not worthy of his help. What? Ryoma's face remained unchanged when he heard this, but there seemed to be anger burning in the depths of his dark eyes, and the sharpness of the black knife in his hand became more and more shocking. Obviously, he did not accept Rosen's statement at all. He did not intend to ask for his opinion. He looked like, either help me get rid of it, or die under my knife. Seeing this, Eneel, who was standing by, had just put his right hand on the handle of the big sword rakery at his waist, but a voice made him stop willingly. Deputy Captain, why don't you just hand him over to me? It was Zoro's voice. It was the words Deputy Captain that made Eneel extremely happy, and then he loosened his hand holding the hilt of the sword. Clang! Just when the black sword Chu Shuibing was approaching Rosen and was less than half a meter away from him, three long swords came out of nowhere, dragging their sharp blades and slashing, forcibly stopping Ryoma and the black sword Chu Shui in his hand. Hey, didn't you hear what our captain said? A swordsman like you is not even worthy of being entertained by him. But if you want to be free, I can help you, but as a thank you gift, your black sword Shusui will be mine. Zoro bit the Wado Ikimonji, and through the clash of swords, he felt the strong pressure from the other party's blade. He did not hesitate and directly used the three swords style. Three sword style Purgatory Demon Slash. The Wado Ikimonji in his mouth, the Snozo and the first generation Kaititsu in his hands ignited visible flames out of thin air. It was not a real flame. It was the armament haki, in the form of flames, wrapped around the three swords, turning them into black swords, and also gathered around the blades. It turned into a domineering fire, burning fiercely. Then, three blazing slashing waves intersected and slashed on Ryoma's body. Boom! A cross-shaped cut appeared on Ryoma's body as the sword light flashed, and then the green domineering fire rose from the cut and quickly wrapped the whole body. Obviously, this period of time was not wasted for Zoro. Under Rosen's careful training, Zoro has now learned the armament haki, which can be regarded as a bit of the demeanor of the King of Hell. However, the growth of strength cannot get rid of the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist. Even if he is the King of Hell, he is the king of hell under Rosen's control. A swordsman whose will is controlled. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. How sad. I didn't expect that I would die at the hands of a swordsman like you. Ryoma took a deep look at Zoro. He had already died, and Brook's shadow was too weak, so he could no longer use his observation haki. However, his eyes, which seemed to be able to see through everything related to the sword, seemed to see through his opponent's body and hit the will deep in his heart when he looked at Zoro. It was a pair of big hands shining with golden light, controlling Zoro's will like a puppet. Chi chi chi. As soon as the voice fell, a shadow emerged from Ryoma's body, and then he fell down forever. Black knife autumn water. It belongs to me. Zoro only had the black sword Shushui in his eyes. As for Ryoma's words, Zoro simply chose to ignore them. There was no need to pay attention to the barking of a defeated dog, and a defeated dog that had long been dead. He just needed to know that he had killed Ryoma and got the black sword Shushui in his mind. Rosen, how dare you do this to me? At this moment, the tightly closed black coffin lying in the deep pit was suddenly pushed open by a hand. A bruised and bloody face stretched out from the coffin. It was Moonlight Mariah. However, when he stood up from the shadow coffin, he was stunned and couldn't help rubbing his eyes. Where's my zombie army? Where did you go? Why are they all gone? Moonlight Jasmine Garden seemed to have received a huge blow, and kept muttering in a low voice, which gradually became sharp and crazy. Chapter 86. More than 20 years have passed. After being defeated by Kaido, he left the New World and hid in this dark sea for more than 20 years. He tried his best to create a zombie army that would not starve or die. The result? In the blink of an eye, they were all gone. This blow was not unprecedented, but it was second only to the defeat at the hands of Kaido. Asshole! You actually destroyed my zombie army. I'm going to kill you. Moonlight Moria's eyes were red, and the ferocious murderous intent surged like a tide. He was so angry that he was almost crazy. He directly activated the shadow fruit, condensed his own shadow into a big gun, and then grabbed it in his hand and threw it hard at Rosen, who was sitting on the golden throne. Shadowhorn Spear. As the Shadowhorn Spear flew out of his hand, a sharp whistling sound suddenly rang out, and the air in front of the spearhead was directly cut open. The Shadowhorn Spear, which was enough to penetrate the body of a giant, dragged its terrifying kinetic energy and flew to Rosen in an instant. But just as the Shadowhorn Spear flew in front of Rosen, a meaty hand stretched out and gently slapped the Shadowhorn Spear. Puff, a sound of tearing cloth was heard. Moonlight Moria trembled all over, and then looked down in disbelief. He realized that his abdomen had been pierced, and it was pierced and torn open by the Shadowhorn Spear that he had just thrown out. The tide-like pain invaded the spring water along the wound. The scarlet blood sprayed out along the Shadowhorn Spear and dripped onto the ground. Ah! I haven't fought for many years, let alone been injured. Now it's my first time fighting, but I have suffered a penetrating injury. The intense pain made Moonlight Moria feel heartbroken and rolled on the ground, wailing. Is this really a Shishibukai? Califa was stunned when she saw this scene. It was true that she had used the meatball fruit to slap the Shadowhorn Spear back, but she really didn't expect Gecko Moria to react so slowly. It seemed that he didn't even have the observation haki, and was actually pierced by the Shadowhorn Spear she had slapped back. Especially after being injured, his ugly posture did not have the spirit of a Shishibukai at all. Mr. Rosen. You don't really intend to recruit him as your subordinate. Eneel was also dumbfounded. This kind of demeanor is much inferior to that of his time on Sky Island. Although, in the end, he also chose to surrender, but at least it was after a round of fierce fighting that he was completely defeated by Rosen. Moreover, after being injured, he did not roll on the ground like Gecko Moria, showing his ugly appearance. I originally asked you to come here to give you a chance to follow me. Now, I take that back. It would be better for you to die directly after being defeated by Kaido. Rosen was also amazed. He knew that Gecko Moria was beaten to a pulp by Kaido, but he never thought that he would be so useless. That slow reaction was not like that of a pirate who had once fought Kaido in Wano country. Especially his observation haki, which had degenerated to the point where he seemed to have forgotten it. According to the original plan, he was still thinking of using the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist to make Gecko Moria surrender and then change his character, but now, it is better to just explode the gold coins. After witnessing Gecko Moria's poor performance, Rosen didn't even think about using the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist on him. It's better to use it directly to open the box. Open a shadow fruit. Hateful. What do you mean you're going to give me a chance to follow you? What does it mean to die directly? Who do you think I am? I am one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Gecko Moria. It seems that he has adapted to the pain, and it seems that he was stimulated by Rosen's words. Gecko Moria supported the ground with one hand, controlled the shadow horn gun to turn back into a shadow, separated from his body, and then raised his head, staring at Rosen with eyes as ferocious as a devil. He did not allow anyone to look down on him. Especially since this man mentioned his defeat to Kaido. Shadow gathering place. Moonlight. Mirai raised his hand and slapped the ground. A large number of shadows rushed out from the forest, the castle, and even every corner of the terrifying 3-masted sailboat behind him, and then flashed in front of him at an astonishing speed from all directions, and finally merged into his body one by one. As a large number of shadows poured into his body, Moonlight Mirai's already fat and strong body grew even bigger. In an instant, it swelled to a point that it was more burly, stronger, and bigger than the giants. From a distance, it looked like a mountain, towering above the terrifying 3-masted sailboat. To read the violent novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Go to hell. Rosen Kid. After absorbing a large amount of shadows, Moonlight Moria roared, raised his right hand high, and then slapped it towards the golden spaceship where Rosen was. Rather than saying it was a palm, it would be more appropriate to say it was a palm mountain. Just by pressing down horizontally, the air was filled with bursts of explosions, as if the power had expanded to the point where even the atmosphere could not bear it, and it was blown up alive. Be quiet, don't shout like that. Looking at the Moonlight Moria that was flying across the sea between the two ships, Rosen smiled calmly, raised his right hand that was on the deputy of the golden throne, spread out all 5 fingers, and a golden light rose up. At the same time, he was wearing the Virgo gold cloth, and then he pressed down with his palm. Buddha Kingdom in the palm. Boom! Moonlight Moria, who was punching Rosen, suddenly heard a bang in his ear. It was similar to the sound of him punching the air just now, but it was 10 times more deafening. Such a huge noise made him look up involuntarily. At this sight, the pupils instantly shrank to the size of a pinhole. Who knows when? In the foggy devil's triangle, a huge golden hand that seemed to cover the sky and the sun suddenly appeared above the boundless sky. The golden fingers that were spread out were like towering mountains, and the palm that encompassed everything was like the thick earth that supported the mountains. The fingers were mountains, and the palms were the earth. This was one of Rosen's abilities to transform into the Virgo Gold Saint form. The Buddha Kingdom in the palm. If the Moonlight Moria who used the Shadow Collective was equivalent to an ordinary giant, then the golden giant palm right above his head was equivalent to the demon Oz. No, it was the huge battleship, San Juan Wolf. The size difference between them is more than 10 times. No, how is that possible? Is he really worth a 3 billion bounty? No, it's impossible. How can a kid who has never been to the New World master such power? Looking up at the golden Buddha's palm that fell from the sky, Gecko Moria felt like he was carrying a mountain. Not only his body, but also his mind, was oppressed to the point of being unable to breathe. In a trance, he seemed to dream back to the past, returning to Wano country again, facing the demon-like figure. Kaido. Even stronger. Yes. In Gecko Moria's opinion, Rosen's casual palm was several times more powerful than the oppression Kaido brought him back then. It's not just the difference in size, but also the absolute difference in strength. Chapter 87. I don't believe it. Moonlight Moria looked at the golden Buddha's palm that was constantly expanding in his sight until it occupied all of his eyes. He roared, as if he could not accept this result. The palm that was originally going to hit Rosen turned around and turned to meet the golden Buddha's palm that was descending on his head. The two palms were facing each other, and there was a deafening sound, which instantly resounded throughout the sea area of 100 kilometers. Under the mutual stimulation of the terrifying palm power, a circle of visible and majestic shock waves burst out, which instantly spread in all directions, enveloping the sea and raising a terrifying wave of tens of meters high. Puff! The two fought, but the stalemate lasted for a short moment. With the posture of the king holding the tower, Moonlight Maria, who was hard against the golden Buddha's palm, his burly body like a mountain, was like a smashed tomato. 7 holes, no, it should be every pore on his body, sprayed bursts of scarlet blood mist. Immediately afterwards, a large number of shadows 2, 5, 7 were directly slapped out of his body by the golden Buddha's palm. When the shadow left the body, Moonlight Maria's body shrank wildly, and he was like a shadow. His power also left. Originally, with the power increase brought by the shadow aggregate, he could still hold out for a moment with Rosen's palm Buddha kingdom, but now the shadow and blood mist were shot out of his body shrank, and his power dropped sharply. His body instantly made a series of clear crisp sounds like roasted chestnuts. Crack! One by one, bones were breaking and shattering. One by one, organs were cracking and breaking. Then, with a boom, under the crushing of the Buddha's palm, his whole body collapsed. Without the support of Moonlight Moria, Rosen's palm Buddha kingdom finally descended on the terrifying 3-masted sailing ship. This ship, which was comparable to the size of an island, directly burst into circles of dust waves mixed with huge sea currents, and the sea surface connected to the bottom of the ship directly sank, and then bursts of sky-high water curtains exploded. The terrifying 3-masted sailing ship and the sea surface were slammed into the sea. There was a basin-like hole in the sea. The terrifying 3-masted sailing ship was trapped in it and almost slammed into the seabed. When Rosen retracted his outstretched palm and placed it on the armrest of the golden throne, it was like the 5-finger mountain, crushing the terrifying 3-masted sailing ship. The golden Buddha's palm that had not dissipated for a long time slowly dissipated. Then, Nami and Khalifa, who were sitting on Rosen's legs, stood up involuntarily and raised their toes to look at the terrifying 3-masted sailing ship. Eneel turned directly into lightning, suspended in the air, looking down at the terrifying 3-masted sailing ship that was hit hard by the Buddha's palm. Zoro, Sanji, and others jumped on the mast and looked into the distance. A palm print that smashed the ground and was trapped in the ground immediately attracted everyone's attention. A palm in the air. The Buddha's kingdom was lowered in the palm. The sea was dented. The terrifying 3-masted sailing ship was almost sunk. The forest, castle, and all the standing objects on the terrifying 3-masted sailing ship were flattened. Only a huge and horrifying palm print was left, deeply embedded in the ground of the terrifying 3-masted sailing ship. The Buddha's kingdom in the palm? No. In the eyes of Eneel, Khalifa, and others who witnessed this scene, it would be more appropriate to call it a country destroyed in the palm of your hand rather than a Buddha country in the palm of your hand. After all, the size of the terrifying 3-masted ship is comparable to many islands in the Grand Line. And in the Grand Line, most countries are built on such islands. In other words, for Rosen, destroying a country with one palm is not a problem at all. Is this the power of Lord Rosen? He's become stronger again. Compared to when he fought Kuzan, he has become even stronger. Eneel, Khalifa, Nico Robin, and others thought to themselves. If Kuzan was here and knew what they were thinking, he would definitely not in agreement. Yes. Compared to when he fought Kuzan in the Seven Waters City, Rosen is now even stronger. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. No, it's impossible. How can he be so strong? No, that's not the case. I am Shishibukai. I am Moonlight Maria. Just as Nico Robin, Nami, and others were immersed in the shock brought by Rosen's palm Buddha kingdom, unable to extricate themselves, the 5-finger palm print of the terrifying 3-masted sailboat. A bloody blur, barely recognizable as a human figure, slowly opened its mouth, and made a weak, but unbelievable murmur. Obviously. Until this moment, Moonlight Maria still couldn't believe it, or couldn't accept it, that Rosen was so powerful. His proud shadow collection. His proud 7 warlords of the sea. Everything about him was just a piece of cake in front of Rosen. Not dead yet. as expected of the 7 warlords of the sea. He took Rosen's blow head-on, but he didn't die immediately. Eneel used his observation haki to hear Gecko Moria's voice. Before, he thought Gecko Moria was weak, and even suspected that he got the title of Shishibukai by accident. But with the appearance of the shadow gathering ground, this idea was suppressed. Especially because Gecko Moria could withstand Rosen's blow, although he only lasted for a moment and then almost turned into a ball of human-shaped blood mud, but it was enough to make him put away his contempt for Gecko Moria. It's not that Gecko Moria is weak, it's just that Rosen is too strong. Your time is over. No, it should be said that your time has never come. As a failed product of the old era, it should exit cleanly and neatly. Rosen pointed his index finger at Moonlight Moria's head, and a brilliant golden light burst out from his fingertips, then shot out through the air, piercing through the thick fog, crossing the gap between the two ships, and under Moonlight Moria's tight blood-red gaze, sank into his forehead, and then broke out from the back of his head. His body was beaten to a bloody mess, like a human-shaped meat paste, but he could still barely survive. In this tragic situation, after experiencing a beam of light piercing his head, 0.3 Moonlight Moria, who was only surnamed Moonlight and not Edward, had his only head that could barely move, and completely crawled in a pool of blood, murmuring faintly from his mouth, and the spirit in his eyes quickly dissipated. I am Shishibukai. Moonlight Moria. After repeating the mumbling several times, the voice became lower and lower until it stopped abruptly. Along with the voice, the last light in his eyes and the fire of his life disappeared. The only thing left was a box. System, unboxing. Seeing this, Rosen asked the system to unbox. Congratulations to the host, the box was opened successfully, and the superhuman shadow fruit was obtained. As the system prompt sounded in his ears, a devil fruit also fell into his palm. It was the devil fruit that Gecko Moria had when he was alive. Shadow fruit. Chapter 88. Who is interested? Rosen held up the shadow fruit in his hand. Since he had given up the idea of taming Gecko Moria, he could only retrieve the shadow fruit and create a second Gecko Moria. And it was the plus version. Shadow fruit. This devil fruit doesn't seem to be that good. Compared with Kuzen's ice fruit and Eneel's thunder fruit, it's far inferior. After seeing the top devil fruit, even Nami, a non-main combatant, began to be picky. Even though Gecko Moria showed off his shadow gathering ground at the last moment, which more or less saved some face for her, the outdated Shishibukai, and the shadow fruit, she still despised it. She didn't even intend to eat the Dordor fruit, let alone the shadow fruit. This devil fruit is not as bad as you say. It's just Gecko Moria that's the worst. In fact, the shadow fruit has the power to reverse the outcome in desperate situations. Unfortunately, Gecko Moria doesn't know how to use it. Rosen glanced at the shadow fruit in his hand, and thought of Gecko Moria's poor use of it, and couldn't help shaking his head. Is it that strong? Eneel, Khalifa, and others who saw Gecko Moria use the shadow fruit with their own eyes couldn't believe it. The shadow fruit alone could actually get such a high evaluation from Rosen. Shadow possesses all the abilities of the master except the devil fruit. Swordsmanship, physical skills, and most likely haki. Just imagine, if this devil fruit falls into the hands of the Navy, then the shadows of the 3 admirals, the Navy Marshal, and the 5 Navy heroes will be concentrated on one person at the same time. What do you think the result will be? Rosen glanced at everyone present. Can they sweep across the 7 warlords of the sea like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves? Can he crush the current 4 emperors with overwhelming force? Can you destroy the current revolutionary army with an unstoppable momentum? A series of questions shocked Eneel, Khalifa, Zoro, and others. Yes. Even when they saw Gecko Moria using the shadow gathering ground, they did not think of this. After Rosen said this, they realized that the shadow fruit is not weak, but it depends on who has it. In the hands of Gecko Moria, the performance just now is already the limit, but in the hands of a big force like the Navy headquarters, it can completely become a nuclear weapon. Not to mention the world government. The shadow fruit is a strategic devil fruit. Just like combat power, quality is always more important than quantity. The same is true for shadows. Moonlight Moria just ignored this point, or was too greedy. After hearing what Rosen said, everyone changed their view of the shadow fruit. They no longer looked down on it as before, and even disdained it. I've heard this before. There are no absolutely rubbish devil fruits, only absolutely rubbish users with special abilities. Now it seems that it is indeed true. Nico Robin looked at the shadow fruit, thinking about it. Thinking back to the shadow gathering place that Gecko Moria had used just now, she felt that she could learn a lot from her flower fruit. Of course. Just like your flower fruit, in your hands, it seems to be more auxiliary and not suitable for frontal combat, but it is not the case. Just imagine, 3,000 giant fists, wrapped with armament haki, how desperate the people will be. Rosen looked at Nico Robin and said meaningfully. In his opinion, the person who should practice armament haki and physical skills the most is Nico Robin. Once you practice armament haki, master the 4 skills of entanglement, hardening, externalization, and internal destruction, you can completely perform the true 1,000 hands of the flower fruit version. By then, destroying cities and countries is a piece of cake. It is definitely stronger than Nico Robin's trick of transforming into the son of the devil, not weaker. I've watched you before, Robin. Your motor nerves are extremely developed, and your assassination ability is also very outstanding. It would be a waste if you don't use this talent to practice the 6 styles. After all, in terms of physical talent alone, you are actually better than me. Khalifa also expressed her opinion. Yet, since the captain and you have said so, I would like to trouble you to give me more guidance in the future. Khalifa. Nico Robin smiled when she heard this. Seeing the people around her gradually evolving into monsters, she was not willing to be mediocre. After all, she was one of the few people on the ship who was not controlled by the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist, and one of the most trusted people by Rosen. In the 4 emperors, she was equivalent to a cotter. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. If possible, she certainly didn't want to see herself being surpassed one by those who joined later. Especially when Rosen pointed out the way forward for her. In the world of pirates, it is impossible to gain attention with archaeological ability alone, especially Nico Robin knew very well that Rosen's subordinates would be full of monsters in the future, each of which had top-level devil fruit abilities, or domineering, swordsmanship, and physical skills. The only way to stand out from the monsters is to turn yourself into a monster. What now? Who of you wants to eat this shadow fruit? Rosen raised the shadow fruit and asked again. After changing their views on the shadow fruit, this time when those who had not eaten the devil fruit looked at the devil fruit, their eyes had changed. Nami, Usopp, and Frankie all showed some interest. Even Zoro 490 was no exception. If I become a great swordsman like Hawkeye, then my shadow should also be a great swordsman. That way, I can outsmart Hawkeye. No, even a shadow can tie with Hawkeye, it's interesting to think about it. Thinking of this, when Zoro looked at the shadow fruit, his eyes showed a bit of heat. He had just seen Gecko Moria controlling his own shadow, and Rosen had also said that the shadow of the shadow fruit user was as powerful as the user himself. In other words, if the user who ate the shadow fruit was a great swordsman, his shadow was also a great swordsman. The power of his swordsmanship was equal to that of the original body. Captain, if you don't mind, let me eat this shadow fruit. Zoro himself is a decisive person. Once he makes a decision, he immediately takes action. While others are still hesitating and considering, he has already spoken first. Green Algae Head, you actually want to eat devil fruit? Sanji was a little surprised when he heard it. He knew very well that Zoro had always only had swordsmen and famous swords in his eyes. Such a person actually wanted to eat a devil fruit, and it was a shadow fruit. Not only Sanji was surprised. Even Nami, Usopp, and Chopper were very surprised by Zoro's decision. Chapter 89. Curling eyebrows, you should still remember it. Hawkeye used only a small knife to play with the. If one day, my shadow can equal or even surpass the world's most powerful swordsman, wouldn't that be interesting? Zoro grinned. Now he is not Hawkeye's apprentice, so he naturally remembers the disastrous defeat at the sea restaurant. After practicing swordsmanship for more than 10 years, being defeated by a knife is naturally unforgettable. Although he did not bear grudges and was defeated convincingly, if he could return the favor in the same way, he would definitely not mind letting Hawkeye experience how he felt at the time. Besides, Gecko Moria seems to be Absalom's superior, right? Then, after eating the shadow fruit, I should be the superior of the user of the transparent fruit. So, remember to call me Lord Zoro from now on. Damn cook! Before Sanji could speak, Zoro changed the subject, glanced at him, and said meaningfully. What? This is a shitty superior. Even if he is a superior, the transparent fruit should be the superior of the shadow fruit. Sanji was furious when he heard this. He did not regret eating the transparent fruit. After all, this was the ultimate dream of men. He was just very angry. Why was the previous user of the transparent fruit so disappointing? It would have been fine if he was a subordinate of someone else, but he was actually a subordinate of the shadow fruit user, Gecko Moria. As a result, he, who had eaten the transparent fruit, seemed to be one level lower than Zoro. Yet. But it's a pity. In Gecko Moria's place, Absalom is a subordinate, and under me, you, a stinky cook, are also a subordinate. When Zoro said this, he suddenly felt that his decision to eat the shadow fruit was really right. In the future, not only will there be a shadow of a great swordsman, but he will also ride on Sanji's head. You want to fight? Seeing that he couldn't win the argument, Sanji wanted to fight. Okay. If you can beat 2 of me, I'm always at your service. Zoro would never refuse before, and he would not refuse now. After saying that, under Sanji's unhappy gaze, he took the shadow fruit from Rosen and ate it bite by bite. It tasted like shit when it entered his mouth, but seeing Sanji's expression, he felt that the devil fruit in his mouth was not so difficult to swallow. Bring it on. You stinky cook. After eating the shadow fruit, Zoro felt that the shadows under his feet were like his hands and feet. He could not only control them, but also do 2 things at the same time. It seemed that his shadow also had an independent consciousness, but it was absolutely under his control. Fight if you want. Sanji decisively turned invisible, went around behind Zoro and attacked him. However, Zoro not only knows observation haki, but his shadow also has the same swordsmanship as his real body. In a short while, Sanji was completely suppressed, and in the end, 6 swords were held to his neck. 3 of them were Wado Ikimonji, Sandai Kaititsu, and Kurosaurus Shisui. The 3 swords were the shadows of Wado Ikimonji, Sandai Kaititsu, and Kurosaurus Shisui in the hands of the Kage Musha. Obviously, after eating the Kage fruit, as long as Zoro holds a famous sword, the shadow of the famous sword will naturally become a part of Zoro's shadow, and also become the weapon of the Kage Musha. Yo! The transparent fruit is such a tricky ability. Zoro looked at Sanji with interest. Damn it! Sanji looked frustrated and depressed. Nothing could make him more uncomfortable than losing to Zoro in a quarrel or a fight. Who told you, an idiot, to eat the transparent fruit instead of the proper devil fruit? Zoro seized the opportunity and immediately ridiculed Sanji, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. The joy of having achieved his ultimate dream and eating the transparent fruit was gone by half. Interesting. 3 swords flow, no, it should be 6 swords flow. It seems that from now on, you can no longer call yourself a 3-sword swordsman. Rosen looked at Zoro, and then at his shadow. Both the man and the shadow were holding 3 swords. In his normal posture, he was a 6-sword swordsman. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Once he got serious and used Azura's words, he would be an 18-sword swordsman. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that the shadow fruit was really a good match for Zoro. Double 3-sword flow. Double 9-sword flow. Double lines. The power of this swordsmanship also doubled. 6 swordsmanship. After hearing this, Zoro was more and more satisfied with his decision to eat the shadow fruit. Normal, 6 swordsman. Full power, 18 swordsman. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He wished he could become a great swordsman right now and fight with Jorakolmayak again. Whoosh! Just when Rosen had dealt with the shadow fruit, a figure wrapped in a translucent cat palm-shaped sphere suddenly appeared in front of him. Puff! As the translucent sphere shattered, a figure holding a small umbrella fell to the ground, and Khalifa, who had disappeared before, also appeared. No, don't kill me. Wait, you killed Lord Mariah. The one who was slapped to the deck by Khalifa was none other than the spirit fruit user. Perona. When she came to her senses and saw Rosen, she was so scared that her face turned pale. But the next second, when she thought that Gecko Moria died at her hands, she also showed an angry expression. Mini ghost bomb. Driven by anger, Perona temporarily forgot the terrifying threat brought by the Buddha kingdom in her palm that just fell from the sky. She raised her hand and released dozens of mini spirits, which flew towards Rosen, but before they got close, they were all slapped away by Khalifa. If the spirit fruit can carry the field and defeat the entire Straw Hat Pirates except Usopp, Zhao Hao, then Khalifa's meatball fruit is the natural counter to the spirit fruit. Whether it's a ghost or a ghost bomb, you can slap them all away. Don't be so rude. Woman! You should be grateful to Lord Rosen. Khalifa stared at Perona coldly. Are you kidding? He killed Lord Moria, and he wants me to be grateful to him. Perona was extremely angry. What else? Why do you think you are still alive today? Do you really think you are lucky to be able to survive in the Buddha's kingdom in the palm of your hand? No, it was Lord Rosen who deliberately kept you here and gave you a chance to survive. Khalifa said word by word. You. Perona was speechless. I'll only say it once. Do you surrender yourself, or do I make you surrender?